Chapter 1. The Servant Who Swept the Courtyard. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The broom was old, its bristles worn down to a dozen stiff fingers that scraped more than they swept. Wei Liang moved it back and forth across the flagstones of the Thornwall Estate's outer courtyard with the same shuffling gait he had practiced every morning for 10 years. Weight on the left foot, slight drag of the right, a faint wince when he pivoted too quickly. It was a performance refined to the point of muscle memory. Even in his sleep, if anyone were watching, he doubted his body would betray him. The morning mist still clung to the stone walls. Somewhere past the eastern gate, a rooster decided it was close enough to dawn and committed to the announcement with full conviction. Wei Liang paused, leaning on the broom handle, and watched the mist curl and thin as the sun pushed its first orange light over the ridge. He counted his breaths. 4 in, hold for 8, 6 out. A cultivator's rhythm, though no one here knew that. In the 10 years he had lived at Thornwall, he had been examined exactly twice by healers. Once when Madame Zhao had worried he was consumptive, and once when he had twisted his ankle in the storage yard, authentically, that time. Both had found nothing remarkable. A depleted dantian, scarred meridians, the wreckage of someone who had once tried to cultivate and failed catastrophically. Nothing worth reporting. What neither healer had found, because they had not thought to look, was the shadow vein, the secondary meridian that ran alongside his ruined primary channel like a hidden stream beside a dry riverbed. In the cultivation texts Wei Liang had read during his previous life as a prodigy, the shadow vein was mentioned only in 3 obscure footnotes, always dismissed as a theoretical anomaly that produced no useful qi. The authors had been wrong. They had simply never seen one in a body that also possessed heaven-devouring meridians. He resumed sweeping. The courtyard was long and rectangular, bordered on the north by the main house, and on the 3 other sides by servant quarters, a stable, and a storage warehouse. 12 people lived and worked in this compound. Wei Liang knew each of them the way a watchman knows a perimeter, not with affection exactly, but with the constant, low-grade attention of someone who has decided, without announcement, to keep them safe. Old Brother Pang emerged from the kitchen corridor wiping his hands on a cloth, his white hair impeccably combed despite the early hour. He was 63, had been at Thornwall for 35 years, and wore his seniority among the servants like a second skin. He was also, Wei Liang reflected, one of the kindest men he had ever met, which was why what Wei Liang suspected about him was so uncomfortable. Lame Wei. The old man's greeting was its own kind of ritual. You're up before the chickens again. The chickens are lazy, Wei Liang said. He kept his voice in its practiced register, slightly rough, slightly tired, the voice of a man who had given up on himself. Pang grunted in something like approval. Breakfast is 40 minutes out. Madame Zhao wants the east wing swept before the young miss comes down. She has a guest arriving this afternoon. A guest? Wei Liang filed this away. Anyone important? Merchant from Stonehaven. The usual quarterly business. Pang paused, studying him in the way the old man sometimes did, a faint searching quality, as if trying to remember something he had almost recognized. Your knee giving you trouble? You were slower on the stairs yesterday. Cold mornings, Wei Liang said. He rolled his right shoulder in a small, stiff motion for good measure. The old man clucked sympathetically and moved on toward the well. Wei Liang watched him go. The shadow vein pulsed once, gently, in the space behind his sternum, a heartbeat that did not belong to any organ the healers could find. Over 10 years, it had grown from a trickle to something that pressed against the inside of his chest like a second sky. He had absorbed, cataloged, and integrated 47 distinct cultivation techniques. He had practiced each one in the deepest hours of the night, in the wine cellar 3 levels below the estate, moving through forms in absolute darkness with absolute silence, never letting a single shred of qi leak past the seal he maintained around himself. He was, by any honest accounting, somewhere between late core formation and early nascent soul, and he had achieved it without a single teacher, without a single spirit stone, feeding entirely on ambient qi absorbed through the shadow vein at a rate so slow that no detection array on this continent would register it. The broom moved back and forth. The mist continued to thin. Wei Liang thought about the letter. He had read it 3 days ago, a sealed communication from the Celestial Jade sect delivered to Thornwall's outer gate and opened by the estate's young miss, Zhao Yun, who had come to him afterward with a face carefully composed into blankness. The letter had informed the Thornwall family that a senior disciple of the Celestial Jade sect would be arriving within the fortnight to conduct an assessment of regional tribute obligations. The phrasing was polished bureaucracy. The meaning was not subtle. The Celestial Jade sect had decided to squeeze the outer territories again. Wei Liang had been very careful, while Zhao Yun read him selected portions, to look confused by the formal cultivation world language. He had asked her to explain what tribute obligations meant. She had explained, patiently, that powerful sects sometimes required material support from families living in their sphere of influence. He had nodded and said that sounded very complicated. She had looked at him for a moment with an expression he could not quite identify. Not pity, not condescension, something more tangled, and then she had rolled the letter back up and gone inside. The Celestial Jade sect. Wei Liang swept the last flagstones clean and stood the broom against the eastern wall. He remembered the night they had come for him. He had been 17. He was the sect's youngest disciple ever to reach Qi condensation stage 7. Elder Shu had summoned him to the inner council chamber under the pretext of a cultivation review, and the first thing Wei Liang had noticed was that every exit was blocked by a Foundation Realm cultivator. He had understood, in that moment, that the review was not about his progress. They had told him he was a monster, that his heaven-devouring meridians made him a danger to every cultivator he came near, that his body was consuming the ambient techniques of the sect's senior masters without his knowledge or consent, that if left unchecked, he would eventually destabilize the sect's entire cultivation heritage. Elder Shu had explained this with the measured regret of someone announcing an unfortunate but necessary policy decision. Then they had shattered his dantian. The sealing curse had taken 8 of them, working in concert for 3 hours, to install. Wei Liang had been conscious for most of it. He remembered very clearly that Elder Shu had wept. He had found the weeping more insulting than the pain. What none of them had known, what even Wei Liang had not known until he woke up weeks later in a slave merchant's cart, was that the shadow vein existed, that it had always existed, that it was, in fact, the older and deeper of his 2 meridians, and that shattering the primary dantian had not touched it at all. He had spent the first year in silent shock, the second in grief, the third in planning, the remaining 7 in execution. And now the Celestial Jade sect was sending someone to Thornwall Estate. Wei Liang picked up the broom and began sweeping a section he had already swept. He was, he supposed, curious to see if the disciple they were sending was anyone he had known. The East Wing took 30 minutes to sweep properly. Wei Liang did it methodically, moving through the long corridor with its polished wood floors and hanging scroll paintings, pausing to straighten a vase someone had jostled askew, stepping carefully around the threshold mats where morning light threw sharp gold rectangles across the floorboards. He was on his knees wiping down the skirting board near the 3rd guest room when Zhao Yun appeared at the corridor's end. She was 22, with her grandmother's wide cheekbones and an air of compressed capability that she wore the way some people wore armor. Her cultivation was Qi condensation stage 4, respectable for someone who had learned without a major sect's resources, and she had achieved it with a discipline that Wei Liang had quietly admired from the beginning. She trained every morning in the back courtyard with the focused, unsentimental methodology of someone who understood that the world did not offer charity. She stopped when she saw him, then continued walking. Pang told you the East Wing needed doing. He did. Wei Liang sat back on his heels and gestured at the clean floor. It's done. She paused to look, which was more acknowledgement than she usually gave. The merchant arrives at the hour of the monkey. Keep the main courtyard clear. He'll have carts. Of course, Miss Zhao. She started to move on, then stopped again. Have you heard anything in the village? About the sex disciple. Wei Liang arranged his face into something appropriately uncertain. Just that someone's coming. The village head seemed nervous. The village head is always nervous. She paused, chewing this over. The sect's been pushing further into the outer territories lately. The Shu clan had 2 villages assessed last spring. They walked away with half the grain stores and 4 spiritual herbs that the herbalist had been growing for 30 years. That's terrible, Wei Liang said, with the correct amount of concern and not a single molecule more. Zhao Yun looked at him the way she sometimes did, a brief, calibrating look. Yes, she said. It is. She continued down the corridor. Wei Liang watched her go, then returned to the skirting board. The shadow vein pulsed again. He pressed it down, the way you press a thumb against a deep bruise, aware, containing. 11 days, he estimated. The disciple would arrive in 11 days. He had been patient for 10 years. 11 more days was nothing. The merchant from Stonehaven was a broad, cheerful man named Su Dun who arrived with 3 carts of silk and a loud laugh, and asked Wei Liang, as Wei Liang led his horse to the stable, whether the limp was from birth or battle. A fall, Wei Liang said pleasantly. A fall. A man can't even fall in peace these days without permanent consequences. Su Dun slapped the horse's flank affectionately. Listen, boy. A herbalist in Stonehaven sells a salve made from yellow mud snail that's miraculous for joint injuries. I'll bring you some on the next run if you like. That's very kind. Not kindness, commerce. I sell it at 3 copper per jar, which is genuinely reasonable. Wei Liang smiled. It was, he had found, one of the only genuine smiles he produced these days. He stabled the horse, fed and watered it, and went about his afternoon duties. The merchant stayed through dinner and left near the hour of the dog, his carts somewhat lighter and his purse somewhat heavier, in a state of mutual satisfaction with Madame Zhao that represented the essence of functional commerce. Wei Liang watched the carts pass through the outer gate and lashed it behind them. The night was clear. Autumn had arrived with certainty this week, stripping the courtyard's single ornamental maple to something skeletal and elegant. Wei Liang stood at the gate for a moment, looking up at the stars, and allowed himself, very carefully, to think. The celestial jade sect was coming. In 11 days, everything he had built, the careful deception, the decade of patience, the perfectly calibrated performance of helplessness, would either hold or shatter. And if it shattered, he had a choice. Run, which would leave Thornwall vulnerable, or stay and answer for himself. He had made that choice 3 days ago, when he read the letter over Zhao Yun's shoulder. He simply had not articulated it yet, even to himself. He articulated it now, standing in the quiet dark with the maple's bare branches overhead. If they threaten these people, I will not run. The shadow vein did not pulse. It simply waited, the way deep water waits, without urgency, without impatience, full beyond any reasonable accounting. Wei Liang went inside. Chapter 2. 10 years in the cellar. The wine cellar beneath Thornwall Estate had not been used for wine in 6 years. Madame Zhao's late husband had been the drinker. After his passing, the stocks had been slowly gifted to festival celebrations and visiting merchants until the shelves held nothing but the ghosts of old labels and the vinegar tang of evaporated residue. Wei Liang had adopted it in his 2nd year at the estate. He arrived there at the 3rd watch, 2 hours after the last candle in the main house went dark. He descended the stone staircase without a light. He had memorized every step, every slight variation in the stone's surface, and found the familiar cool darkness that smelled of old oak and mineral stone. He stood in the center of the cellar and let the night settle around him. Then he unsealed himself. It was not dramatic. There was no burst of light, no shaking of the earth. He simply released the constant compression he maintained on the shadow vein, the way a man might unclench a fist he has been holding closed all day. The chi that flooded out was dark and dense and enormous, pressing against the cellar's stone walls with the gentle inevitability of rising tide. He had carved suppression arrays into every surface of this room over 8 years, faint scratches that would look like settling damage to anyone who didn't know what formation theory looked like when reduced to its absolute minimal notation. They held. They always held. He breathed. For a few minutes, this was all he did. After 10 years of constant constriction, even these brief nightly hours of genuine existence were something he did not take for granted. Then he began to move. The forms he practiced had no name in any cultivation manual, because he had invented them. They drew from 47 techniques he had absorbed over the years, scraps and fragments, mostly, pulled from the ambient cultivation of visitors to the estate, from the residue of techniques used near the property, from a wandering cultivator who had sparred in the village square and whose echo palm he had absorbed through 20 feet of intervening stone wall. He had taken these fragments, each one a thread, and woven them into something that was entirely his own. He called it the hollow form. It felt, when he moved through it, like being empty, like being the space between things rather than the things themselves. Attacks found nothing to land on. Techniques passed through him and emerged changed. He was the vessel and the transformation both. He spent an hour in the form, moving through its 17 positions with the slowness of something deeply rooted and the precision of a blade. Then he sat in the 6th position, kneeling, hands open on his thighs, head slightly bowed, and did the work he had been building toward all week. The ceiling curse was still there. It always would be, to some degree. Elder Shu's work had been masterful, in a hateful sort of way. It sat around what remained of his primary dantian like a cage of hardened spiritual iron, preventing any external spiritual healer from seeing the shadow vein beneath it. From the outside, it read as complete devastation. From the inside, Wei Liang could see it clearly, a construction, not a natural state. A thing that had been made could be unmade. He had been working on it for 6 years. He had loosened 17 of the curse's 32 binding nodes. He was, by his estimate, not quite halfway through. He was, by his estimate, not in any rush. The cursor that Elder Shu had constructed was also, though the elder clearly hadn't intended it this way, enormously instructive. Every night Wei Liang spent dismantling it node by node, He learned more about how spirit-severing cultivators constructed binding formations. It was, essentially, a free advanced education in one of the most restricted branches of cultivation technique. He had been absorbing it the way he absorbed everything else, completely, permanently, without waste. He worked for another hour, loosening the 18th node. It resisted in an interesting way. He noted the character of the resistance, filed it, and moved on. When he finally climbed back up the cellar stairs and restored his outer seal, the false dawn was beginning to pale the sky. He walked back across the empty courtyard, resumed his slight limp, and went to his pallet in the servants' quarters, where he slept for 3 hours with the efficient completeness of someone who had learned to get everything necessary from reduced resources. The broom was where he had left it. The morning began again. Old Brother Pang was, Wei Liang had concluded, not malicious. That was what made him uncomfortable to think about. The old man had come to the estate from the same region where the Celestial Jade sect maintained its outer influence. A valley town called Mossbridge, where the sect's reach had long been a fact of life the way weather was a fact of life. Pang had grown up understanding that powerful sects were not to be crossed, and that cooperation with their representatives was simply the price of a stable life. He was not cruel in this. He was not a spy in the deliberate sense. He was simply a man whose survival instincts had been shaped by 35 years of pragmatic accommodation. Wei Liang had first suspected him 4 years ago, when a junior Celestial Jade disciple had passed through the village on a routine circuit and Pang had gone to speak with him. Nothing dramatic had come of it. Wei Liang had not yet done anything worth reporting, and the limping servant seems very healthy for someone with a ruined dantian, was not the sort of intelligence that moved in sect channels quickly. But the arrival of a senior disciple changed the calculus. Senior disciples did not conduct routine circuits. They conducted investigations. And when they arrived asking questions, old men with long memories and deep instincts toward accommodation would answer them honestly, because that was how old men with those instincts had survived this long. Wei Liang did not resent him for it. It was, in its way, a clarifying pressure. It meant that when the disciple arrived and began asking questions, Wei Liang would have perhaps one day of uncertainty before Pang's information confirmed whatever the disciple suspected. The margin was narrow. The necessity was clear. He had decided, with the same quiet finality he applied to most things, not to intervene in Pang's nature. The old man would do what he would do. Wei Liang would do what he needed to do when the moment came. That was all. He swept the courtyard. The maple's bare branches clicked softly in the morning breeze. 7 days before the disciple's arrival, Commander Fun held a weapons drill in the outer yard. Commander Fun was the estate's head of guard, a distinction that carried more dignity than practical weight, since Thornwall's guard contingent was 5 men in passable condition and one who had a persistent bad back. He was 48, thick through the chest and shoulders, with the careful bearing of someone who had once been better stationed than he currently was. He had served in the provincial militia before an injury had ended that career and circumstance had landed him here, and he still ran his 5-man guard with militia standards that were frankly excessive for a minor estate on the outer border. Wei Liang liked him for it anyway. He was carrying a crate of oil jars from the storage warehouse to the kitchen when the drill began, and he stopped in the shadow of the warehouse doorway to watch. Fun was working the men through a combined formation, a pressing advance meant to force a single target backward, the kind of thing that would be useless against any cultivator above chi condensation, but was still worth knowing. He moved among them, correcting grips and stances with the brisk economy of genuine expertise. "The servant's watching again," said one of the guards, a young man named Dao who had been at the estate for only 8 months and had not yet learned the balance between speaking and thinking. Fun glanced up. His eyes found Wei Liang with the automatic precision of a trained fighter cataloging his surroundings, then released him with equal ease. "Let him watch," Fun said. "It costs him nothing and improves nothing, so neither of us has lost anything." "He looks like he's thinking," said Dao, with the specific suspicion of the very young for the slightly mysterious. "Most people do," Fun said. "It's rarely dangerous." Back to the form. Wei Liang carried his crate to the kitchen and set it down. He had been thinking about Fun in the context of what was coming. The commander was loyal to the estate with the complete, uncomplicated loyalty of a man who had decided that this was where he would plant himself, and that was that. He was also, unfortunately, the type of person who experienced divided loyalties as a genuine crisis, whose instinct when faced with a choice between an overwhelming institutional power and a personal one was to find a way to serve both, which usually meant serving neither well. When the Celestial Jade disciple arrived and revealed himself to be powerful, Fun would feel the pull. He might not act on it, but he would feel it. Wei Liang filed this, too, in the growing architecture of contingency that occupied the rear portion of his mind at all times. For more days, he went back for the next crate. Chapter 3. The disciple from the Celestial Jade sect. He arrived 10 days after the letter, which meant he was a day early, which meant he was the kind of person who considered punctuality a weapon. Wei Liang was in the outer courtyard when the party passed through the estate's main gate. 3 people in the white and gold robes of the Celestial Jade sect. The lead figure was young, 25 at most, with the sharp, good looks and self-possessed bearing of someone who had been told since childhood that he was exceptional. Qi Condensation Stage 8. Wei Liang read his cultivation base the way a musician reads sheet music, instantaneously, completely, without conscious effort. The 2 figures behind him were Foundation Realm, first layer. Bodyguards, not fighters. The formation of people meant to project importance rather than actually provide protection. This is Thornwall Estate. The lead figure's voice carried the particular inflection of someone making a rhetorical statement of disdain. He was looking at the courtyard's modest scale, the slightly worn flagstones, the single maple tree. "It is," said Commander Fun, who had come to the gate the moment the bell was rung. He gave a correct, professional bow, not servile, not challenging. The bow of a man who respected authority without prostrating himself before it. "I am Commander Fun, head of the estate guard. Madame Zhao is—" "I'll speak with the estate's head directly," the disciple said. He handed his horse's reins to one of his bodyguards without looking at the transfer. "My name is Ren Hao, senior disciple of the Celestial Jade sect's inner hall. I'm here on sect business." His eyes moved across the courtyard in the sweep of someone assessing an asset rather than greeting a host. They passed over Wei Liang without pause, which was exactly what Wei Liang had designed his presence to produce, the visual equivalent of furniture. Fan guided the party toward the main house. Wei Liang watched them go. Ren Hao. He did not recognize the name, which meant the disciple had likely risen to prominence after Wei Liang's time in the sect. A newcomer who had inherited the sect's habits of dominance without any of the institutional memory that might have told him to be careful. Probably the most dangerous kind. Old Brother Pang appeared at Wei Liang's elbow, having come from the kitchen. His face was set in the carefully neutral expression of someone controlling a more complicated internal landscape. "They're early," he said. "By a day," Wei Liang agreed. Pang said nothing for a moment. Then, quietly, "Be careful, Lame Wei. Sect disciples are not predictable." "I appreciate the warning," Wei Liang said. He kept his voice gentle. Whatever Pang would or would not do in the coming days, the warning was genuine, and he received it as such. He picked up his broom and moved to the far side of the courtyard, where he would be invisible and convenient simultaneously, and waited. The meeting between Ren Hao and Madame Zhao lasted 2 hours. Wei Liang, who was sweeping the courtyard for the second time and had worked himself to within 15 feet of the main hall's open window, heard most of it. Ren Hao's demands were not subtle. The Celestial Jade sect was expanding its presence in the outer territories and required what he called a cultivation resource levy. In practice, 100 Grade 2 spirit stones, 3 bottles of 5-year spirit wine, and the deed to the mineral rights for the lower eastern hillside, which Ren Hao had apparently pre-identified as containing a modest earth chi vein. The spirit stones and wine were annual tribute. The hillside deed was a one-time transfer. He presented this as reasonable. Madame Zhao was 71, white-haired, and possessed of the particular steadiness of someone who had outlived enough crises to know that panic was rarely the most efficient response. She told Ren Hao that the estate did not hold spirit stones in those quantities, that the spirit wine production was the estate's primary income, and that the eastern hillside was part of the estate's land grant from the provincial governor. Ren Hao told her that the provincial governor's land grants did not supersede sect resource claims in territories under sect's spiritual jurisdiction. Madame Zhao asked, with great courtesy, for documentation of that spiritual jurisdiction. Ren Hao's voice shifted in a way that Wei Liang had heard before in powerful people and used to being questioned. "Madam, I am not carrying documentation. My sect robes are my documentation." There was a pause. "I see," Madame Zhao said. "The levy will be settled within 7 days of today's assessment," Ren Hao said. "I'll remain at the estate during that period to oversee the valuation." Another pause. "Of course," Madame Zhao said. "We will arrange accommodation." Wei Liang moved the broom away from the window. A week. He had a week. He swept. Ren Hao was. Wei Liang decided over the following 2 days, precisely what he had appeared to be at first glance. He was the son of the Celestial Jade sect's inner hall deputy elder, which explained the posting, since this kind of tribute extraction was normally handled by outer disciples. He was arrogant with the specific texture of someone who had never been truly challenged. He assessed the people around him the way accountants assessed inventory. Useful, not useful, obstacle. He treated Madame Zhao with a thin overlay of courtesy that stripped away whenever she pushed back on anything. He treated Zhao Yun with the kind of attention that was not quite appreciation and not quite threat, but occupied the space between them. Wei Liang noticed this last point with particular attention. He also noticed, with the professional interest of someone who had spent years studying cultivation, that Ruanhao had a technique flaw. His chi compression in the lower dantian was overcharged, a product of aggressive advancement training that prioritized speed over foundation. It was the kind of flaw that didn't matter much in ordinary circumstances, but became significant in prolonged combat. The lower dantian would cramp. Not immediately, but if a fight went on long enough, it would. Wei Liang filed this away, hoping he would not need it. On the third day of the disciples' stay, Renhao convened what he called a resource assessment in the estate's main hall. He had brought, from his traveling cases, a series of detection arrays, small brass instruments that measured ambient chi density, mineral composition, and cultivating body assessment, the kind of portable toolkit that sect disciples used for exactly this kind of territorial evaluation. He set them up on the hall's long table and began working through them systematically. Wei Liang was called in last. The servants, Renhao said to the array without looking up, in the tone of someone reading through a checklist. Names and cultivation status. There were 4 servants presented. The array gave each of them a quick pass. When it reached Wei Liang, it produced what it always produced, the reading of a depleted dantian, scarred meridians, a body with residual baseline chi, and nothing else. Depleted, said the formation assistant Renhao had brought, a young man with meticulous notation habits. He marked something on his board. How did it happen? Renhao asked, not because he cared, but because completeness was part of the assessment. A cultivation accident, Wei Liang said. He kept his voice flat and factual. When I was young, the celestial jade sect's healers treated me afterward. He let that last sentence land precisely and watched Renhao's reaction. The disciple's eyes focused. Not with recognition. Wei Liang had changed enough in 10 years that even someone who had known him then would have needed to look twice. But with the assessment instinct of someone catching an unexpected data point. The sect treated a failed cultivator? I was a disciple briefly, Wei Liang said. He looked down, performing the correct amount of residual shame. It didn't last. Name? Wei Liang. Renhao wrote nothing. The name meant nothing to him. He had been too junior when it happened, Wei Liang estimated, too new to have heard the full story. He had heard something, though. There was a fraction of pause before he moved on. Standard exemption, he said to his assistant. Non-cultivator servants don't contribute to the spiritual levy. Wei Liang bowed and left the hall. In the corridor, out of sight, he allowed himself a single long breath. 7 down, 25 to go. Peng had not spoken to Renhao yet. But he would, Wei Liang thought. He had seen the old man watching the disciple with the calculating attention of someone working out timing. Perhaps tonight. Perhaps tomorrow. Chapter 4. The old man's confession. It was tonight. Wei Liang was in the wine cellar for his practice session when he heard the footsteps above, not in the main house, but in the outer courtyard, moving with the deliberate quiet of someone who had chosen a route that avoided the guard's patrol schedule. He sealed himself immediately, listened, and understood. Peng was moving toward the gate. He did not follow. There was no need. What would happen, and it would confirm what he already knew. What mattered was the consequence. He practiced for 2 hours regardless, working through the hollow forms positions with absolute concentration, because panic was a luxury and preparation was not. When he came back up and crossed the courtyard in the pre-dawn darkness, he found that he was moving in the same direction Peng had gone, not because he had decided to, but because his feet had decided for him. He stood at the gate and looked out at the road. The old man was returning. They stood facing each other in the early dark. Peng's face, when he saw Wei Liang waiting, underwent a complicated series of adjustments that Wei Liang watched with the detached attention of someone who had anticipated this moment without being able to fully prepare for it. Lame Wei, Peng said. He stopped walking. His hands hung open at his sides. Brother Peng, Wei Liang said. A long silence. I don't know what you are, the old man said quietly. I don't think I've known for a long time. There are things about you that don't fit. Like what? Peng was quiet for a moment. Like the way you watch everything. Like the way the guards listen to you when you suggest something, even though you have no authority. Like the fact that in 10 years I have never once seen you surprised by anything. Wei Liang said nothing. I told him only that you were here. That you had been here 10 years. That you were stable and the household trusted you. Peng met his eyes. I didn't say more than that because I don't know more than that. But I told him what I knew. I know, Wei Liang said gently. The old man's jaw tightened. If you're going to, I'm not going to do anything to you. Wei Liang said it simply, and the simplicity of it seemed to unsettle Peng more than anger would have. You did what your nature told you to do. That's not something I hold against people. Then what? I want you to know that when things change, and they will change in the next few days, you should stay in the servants' quarters and keep your head down. Not because I'm threatening you. Because what's coming won't care about bystanders, and I don't want you hurt. Peng stared at him. What's coming? Wei Liang looked at the old man's white hair, his careful eyes, the hands that had given him soup on his first winter at the estate, when he had not yet learned how to look properly cold and hungry rather than merely cold. He felt something that was not resentment, and not forgiveness, and not quite grief, but occupied its own small space. Thank you for the warning the other day, he said. I meant that. He went back inside. Peng stood at the gate for a long time before following. On the 5th day of the disciples' stay, Ren Hao changed his approach. He had, Wei Liang suspected, received word through some channel that Thornwall was worth more than its surface suggested. Possibly something Peng had said, possibly his own investigation into the estate's actual chi vein productivity, possibly simply the calculus of a young man who had come to the outer territories to establish his reputation and realized that extraction of ordinary tribute was not going to do that. He summoned Zhao Yun. The meeting was in the garden rather than the formal hall, a location that Ren Hao had clearly chosen for its informality, its privacy, and the way it communicated that he did not consider this official business. Wei Liang, who had been asked by Zhao Yun before she left to trim the hedge adjacent to the garden wall, was 12 feet away on the other side of that wall, moving pruning shears through dry season growth with the focused attention of a man who had nothing more complicated on his mind than horticulture. You're the granddaughter, Ren Hao said. Not a question. Zhao Yun. Yes, Zhao Yun said. Her voice was entirely level. You cultivate. Qi condensation stage 4. I checked the assessment logs. A pause. That's not nothing, for someone without a sect backing. You have potential. Wei Liang cut a branch with perhaps slightly more force than was strictly necessary. Thank you, Zhao Yun said. The Celestial Jade sect has a women's division. The inner hall. Ren Hao's voice had taken on a quality Wei Liang recognized. The particular fluency of a man reciting an offer he has made many times and believed in none of them. A cultivator your age, with your base, could go far. The sect would provide resources, technique access, advancement support. That's generous. It's practical. You understand what I'm here for. The levy your grandmother is being asked to meet is within the sect's rights, but outside what this estate can realistically provide in 7 days. There are ways to structure that differently. Another pause. Sponsored entry to the sect resolves the family's obligations. Wei Liang's shears stopped moving. He was extremely still. I see, Zhao Yun said. Her voice was still level, but he had learned the architecture of how she held herself, and he could hear, within the levelness, the particular pressure of someone maintaining composure under significant strain. You don't have to answer today, Ren Hao said. Think about it. The garden went quiet. After a moment, Zhao Yun's footsteps moved back toward the main house. Not running. Walking with the controlled precision of someone who would not let themselves be seen to hurry. Wei Liang stood on the other side of the wall, pruning shears in hand, and looked at nothing for a long time. He had been patient for 10 years. He thought, perhaps, he was running out of patience. Chapter 5. The mask begins to slip. He did not reveal himself that evening. He was still, technically, waiting, still calculating margins, still assessing whether what Ren Hao was doing was bad enough to justify what exposure would cost. The inner accountant he had cultivated over 10 years ran the numbers, found them insufficient, and filed the evening under escalating concern rather than action. But he stopped being entirely comfortable, and that was something he noticed. He found Zhao Yun near the back storeroom at the hour of the dog, loading bolts of cloth onto a shelf with the focused energy of someone performing physical labor in order to not think too hard about something. He picked up a bolt without being asked and handed it to her. She took it, didn't say anything for a moment. Did you hear? She asked finally. Some of it. She was quiet. Then, he's not wrong that the levy is impossible to meet. My grandmother has been managing this estate since my grandfather died 20 years ago. The reserves she keeps are exactly what a household needs, not more. We're not poor, but we're not. We don't have 100 spirit stones. I know. If she can't pay, Zhao Yun stopped herself. Lifted another bolt. The sect can do a lot of things. Declare us delinquent. Report the estate to the provincial authority as a jurisdiction problem. Have the eastern hillside surveyed and extracted by force and call it taxation. They can, Wei Liang agreed. And his offer to me would. She stopped again. He was offering you a cage with a nice view, Wei Liang said. He kept his voice quiet and even. The sect's women's division is real. Some cultivators thrive in it. It would not be a good place for you specifically. Zhao Yun looked at him. It was a longer look than she usually gave him. A calibrating look, but extended, opened up into something more searching. How do you know what the sect's women's division is like? He had, perhaps, said slightly more than he should. He shifted the bolt in his hands. I've listened to stories. She kept looking, then looked away. Sometimes I think you're the most interesting person on this estate, and everyone just hasn't realized it yet. He didn't answer that. There was no safe answer. What do you think we should do? She asked. He thought about it honestly. I think you should speak to your grandmother tonight and make sure she doesn't agree to anything under pressure. I think for the next 2 days, someone should be in the room whenever Ren Hao meets with estate members. I think the guard should do its rounds more frequently. And if none of that is enough, then we'll see what happens after that, he said. She looked at him again. You're very calm. I've been calm for a long time, he said. It's habit. She almost smiled. It was a complicated expression, part genuine amusement, part something he couldn't quite categorize. She picked up the last bolt herself and placed it on the highest shelf, stretching to reach, and then she turned and left. Wei Liang stood in the storeroom for a moment, looking at the orderly shelves. Then he went to the wine cellar. That night, he did not practice the hollow form. Instead, he sat perfectly still in the center of the cellar and did something he had not done since his first year here. He went inward, completely, and looked honestly at what he had become. The shadow vein was vast. He had known this, but knowing something intellectually and perceiving it directly were different experiences. It was like standing at the edge of a reservoir you had helped fill drop by drop over a decade, and only now seeing the full water behind the dam. The absorb techniques sat in their integrated positions, 53 of them now. He had picked up 6 more over the last 2 years without really thinking about it. Ambient cultivation leaking from a visiting sect elder who had stopped at the village inn, from a patrol of provincial soldiers carrying a meridian enhancement talisman, from Zhao Yun herself as she trained in the back courtyard. Her echo palm sending warm ripples through the stone foundation that he had quietly catalogued. He could feel the ceiling curse, too, the 18 loosened nodes and the 14 still to go. He had been working on it as a long-term project, but it occurred to him now that if he devoted concentrated effort, he might be able to loosen 4 or 5 more in the next 2 days. He began. It was meticulous, painstaking work, reaching into the cursed binding, finding the nodes, reading the construction that held each one, and then working against the grain of it with a precision that a surgeon would have respected. Each node took between 20 minutes and 2 hours, depending on its complexity. He worked through the night, stopping only when he heard the estate beginning to wake above him. When he climbed back up the cellar stairs, 3 more nodes had been loosened. 21 of 32. He was 11 from free. He looked at the morning sky, which was the pale gray of something not yet decided, and thought about margins. 2 days, maybe 3, before the deadline run how it set. He would be ready. Chapter 6. Night before the storm, the 6th day of Ren Hao's stay was the day Wei Liang had his only direct conversation with the disciple. He was carrying a lacquered tray of tea across the main courtyard toward the east guest room, a task normally handled by one of the kitchen girls, but she had come down with a late autumn fever, and Wei Liang had picked up the work without being asked. He was at the exact center of the courtyard when Ren Hao came out of the east wing on his way to the garden, stopped walking, and looked at him. Wei Liang kept moving. Steady pace, slight limp, eyes on the tray. The performance was so deeply ingrained it operated independently of conscious thought. You, said Ren Hao. Wei Liang stopped, looked up with the appropriate expression. Senior disciple? Ren Hao looked at him with the specific attention of someone following up on an intelligence lead. Peng had spoken with him, then, more than the first time. Wei Liang, the failed disciple. Yes, Wei Liang said. You were at the sect. Briefly. I was very young. Ren Hao descended the steps of the east wing slowly, hands folded behind his back, stopping 3 feet away. He had the cultivator's habit of using proximity as assertion. Wei Liang stayed perfectly still, tray held level, and looked up at the disciple with the faintly anxious expression of someone who cannot leave because he's carrying tea. Elder Shu's records mention a case from approximately 10 years ago, Ren Hao said. A disciple with an unusual constitution, heaven-devouring meridians. He paused. That disciple was expelled and had his cultivation base destroyed. Afterward, no records of him. I wouldn't know about other disciples, Wei Liang said. The description is an interesting match for your age and origin. Ren Hao's eyes moved over him with clinical precision. You're from the eastern border provinces. I am, Wei Liang said. He let a small tremble into his hands. Not much, just enough for the tray to vibrate slightly. The performance of someone frightened by a powerful cultivator's scrutiny. I was a disciple, like I said. It didn't go well. Elder Shu's healers helped me after. Helped you? Ren Hao tasted the word. A generous interpretation. The two Foundation Realm bodyguards had drifted to positions flanking Wei Liang without obviously doing so. The formation of men who had been told to be prepared. Wei Liang calculated. The assessment array had not found anything. Ren Hao was working from Pang's anecdotal observations and a decade-old file that described a very different person. Without a second positive assessment, this was suspicion rather than certainty. The correct move was still containment. I don't have much worth examining, senior disciple, he said. He put the right amount of humility and mild fear into his voice. I haven't been able to cultivate since I was 17. The healers sealed everything that was left. Ren Hao looked at him for another 5 seconds. Then he stepped aside. Deliver the tea. Wei Liang bowed and moved on. His hands were absolutely steady. That night, he cleared 3 more binding nodes. 24 loosened. 8 remaining. He lay on his pallet afterward and did not sleep. The shadow vein pressed against the inside of his chest like a rising tide finding its ceiling, and he held it down with the practiced ease of long habit. And he thought about Zhao Yun training alone in the back courtyard with her echo palm, and about Madame Zhao sitting across from Ren Hao with the unshakable courtesy of someone who refused to grant him the satisfaction of seeing her afraid. He thought about his 17th year, about Elder Shu's careful, regretful voice explaining that this was necessary for the good of the sect, about the 8 cultivators working in concert on the sealing curse while he was pinned to the floor of the inner council chamber. He thought about how entirely calm he felt now, compared to the howling thing he had been on that floor. The calm was not peace. It was not distance. It was something else, the particular stillness that accumulates in a person who has had a very long time to decide what they care about. He cared about this household. He cared about the old woman who had handed him a bowl of rice soup when he arrived malnourished and disoriented and had asked no questions beyond whether he was willing to work. He cared about the woman who trained alone in the courtyard every morning because she had decided the world was going to be difficult, and she was going to be more difficult than the world. He cared about Old Pang, which was complicated, and about Commander Fun, which was less complicated, and about the 5 guards and the kitchen girls and the stable hand. He did not care about his own exposure. That was, he reflected, the most significant change 10 years had produced in him. At 17, the thought of being known had been intolerable. The prospect of the world seeing what he was, what he could do, had felt like the prelude to everything being taken from him again. Now the feeling had inverted entirely. Let them see, he thought. Let them all see. He was ready. Chapter 7. The deadline the 7th day arrived like a verdict. Ren Hao summoned Madame Zhao, Zhao Yun, and Commander Fun to the main hall at the hour of the dragon and presented his final accounting with the brisk efficiency of someone who had made his decision and was delivering it rather than discussing it. The estate had failed to provide the spirit stones. The wine and spiritual herb production records showed output insufficient for the sect's needs. The Eastern Hillside deed had not been transferred. I will be reporting this to the inner hall, Ren Hao said. He was standing at the head of the table, and his 2 bodyguards flanked the doors. A sect enforcement unit will be dispatched within 30 days. At that point, the assessment will be conducted under enforcement protocols, which are considerably less accommodating than what I've offered this week. Madame Zhao sat with her hands folded on the table. Her face was the face of someone who has run out of options and is deciding, with complete serenity, how to carry that. Alternatively, Ren Hao said, and his eyes moved to Zhao Yun. The offer I made earlier this week remains on the table. Zhao Yun said nothing. The enforcement protocols include property transfer, Ren Hao said. His voice remained pleasant. The estate itself, the grounds, the household members who have cultivation potential would be assessed for sect service. Those without would be released. Wei Liang, who was in the corridor outside the hall with a mop and a bucket of water he had no intention of using, listened to this and felt something in his chest shift. Not anger. Not exactly. More like a lock turning. He had been waiting. He had been patient. He had been running calculations that considered exposure cost and collateral risk and the value of invisibility. He had been doing all of this with the assumption that there was a point at which it remained practical to keep pretending. He found that point. He put down the mop. He stood up straight, fully straight, not the practiced stooped angle, and the limp that he had maintained for 10 years through sheer force of will simply stopped existing, because it had never existed, and the will that had been holding it in place had found more important things to do. He opened the door to the main hall. Senior disciple run, he said. I have a counteroffer. Chapter 8. Counteroffer. The silence that followed was of a specific variety. The silence of 5 people in a room simultaneously reassessing something they thought they understood. Ren Hao turned from the table with the controlled attention of someone who has heard an unexpected sound and is determining its significance. His eyes found Wei Liang, and something shifted. The frame had changed. The man standing in the doorway was not the same man who had carried a tea tray across the courtyard. Not because anything visible had changed, but because the visible things had rearranged themselves into a different architecture. The stoop was gone. The limp was gone. The faint anxiety that Wei Liang had worn like a coat for 10 years was simply absent. The two bodyguards moved simultaneously, closing to flanking positions. Wei Liang, Run Hao said carefully. This isn't the servant quarters, Wei Liang said. He walked to the table and took the empty chair that no one had offered him. He did not ask permission. I'm going to make this brief because I think we're past the point where extended negotiation is productive. Commander Fan had gone very still. Madame Zhao was looking at Wei Liang with an expression that was partly confusion and partly something he suspected had been waiting for this moment longer than he had. You're the cultivator, Ren Hao said. Not quite an accusation. More like watching a piece fall into place and not yet knowing what it means for the board. I'm a cultivator, Wei Liang agreed. Specifically, I'm the one you were looking for 6 days ago when you were reading old sect files. Wei Liang, former disciple, heaven-devouring meridians, cultivation-based destroyed by Elder Shu and 7 colleagues about 10 years ago. He folded his hands on the table in a precise mirror of Madame Zhao's posture. The report was wrong. The destruction was incomplete. The bodyguard on the left took a step forward. The bodyguard on the right reached for a formation artifact at his belt. Wei Liang looked at them without moving. I would genuinely recommend against that. You're at qi condensation, Ren Hao said. His voice was working to maintain authority. Maybe foundation. My assessment. Your assessment found the ceiling curse and stopped there, Wei Liang said. It was thorough. The curse was designed to block deeper readings. I spent 6 years disassembling it from the inside. He paused. I finished the last 8 nodes last night. The room's temperature, which had nothing to do with weather, dropped perceptibly. Ren Hao's cultivation base was qi condensation stage 8. His 2 bodyguards were foundation first layer. In this hall, that was what was available to him. Wei Liang watched the disciple perform the same calculation Wei Liang had been running all week and arrive at an answer he didn't like. If you've damaged the curse, Ren Hao said. The inner hall will want to know. The inner hall, Wei Liang said, can come here themselves. He looked at Ren Hao without hostility and without warmth, with the specific directness of someone who has finished being careful. Your offer to this household is declined. The spirit stone levy is declined. The deed transfer is declined. Your offer to Miss Zhao is declined. You don't have the authority. I'm not exercising authority. Wei Liang stood. The motion was unhurried, entirely controlled. I'm telling you the outcome. The outcome is that you leave today. You go back to the inner hall, and you tell Elder Shu that Wei Liang is at Thornwall Estate, that he is well, and that the estate is not available for extraction. Ren Hao looked at him for a long moment. His jaw was set. His cultivation was building subtly, the pre-combat pressurization of someone deciding whether the risk was worth it. One more thing, Wei Liang said. I know you've heard stories about my constitution. I'd like to demonstrate why those stories were not exaggerated. He extended one hand, palm up, open and relaxed. Please try anything you like. I'd prefer to show you rather than explain it. The silence stretched. Ren Hao's cultivation dispersed. He let the pressure go with the controlled care of someone stepping back from an edge. You're making a significant mistake, the disciple said. I've made exactly one significant mistake in my life, Wei Liang said. It was going to the inner council chamber when Elder Shu summoned me. He lowered his hand. I don't make the same mistake twice. Chapter 9. What core formation looks like. Ren Hao did not leave. Wei Liang had not expected him to. The disciple was proud, which meant that accepting a verbal dismissal from a man he'd spent a week cataloging as furniture was not something his nature would permit. What he had managed, temporarily, was to introduce enough doubt about the stakes to prevent immediate escalation. That gave him, he estimated, an hour before Ren Hao resolved his doubt and decided to act anyway. He used the hour productively. Madame Zhao found him in the vegetable garden at the estate's eastern edge, which was where he had gone because it needed weeding and because the act of being useful while waiting for violence was a habit so deeply ingrained it was indistinguishable from instinct. Wei Liang, she said. He looked up. She was standing at the garden's entrance with both hands wrapped around each other, a posture he had never seen on her in 10 years. Madam, you need to explain yourself. He sat back on his heels and looked at her directly. 10 years ago, I was a cultivator with an unusual constitution. The Celestial Jade sect feared what I could become and destroyed my cultivation, or tried to. They sold me to a servant broker. I ended up here. He paused. What they destroyed was incomplete. I rebuilt what was left. I've been rebuilding it, quietly, this whole time. She was quiet for a moment. How strong are you? Stronger than Ren Hao. Significantly stronger than his bodyguards. How much stronger? Enough that the conversation you were having in the main hall is not going to end the way he intends it to end. Madame Zhao looked at him with the assessing steadiness of someone who has survived 71 years by accurately reading situations. You could have left, she said. Any time. If you're what you say you are, you could have left years ago. Yes. Why didn't you? Wei Liang looked at the garden. He had planted half of it himself. Over the years, the winter radishes, the rows of chive. It was worth staying for, he said. She was quiet for another moment. Then she unclasped her hands. What happens now? Now Ren Hao decides whether to test me. If he's smart, he won't. If he's proud, he will. Wei Liang stood and brushed soil from his knees. Either way, what happens after that is the same. He goes back to the sect and reports. The sect responds. We deal with the response when it arrives. And in between, Wei Liang said, the estate is intact and everyone in it is fine. She looked at him for a moment longer. Then she did something he had not expected. She reached out and put one hand briefly on his arm, the way she had done when he had first arrived, malnourished and hollow-eyed, and she had handed him soup. Go do what you need to do, she said. He went. Ren Hao had spent the hour making a decision, and the decision was the predictable one. He had deployed his 2 bodyguards to the main gate in blocking positions and came to find Wei Liang himself, with the particular bearing of someone who has convinced themselves that superior cultivation technique will resolve the anomaly. He found Wei Liang in the outer courtyard, which was where Wei Liang had positioned himself precisely because it was the most open space on the estate, and there was nothing nearby that he cared about breaking. I've sent a message bird to the inner hall, Ren Hao said. You should know that. I expected that, Wei Liang said. Whatever you are, you're one person against a sect. Those are not survivable odds. No, they're not, Wei Liang agreed. But I'm not fighting the sect today. Today I'm only talking to you. Ren Hao gathered his technique. It was not subtle. He was too angry and too proud for subtlety, and anger and pride were, in Wei Liang's experience, reliable contributors to technical error. The qi coiled through the disciple's meridians in the preparatory pattern of his primary offensive technique. Lightning splitting form, a classic qi condensation attack pattern, fast and penetrating, designed to overwhelm a defense rather than outmaneuver it. Wei Liang watched it build and felt, very distinctly, his heaven-devouring meridians reached toward it with an appetite that 10 years had done nothing to diminish. When Ren Hao released the technique, it came as a column of compressed lightning qi 3 inches wide and moving at the speed of a genuinely skilled cultivator's best strike, fast enough that a foundation cultivator would have needed to respond before fully seeing it. Wei Liang opened his left hand. The column of lightning qi hit his palm and disappeared. Not deflected, not blocked, simply absent, as if it had stepped into a doorway that closed behind it. Ren Hao stared. That's the heaven-devouring constitution, Wei Liang said. He closed his left hand slowly. I absorbed your technique. I now know it as well as you do, and I'll retain it permanently. He paused. I'd rather not demonstrate it back to you, if that's avoidable. The feedback tends to be unpleasant. Ren Hao had the good sense to look frightened. The fear did not stop him from gathering a second technique. A different one, a foundation-breaking formation that his bodyguards had clearly been positioned to assist with, the kind of technique that required 3 points of activation. He reached for the activation, and Wei Liang moved. Chapter 10. Revelation. He had not moved in earnest in 10 years. What the body remembers from 10,000 nights of practice in the wine cellar, however, is not dulled by the absence of real combat. It was waiting, the way water waits, the way everything he had built in the dark waited, patient and enormous and ready. He crossed the courtyard in 3 steps. Not the shuffle of a damaged man. 3 genuine strides of a core formation cultivator at full extension, each one eating the distance between them like it owed him something. He caught Ren Hao's right wrist before the formation technique activated. Not violently. With the controlled precision of someone who knows exactly how much force is needed and applies exactly that amount. The formation artifact in the disciple's hand went still. Its activation required specific meridian pressure in a specific sequence, and the grip Wei Liang applied disrupted the sequence at the second node. He held Ren Hao's wrist and looked at him from a distance of 8 inches. The 2 bodyguards had come through the gate. They saw the situation and stopped moving. Do not, Wei Liang said, to the bodyguards, in a voice that was still perfectly level. They did not. Here is what's going to happen, Wei Liang said to Ren Hao, who was very still. You're going to tell your bodyguards to stand down. You're going to gather your traveling cases and your assessment equipment. You're going to leave this estate and return to the inner hall. He released the wrist. Ren Hao did not attack. His cultivation base, Wei Liang could feel, was cramping in the lower dantian. the flaw he had identified days ago manifesting exactly when the extended combat stress found it. The lightning-splitting form had cost him more than he could easily replace in the next few minutes. And you'll tell Elder Shu, Wei Liang continued, that the cultivator he sealed is no longer sealed. That the process he used took 9 months off my life and produced approximately 10 years of productive solitude, for which I'm honestly somewhat grateful. And that I am at Thornwall Estate and intend to stay. Ren Hao stared at him with the specific look of someone whose foundational assumptions about a situation have been revised too quickly for his pride to absorb it. You absorbed my technique, the disciple said. Your lightning-splitting form is in my left hand's meridian network now, integrated and available, Wei Liang said. I may use it someday. I'll probably modify it significantly first. He tilted his head slightly. It has a clean base structure. I can see why you favor it. What are you? Ren Hao asked. It came out almost genuine, the question stripped of its performance layer, something that was actually curiosity rather than challenge. I'm Wei Liang, he said. I used to be a servant here. Now I'm not pretending anymore. He turned and walked back toward the main house. Behind him, Ren Hao stood in the middle of the courtyard for a moment that went on longer than comfortable. Then Wei Liang heard him speak to his bodyguards in a low, flat voice. They began packing. 3 hours later, the Celestial Jade Sex party passed through the main gate and moved down the road toward the provincial capital. Wei Liang stood at the gate and watched them go. Zhao Yun stood beside him. She had come without being asked, which felt significant. You walked without limping, she said. I know. For 10 years I've watched you limp. I know. She was quiet for a moment. The last of the Celestial Jade party's dust settled on the road. How long have you been? She stopped, reconsidered, restarted. What are you exactly? Core formation, he said. We're very close to it. The technical accounting is complicated by my constitution. She turned to look at him. She was trying, he could see, to reconcile the man she thought she knew with the one standing next to her. And the thing he noticed most was that she didn't seem frightened. Surprised. Processing. But not frightened. You protected us, she said. I intended to, he said. I've intended to for a while. She looked back at the road. The dust was gone. My grandmother is going to want to have a very long conversation with you. I expect so. And Commander Fun is going to be furious that you didn't tell him. Also expected. And old brother Pang, she stopped. He did what he thought was right, Wei Liang said. I don't blame him. She looked at him from the side. You already knew. For a while. She was quiet. Then she said, what happens now? The sect will come back. They will, he agreed. Not Ren Hao, an elder. Elder Shu, if he still has the seniority, or someone of equivalent rank. He kept his voice even. When they come, the situation will be different. Different how? Because I won't be pretending anymore, he said. And that changes the arithmetic considerably. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she turned and went back inside. Wei Liang stood at the gate alone for another few minutes, looking out at the road that wound toward the provincial capital, toward the Celestial Jade Sect's influence, toward everything that was coming. He breathed. The shadow vein had never felt less like a shadow. Chapter 11. The morning after he expected judgment. What he received instead was something more complicated. Commander Fan found him before breakfast, in the outer courtyard where Wei Liang was, out of sheer habit, sweeping the flagstones. The commander stopped at the courtyard's edge and watched him for a long moment without speaking. You're not limping, Fan said finally. No. You haven't limped in a day. No. The commander stood with his arms crossed, wearing the expression of a man whose professional pride has been seriously offended. I'm the head of this estate's security. I've been the head of this estate's security for 8 years. In 8 years, I never. No, Wei Liang agreed. You didn't. You're better at concealment than anyone I've ever seen. And I spent 6 years in the provincial militia. The provincial militia is good, Wei Liang said. He kept sweeping. But they're not looking for someone performing helplessness. They're looking for people performing strength. Fan was quiet for a moment. Then, what are you going to do now? Keep living here, if that's acceptable. It's not my estate. No. But your opinion on the matter carries weight. Madame Zhao listens to you. Fan was quiet again. He uncrossed his arms. Those 2 Foundation cultivators yesterday. You could have, you didn't hurt them. They were doing their jobs, Wei Liang said. Poorly defined jobs with ambiguous ethics, but jobs nonetheless. What about Ren Hao? He was frightened and proud. I didn't need to hurt him to achieve what I needed. Wei Liang paused in his sweeping. I generally try not to hurt people who don't require hurting. Fan processed this. He was a military man. His thinking ran in orderly channels, and Wei Liang watched him work through the recalibration with something like respect. The sect will send someone worse than Ren Hao, Fan said. Yes. And you'll be here. Yes. The commander looked at him for another moment. Then he nodded. The precise, acknowledging nod of someone who has reached a decision. He turned and went back toward the guardhouse. Wei Liang swept the courtyard. Madame Zhao's conversation was, as Zhao Yun had predicted, long. It took place in the main hall over tea, late morning, with the autumn light coming through the east windows and laying its slow gold rectangles across the table. She listened to everything. She asked, periodically, questions that were specific and clear and showed that she had been paying closer attention over the years than Wei Liang had given himself credit for. When he finished, she was quiet for a while. "You were 17 when they did this to you," she said. "Yes. And then you were here at 18. In my courtyard, looking like the world had already ended." He didn't answer that. "I've wondered," she said, "for about 9 years, who you actually were. I had a theory." She wrapped her hands around her teacup. "I thought you might be the son of someone powerful who had made enemies. I didn't ask because I thought you would tell me when it was safe." Wei Liang looked at her. "You knew?" "I knew something." She corrected herself with the precision of someone who respects the difference. "I knew you weren't ordinary. I didn't know the shape." "You said nothing." "It wasn't my business until it was." She set down the teacup. "It's my business now, I suppose." "I can leave," he said, "if that would be easier. For the estate, for the legal position with the sect. If you leave," Madame Zhao said with quiet firmness, "the sect will arrive in 30 days with an enforcement unit, and there will be no one here to protect this household. That is not an abstract concern. I'm 71. My granddaughter is at Qi condensation stage 4. My guard is Commander Fun and 5 men. You know what that means against a sect enforcement unit?" "I know." "So you'll stay?" It was not a question. It was the statement of a woman who had decided the matter and who was extending the decision to him as courtesy rather than negotiation. He looked at her across the tea table, this old woman who had handed a hollow stranger a bowl of soup 10 years ago without asking for anything in return, and felt something in his chest that had nothing to do with the shadow vein. "I'll stay," he said. Chapter 12. Old debts and new eyes. Old brother Pang came to him 3 days after Ren Hao's departure. He came to the stable, where Wei Liang was brushing down the estate's 2 horses with the same even attention he had always given them. He stood in the stable entrance with a contained, careful expression that Wei Liang recognized as the face of a man who has been composing a speech and is now uncertain whether it applies. "I told him you were here," Pang said. "I told him things about you. Things I'd noticed over the years." "I know," Wei Liang said. He kept brushing. "I thought," Pang stopped. "I thought I was managing risk. I thought if I gave them a small amount, they wouldn't look harder." "That was a reasonable theory," Wei Liang said. "It was wrong." "It was wrong," Wei Liang agreed. "But it came from a genuine attempt to protect the household. You weren't wrong about that part. You were wrong about the means." Pang was quiet for a long time. One of the horses shifted, leaning into the brush. "I'm sorry," the old man said finally. Wei Liang paused the brushing. He turned and looked at Pang directly, with none of the careful presentation he had worn for years, just himself looking at an old man who had been kind to him in small ways for a decade, and had betrayed him from the same instinct that had made him kind. "Brother Pang," he said, "you gave me soup my first winter. You told me which trees in the orchard had the best fruit. You woke me up at the 3rd watch when I overslept my kitchen duty, and you didn't tell Madame Zhao." He paused. "We're all right." Pang looked at him. "You shouldn't just forgive." "I'm not forgiving or not forgiving," Wei Liang said. "I'm telling you the accounts are settled." "That's different." He returned to the brushing. "I need you to do something for me." "What?" "Stay close to the household over the coming weeks. When things get more complicated, and they will, I need everyone in this building to have at least one person near them who has been here long enough to know the exits and the hiding places." "That's you." Pang stood there for another moment. Then he said, "Yes," in the simple, determined voice of a man who has found something he can do. On the 5th day after Ren Hao's departure, Zhao Yun sought Wei Liang out in the back garden. She came with a cultivation question, a technical problem she had been working on for weeks, involving the formation of the second Qi circulation loop that marked the transition from stage 4 to stage 5. She had, Wei Liang realized as she described it, identified the correct obstruction and was applying the wrong force to it. He thought about whether to answer this honestly or in the manner of a slightly more advanced but still limited cultivator. He thought about this for about 3 seconds and then discarded the second option. "The loop isn't forming because your primary Qi current is meeting its own echo at the convergence point," he said. "It's interfering with itself. You need to phase shift the secondary stream before you bring them together." Zhao Yun looked at him. "Phase shift how?" "There's a breathing pattern. I'll show you." He considered for a moment, then sat cross-legged on the garden stone, which was the appropriate position for demonstrating a technique. "Watch the way the Qi circulates and look for where the echo forms. You'll feel it as a slight pressure, like 2 waves arriving at the same moment." She sat across from him, and they worked through it for an hour. He showed her the phase shift with careful restraint, using just enough of his cultivation to make the principle visible without inadvertently demonstrating things that would be more confusing than helpful. She tried it 4 times before it clicked. When it clicked, the expression on her face was something he had never seen before. A pure, uncomplicated delight that had nothing to do with him or their complicated current situation, just a cultivator finding a technical solution. He found it, unexpectedly, beautiful. "That's it," she said. "That's it," he agreed. She sat with it for a moment, feeling the new loop settle. Then she looked up. "You've been teaching me this whole time, haven't you? The observations you'd make when I was training. The suggestions." He hesitated. "Some of them. Most of them." She looked at him with an expression that was part amusement and part something more complicated. "The thing you told me about the echo palm's elbow alignment 3 years ago. The comment about maintaining the back leg root. They were accurate suggestions. From a servant with a bad knee." "The knee was never bad," he pointed out. She was quiet for a moment. The garden around them was late autumn bare, the fruit trees stripped, the ground matted with leaves. The afternoon light was the amber of the season's end. "How much could you teach me?" she asked. He looked at her with the full attention of someone who has stopped, carefully and permanently, looking at anything through glass. "A great deal," he said. "If you want." She held his gaze for a moment that was slightly longer than a purely practical exchange required. "I want," she said. Chapter 13. The sect's response arrives early 13 days after Ren Hao's departure. The message bird came. It arrived at the estate's dovecote before dawn. A gray bird with the celestial jade sect's gold ink markings on its leg capsule, which Wei Liang intercepted from the coat keeper before the morning rounds began. The message inside was short and written in the sect's formal register, which he read with the fluency of someone who had spent years in that culture. To the household of Thornwall Estate. In the matter of the assessment conducted by senior disciple Ren Hao, a delegation of the inner hall will arrive within 14 days to conduct a formal remediation assessment. All members of the household are required to remain present. Any obstruction of sect personnel in the performance of their duties will be considered an act of aggression. Elder Shu, Inner Hall, Celestial Jade Sect. Wei Liang stood in the dovecote in the early dark, reading the message twice. Then he tucked it into his sleeve and went to find Madame Zhao. She read it at the breakfast table with Zhao Yun and Commander Fan present. Wei Liang had arranged it this way deliberately, because decisions made in full council moved faster than decisions remade in subsequent conversations. Elder Shu personally, Fan said. "This is actually useful," Wei Liang said. "Elder Shu was one of the architects of what was done to me. He has more to lose from my existence being known than any random inner hall elder would. It means the delegation will be focused on containing me rather than extracting from the estate." "Is that better?" Zhao Yun asked. "In some ways. The extraction pressure comes off Madame Zhao and the household. The problem concentrates on me." He paused. "I can handle a concentrated problem." "An elder," Fan said. "How far above Ren Hao?" "Spirit-severing realm," Wei Liang said. "At least spirit-severing second stage, based on what I remember of his technique signature. He may have advanced since then." The table was quiet. "And you?" Fan asked. Wei Liang considered this. "Late core formation. Approaching nascent soul. The gap is real." "Then how?" "My constitution changes the math," Wei Liang said. "A core formation cultivator with ordinary abilities would lose to a spirit-severing elder decisively. A core formation cultivator whose primary technique involves absorbing and instantly integrating opposing techniques." He paused. "The longer the fight goes, the worse it gets for the elder." Fan processed this with the methodical attention of a military man evaluating a position. "You need to last long enough to absorb enough." "Essentially." "How long?" "That depends on what he throws at me." "Minutes, probably. Possibly less." Fan looked at him. "Minutes against a spirit-severing elder." "I've been practicing for 10 years, Wei Liang said. "I don't intend to stand there and take it. I intend to make it very expensive to try." Chapter 14. The weight of 10 years, he spent the 14-day interval doing 3 things simultaneously. First, he completed the sealing curse's remaining binding nodes. He had cleared 8 in the week before Ren Hao's confrontation, and there were no more nodes left. But the curse's dissolution, now that all nodes were loosened, needed to be managed carefully rather than simply released. Releasing a decade-old binding curse all at once would produce a chi shockwave detectable from 30 miles. He was dismantling it in sections, the way you dismantle a dam that has been holding back a flood, carefully, with respect for the water's opinion. Second, he spent 3 hours each day with Zhao Yun, working through the cultivation barriers between Stage 4 and Stage 5 with a methodical progression that felt, to him, like the best use of the time. She was fast. She had her grandmother's precision and something else entirely, an intuitive grasp of qi circulation that her formal techniques had been constraining rather than enabling. He moved her through the technical gates without the framework a sect teacher would have used, which meant she built understanding rather than procedure. By the 5th day, she had broken through to stage 5. She stood in the back courtyard afterward, breathing evenly, feeling her newly expanded qi circulation settle, and looked at him with an expression that was, he noted, in the careful way he had learned to note such things, not entirely about the cultivation advancement. Stage 5, she said. Stage 5, he confirmed. I've been stuck at the stage boundary for 8 months. The echo interference was a significant barrier. Now it's gone. She looked at him for a moment. Thank you. The work was yours, he said. I just explained the interference pattern. You explained it for about 5 days. She tilted her head slightly. Are you always this uncomfortable with being thanked? I'm not uncomfortable, he said. I'm accurate. She almost smiled. It was becoming, he noticed, a more frequent expression. Third, he trained. He trained in the wine cellar, where he had trained for 10 years, but differently now, no longer in the restrained silence of someone who must not be detected, but with the full extension of what he actually was. The wine cellar's suppression formations held the chi burst, but he was aware, every session, of how much larger his actual output was than anything the formations had been designed for. He was pushing the threshold. He was also advancing. He could feel it in the way the shadow vein processed chi. A qualitative shift, a deepening, like a river reaching the point where it widens. Nascent soul realm was not one crossing, but a continuous process of the core forming and stabilizing, and he was somewhere in its earliest stage, the first hints of the condensing soul presence that nascent soul was named for beginning to gather in the space behind his sternum. He did not rush it. He let it come as it would. On the 11th day of the 14-day interval, Commander Finn came to him in the stable again. He came with a different expression from the last time. Not defensive, not processing, but the flat and focused expression of a professional who has made a decision and is delivering its terms. The 5 guards are good men, Finn said. 3 of them have militia backgrounds. When the sect delegation comes, if there's fighting, fun, Wei Liang said. The commander stopped. Keep them away from the fight, Wei Liang said. Entirely away. I don't say this to diminish them. I say this because what's coming operates above the level where formation fighting is relevant, and having additional bodies in the space makes it harder for me to move the way I need to. Finn looked at him steadily. You're asking me to stand down. I'm asking you to protect the household in the way that best serves the household. That means, defend the main building perimeter, keep Madame Zhao and the servants inside, and ensure that if I fail and the delegation wins, there are enough intact people to make an argument for the estate's continuation. He paused. I don't expect to fail, but I plan for it anyway. Feng was quiet for a moment. You really are very different from what I thought you were. I know, Wei Liang said. I'm sorry for the deception. It was necessary for a long time. It isn't anymore. The commander looked at him with an expression that Wei Liang had not expected. Not quite respect, not quite something else. More like the recalibration of someone updating a long-held assessment with new information and finding the new information satisfactory. I'll keep the men at the perimeter, Feng said. Thank you, Wei Liang said. Chapter 15. Elder Shu. On the 13th day, a day early again, the Celestial Jade Sect's delegation arrived. There were 12 of them. Elder Shu rode at the center of the formation, a man Wei Liang had not seen in 10 years, who had changed in the way powerful cultivators change, not aged exactly, but compressed, as if decades of accumulated qi had made him denser, smaller in volume, but heavier in presence. He was 60 now, perhaps 62, with the white robes and jade seal of an inner hall elder and the cultivation pressure of spirit severing 3rd stage that pressed against Wei Liang's awareness like the edge of a weather front. Around him, 2 spirit severing 1st stage cultivators who were clearly his personal guard. For Foundation Realm disciples. 6 Qi condensation disciples in the outer ring. Wei Liang stood at the estate's main gate when they arrived. He was wearing plain gray clothes, not the rough servant's clothing, but decent working clothes, clean, fitted, the clothes of a man who neither announces himself nor diminishes himself. He had no weapon. He stood with his hands at his sides and watched the delegation approach with the patience that 10 years of wine cellar practice had made genuinely inexhaustible. Elder Shu brought his horse to a stop 20 feet from the gate. His eyes found Wei Liang and settled. 10 years. Wei Liang watched the elder process the recognition, the moment when the face matched the memory and the memory matched the impossibility. Wei Liang, Elder Shu said. His voice was unchanged, still measured, still that careful register of someone who performed regret very well. Elder Shu, Wei Liang said. You should not exist, the elder said, and for a moment it was stripped of pretension, just a man saying something true. And yet, Wei Liang said. The elder looked at him for a long moment. Then he dismounted with the deliberate calm of someone choosing to conduct this interaction with gravity rather than haste. The delegation held its formation, 12 cultivators arrayed with practiced precision, covering fields of fire, prepared for escalation. The estate's members, Elder Shu said. They have nothing to do with this. They never did, Wei Liang said. Tell your delegation to stand down, and we'll discuss this as two people rather than as two armies. I'm an elder of the inner hall, Shu said. I don't stand down for anyone below my realm. Then let me adjust your understanding of my realm. Wei Liang reached inward, the way he reached for the hollow form, and released the last sections of the sealing curse's dissolution in a single controlled exhale. The chi wave that came out of him was not dramatic. It was not a blast or a pillar of light. It was the deep, spreading presence of something vast and patient, the way heat spreads from a forge that has been burning for 10 years. A warmth that found every corner of the estate's perimeter and went further, pressing outward in a circle that the dozen cultivators of the delegation suddenly, unavoidably felt. The foundation disciples stepped back. The chi condensation disciples scattered slightly. The two spirit-severing guards looked at each other. Elder Shu stood still. His expression, for the first time in the interaction, had crossed from assessment into something that held an older, deeper quality. Core formation, he said quietly. You achieved core formation. I achieved more than core formation, Wei Liang said. The sealing curse took 10 years to fully dissolve. I used the time well. Chapter 16. The cost of regret. Elder Shu sent the lower-ranked disciples back down the road before the hour was out. It was a calculation, and Wei Liang watched him make it in real time. Foundation and chi condensation disciples in the radius of what Wei Liang was projecting were liabilities rather than assets. They could be absorbed from, which would make Wei Liang stronger, and they could be used as leverage, which would complicate the elder's options. Sending them away concentrated the power and eliminated two types of vulnerability. It left Elder Shu and his two spirit-severing guards. Wei Liang invited them inside. They sat in the main hall, the same hall where Ren Hao had made his demands 2 weeks earlier, which struck Wei Liang as appropriate. Madame Zhao had cleared the household to the main building's inner rooms. The hall was quiet except for the morning light, and 3 cups of tea that no one touched. You cannot stay hidden forever, Elder Shu said. Whatever you've built here, whatever advantage you believe you have, the sect has 100 cultivators at every realm level. The aggregate, Elder Shu, Wei Liang said. I'm not hiding. I've stopped hiding. That's the entire point of today's meeting. The elder looked at him. Then what is the point? The point is that you make a choice. Wei Liang kept his voice even. You came here with 12 people, which tells me you weren't certain what you'd find. Now you know what you found. The choice is, you report accurately to the inner hall about my constitution and my current level, and the sect makes a considered decision about how to proceed. Or you attempt to resolve this by force today, and the outcome of that resolves the question for the inner hall by elimination. Yours, the elder said. Mine or yours, Wei Liang said. I'm genuinely not certain which. One of the spirit-severing guards shifted. Elder Shu raised one finger without looking at him, and the shift stopped. You've been practicing in secret for 10 years, Shu said. Heaven-devouring meridians with a decade of absorbed ambient technique. You're at core formation, touching nascent soul. He was calculating openly, without the pretension of strategic opacity. Against spirit-severing third stage, plus 2 spirit-severing first guards, the calculation you're running is the standard one, Wei Liang said. The standard calculation doesn't account for what my constitution actually does. I absorb your technique during the fight. Every technique you use against me strengthens me. That's not theoretical. That's why the inner hall feared me when I was 17 and hadn't yet developed it consciously. You'd absorb enough to matter in a real fight? Against 1 spirit-severing cultivator? Meaningfully, yes. Against 3 simultaneously? I don't know. That's an honest answer. Wei Liang met the elder's eyes. But the absorb happens whether I win or lose. Anything you use on me today, I keep. The silence in the hall had the particular quality of a careful mind working. What do you want? Elder Shu asked finally. It was the first real question, the question under the position, the one that admitted there might be terms. The estate untouched, Wei Liang said. The household left alone. The sect's extraction pressure on this region ended. He paused. An acknowledgement that what was done to me was wrong. Not as an apology, I don't need an apology. As a fact stated on the record. The inner hall does not. Then those are the terms, and the inner hall can send someone to enforce the alternative. Wei Liang stood. I want you to understand that I'm not asking for revenge. I'm not going to come for the sect. I'm not going to recruit against it or organize opposition. I am going to stay here, live as I choose, and protect this household. That is the totality of my interest." He paused. "That is an extremely good deal for the Celestial Jade sect." Elder Shu looked at him for a very long moment. "I wronged you," the elder said quietly. The performed regret was gone. This was something else, the specific, stripped quality of a statement that cost something to make. "I believed it was necessary. I no longer believe that." Wei Liang was quiet. "I'll speak to the inner hall," Shu said. "I can't promise their response. I can give you my word that I'll speak accurately about what you are and what you've asked for." "Your word is sufficient," Wei Liang said. They looked at each other across the table. Two men who had been connected by catastrophe for a decade and were now, perhaps, connected by something that was not quite reconciliation but occupied the space adjacent to it. "You wept," Wei Liang said, "when they were installing the curse." Shu was quiet. "I've wondered about that," Wei Liang said. "For 10 years. I did what I thought was necessary," Shu said. "I wept because I knew it would haunt me. I was correct." He paused. "That doesn't, I know," Wei Liang said. "It doesn't undo it. I wasn't making an accusation. I was noting something I observed." The elder rose. His two guards rose with him. "The sect will respond," Shu said. "Not today, but they will. I can buy you time. How much I can buy depends on what I say and who believes it." "I understand," Wei Liang said. "Buy as much as you can." Chapter 17. First named Victory. Elder Shu left in the late afternoon with his two guards, moving back down the road toward the provincial capital without ceremony. Wei Liang watched them go from the estate's gate. He was aware that what had happened today was not a resolution. It was a delay, the most tactical of all possible outcomes. The inner hall would hear Shu's report and make its decision based on institutional calculus, not the elder's personal reconsidering of old wrongs. At some point, probably within a year, probably within 6 months, the decision would arrive: accommodation or elimination. He did not expect it to be accommodation, but the delay was real, and it was what he had needed. He had more nodes to strengthen, more absorbed techniques to integrate, a nascent soul transition that was building toward its breaking point. Every day was preparation. Every day mattered. He was turning to go back inside when he heard footsteps. Zhao Yun, coming from the direction of the main building, moving with her particular precise gait. "He left," she said. "He left." She came to stand beside him at the gate. They looked out at the empty road. "What did you say to him?" "The truth, mostly. What I want. What the alternative costs." "Was he the one who—" "Yes," Wei Liang said. She was quiet. "And you just let him go?" "I asked for terms. He agreed to try. That's what the conversation was for." He paused. "I've had 10 years to practice not making decisions in anger. It becomes habitual." She turned to look at him. The afternoon light was at a low angle, throwing the kind of illumination that shows everything evenly and kindly. "Are you ever angry?" He thought about it. "Yes, but it's a very quiet anger. I've had a lot of time to learn what it's actually for." She held his gaze for a moment. "Then, you should eat something. You've been standing at this gate since the hour of the dragon." He had been, he realized, almost that long. "Yes," he said. He didn't move immediately. "Thank you." She didn't move immediately either. Then they both turned and went inside. That night, in the wine cellar, Wei Liang completed the final dissolution of Elder Shu's sealing curse. It came apart not with drama but with the quiet structural release of something whose time had passed, a long, slow unclenching, like a hand that has been holding something in a closed fist for so long it has forgotten what open feels like. The last chi residue of the curse dispersed into the cellar air. He breathed it in and absorbed it the way he absorbed everything. What was left was unobstructed. He sat with it for a while. The full, unsealed reality of what he had become, no longer seen through the distorting filter of the curse's interference. The shadow vein's true extent was visible to him now in a way it had never been, like seeing a landscape for the first time after years of looking through fog. It was, he thought, almost alarming. He was very close to nascent soul. Not tomorrow, not next week, but close, measurable in weeks rather than months, in sessions rather than seasons. He pressed the hollow form through all 17 positions slowly, feeling each one with the full sensitivity of his unconstrained meridian network, and by the end he understood that what would emerge from the nascent soul transition would not be something any of the standard cultivation texts had a useful description for. He went back to bed. He slept for 4 hours and woke up with the peculiar clarity of someone whose long-postponed life is finally beginning. Chapter 18. Renhao's return. He came back on a morning when frost had settled on the estate grounds for the first time, 3 weeks after Elder Shu's delegation. Wei Liang saw him from the stables, not riding with a delegation this time, but on foot, alone, which was unusual enough to be significant. He was wearing civilian clothes over his cultivator's inner robe, which was either genuine discretion or an extremely unconvincing attempt at it. His cultivation base had not recovered full capacity. The lower dantian cramping issue was still visible to Wei Liang's sensing, though it would not be to anyone else. He came to the outer gate and rang the bell. Wei Liang went to answer it himself. They looked at each other through the gate bars. Ren Hao had the particular bearing of someone who has spent several weeks revising his understanding of a situation and arrived at conclusions uncomfortable enough to motivate a long journey. "I'm not here officially," the disciple said. "I can see that," Wei Liang said. "I want to ask you something." Wei Liang opened the gate. He let the disciple in and they walked to the outer courtyard, which was where these conversations seemed to happen by some gravitational inevitability of the space. "Why did you let me leave?" Ren Hao asked. Wei Liang thought about it. "Because you were doing your job badly, but not maliciously. And because I'm not in the business of punishing the tools for the choices made by the people using them." "I was not." Ren Hao stopped. Restarted. "Elder Shu told the inner hall what you are. What you can do." He paused. "Most of them want to eliminate the problem. Elder Shu is arguing for accommodation. 3 of the other elders are on the edge. How long does the debate continue? Months. Maybe longer. The inner hall moves slowly when the consensus is split." Ren Hao looked at him. "I came to tell you this because I think what Elder Shu said about you is accurate. And because," he stopped again, and the stopping had a genuine quality. "You could have destroyed me. You absorbed my best technique without blinking. And you sent me away with my dignity mostly intact." "Mostly," Wei Liang agreed. He wasn't without humor. "That's either foolishness or something else." "Something else," Wei Liang said. Ren Hao was quiet. "If the inner hall decides to send an enforcement action, I'll handle it." "Against an enforcement action, I'll handle it," Wei Liang said again, simply. The disciple looked at him for a moment. Then he did something Wei Liang had not expected. He made the formal cultivator's bow, the deep one, the one that acknowledged superiority, and held it. "If there's anything I can do," Ren Hao said, "to support Elder Shu's argument inside the hall, testimony, documentation of what I witnessed, file an accurate account of what you observed," Wei Liang said. "Everything accurate. Nothing added or removed. That's all. An accurate account from a direct witness is worth more than anything embellished," Wei Liang said. "The inner hall reads self-interest into embellishment. Accuracy is harder to dismiss." Ren Hao straightened. He looked, for the first time in Wei Liang's knowledge of him, like someone worth more than his first impression. "I understand." He left before noon. Wei Liang stood in the courtyard for a moment. The ceiling curse was gone. Ren Hao was, apparently, a future ally. Elder Shu was arguing for accommodation. The inner hall was debating. He went back to the stable to finish what he'd been doing when the bell rang. Chapter 19. What was taken and what was built the weeks after Elder Shu's visit had a quality Wei Liang had not experienced in memory, ordinary ease. Not peace, exactly. He was still aware of the sect's deliberation like distant weather, and every few days brought some new ripple through the region's cultivation community as word spread, as it inevitably did, that something unusual had happened at Thornwall Estate. A servant who was not a servant. A power concealed for 10 years. The descriptions that traveled were fragmentary and confused, as accounts always are when they pass through enough hands. But the central fact, that a core formation cultivator with an unusual constitution had appeared at an outer territory estate and turned back a celestial jade sect delegation, was factual and clear and traveled fast. People came to see. Most of them were curious in the mundane sense. Traveling merchants, village cultivators, a few itinerant practitioners from the regional circuit who heard something strange and wanted to see the place it had happened. Wei Liang managed these with the same measured directness he applied to everything. Polite but uninformative, present but not available for extended examination. He absorbed 2 more techniques from visitors, absorbed them from a distance the way he had always absorbed the ambient cultivation of people nearby, and cataloged them without comment. There were 3 visitors who were not merely curious. A scout from the Azure Cloud sect, a regional power with historical territory disputes with Celestial Jade, a practitioner who identified himself as a wandering healer but whose cultivation base felt like former military intelligence training, and a young woman, perhaps 19, who arrived alone with a cultivation base Wei Liang initially couldn't read correctly and then realized he was reading correctly and was simply surprised by the result. She was at Foundation 3rd layer. She looked 17. She gave her name as Lian Fei, said she had heard about Wei Liang from a circuit cultivator in the next province, and asked if he would be willing to look at a technique problem she had been struggling with. Wei Liang thought about this, and then thought about the fact that Foundation 3rd layer at apparent 17 was not something that happened without a specific, and unusual reason. What's the technique problem? He asked. My chi refinement has been cycling backward every 3 sessions since I advanced to Foundation 3rd, she said. I've tried 6 different correction approaches, and none of them hold. He looked at her with his full sensing capacity and found, under the Foundation 3rd cultivation, something he recognized, a constitution variant. Not heaven-devouring. Something different, something in the refining meridians rather than the absorbing ones. He had read about it once, in a theoretical text, as a mythological rarity. Reverse refinement meridians, he said quietly. Her eyes went very still. You've been trying to correct backward cycling by forcing forward circulation, he said. That's like trying to fix a left-handed child by binding the left hand. Your meridians are designed to refine in reverse. It's not a flaw. It's the architecture. She looked at him for a long moment. No one has ever. It's unusual, he said. I recognize it because my own constitution is also described as a flaw rather than a variant. He sat down on the garden bench. Tell me what the backward cycling feels like when it starts, and we'll map from there. She told him. They worked for 2 hours. By the end of it, he had given her a practice structure that worked with her meridians instead of against them, and she was looking at him with the particular expression of someone who has just been seen accurately for the first time. Thank you, she said. Don't let anyone try to fix the cycling again, he told her. The backward movement is the technique. Learn it. She stayed 1 more day, then left. He thought about her as she went. The narrow road of people with unusual constitutions, the sect's consistent description of variant power as pathology, the years of misdirection that could accumulate. He thought, when this is settled with the Celestial Jade sect, there may be other work worth doing. Chapter 20. On the horizon, the message from the inner hall arrived on a bitter morning in late autumn, carried by an official sect messenger who had the good sense to present it to Wei Liang directly rather than the household. It was not accommodation. It was not elimination, either, not yet. It was the formal announcement of a tribunal to be held at the sect's headquarters in 60 days. Wei Liang was summoned to appear, to present his case, and to submit to an assessment by the inner hall's Elders' Council. The language was formal and entirely clear about the consequences of non-appearance. He read it twice, then set it on the table in the main hall where Madame Zhao, Zhao Yun, and Commander Fun were waiting. Fun read it first. A tribunal. They're not ruling by elimination, Wei Liang said. That's actually meaningful. It means there's enough uncertainty in the inner hall that they don't want the responsibility of an extrajudicial action. A tribunal creates a record. A record creates accountability. Or it's a trap, Fun said. It might be both, Wei Liang agreed. A tribunal where the outcome is predetermined but conducted with enough formality to create a defensible record if the tribunal's decision goes a particular way. He paused. I'd rather be there than not be there. If I don't appear, the inner hall's hard faction wins the argument about what kind of threat I represent. If you appear, Zhao Yun said, and they've predetermined the outcome, then I'll handle it there. He looked at the 3 of them. I'm going. The question is how I go. Not alone, Fun said. Fun, not alone. The commander repeated, with the flat certainty of a man who has already settled a question that others are still discussing. The estate can manage for 2 months. I'm coming with you. Wei Liang looked at him. You're a mortal, Fun. I'm a mortal who has been the commander of this estate's guard for 8 years, Fun said, and who has watched a man who could flatten me with a thought clean the courtyard every morning for most of that time without saying anything. I'm coming, Zhao Yun said. So am I. The silence that followed had several layers. Your grandmother will manage. She's managed 71 years without me. Zhao Yun met his eyes. You've been teaching me for weeks. I'm at stage 5 now. I have a right to be present for the next stage of this. Wei Liang looked at them both for a long moment. Then he looked at Madame Zhao, who had been sitting at the table's far end with her hands folded and her expression set in the particular serenity of someone who has already decided something and is waiting for everyone else to catch up. She met his eyes and gave a very small nod. All right, he said. He looked back at the letter. The Celestial Jade sect's full name and seal, the inner hall's formal authority, the 60-day window that was a courtesy or a calculation or both. In 60 days, he would walk into the seat of the institution that had tried to unmake him. He had been hiding for 10 years. He had stopped hiding 20 days ago. The road to the tribunal was 300 miles, through territory where the Celestial Jade sect's name was law and his own name was, as of 3 weeks ago, beginning to be something else. A whisper, a question, the story of a servant at Thornwall Estate who was not what he seemed. He thought, let them hear it. We leave in 7 days, he said. There are things I want to do first. And on the horizon, Zhao Yun standing at his side and Commander Fun at his back, the road began. The army that would answer his first step was still assembling. But it was assembling. He could feel it in the way the cultivation world moved, the ripples of his revealed existence spreading outward through every connection, every report, every message bird carrying the celestial jade sect's careful language and the very different story encoded between its formal lines. The sect had spent 10 years believing they had solved Wei Liang. In 7 days, Wei Liang was going to show them the shape of their mistake. The autumn wind moved through the estate's bare maple, and the branches clicked like a count of the days remaining. And somewhere 300 miles away, an inner hall full of elders who had made a decision 10 years ago were about to discover that the person most affected by their decision had been spending every one of the intervening years getting ready for exactly this moment. The 7 days of preparation were not idle. On the first day, Wei Liang spent 8 hours in the wine cellar completing the final integration of the 47th absorb technique, a chi condensation defensive form from a patrol soldier's talisman that he had been slowly metabolizing for 3 years. He had been waiting until the sealing curse was fully dissolved before integrating it properly, and now, without the curse's interference, he could see the technique clearly. It was a straightforward barrier formation, low-grade by any senior cultivator standard, but it was the last piece of a puzzle he had been assembling without quite realizing he was assembling it. 12 absorb techniques that all involved barrier formation, refined through his heaven-devouring meridians into something that operated on a principle the original techniques hadn't intended. When he integrated the last one, the composite became visible to him. He sat with it for a full hour, examining it from every angle, and then allowed himself a single, quiet moment of satisfaction. He had invented a new technique class. He had done it through the accumulation of scraps and fragments, none of them significant on their own, but the pattern that emerged from the synthesis was something that should not, technically, exist at core formation realm. The Inner Hall's Elders Council was going to find the tribunal's assessment results interesting reading. On the second day, Zhao Yun brought him a question about technique integration that he answered, and while answering it, he watched her absorption of the answer and thought about what she would become. She was at stage 5 now, and stage 5 with the specific technical clarity she was developing, the chi circulation that had stopped fighting itself and started working, was already notably above what most stage 5 cultivators at her age achieved. With the right resources and continued practice, he estimated stage 8 was achievable before the sect's tribunal. Not enough to fight spirit-severing cultivators, but enough to matter. On the third day, Commander Fin conducted a quiet conversation with each of his 5 guards. Wei Liang did not listen. He had given himself the rule that he would not use his cultivation to eavesdrop on private conversations within the household, and he kept the rule, but he observed the guards bearing afterward and noted that something had shifted. They stood differently when they looked at the gate. They were carrying more awareness with them. On the 4th day, old brother Pang came to him in the stable again, this time with a specific request. Could Wei Liang teach him something? Not cultivation. Pang was past the age where new cultivation was realistic. But he had been thinking, he said, about the guard formations that Fin drilled, and he thought he could be more useful to the household during a crisis if he understood the principle of coordinated movement rather than just the instinct for flight. Wei Liang taught him the first 3 positions of a civilian emergency formation, the kind of thing that estate stewards in regions with heavy cultivation traffic sometimes learned. It would not make Pang a combatant. It would make him someone who could move other non-cultivators through a chaotic situation without getting anyone killed. It took an hour. Pang paid attention with the complete seriousness of someone who had decided this was important and had therefore made it important. On the 5th day, Zhao Yun came to the wine cellar. Not during his practice session. He would have known immediately if anyone had come near the cellar during those hours. She came in the late afternoon, when he was reorganizing the storage shelves that he had been using as a secondary workspace, clearing the chalk marks of formation notation that he had drawn on the stone walls over years of study and would no longer need. She stood in the doorway and looked at the walls. At the formations, hundreds of them, cramped notations in a tight, consistent hand that covered every available surface, layer over layer, some recent, and some so old the chalk had faded to near invisibility. 10 years, she said. 10 years, he confirmed. She walked into the cellar slowly, turning to read sections of the wall the way you might read a book open to an unfamiliar chapter. She stopped at a section near the rear, where the formations were densest and some of the notation was in a script she wouldn't have learned. Internal sect shorthand, the kind they taught only to Inner Hall disciples. What is this one, she asked. He came and looked. That's the structural analysis of Elder Shu's sealing curse. I spent about 3 years mapping it before I started to take it apart. That section, he pointed, is where I worked out why the 7th node was different from the others. It was keyed to my heartbeat, not my chi flow. Took me 4 months to find the correct intervention. She looked at the dense notation for a moment. You taught yourself formation theory. I had a good model to learn from, he said. It turns out a masterwork binding curse is an excellent advanced curriculum if you're inclined to read it the right way. She turned to look at him. You turned the thing they used to hurt you into a classroom. He considered the framing. I suppose I did. She held his gaze for a moment that had its own specific weight. Then she turned and looked at the whole cellar. The walls, the cleared center space, the straw mat he had knelt on for 10 years, the tiny scratches that were the suppression array he had carved into every block of stone. This is where you actually lived, she said quietly. Not a judgment. A recognition. In a sense, he said. She was quiet for a moment longer. Then she turned back toward the door. We should finish packing tonight, if we're leaving in 2 days. Yes, he said. She stopped in the doorway. Wei Liang. Yes. She didn't turn around. Whatever happens at the tribunal, I want you to know that what you built here, she paused. It wasn't nothing. What you did here. The 10 years. He looked at the chalk walls with their 10 years of careful work. I know, he said. She left. He stood in the cellar a moment longer, looking at the walls. Then he began, methodically, to erase. Not all of it. Some of the formation work was the foundation of techniques he was still developing, and he transferred the essential notations to a small journal that he folded into his travel pack. But the walls he cleared. By the time the estate went dark for the night, the cellar was empty stone. He stood in the clean dark and breathed, and the shadow vein filled the space around him with the warm and patient presence of everything he had become. On the 6th day, Madame Zhao called him to her private study. She had called him there only twice before. Once, in his 2nd year at the estate, to tell him he was being given a small wage in addition to his room and meals, which he had accepted with appropriate gratitude, and once, in his 6th year, to ask him quietly whether a certain storage jar had been moved from a specific shelf where it had been for 20 years. He had told her truthfully that he had moved it to accommodate a new crate and replaced it immediately. She had thanked him and not raised it again. Now she sat at her desk with a small wooden box between them, her hands folded over each other, her white hair pinned back in the style she wore for formal occasions. I want to give you something before you leave, she said. Madam, there's no need, there is. She pushed the box across the desk. Open it. He opened it. Inside were 6 grade 1 spirit stones, modest by any sect standard, but worth real money at the regional level and representing, he understood, a significant portion of the estate's liquid reserves. Also in the box, a jade travel pendant with the estate seal, the kind that a family's recognized representative carried, and a folded letter, sealed with Madame Zhao's personal chop. The letter is an account of 10 years of your service to this household, she said. Names, dates, the specific work you've done. I have 2 copies attested by Commander Fun and the village headman. She met his eyes. At the tribunal, they will present you as a rootless criminal with a dangerous constitution. This establishes that you are a person with 10 years of history, a home, and people who know his quality. Wei Liang looked at the box for a moment. The pendant means you travel as a recognized representative of Thornwall Estate, she continued. That gives you legal standing under the provincial charter. It limits what the sect can do to you in a formal proceeding without triggering provincial review. He looked up at her. You've been thinking about this for a while. I've been thinking about this since you told me what you are, she said. I'm 71 and I've managed this estate through a provincial administration change, 2 floods, 1 fire, and a land dispute with our eastern neighbor that lasted 6 years. I am not incompetent at institutional navigation. He looked at her for a long moment. Thank you, he said, and meant it with a completeness that left no room for qualifications. She nodded once, in the manner of someone receiving thanks that they have earned and are content to receive. Come home safely, she said. Both of you. The both meaning him and her granddaughter, said in the tone of someone who understood exactly what she was approving and had approved it deliberately. He closed the box and took it. On the 7th day, they left. The morning was cold and clear, the kind of winter-adjacent day that smells of frost and distance. Madame Zhao stood at the gate with old brother Pang and the estate's kitchen girls, and she watched them go with the contained stillness she had worn through every crisis of her life, not pretending it didn't matter, simply refusing to let its matching make her smaller. Commander Fan had a travel pack and his militia issue blade that he had kept in condition through 20 years of relative peace, and he walked with the easy stride of someone who had done long road miles before and did not romanticize or dread them. Zhao Yun walked beside Wei Liang. She had her cultivation tools and a travel robe in deep blue that made her look, he thought, both practical and formidable. She had her grandmother's jaw and her own eyes. 300 miles, she said, as the estate's gate diminished behind them. About that, he agreed. On foot. I didn't arrange horses. She glanced at him. We're going to a tribunal to argue for your life, and you didn't arrange horses. I was dealing with other preparations. Wei Liang. There was a note in her voice that he had begun to recognize. Not quite exasperation, not quite amusement, the particular register of someone who found a person both maddening and entirely themselves. There are horses for hire at the first village, he said. We'll arrange them there. She looked at him for a moment. Then she looked away, and he could see the edge of the almost smile. They walked on. Behind them, the estate's maple stood in the morning light with its bare branches lifted to the sky, and Madame Zhao stood at the gate watching until they had gone around the road's first bend, and then she turned and went back inside to manage the household as she had always managed it, with the patient competence of someone who knows that the people worth protecting are worth protecting because they can find their way back. Chapter 21. The road to the tribunal. The provincial road ran northeast through farmland that had already surrendered its harvest and was sleeping in brown, frost-touched furrows. Wei Liang walked it at the pace of someone who was aware of a great deal more road ahead and saw no profit in burning the beginning. They acquired horses at the first village, 3 good traveling animals that the hire master seemed briefly reluctant to let go of, which Wei Liang read as the horses being somewhat better than their posted price suggested. He paid the posted price and watched the hire master recalculate and decide the transaction was still worth completing. Fan took the road's security evaluation without being asked, riding a half-length ahead and scanning the tree line with the habitual attention of a former militia commander. He had been, Wei Liang was learning, exceptionally good at his job in ways the modest scale of Thornwall's requirements had never fully revealed. He cataloged terrain, noted water sources, flagged the 3 places along the first day's road where an ambush would be practical, and told Wei Liang about all of them in the clipped notation of someone who knew that his audience could probably handle the information. Expecting trouble? Wei Liang asked. The Celestial Jade sect told the whole region that Wei Liang of Thornwall is being summoned for a tribunal, Fan said. Everyone with a stake in the sect's status or its opposition has now heard your name. Some of them will want to see what you are before the tribunal. Some of them will want to prevent you from reaching it. The sect would gain nothing from preventing my attendance. The sect's leadership wouldn't, Fan said. Individual elements within the sect who would be implicated if your case receives genuine examination might feel differently. Wei Liang had thought about this. Ren Hao mentioned a hard faction in the inner hall. Yes. They can't move openly before the tribunal. Not openly, Fan agreed. He left the implication where it was. Zhao Yun, riding to Wei Liang's left, had been listening with the focused silence of someone absorbing information rather than waiting for her turn to speak. We should keep off the main road after Stonehaven, she said. There are farm paths that run parallel. They'll add half a day. You know this road? Wei Liang asked. I rode it 3 times with my grandmother for the provincial market fair. She looked at him with the calm expectation of someone waiting for the obvious follow-up to land. We take the farm paths, Wei Liang said. They rode. The second night, they stayed at a roadside inn on the edge of a market town called White Dust. It was a clean place, quietly busy, with the particular atmosphere of establishments that served traveling merchants and knew how to be unremarkable. Wei Liang took the habit he had practiced for years of sitting with his back to the wall, and his awareness soft and extended, reading the room's cultivation signatures the way a musician reads the room's acoustics. 3 cultivators in the common room. 1 Qi condensation stage 6, a young woman traveling alone, cultivation base steady and self-contained, no observable sect affiliation. 1 Qi condensation stage 2, a boy, probably 16, probably a new outer disciple from some small sect sent on an errand. And 1, he noticed this one carefully, at foundation second layer, wearing merchant clothes with the trained ease of someone who had practiced wearing merchant clothes specifically to not look like what he was. The foundation cultivator was not watching Wei Liang. He was watching Zhao Yun. Wei Liang ate his soup with complete composure and let the awareness settle around the foundation cultivator the way fog settles into a depression in the ground. Male, approximately 40, cultivation base with the characteristic roughness of someone who had advanced quickly through foundation using external resources rather than building naturally. Minor sect, possibly, or independent with sect connections. He watched Zhao Yun. She was, Wei Liang had noted, someone who attracted that kind of attention partly because of how she held herself. Upright, direct, the bearing of someone who had decided to take up exactly as much space as she required and not apologize for it. Some people read this as invitation. Wei Liang read it as information about the observer. He finished his soup. Then he looked across the table at the foundation cultivator and allowed the faintest thread of his actual cultivation to surface, barely perceptible, a single degree above ambient, the equivalent of someone raising their head in a quiet room. The Foundation cultivator's gaze snapped to him. Their eyes met. Wei Liang held the contact for exactly 3 seconds. Then he went back to his soup. The Foundation cultivator paid for his meal and left the inn. Fawn, who had been observing from his position at the room's edge, came to the table and sat down without speaking. He ate for a moment. Then, "You want me to follow him?" "No," Wei Liang said. "He's reporting. Let him report." "To whom?" "Whoever he's reporting to will receive the same news the rest of the world eventually will." Wei Liang broke apart a piece of bread. "The only information they get from following us is confirmation that we're on the road." They already knew that. Zhao Yun, who had been watching this exchange with interested attention, said, "You identified him in the first 10 minutes. Foundation second layer in merchant clothing, sitting where he could observe the room, but not the door," Wei Liang said. "The door is where threats come from. He was watching people rather than watching for threats. That's surveillance. And you made him leave." "I made him uncomfortable enough that staying became more work than it was worth." Wei Liang ate the bread. "He'll report that Wei Liang is traveling with a stage 5 cultivator and a mortal companion. Appears calm. Does not appear to be in a hurry." "That's accurate. I have no objection to the inner hall knowing accurate things about me." She looked at him for a moment. "Every time I think I understand how you think, there's another layer." 10 years of practice," he said. She held his gaze briefly. Then she looked away, and he thought he saw the edge of something in her expression that was not quite the almost smile, but occupied the territory adjacent to it. They took the farm paths after Stonehaven as Zhao Yun had suggested. The paths were narrow and slower, cutting through winter bare orchards and along the edges of fallow fields, but they had the virtue of being traveled only by people with local knowledge and legitimate local purposes. The surveillance that Wei Liang had identified as following them at a distance since White Dust. 2 cultivators, Qi condensation stage 7 and stage 8, maintaining a professional separation, lost them within 4 hours of the Stonehaven turnoff. He did not point this out until the tail had been gone long enough to confirm they were not simply taking a parallel route. "We lost them," Fan said, reading the same ambient signs Wei Liang had been reading. "About 2 hours ago," Wei Liang agreed. "The sect surveillance?" Zhao Yun asked. "One of them was sect," Wei Liang said. "The other one wasn't. Different cultivation method, different Qi signature. Someone else is watching." "Azure Cloud sect?" Fan suggested. "Possibly. Or independent." Wei Liang considered the farm path ahead, which bent around a line of windbreak trees. "The fact that we're being watched by multiple parties before the tribunal is useful information. It means the tribunal's outcome matters to more than one institution." "That means they may intervene," Zhao Yun said. "It means they may intervene," Wei Liang agreed. "Which may be an asset or a complication. I don't know yet which." She rode beside him for a moment. "Do you already have a plan for the tribunal?" "Several provisional ones," he said. "The specific plan depends on what they've prepared." "What do you think they've prepared?" He thought about it honestly. "A presentation of my constitution as an existential threat to cultivation order. Supporting testimony from cultivators whose technique Wei Liang allegedly absorbed against their will. They may have found people who experienced the ambient absorption and interpreted it as aggression. Possibly a demonstration component, where they attempt to prove my constitution's danger by testing me in controlled conditions." He paused. "The controlled conditions being rather less controlled than they would prefer me to believe." Fan made a low, considering sound. "Can they trap you with a demonstration?" "They can try," Wei Liang said. "My constitution absorbs what's directed at me. A demonstration of my abilities, by definition, requires directing techniques at me. Every technique they use as a test becomes integrated into my system." He looked at the windbreak trees as they passed. "A tribunal designed to prove I'm a danger will, if I let it proceed as they intend, make me more dangerous. I suspect the elders who designed the tribunal understand this and have accounted for it. The question is what they've decided to do about it." "Which is?" Fan asked. "Either they've developed a technique I can't absorb, possible but unlikely, given the 10 years they've had to develop it without knowing I was still alive, or they've designed the demonstration to conclude before I absorb enough to change the balance. A time-limited test with predetermined failure conditions." He paused. "Or they intend the tribunal to never reach a genuine verdict." The windbreak trees closed behind them. The farm path continued north. Chapter 22. Stonehaven. The city of Stonehaven was the provincial capital, a city of 90,000 people, a major market hub, and the site of the provincial administration building where the Celestial Jade sect maintained its regional headquarters. They arrived at midday on the 4th day. Wei Liang had been here before. Once, as a 16-year-old disciple accompanying a senior sect member on a resource registration visit. He had walked these streets with the particular orientation of a young cultivator learning to read the world's power structures. He had been, Then, a person with a future being mapped for him by institutional hands. He walked them now as himself, which felt like an entirely different city. The city was aware of him. That was the only way to describe it, a subtle shift in the atmosphere as they moved through the market district, a quality of attention that began in individual glances and broadened into a diffuse awareness that spread through the crowd the way a stone's ripples spread through water. Wei Liang had become, in the months since his revelation at Thornwall, a story. The story had reached Stonehaven before him. People are staring, Zhao Yin said quietly. Some of them, Wei Liang agreed. Does that bother you? He thought about it. No. It's useful to know how far the story has traveled. The story makes you sound fairly formidable. Does it? She looked at him sidelong. The version I heard at the inn last night involved you defeating 30 Celestial Jade disciples simultaneously and then offering the survivors tea. He absorbed this. The tea part is approximately accurate. The 30 disciples is a significant exaggeration. She was quiet for a moment. Then, very carefully, it was 12. And you didn't offer them tea. No. You sent them away before it could become an actual fight. Which was the point? She rode for a moment in silence. The stories that travel about you describe someone who overpowers everything through force. The reality is that you've avoided every fight you could avoid, and in the fights you couldn't avoid, you've used the minimum necessary to achieve the specific outcome you needed. She paused. That's a different kind of power. He looked at her. Yes. I don't know if the inner hall will recognize it as such. No, he said. They won't. But it matters anyway. They stayed at an inn in the merchant quarter that Zhao Yun had selected. Her grandmother's quarterly market visits had given her a detailed knowledge of Stonehaven's accommodation landscape, and she navigated it with the assurance of someone who knew exactly what they were buying. The inn was clean, discreet, and had a stable that charged a reasonable premium for its reasonable quality. In the evening, they received a visitor. He came alone, which Wei Liang appreciated on principle. He was perhaps 50, with the lean, careful bearing of someone who had spent decades in cultivation without ever quite settling into a primary school's method. A blended practitioner, the kind produced by studying too many approaches. His cultivation was at early void return, which put him above Elder Shu. Wei Liang straightened his awareness and paid attention. My name is Healer Tao 1, the man said, at the doorway of Wei Liang's room. I've been asked to present you with a message from a party that prefers not to identify itself directly at this stage. Come in, Wei Liang said. He came in, sat on the offered stool, and folded his hands on his knees. The party in question is aware of your tribunal. They have information regarding the inner hall's prepared case that they believe would be useful to you. A pause. In exchange for the information, they would like to open a conversation about certain matters of mutual interest after the tribunal has concluded. What party? Wei Liang said. I'm not in a position. What party? Wei Liang said again, not unkindly, but with the specific lack of negotiability of someone who had reached the edge of patience with strategic opacity. Taowen looked at him for a moment. The Azure Cloud Sect's Outer Intelligence Division. Thank you, Wei Liang said. What is the information? Taowen produced a document, a single sheet of closely written characters, and handed it across the small table. Wei Liang read it. The information was, the inner hall had developed a formation specifically designed to neutralize heaven-devouring meridians by flooding them beyond their absorption capacity. A technique overload rather than a technique attack. A single cultivator could not produce the required output, so they planned to use 11 cultivators simultaneously, each feeding a different technique vector, on the theory that the heaven-devouring meridians could not process 11 independent inputs at once and would either fail or damage Wei Liang's meridian network trying. They planned to deploy this during the tribunal's demonstration component, framed as a constitution examination. Wei Liang read it twice. Then he set it down. Does it match what you expected? Taowen asked. It matches one of my provisional scenarios, Wei Liang said. The specific method is useful information. Can they succeed? He considered this honestly. They might, he said. 11 simultaneous technique inputs from spirit-severing cultivators would be a genuine stress on my constitution. I've never tested that limit. He folded the document. Knowing it's coming changes my approach to the demonstration component. Your approach being? Not being tested by the demonstration component, Wei Liang said. Taowen looked at him with the cautious appreciation of someone who has just been reminded that the simplest solutions are often available. You decline the demonstration? I'd reframe the terms of the tribunal's examination before the demonstration component is reached, Wei Liang said. A tribunal is a formal proceeding. Formal proceedings have rules. The rules don't require me to submit to an examination designed to harm me. The inner hall controls the tribunal. The provincial administration's legal charter creates a framework that the tribunal must operate within, Wei Liang said. He thought of Madame Zhao's letter, folded in his pack, with the provincial charter provision she had cited. The charter includes provisions about examination by consent. Those provisions exist because the provincial administration has a long history of managing disputes between cultivators where the power differential made unconsented examination a cover for execution. He paused. The sect knows the charter. Some of the elders were involved in drafting its cultivation provisions. Taowen looked at him for a moment. You've done your legal research. I had 7 days to prepare, Wei Liang said. And a 71-year-old woman who had navigated 6 years of land disputes and knew the charter well enough to cite specific provisions from memory. The Azure Cloud sect can provide a legal representative, Taowen offered. An elder who specializes in tribunal procedure. Tell the Azure Cloud sect I appreciate the offer, Wei Liang said. I'll decline for now. An Azure Cloud representative's presence would complicate the tribunal's framing in ways I'm not sure I want complicated before I understand the specific nature of the complication. And the matter of mutual interest? After the tribunal, Wei Liang said. As you said. Taowen rose, gave a short bow, and left. Fawn, who had been standing in the corner with his arms folded, waited until the door was closed before speaking. You trust him? The information is verifiable, Wei Liang said. Whether Taowen is trustworthy is secondary to whether the information is accurate, and I can check the accuracy against what I know of inner hall procedure. He folded the document into his pack with Madame Zhao's letter. The Azure Cloud sect has institutional reasons to want the Celestial Jade sect's position weakened. My tribunal is a useful lever for that. They're playing faction politics, but the information they've provided is probably accurate because it's in their interest for me to use it effectively. From process this. You're not troubled that they're using you. Everyone uses the available instruments, Wei Liang said. I'm only troubled when someone uses me against the household's interests. The Azure Cloud sect is not doing that. Chapter 23. The Tribunal. The Celestial Jade sect's regional headquarters in Stonehaven was a complex of white stone buildings surrounded by a spiritual formation barrier that hummed at the exact frequency designed to make non-cultivators feel uncomfortable without being able to explain why. Wei Liang had noticed this trick at 16 and found it no more tolerable at 27. He arrived with Zhao Yun and Commander Fun at the appointed hour, presented Madame Zhao's provincial charter identification, and was met by a junior inner hall disciple who led them through the formation barrier, which, Wei Liang noted with professional interest, was calibrated to allow entry only to designated invitees, meaning the cultivation signatures it was looking for had been defined in advance. He was in the definition list. He had not expected otherwise, but the confirmation was useful. The tribunal chamber was larger than he had anticipated. A formal hall with tiered seating on 3 sides and a central floor of polished white stone. 14 elders occupied the raised section directly opposite the entrance. They were seated in rank order, which told Wei Liang a great deal about the proceedings' design direction. The 3 elders at the center were the most senior, which was where the effective decision-making authority was concentrated. Elder Shu was at the left end of the row, a position that told its own story. Wei Liang stood on the central floor with Zhao Yun and Fun at his back. He looked at the 14 elders and thought, older than they looked, most of them, and tired. In the way institutional power makes people tired, the weight of administering a system over decades, the accumulated friction of 1,000 decisions made with imperfect information, the hardening that comes from having authority and knowing it and becoming, over time, its servant rather than its holder. He also thought, 8 of the 14 have their cultivation bases in pre-engagement configuration. Wei Liang, said the center elder, a woman he did not know, perhaps 70, carrying spirit-severing 5th stage with the ease of someone who had held it for decades. Welcome to the inner hall's formal proceeding. I am Chief Elder Wan. Chief Elder Wan, he said. You understand the purpose of this tribunal. I was told it was to assess the situation regarding my constitution and my continued presence in the sect's regional territory, Wei Liang said. I'm here to present my account. And to submit to a constitution examination, Elder Wan said. To discuss the terms of any examination, Wei Liang said, with the same pleasant directness he had used with Elder Shu. I have documentation regarding the provincial charter's provisions on consented examination procedures. He produced Madame Zhao's document packet and held it out. The junior disciple who served as the tribunal's records keeper moved forward to take it. Elder Wan looked at it for a moment without expression. The charter provisions apply to criminal examinations, she said. They apply to any formal proceeding conducted under provincial jurisdiction in which a cultivation constitution examination is proposed, Wei Liang said. The provision is broad because the original drafters intended it to be broad. I'm not citing it to obstruct the tribunal. I'm citing it to establish that I'm here voluntarily and that the examination, if it proceeds by agreement rather than force. He felt, in the precise and calibrated way he had developed over years, the quality of attention in the room shift. The 8 elders in pre-engagement configuration had not stood down, but the 3 central elders had looked at each other in the very brief, contained way of people who had encountered an obstacle they had not fully prepared for. Elder Shu, at the left end of the row, was looking at the table. "You've prepared carefully," Elder Wan said. "I've been preparing for 10 years, Wei Liang said. "This is a 4-day matter, relative to the timeline." Chapter 24. The case against the Inner Hall's case against Wei Liang was presented over 2 hours by a thin elder named Counselor Hai, who had the particular talent of making accusations sound like administrative summary. The case was, Wei Liang's heaven-devouring meridians, left unchecked, represented a progressive destabilization risk to any sect whose members he came into contact with. The ambient absorption of cultivation techniques was, the counselor argued, a violation of cultivators' right to the integrity of their own methods, a theft, constitutionally involuntary, and therefore the functional equivalent of assault. The original decision to seal his cultivation had been a proportionate response to an identified threat. The fact that the sealing had failed was itself evidence that the threat was more severe than originally assessed. Wei Liang listened to all of it without expression. Then, the counselor produced 11 witnesses. They were cultivators who claimed to have been in Wei Liang's proximity during his 10 years at Thornwall, some of them merchant visitors, 2 regional guild members who had attended events at the estate, 1 young disciple who had passed through the village on a circuit. Each of them reported experiencing what they described as unauthorized technique drainage, a subtle lessening of their cultivation's sharpness that they had, in retrospect, attributed to being near someone with Wei Liang's constitution. Wei Liang listened to the 11 testimonies. He listened carefully. He noted which of the reported experiences were plausible. 2 of them were. The other 9 were either fabricated or catastrophically misinterpreted, and he noted when each witness had been coached, which all of them had. The coaching was not obvious. It was done well, but it was visible to anyone who knew what to look for. When the testimonies concluded, Elder Wan gave Wei Liang the floor. The provincial charter, Wei Liang said, establishes that witnesses in a formal tribunal must be available for questioning by the respondent's party. He looked at the 11 people seated along the tribunal's right-hand wall. "I'd like to question the witnesses." Counselor Hai's expression performed brief displeasure before resolving back into administrative composure. That's a significant departure from standard inner hall proceeding. The provincial charter takes precedence over inner hall proceeding format in a tribunal conducted within provincial jurisdiction, Wei Liang said. That's in the section directly following the consented examination provision. He paused. "I can cite the article and provision number." He could. Madame Zhao had been extremely thorough. Elder One looked at Counselor Hai. Something passed between them that Wei Liang did not need to be a cultivator to read. "The witnesses will be available for questioning," Elder One said. Wei Liang questioned them for 3 hours. He was not hostile. He was not theatrical. He asked specific questions about specific dates and times, about the character of the sensations they reported, about the other cultivators who had been present during the same encounters, about whether they had discussed their experiences with sect representatives before appearing as tribunal witnesses. He asked each of them to describe, in technical terms, what technique drainage felt like physiologically, and to indicate which specific techniques they had experienced as diminished. The answers collapsed under the weight of their own inconsistency. Not dramatically, there was no moment of theatrical exposure. Simply, after 3 hours of careful questioning, the testimonies had developed enough specific internal contradictions that they no longer cohered as first-hand accounts. Several of the witnesses had clearly been present at events that Wei Liang had absorbed from. The 2 plausible ones. But the character of the absorption they described was so far from what ambient absorption actually felt like that the testimony undermined itself. When he finished, he looked at Elder Wan. 2 of the 11 accounts describe experiences consistent with proximity to my constitution, he said. The others describe experiences that are internally inconsistent or inconsistent with each other's accounts of the same events. He paused. "I'm not saying the witnesses are lying. I'm saying they've been given a framing for their experiences that doesn't accurately describe what the experiences were. The ambient absorption that occurs near me is real. It is not theft, because it changes nothing about the originating cultivator's techniques. It produces only an additional copy that exists in my system. The witnesses experienced nothing that diminished their cultivation." He let that settle. "The sex case rests on a theory of harm," he said. I am not disputing that my constitution is unusual. I am disputing that unusual equals harmful. The evidence presented does not demonstrate harm. It demonstrates difference. He folded his hands. I would ask the tribunal to evaluate the evidence on that basis. Chapter 25. The Elder's Gambit. Elder 1 asked for a recess. Wei Liang accepted this without objection. During the recess, he, Zhao Yun, and Commander Fun were escorted to a waiting room that had, he noted, 2 cultivator guards stationed outside and formation arrays in every corner, presumably monitoring his cultivation base for the demonstration preparation. He let them monitor without adjusting his outer presentation. He had nothing to hide now. 3 of the central elders are in genuine disagreement, Zhao Yun said, when the door was closed. She had been reading the room with the attentiveness of someone who had been studying people for years and had recently begun doing it with the enhanced perception of a stage 5 cultivator. The one on the left of the center position, she kept looking at Elder Wan's reactions before forming her own. Elder Pei, Wei Liang said. He had identified her from sect records. She's historically in the accommodationist faction. Her looking at Wan before responding suggests the center position has shifted from elimination towards something else. What? I don't know yet. He looked at the formation arrays in the corners. The examination they prepared is no longer operational as they designed it. I've declined consent. Using it without consent gives the provincial administration grounds to review the tribunal's legitimacy, which the sect's Stonehaven presence is not in a position to risk. He paused. They need a different exit strategy. What are their options? Negotiate terms for my status in the region. Declare me a ward of the sect, which gives them nominal oversight authority, but actually acknowledges my right to exist. Or table the tribunal indefinitely, which is effectively accommodation without the formality. He thought about it. Elder Wan will want the option that costs the sect the least institutional face. And what do you want? Zhao Yun asked. He looked at her. It was a direct question, and she was asking it the direct way she asked most things, without ornament. Independence, he said. Recognized independence. The estate untouched. The sect's interference in the outer territories reduced. He paused. And formal acknowledgement in the tribunal record that the original sealing was not legally authorized under the Charter's provisions on cultivator rights. She looked at him steadily. They'll resist the last one. Yes, but it's the one that protects everyone like me who comes after. He met her eyes. I'm not only here for myself. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she nodded, and it was the nod of someone who had already known this and was simply having it confirmed. The recess lasted 2 hours. When they returned to the tribunal chamber, Elder Wan's expression had the compressed calm of someone who had navigated a difficult internal conversation and arrived at a position they had not entirely preferred. The inner hall has considered the respondent's presentation, she said. We wish to propose revised terms. Wei Liang nodded. The revised terms were, Wei Liang would be recognized as an independent cultivator operating outside any sect affiliation, with full cultivation rights in the provincial territory. The inner hall would make no further claims on Thornwall Estate or its surrounding region. In exchange, Wei Liang would register his constitution type with the provincial administration's cultivation records and accept a biennial check-in with a neutral tribunal representative. He listened to all of this. Then, the acknowledgement, he said, that the original sealing was conducted without proper legal authorization. Elder Wan's expression went very still. I'm not asking for reparations, Wei Liang said. I'm asking for a line in the tribunal record. One line. That the procedure used constituted an unauthorized intervention under the charter provisions that existed at the time. He paused. Those provisions were actually strengthened in revision 4 years ago. The strengthening was partly motivated by what happened to me. I know this because I read the revision and recognized the problem it was solving. He looked at the 14 elders. The sect already knows this is a legal fact. I'm asking for it to be formally recorded. The silence in the chamber had a specific texture. Elder Shu, at the left end of the row, raised his hand. A procedural gesture, the gesture for requesting to speak. Elder One acknowledged him. I move, Elder Shu said, that the tribunal record a formal acknowledgement of the unauthorized nature of the 2016 sealing procedure conducted on disciple Wei Liang, citing Charter Provisions 12 and 13. He paused. The record of acknowledgement serves the sect's legal standing by demonstrating good faith compliance with established cultivator rights provisions. The alternative, a contested record, creates greater long-term institutional exposure. There was a moment of absolute stillness. 3 of the central elders were looking at Elder Shu with expressions Wei Liang read as unexpected but not unsympathetic. The hard faction elder at the right end of the row, the one who had been in pre-engagement configuration when Wei Liang entered, was staring at the table with the compressed expression of someone eating something they find unpalatable because the alternative is publicly refusing to eat, which is worse. Elder Shu's motion, Elder Wan said. Discussion. There was limited discussion. The motion passed, 9-5. Chapter 26. The world learns his name. The tribunal record was sealed that evening and copies were sent to the provincial administration, the inner hall's archives, and the regional court. Wei Liang received a certified copy, which he folded very carefully and placed with Madame Zhao's letter in his pack. He stepped out of the Celestial Jade Sect's regional headquarters into the evening air of Stonehaven. The city was busy at this hour. The market district's evening activity, the warm light from in windows, the particular productive noise of a city that did not slow down because it was dark. He stood on the steps for a moment and breathed. Zhao came out behind him. Then Fun. It worked, Fun said, with the tone of someone who had believed it would work and is nonetheless slightly surprised that it worked. It worked today, Wei Liang said. The institutional result is this document. The practical result is that the inner hall's hard faction is going to pursue alternative approaches. When? Probably not in the next 6 months. The tribunal record creates a monitoring period. Any action against me or the estate now has a paper trail leading back to a proceeding where the sect formally acknowledged my rights. They'll need time to develop an approach that doesn't contradict the record. He started down the steps. 6 months to a year. And in a year? In a year, I'll be at Nascent Soul, he said. The calculation changes. Zhao Yun fell into step beside him. She had been quiet through the tribunal's last proceedings, and she had been watching him navigate them with an expression that he had been filing without fully reading. Something that had the quality of careful observation applied to something the observer found worth careful observation. That young woman from the testimony, she said. The disciple who passed through the village. Her account was one of the genuine ones. Yes. She genuinely felt something. She didn't know what. No. She described it accurately, but misinterpreted it. The ambient absorption I generate is barely perceptible and leaves nothing behind in the person absorbed from. He glanced at her. I absorbed the leading edge of your echo palm once. In your 2nd year of practice. I've been careful not to do it again. She was quiet for a moment. Because you thought it might compromise my trust in you. Yes. Or because it crossed a line you'd set for yourself about the people in the household. Both, he said. She was quiet for another moment. Then, will you tell me when you absorb something from me? Going forward. Yes, he said. If you want. I want. Then yes. They walked through the evening city for a while, from a discreet distance behind them with the tact of a man who had spent decades reading situations correctly. What happens with the Azure Cloud sect? She asked. They'll want a conversation. I'll have it. He thought about what Tao Wen had said about matters of mutual interest. There's a faction within their structure that wants to use my constitution as a demonstration against the Celestial Jade Sect's dominance in the outer territories. I'll listen to what they're offering before deciding whether the conversation is useful. What's your instinct? That it's useful in the short term and that I need to be careful about what I agree to before I fully understand the shape of their interests. He paused. My instinct is also that the Azure Cloud Sect's External Intelligence Division has been watching cultivators with unusual constitutions for longer than they've been watching me specifically. The healer, Tao Wen, had something in his cultivation that felt like a constitution variant of his own. She looked at him sharply. You think they recruit cultivators with unusual constitutions? I think it's worth asking about, he said. The evening city moved around them, indifferent to their conversation. Overhead, the first stars were appearing in the deepening winter sky. The young woman in the cellar, Zhao Yun said. Lian Fei. Yes. Have you thought about her since? Occasionally, he said. She had a reverse refinement meridian constitution. If she's practicing correctly, she'll be progressing in ways that will make her visible eventually. To the sects, to people who track unusual constitutions, to the same institutional attention that tracked me. He paused. I told her to learn her constitution as it is. But I didn't give her a way to find me if she needed help. Should you have? He was quiet for a moment. Probably. She said nothing for a while. Then, when we get back to Thornwall, I want to set up a way for people like her to reach you. He looked at her. Not a sect, she said quickly. Nothing formal. Just a way to send word. Because you'll be able to help them in ways no one else can, and they need to know that exists. He looked at her for a moment longer. Your grandmother taught you that, he said. She looked at him with something that was not quite surprise. How did you know? She handed soup to someone she didn't know, he said. It's the same instinct. She held his gaze for a moment. Something in her expression had shifted, not dramatically, but in the way significant things often shift. Precisely, finally, having been building toward this particular settling for a long time. Yes, she said. She did. They walked back to the inn in the winter evening, and Wei Liang thought that the city had a different quality at this hour than it had had in the morning. The same streets, the same noise, but lit from inside by something warmer. Chapter 27. Going home, they left Stonehaven on the second morning after the tribunal, giving the first day to settling their accounts with the city, returning the horses to the higher establishment, dealing with the Azure Cloud sect contact that Tao Wen sent to the inn on the morning after the tribunal, composing the message that Wei Liang would send ahead to Madame Zhao. The Azure Cloud contact was a different person, a woman in her 30s named Elder Kwa, who came without pretense and sat across from Wei Liang in the inn's back room with the direct gaze of someone who had been told to be honest and had decided this was the most efficient approach. The Azure Cloud sect, she said, has 13 cultivators with unusual constitutions in its membership. 3 of them are functional. Their constitutions have been correctly understood and practiced. The other 10 are, in varying degrees, fighting their own natures because the sect's method didn't know how to account for what they are. Wei Liang listened. We're not asking you to join the sect, she said. We're asking whether you would be willing to consult on those 10 cases. On your own terms, at your own pace, with compensation and resources or information that you specify. She paused. We think you are, currently, the person best positioned to understand unusual constitutions. We would like access to that understanding. He thought about Lian Fei in her plain traveling clothes, telling him the backward cycling had been happening for years and no one had told her it was architecture rather than fault. I'll consider it, he said, after I've returned to Thornwall and had time to think clearly. That's all we ask, Elder Kwa said. She did not push further, which he found appropriate. He wrote to Madame Zhao that evening. A full account of the tribunal's outcome, the acknowledged record, the terms agreed to, and the offer from the Azure Cloud sect. He wrote it as clearly as possible, because Madame Zhao had been his legal infrastructure for this proceeding, and she deserved to know the full result. At the bottom he wrote, "Thank you for the letter. It was exactly what was needed." He sealed it and gave it to the message service. The road back to Thornwall was 300 miles of winter road, and Wei Liang spent it differently than he had spent the road north. He practiced. Not in any formal sense. Not the wine cellar's structured sessions. Not the hollow form's 17 positions. He practiced the way he had always practiced best, by attending to what was actually happening. The ambient cultivation of everyone they passed. Farmers, merchants, a small patrol of provincial soldiers, 3 cultivators from different sects traveling in the same direction without acknowledging each other, registered with the constant soft intake of the shadow vein. And he sorted each signature with the ease of 10 years of doing exactly this. He realized somewhere on the second day back, very close. The nascent soul transition was not a threshold you crossed. It was a condensation, the soul presence that gave the realm its name, forming out of the accumulated substance of everything built below it, the way a crystal forms out of a supersaturated solution, not by sudden addition, but by reaching the precise conditions for structure to emerge. He could feel those conditions approaching. On the third day, he told Zhao Yun. They were riding through the farm paths south of Stonehaven, the landscape flat and brown and immense under a winter sky. She was riding beside him, and they had been quiet for a while, the comfortable quiet that had become, over the weeks since his revelation, the default register between them. I'm going to advance soon, he said. She looked at him. How soon? Weeks. Maybe days, if the ambient chi continues to accumulate at the current rate. He paused. I don't know exactly what it will look like from the outside. The standard text described nascent soul advancement as a significant visible phenomenon. Chi storm, spiritual pressure, light emissions. He paused again. My constitution doesn't follow standard descriptions. So you don't know what it will look like. I don't know, he said honestly. She was quiet for a moment. Will it be dangerous? To me? Possibly. To the surrounding area? He thought about it. The shadow vein has been operating for 10 years. The advancement will be releasing stored potential rather than building it from scratch. I think it will be more internal than external. You think? I think. She held this for a moment. Then, tell me when you feel it starting. I will, he said. The farm paths continued south, and the winter sky above them was the pale and serious color of something not yet decided. Chapter 28. The nascent soul. It happened on the 5th day of the return journey, at dawn. He had felt it building through the night, the crystallization pressure intensifying with each passing hour, the soul veins accumulated potential reaching toward the precise saturation that would allow structure to form. He had not slept. He had lain on his pallet in the roadside inn's rented room and followed the internal process with the careful attention of someone observing a rare and irreversible event, not wanting to miss any of it. Just before dawn, he went outside. The inn's yard was empty at this hour, frosted and still, the sky to the east holding the very first pale suggestion of morning. He stood in the center of the yard, breathing slowly, and felt the threshold arrive. He opened his hands. The shadow vein released. It was not, as he had predicted, dramatic from the outside. No chi storm, no pillar of light, no shaking of the earth. From outside, what someone would have seen was a man standing in a frozen yard with his hands open, very still, while the air around him did something that was difficult to describe. A subtle darkening, not of light, but of pressure, a sense of the space around him becoming denser and more present, the way a room becomes more present when someone significant enters it. From inside, it was something else entirely. The 10 years of accumulated absorption compressed into a single, enormous inward pressure and then released, not outward, but deeper, the way water doesn't overflow a vessel but instead changes the vessel. His chi network expanded along paths that had no analog in any standard text. The soul condensed not as a single core in the standard nascent soul location, but as a distributed presence through the shadow veins' full length, which meant it occupied not one point in his body, but every meridian simultaneously. He held very still. The soul settled. When he opened his eyes, the world had changed in the way it changes when you acquire a sense you didn't have before, not different, but more itself, more detailed, more richly present in every direction. He could feel the stable hand asleep above the unstable. He could feel Fin sitting on the edge of his pallet, awake, aware that something was happening. He could feel Zhao Yun. She was standing in the inn's doorway. She had known, apparently, that it was coming. She was fully dressed, her cultivation contained and steady, watching him from the doorway with an expression that was. He looked at her. The expression was something he had been filing and not reading for weeks, and now, with the newly sensitized awareness of nascent soul, it was very clear. He held her gaze for a moment. "Nascent soul?" she asked. "Yes," he said. She came down from the doorway and walked across the yard to where he stood. She stopped at a distance that was inside the range of casual acquaintance and outside the range of formal greeting, the intermediate distance of something more specific. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Very," he said. She looked at him. "You feel different." "I am different." He paused. "In ways that are hard to quantify." She was quiet for a moment. Then, quietly, "I'm glad you stopped pretending." He looked at her in the early morning light. This woman who had trained alone in a courtyard every morning with the determination of someone who refused to be made small, who had argued a legal framework through 2 days of tribunal with complete composure, who had stood beside him at the gate and said "I want" when he had asked if she wanted to learn. "So am I," he said. The sun came up. They stood in the inn's frosted yard while it rose, the morning light warming across the brown fields and the winter sky shifting from pale to gold, and the world that had held still for a decade began, finally, to move. Chapter 29. Change the inn's higher master noticed first. He was a practical man who had been running the roadside inn for 15 years and had learned to read cultivators the way a sailor reads weather. Not with technical precision, but with the accumulated pattern recognition of sustained proximity. He watched Wei Liang come back inside from the yard and had the expression, briefly, of someone whose calibration has encountered new data. "Something happened," he said to no one in particular. "Something happened," Fin agreed, pouring himself tea with the equanimity of a man who had decided, sometime around the tribunal proceedings, that his working definition of normal had been permanently revised. The rest of the road to Thornwall took 2 days, and those 2 days were different from the road north in a way that Wei Liang found interesting to observe. The nascent soul's distributed presence in his meridian network produced a passive field that was simply a feature of his existence now. Not threatening, not aggressive, but present in the way that a deep note is present in an otherwise silent room, felt before it is heard. Cultivators they passed on the road felt it. Most of them felt it as a mild unease that resolved when they moved past him, which he regretted without being able to do much about. A few of them felt it with the specific recognition of people who knew what nascent soul felt like and were recalibrating their understanding of the man on the road ahead. He watched them recalibrate without commentary. Zhao Yun, riding beside him, felt it differently. She had told him on the second day that it felt like standing next to a mountain, not threatening, not even particularly large in any visual sense, but possessed of the specific weight that comes from being something that has been in place for a long time and intends to remain in place. "Is that uncomfortable?" he asked. "No," she said. And then, after a pause, "It's actually no." "Never mind." He waited. She did not volunteer the rest of the sentence. But her expression, when she thought he wasn't watching, had a quality he had not seen before, something that occupied the specific territory between comfortable and something considerably more than comfortable. He did not press. He was patient in most things. On the second evening of the return trip, They stopped at a village in where the innkeeper recognized Zhao Yun from the quarterly market visits and gave them the best rooms with the warm efficiency of someone who had always appreciated the Thornwall family's business. She and Wei Liang ate dinner across from each other at the inn's corner table, while Fan sat strategically adjacent and pretended to be absorbed in a cup of rice wine. Fun, Zhao Yun said without looking at him. You've been performing invisibility for the last 40 minutes. Fan put down the cup. How did you? You only drink the first cup, she said. That's been the same since I was 15. When you stop drinking and stare at the cup, you're performing. She looked at him with the patient fondness of someone who has known a person for long enough to find their habits endearing rather than irritating. Go eat somewhere else. Fan rose with the dignity of a man who had been found out and had decided to treat this as a strategic withdrawal. I'll check the horses, he said. He left. Zhao Yun looked across the table at Wei Liang. He looked back. You're going to be famous, she said. After the tribunal record circulates, the story travels faster than people. Probably, he said. People will come to Thornwall. Some will. More unusual constitutions. More people who need what you know. She held his gaze. My grandmother is going to have opinions about the estate's guest accommodations. Your grandmother, he said, already has opinions about most things, and they are usually correct. She almost smiled. Then, more quietly, what do you want? Not in the large strategic sense. In the daily sense. What does the life look like from here? He thought about it honestly, which was the only way he knew how to think about things. I want to be at Thornwall, he said. I want to finish what I've started, the full understanding of my constitution, the techniques that come from it. I want to help the people who need what I can offer. He paused. I want the estate safe. She was quiet. And, she said, because she had learned, apparently, how to hear the incomplete nature of a list. He met her eyes. And I want what's happening on this side of the table, he said, with the same precision he applied to everything. Because he had spent 10 years being careful with words and had decided that this, specifically, was a moment that did not call for carelessness. She held his gaze for a long moment. The inn moved around them with its ordinary life. The fire, the other guests, the innkeeper's distant voice from the kitchen. Good, she said. Outside, Fan stood in the inn's yard with the horses and the winter stars, looking at the sky with the expression of a man waiting a polite interval before he would be required back inside. And he was completely unsurprised by any of it. Chapter 30. Home Thornwall Estate appeared in the late afternoon light of the seventh day. The gray stone walls, the bare maple, the gate that Wei Liang had latched 10,000 times. He felt it before he saw it. The familiar ambient chi of the place, the particular pattern that he had spent years learning to the granular level. It was unchanged. He had been, he supposed, afraid that it would be different after the tribunal. That returning would feel like returning to something that had moved while he was gone. It had not moved. It was exactly itself. Madame Zhao was at the gate. She had his message, which he had sent from Stonehaven. She knew the tribunal's outcome, the terms, the Azure Cloud sect's offer. She knew everything. She stood at the gate in her winter clothes with her hands folded and her expression set in the particular serenity of someone who has been waiting for people to come home and is handling the waiting with the dignity it deserves. She looked at Wei Liang as he dismounted. You did it, she said. We did it, he said. He thought of her letter, the provincial charter provisions, the specific line about examination by consent. The legal framework was yours. The legal framework was the right tool, she said. You chose to use it, and you used it correctly. She turned to her granddaughter. And you, stage 5. Stage 5, Zhao Yun confirmed. Something in the way they looked at each other completed a sentence that didn't need words. Madame Zhao looked at Wei Liang one more time. Then she stepped back from the gate and gestured toward the courtyard. Come inside, she said. There's soup. Wei Liang walked through the gate of Thornwall Estate. The bare maple's branches caught the last afternoon light and held it for a moment. Gold on gray. The estate's single ornamental tree marking the end of one kind of story and the quiet, necessary beginning of another. Old Brother Pang was in the kitchen doorway with a cautious, hopeful expression that resolved into something warmer when he saw that everyone had returned and intact. The kitchen girls had come out to stand in the courtyard, curious. One of the guards was openly staring. Commander Fan came in behind Wei Liang and latched the gate with the firm, practiced motion of someone resuming a duty they had been temporarily away from. Guard rotation tonight, he said to the young guard who was staring. Stop looking at his face and start looking at the perimeter. The guard looked at the perimeter. The courtyard settled around them. The everyday sounds of the estate resuming. Chickens somewhere, the well's familiar creak, the smell of something warm from the kitchen. Wei Liang stood in the center of the courtyard. He had swept this courtyard 10,000 mornings. He had listened to its sounds from the wine cellar in the dark, 3 levels down, and learned its patterns so well he could have navigated it blind. He had protected its 12 inhabitants, then 15, then 18 as the household slowly grew, without any of them knowing it was happening. He was known now. He stood in the center of it and breathed, in the shadow vein. The nascent soul's distributed presence, the 10 years of patient accumulation, rested in him like something that had come home too. "Wei Liang," said Madame Zhao from the main house steps. "The soup is getting cold." He looked at her. "Yes, madam," he said. He went inside. And somewhere on the eastern road, 300 miles away in the inner hall's archives, a certified tribunal record sat, with a single acknowledged line about an unauthorized sealing procedure. And the world that had not noticed it when it happened was beginning, slowly and with the full weight of its complexity, to understand what it had missed. Chapter 31. The Azure Cloud offer. 3 weeks after their return, Elder Kuo arrived at Thornwall Estate. She rode alone, which Wei Liang had not expected. Azure Cloud sect elders at Void Return did not typically travel without escort. The exposure calculation was generally unfavorable. The fact that she had come alone meant either extraordinary confidence in her own ability to handle complications or a deliberate signal about the nature of this visit. He met her at the gate himself. She dismounted without ceremony and handed her horse's reins to no one in particular, since no one was standing there, and then looked at the horse and the gate and produced a small, acknowledging smile. "I should have brought a groom," she said. "I'll take it," Wei Liang said. He took the reins. She watched him lead the horse to the stable with the look of someone filing information. He stabled the horse efficiently, because he had been doing it for 10 years, and she followed him without comment. "You came alone," he said. "My presence here is not official Azure Cloud business," she said. "Officially, I'm on a personal touring circuit in the Outer Territories. Unofficially, I wanted to speak with you without the institutional overhead." She paused. "Is that acceptable?" "It's the only kind of conversation I'm likely to find useful at this stage," Wei Liang said. They went to the garden, the winter bear garden where he had taught Zhao Yin the phase shift breathing pattern. Zhao Yin was not present. She had seen Elder Kuo arrive and had made herself elsewhere with the quiet tact of someone who understood that Wei Liang needed space to evaluate this conversation before bringing her into it. "The 13 cultivators with unusual constitutions," Wei Liang said, once they had settled. "Tell me about them individually." Elder Kuo did. She was thorough, 15 minutes per case, the full medical history, the cultivation symptoms, the interpretations the sect's teachers had applied, the current functional state. Wei Liang listened without interrupting. He asked 3 clarifying questions across the 13 cases. By the end of it, he had identified 3 constitutions he recognized, for that were variations on known types he had encountered in theoretical texts, and 6 that were genuinely unfamiliar. 3 of the genuine cases, he said when she finished, will advance significantly if you stop trying to regularize their cultivation patterns. Their methods look wrong from a standard framework because they are wrong from a standard framework. They're right from their own. He paused. 2 of them are at risk of permanent meridian damage if the current correction approach continues. Those are urgent. Elder Kuo's expression had the quality of someone who has had a long-held belief confirmed in specific detail. "Can you come to the sect's facilities?" "Not yet," Wei Liang said. "Write up what you've told me with complete detail, cultivation logs, examination records, every attempt at correction and its result. Have it sent to me. I'll provide written guidance for the 5 urgent cases. For the others," he thought about it. "In the spring, when the roads are better, I'm willing to travel to meet the people who need in-person assessment. The sect would provide resources. I'll discuss resources when I've seen the actual scope of the problem," Wei Liang said. "Not before." She looked at him. "You're being careful." "I'm being accurate," he said. "Which looks like the same thing from certain angles." She almost smiled. "Elder Shu spoke well of you after the tribunal. He said you negotiated with more precision than anyone he'd faced in 40 years of institutional politics." "Elder Shu is not wrong about most things," Wei Liang said. "He was wrong about one significant thing, and he spent 10 years aware of it. That kind of long-running awareness tends to sharpen a person. Are you and he?" She paused, looking for the right framing. "We're not enemies," Wei Liang said. "We're not friends. We're 2 people connected by a complicated history who have chosen to manage that history with honesty rather than letting it manage us." He paused. "It's an ongoing effort." She nodded. Then she asked, "What do you want from the Azure Cloud sect?" "In honest terms." He appreciated the directness. "Access to records," he said. "Historical accounts of unusual constitutions across the last 200 years. The sect has an archive that catalogs cultivation anomalies. I've read the publicly available portions. The private sections would be useful." He paused. "Not for power. For understanding. I'm the first person with heaven-devouring meridians to develop them fully rather than being destroyed by the institutional response to them. Understanding what has happened to other unusual constitutions, what went wrong, what worked, is relevant to everything I'm trying to do. She was quiet for a moment. The archive sections you want are sensitive. I know, which is why I'm asking to earn access through demonstrated usefulness rather than demanding it. She considered this for a long time. Then she said, I'll speak to the sect's archivist. The archive access may be possible on a case-by-case basis. She stood. The case consultations. I'll send the complete documentation within 2 weeks. 2 weeks is fine, he said. She looked at him once more before she left, the calibrating look of someone updating a long-running assessment. Wei Liang, she said. The cultivation world is going to have a great deal of complicated opinions about you in the coming years. I expect so, he said. I wanted you to know that the Azure Cloud sect's opinion, whatever else changes, is that what you've done with what you are is remarkable. He was quiet for a moment. Thank you, he said. She left. He stood in the garden after she was gone and felt the winter sun on his face and thought about the word remarkable with the specific examination of someone who has not spent much time in the company of that word when applied to themselves, and found that it felt not like pride, exactly, but like recognition, like something seen accurately rather than invented. He went to find Zhao Yun. She was in the back courtyard where she always trained, working through the first sequence of a new form that she had been building since they returned. He watched from the courtyard's edge for a moment. The form was good. She had taken the technical framework he had given her and built on it with an intuitive creativity that was entirely her own. There was a sequence in the middle that he had not suggested and would not have thought of, which served the technique's purpose more efficiently than his version would have. She finished the sequence and turned, unsurprised to find him there. She's gone. She's gone, he said. He came into the courtyard. The consultation offer is real and the archive access is potentially negotiable. I'm going to take the consultation work. What does that mean for the estate? In the spring, probably a trip to the Azure Cloud sect's facilities. A few weeks, maybe a month. He paused. Is that? It's fine, she said. She held up the form she'd been practicing, the specific wrist position of the middle sequence. Does this work mechanically, or am I overextending the chi line? He looked at it, reached out and adjusted her wrist angle by a few degrees. Contact that lasted precisely as long as necessary and no longer. Slightly overextended. There. That's the correct line. She held the position. Stage 6 by spring, she said. Probably, he agreed. You're close. Closer than I'd be without you. The speed is yours, he said. I explained a few technical points. She lowered the form and looked at him with the frank, assessing look that she turned on most things. You deflect credit the way other people avoid debt, she said. Like it's something that'll cost you if you carry too much of it. He thought about this. Old habit, he said. From pretending to be ordinary. From pretending to be ordinary, he agreed. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she moved back into the form's opening position and looked at him with the expression that was simultaneously a question and an invitation. Teach me the next sequence, she said. He came into the courtyard. Chapter 32. What the world sends the world, as Elder Kwa had predicted, had a great deal of complicated opinions. They arrived in 3 forms: letters, visitors, and rumors. The letters came first. Most were from cultivators or minor sect members who had heard about the tribunal and wanted to know if Wei Liang would assess their constitutions or techniques. A few were from institutional representatives, 2 provincial administration bodies requesting him to register with various oversight frameworks. One from a sect he didn't recognize asking about potential joint research. He answered the legitimate ones, declined the ones that were extractive, and set aside the ones that needed more context before he could respond usefully. Elder Kwa sent the case files within 2 weeks, as promised. Wei Liang spent 4 days reading through them with the focused attention of a scholar encountering a new body of evidence. His written responses were extensive, 40 to 60 pages per case, covering the Constitution's likely architecture, the specific corrective approaches that would help, the approaches that were actively causing harm and needed to stop. He sent them back. 2 weeks after that, Elder Kwa sent a brief note. The 2 urgent cases have stabilized. The sect's cultivation elders are studying your analysis. He filed the note and continued working. The visitors were more complicated. Most of them came with legitimate need. A woman with a split flow meridian who had been misdiagnosed as having cultivation sickness for 3 years. An older man whose constitution manifested as uncontrolled cultivation spikes that had cost him 2 professional positions and most of his confidence. A pair of siblings who cultivated in resonance with each other in ways their sect described as dangerous interference, which, when Wei Liang assessed them together, he found to be the opposite. a natural resonance constitution that the sect's standard methods had been actively preventing from expressing itself. The siblings were the most interesting case. He spent 3 days with them, Yun Shan and Yun Lu, 19 and 17, working through their resonance patterns with the methodical curiosity that he brought to all unusual constitutions. They were from a minor northern sect that had, apparently, several unusual constitution members and a consistent pattern of mishandling all of them. Wei Liang helped them with their immediate technical problems and then sent a separate letter to their sect's chief elder that was, in tone, more blunt than his usual correspondence. You've managed every unusual cultivator in your membership as a problem to be contained, the letter said. 3 of the 5 cases I am aware of have experienced preventable regression as a result. The Yun siblings are now stable. I am available to discuss the other 3 cases at your convenience. I would recommend making it convenient soon. The sect's chief elder responded within a week. They arranged a consultation for spring. Commander Fun, who had watched the steady increase of visitors and correspondence with the methodical attention of someone updating a security assessment, came to Wei Liang at the end of the first month back. We need more guards, he said. Probably, Wei Liang said. And some kind of intake process for visitors. Right now people are arriving at the gate with no advance notice, and I'm making real-time decisions about whether they're genuine cases or intelligence-gathering operations in civilian clothing. Wei Liang thought about this. Have there been intelligence-gathering operations? 3, Fan said. 1 from the inner hall. I recognize the cultivation signature from the tribunal. 1 from the Azure Cloud sect, which may or may not have been sanctioned. He paused. And 1 I can't identify, which is the one I'm most concerned about. Describe it. Fan described it. A cultivator in traveling clothes who had arrived claiming to need a constitution assessment, spent 2 days at the estate, had the assessment, and left. The cultivation base had read as Foundation second layer. The behavior had been slightly off, too well prepared, too little genuine uncertainty about the estate's protocols. What did the assessment find? Wei Liang asked. Nothing remarkable, Fan said. Foundation second layer, minor chi flow irregularity, no unusual constitution. Wei Liang thought about this. The cultivator could have been a genuine case. Foundation second with minor irregularity was not unusual enough to constitute a false premise. But the behavior reading Fan described, too well prepared, matched a particular type of pre-briefed operative. Set up the intake process, Wei Liang said. Pre-notification required for all visitors except emergency cases. Background registration through the provincial administration's cultivator registry. I'll review the registry entries before meeting anyone. He paused. And keep an eye on the unidentified one. If they return, I want to know before they reach the gate. Yes, Fan said. He was already planning. The rumors were the most revealing, in their way. They traveled, as rumors do, much faster than truth and with much greater creative flexibility. By the 3rd month after the tribunal, the story of what had happened at Thornwall had acquired enough amplification that it bore the same relation to actual events as a painting bears to the landscape it depicts, recognizable but transformed. In some versions, Wei Liang had been hiding for 30 years rather than 10. In some versions, he had single-handedly defeated the entire Celestial Jade sect's regional force. In one version, which reached them via a merchant who had heard it from a merchant who had heard it from a storyteller in the provincial capital, he had spent the 10 years secretly advising the provincial governor on cultivation matters under a false identity. Zhao Yun read this last version to him over dinner, one of the evenings in the month after their return, when they had fallen into the habit of eating together in the kitchen rather than the formal dining room. She read it with the specific, contained delight of someone who finds something genuinely funny and is trying to be dignified about it. The provincial governor, she said. I have never met the provincial governor, Wei Liang said. But the advising. Under a false identity. She looked at him across the table. You did spend 10 years under a false identity. As a servant who swept courtyards, he said. Not as a governor's advisor. You advised me, she said. Frequently. On cultivation matters. You're not the governor. I'm considerably more competent than any provincial governor I've heard described. She set down the paper. My grandmother thinks the stories are useful, by the way. She says the exaggeration functions as a deterrent. Anyone considering coming to Thornwall to test you against the rumors will arrive imagining something more formidable than the reality, which is a favorable psychological baseline. Your grandmother's strategic analysis is, as usual, correct, Wei Liang said. Zhao Yun looked at him with the expression that had been getting warmer and more clearly readable over the weeks since they had been back. The expression that he had learned to meet with the equivalent openness, because they had both, apparently, committed to this particular direction without announcing a formal commencement. She likes you, Zhao Yun said. She doesn't say so. But she does. I know, he said. She thinks very carefully about the people she extends care to, and she acts on it before she discusses it. You noticed that? It's how she gave me soup, he said. Before she said anything, she had already decided. Zhao Yin was quiet for a moment. That's exactly right. She held his gaze. She decided about you before she had any information. She had enough information, Wei Liang said. She saw a person who needed something and had the means to provide it. The rest of the information wasn't relevant to that specific decision. She was quiet. Your grandmother and I, Wei Liang said, have a great deal in common. She looked at him. You decided about us before you had information either. I had adequate information, he said. I had watched you train for 4 years before I said anything about your elbow alignment. You never stopped. Not one morning. Rain, cold, whatever else was happening. You came out and you trained. He paused. That's adequate information. She held his gaze. Wei Liang, she said. Yes. I've been watching you sweep the courtyard for 10 years. He was quiet. That's also adequate information, she said. The kitchen was warm around them, the fire banked and steady, the evening settling into its ordinary late hours. He reached across the table and put his hand over hers, and she turned her hand over and held his, and they stayed like that for a while in the warm kitchen while the estate slept around them. Chapter 33. The Hard Faction moves 4 months after the tribunal. The Hard Faction made its move. It came not through the inner hall's official channels. The tribunal record constrained those, but through an intermediary organization that the Celestial Jade sect maintained at arm's length. A mercenary cultivation group called the Iron Scale Compact, nominally independent, with a long history of taking contracts from major sects that the sects preferred not to be associated with directly. Wei Liang knew about the Iron Scale Compact from tribunal research. Elder Kwa had also mentioned them, in passing, as one of the tools the Hard Faction had used in previous territorial disputes. They were, by cultivation world standards, professional and effective and entirely willing to operate in the gray zones that direct sect action could not enter. The Compact's representatives arrived at Thornwall on a morning when Wei Liang was in the back garden with Zhao Yun, working through the new form she was developing. He felt them before he heard them. 3 nascent soul cultivators, which was more than he had expected. The Compact didn't throw nascent soul at problems it expected Foundation to handle. Sending 3 meant they had accurate intelligence about his level. He excused himself from the training session and went to the gate. 3 people, as expected. 2 men and a woman, all wearing the Iron Scale Compact's distinctive gray and iron travel gear. The senior member, the woman, nascent soul second stage, was perhaps 45, with the careful eyes of someone who had been in professional situations that required accurate assessment for most of their adult life. Wei Liang, she said. I don't know your name, he said. Compact Commander Sia, she said. I'll be direct. We've accepted a contract that requires your relocation from this estate and the cessation of your current activities. He looked at her. Relocation where? The contract doesn't specify, she said. It specifies cessation of activities and removal from the current location. What happens after that is flexible. The contract is from the Celestial Jade sect's Hard Faction, he said. Her expression neither confirmed nor denied this, which was confirmation. Commander Sia, he said. The tribunal record is public. Any action against this estate or against me is covered by the provincial administration's review framework. The people who contracted you haven't told you about that. The tribunal record covers direct sect action, she said. The Compact is not a sect. The tribunal record covers any organized cultivation group acting in response to the tribunal's outcome, he said. It's a deliberate provision. The drafters anticipated exactly this kind of workaround. He paused. I can show you the relevant section. She looked at him for a long moment. Wei Liang, she said. I've read your tribunal record. I've read the Azure Cloud sect's assessment of your constitution. I know what you are. A pause. 3 nascent soul cultivators against your current level is not a certain outcome for my team. No, he said. It isn't. The contract's principals have underestimated you. They have, he agreed. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I'm going to return the contract. He looked at her. The legal exposure is real, she said. The Compact doesn't operate in situations where our principals have deliberately withheld relevant legal context. It's a contractual provision. We require accurate disclosure. She paused. And the contract's terms are vague in ways that a professional organization should not accept. I appreciate that, Wei Liang said. I'll also document this visit, she said. The provincial administration's review framework means this conversation is now part of the record. She looked at him with the assessing gaze of someone whose professional evaluation had concluded. You're not what they described. What did they describe? A rogue cultivator with an uncontrolled, dangerous constitution operating outside institutional oversight. She paused. What I see is a cultivator with unusual abilities operating within the provincial framework, providing documented services to other cultivators, and managing a property with appropriate care. She turned to leave. Whatever the hard faction's problem with you is, it's a personal problem, not a professional one. She and her two colleagues left. Wei Liang watched them go. The hard faction had moved, and the move had revealed the hard faction's limitations. They could not use official channels, they could not use the compact, and they had a documented attempt at extra-legal action now in the provincial review framework. Their options were narrowing. He went back to the garden. Zhao Yun was waiting, sitting on the bench with the patient air of someone who has assessed that the situation was being handled and has been studying the form's third sequence in the meantime. 3 nascent soul, she said. It was not a question. 3 nascent soul, he confirmed. He sat beside her. They left. She looked at him. You talked them out of it. Partially. He explained the legal framework and the compact's professional standards. She listened with her characteristic focused attention. So the hard faction's options are narrowing, she said. Yes. In the next 6 months, they'll either accept the situation or make a direct move that violates the tribunal framework. If they accept it, we're stable. If they make the direct move, he paused. That's a different conversation, and by then I'll be better positioned to have it. Better position meaning more advanced. Better position meaning more advanced, he agreed. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I want to be part of the direct move scenario. When it happens. Zhao Yun, stage 6 by spring, she said. You said so yourself. Foundation 3rd by summer if the resources are right. Stage 7 by the end of the year. She met his eyes. I know I'm not nascent soul. I know the gap is real. But I'm not going to sit inside while you deal with existential problems. That's not, she paused. That's not what the person you described, who trains every morning without exception, does. He looked at her. I'm not going to try to protect you from your own decisions, he said. Good. I'm going to worry. That's fine, she said. Worry while I train. He looked at the winter garden. Then he looked at her. Stage 6 first, he said. Obviously, she said. Chapter 34. Elder Shu's letter 5 months after the tribunal, Elder Shu sent a private letter. It came through a personal messenger rather than the sect's official channels. A clear signal that this was the elder's own communication, not the inner halls. Wei Liang read it twice in the kitchen before dinner. Elder Shu wrote, the hard faction had made a proposal to the inner hall to rescind the tribunal record on the grounds of procedural irregularity. The proposal had been voted down, 8-6, a narrower margin than the tribunal's original acknowledgement vote. The hard faction was gaining ground inside the inner hall. He also wrote, 3 of the inner hall's moderate members were considering retirement in the next year, which would trigger replacement elections. The hard faction's candidates were currently polling ahead. If the moderate faction did not recruit more effectively, the balance would shift. The last paragraph. I am telling you this so that you are not surprised by what may happen in a year's time. I do not have the ability to prevent what the hard faction may do. I have the ability to give you warning. Wei Liang folded the letter carefully. He thought about the 12 months ahead. He was advancing. Nascent soul was settling, deepening. The cultivation base growing in the specific, integrated way of someone who had been building on a foundation for 10 years. By the end of the year, he thought he would be at nascent soul 4th stage, maybe 5th. Spirit severing was visible in the distance, the way a destination city is visible from a mountain pass, specific, real, approaching. He thought about the Azure Cloud sect consultations scheduled for spring. The unusual constitution cases. The cultivators who were fighting their own natures because no one had told them the fight was unnecessary. He thought about what Madame Zhao had said in her private study, before the tribunal. The people worth protecting are worth protecting because they can find their way back. He wrote back to Elder Shu. The letter was 1 page. It said, thank you for the warning. I'm paying attention. If the hard faction makes a direct move, I am prepared for it. If the moderate faction needs support that doesn't compromise the institutional standing of those providing it, let me know what form that support can take. He sealed it and gave it to the return messenger. Then he went to dinner. Zhao Yun broke through to stage 6 on a morning in early spring, in the back courtyard, in the middle of the 3rd repetition of the new form she had been building. Wei Liang felt it happen before he heard her stop moving. The characteristic expansion of a cultivator's chi field at a stage breakthrough, wider and denser, the old circulation patterns reorganizing around the new capacity. He was in the adjacent garden and he paused, listened, and then stood up and walked to the courtyard's entrance. She was standing in the courtyard center, both hands slightly lifted, feeling the new expansion settle the way you feel into a room that's been rearranged, familiar but reorganized. Stage 6, she said, not triumphant. Satisfied. Stage 6, he confirmed. She turned to look at him. Something in her face had the specific quality of a person at the moment after something significant, when the full weight of it is still arriving. I want to try the new form. Not today, he said. Give the breakthrough a day to settle. The new circulation needs to stabilize before you push on it. She looked at him with the expression that was partly exasperation and mostly recognition that he was technically correct. Tomorrow morning? Tomorrow morning, he agreed. She nodded. Then she looked at him with a directness that had been the consistent character of their relationship since the kitchen conversation 5 months ago. Wei Liang, she said. Yes. When this is all over. When the hard faction is dealt with and the unusual constitutions are documented and the tribunal is settled history. She paused. What does the quiet look like? He thought about it. He thought about the morning light in the courtyard and the maple tree and leaf and the wine cellar that now held nothing but its stone walls. He thought about teaching. About the window that Madame Zhao's study opened onto the garden. About a household that had expanded and would keep expanding. Not a sect. Nothing formal. Just people with unusual natures finding somewhere they were read accurately. Like this, he said. Like the morning. Like you training and the estate being itself. She held his gaze. Good, she said. She went back to the form. He stood in the garden entrance and watched her move through the sequence. The new stage 6 chi flowing through the form with the particular, individual grace of someone whose cultivation had found its authentic channel. Not what a sect would have made of her, but what she actually was. The spring morning opened around them, and somewhere in the distance the provincial capital was beginning its day, and the celestial jade sect's archives held a record of an unauthorized sealing, and the world was continuing its complicated movement, and all of it was, for this specific moment in this specific courtyard, exactly as it should be. Chapter 35. Lian Fei returns. She came back in early spring with a different bearing. Wei Liang was at the estate's gate when she arrived, not waiting for her specifically, but doing the rounds inspection he had resumed as a habit, the one that had the incidental benefit of giving him the first view of anything arriving on the road. He recognized Lian Fei when she was still 50 yards out, the particular economical walk, the cultivation signature that he had marked and remembered. She was at Foundation First Layer. 6 months ago she had been at Foundation Second Layer. The correct practice had not slowed her. It had accelerated her in the direction that mattered. He opened the gate. Foundation first, he said. She stopped in front of him. She was different, not only in cultivation, but in the more fundamental way of someone who has stopped fighting a battle they were never going to win and found, in the cessation, the energy to fight the battles worth fighting. She held herself differently. She looked at him with eyes that had the directness of someone who has arrived at a clear view. The backward cycling, she said, when it goes fully backward. She paused, gathering technical language. It doesn't feel like a fault anymore. It feels like what it's actually doing. What is it actually doing? Refining in reverse. Going back through what I've already cultivated and, she searched for the word. Perfecting it. Not adding new chi. Improving what exists. Yes, he said. That's correct. The reverse refinement constitution doesn't advance by building forward. It advances by improving the foundation of what exists. Standard cultivation strength is in accumulation. Your constitution strength is in precision. She looked at him. I've been reading about it. There are 3 historical cases in the provincial library's cultivation archives. All 3 were described as cultivation failures. That's because the people describing them didn't understand what they were seeing, he said. Come inside. I'll show you what the forward cases were actually doing wrong. She stayed for 4 days. It was the best 4 days of the consultation work Wei Liang had done so far. Not because Lian Fei's case was the most complex, but because she understood quickly and built on what she understood, and by the 3rd day they were in territory that neither of them had fully mapped yet, working at the edge of what was known about reverse refinement constitutions. On the 4th day, she asked him, Are there others? Others like me. I found one historical case that was accurately described and successfully practiced, he said. There are probably more, either lost to records or undiagnosed. He paused. I've been thinking about building a record. Not a sect archive, something accessible. A documentation of unusual constitutions with accurate descriptions of what they are and what they need. She was quiet for a moment. I could help with that, she said. I have time. She paused. And I have a reason to want it to exist. I know, he said. If it had existed when I was 12, yes, he said. That's why. She left on the 5th day with a practice plan, a promise to send detailed records of her advancement, and the tentative agreement that she would return in the fall to contribute to the documentation project. Wei Liang watched her go from the gate. Zhao Yun appeared at his elbow. She's good, she said. She's very good, Wei Liang agreed. She'll be nascent soul by 35, maybe earlier, if she keeps pace. From foundation second to that trajectory in 6 months. The practice was wrong, Wei Liang said. Correcting the practice doesn't create new ability. It reveals what was already there. He paused. That's true of most things. Zhao Yun looked at the road where Lin Fei had gone. Then at him. Is that what happened to you? At 17. The ceiling didn't create the shadow vein, he said. It created the conditions for me to find it. He paused. The people who tried to destroy me didn't understand what they were working with. They thought they were taking something away. They were, inadvertently, pushing me toward the deeper channel. She was quiet. I wouldn't recommend the methodology, he said. She almost laughed. It was a real laugh, brief and genuine, the kind that arrives before you've decided to allow it. He turned from the gate. Come on, he said. Your grandmother wants help with the account books, and she'll come looking for both of us if we're not inside by the dinner bell. She fell into step beside him. They went inside. The spring evening settled around the estate, warm and unhurried, and the world continued its motion. And in the inner hall 300 miles away the Hard faction continued its calculations, and none of it touched this specific moment of a man and a woman walking through a courtyard toward the sound of a dinner bell, the ordinary life returning around them like water finding its level after a long disruption. It would not stay undisturbed. He knew this. The next wave was building, had been building since the tribunal, and it would arrive when it arrived. For now, the evening was enough. The maple had come into bud while they were away at the tribunal, and was now in full early spring leaf, and the courtyard that he had swept 10,000 mornings looked, in this light, like something that had always been exactly this, a place where someone had decided to remain, not by default or desperation, but by choice, and had found, in the staying, more than he had known to look for. Chapter 36. The Azure Cloud visit. The Azure Cloud Sex facility was 3 days east of Stonehaven, a sprawling mountain complex built into the ridge line of a range that Wei Liang had seen on maps, but never visited. He traveled alone this time, which had required a long conversation with Zhao Yun that he had mostly handled by pointing out that she was in the middle of Stage 6 work that would be disrupted by a 10-day trip, that the estate needed someone with cultivation ability present, and that he would be inside an allied sex facilities with dozens of cultivators around him. She had found every one of these arguments reasonable, which had not made her significantly happier about them. He arrived on the 3rd day to find Elder Quill waiting at the facility's main gate with the cultivator who was, apparently, the Azure Cloud Sect's chief archival researcher, a small, fussily precise man in his 60s named Elder Rong, who had the specific energy of someone who had spent decades in the company of historical records and found them more reliable than people. Elder Rong has been reading your constitution analysis, Quill said. He has questions. I look forward to them, Wei Liang said honestly. Elder Rong's questions were, in fact, excellent. He had spent the past month pulling every historical reference to heaven-devouring meridians from the archive, and had found 9 cases going back 200 years, all of them ending in either the cultivator's death or institutional suppression, none of them resulting in successful full development. He wanted Wei Liang to walk him through the technical differences between the historical cases and Wei Liang's own trajectory. Wei Liang spent 2 days doing exactly this. It was, he found, genuinely absorbing work, not because it was new to him, but because explaining the technical architecture to someone who asked precise questions clarified things in his own understanding that had been intuitive before and were now explicit. Elder Rome took notes with the methodical completeness of someone who understood that this conversation was probably the most important primary source encounter of his archival career. On the 3rd day, they brought him to the 13 unusual constitution cultivators. They were gathered in a large practice hall, not seated formally, but moving around the space in the way people do when they've been told a consultation is happening and aren't sure what they're supposed to be doing while they wait. Wei Liang stood in the entrance for a moment and looked at them. 13 people, ages ranging from perhaps 18 to 60. Different sects, different backgrounds, different cultivation levels. What they had in common was the specific quality that he had learned to recognize in himself and in Lin Fei and in the siblings, the quality of someone who had been told, for years, that their natural mode of existence was a problem. He came into the room and sat down on the practice floor, not on a raised platform, not at a table, on the floor, at the same level as everyone else. The 13 people drifted closer, with varying degrees of uncertainty. I'm Wei Liang, he said. I have a constitution that every institutional body I encountered spent a decade trying to eliminate. I found ways to make it work. I want to hear from each of you about your constitution, and I want to tell you what I know about working with unusual natures rather than against them. He paused. Who wants to go first? The oldest cultivator, a woman of about 60 with a constitution that the Azure Cloud files had labeled as chronic meridian instability, raised her hand. Me, she said. I've been dealing with this for 40 years. He turned to her, with his full attention. They worked for 5 days. By the end of the 5 days, Wei Liang had assessed all 13 cases, provided individual practice frameworks for 11 of them, identified 2 that needed surgical intervention before any practice adjustment would take hold, and had 3 long conversations with Elder Rong about the archive material that Wei Liang wanted to include in the documentation project. Elder Rong, to his credit, had offered the archive access without any additional negotiation. He had made it clear that his interest was the accuracy of the historical record, and that accuracy required Wei Liang's perspective. On the last evening, Elder Kwa found Wei Liang in the archive's East Reading Room. How are they, she asked. Better, he said. Most of them will need ongoing support. The Azure Cloud's cultivation teachers will need to adapt their instruction significantly. He paused. Elder Rong has the analysis. The teachers should read it. They will. She sat across from him. Wei Liang, I want to ask you something directly. Go ahead. Are you safe at Thornwall? The hard factions move with the Iron Scale Compact was stopped this time. But they have more resources, and the inner hall balance is shifting. He thought about it honestly. For now, yes. In a year, I don't know. He paused. By a year from now, I'll be at Spirit Severing. The calculation changes at Spirit Severing. She looked at him. You're advancing that fast. My constitution accumulates continuously, he said. The rate is constant. The level that represents is increasing. He paused. In 10 years, I went from destroyed Dantian to nascent soul. The next stage will be faster because the mechanism is better understood. She was quiet for a moment. The hard faction knows this, she said. That's why they're moving now. Yes, he said. They're working with a window. The window is closing. Is there anything the Azure Cloud sect can do to support the timeline? He had been thinking about this. Resources would help, he said. Not in the extractive sense. I'm not asking for spirit stones or materials, but access to the historical technique archive you mentioned. Not just the unusual constitution material. The broader technical archive. He paused. I've been advancing on ambient absorption. With access to historical technique documentation, I can learn from what's been done before rather than reinventing it. I'll arrange it, Elder Kwa said. There's also a political element, he said. If the Inner Hall's moderate faction is going to hold in the next election cycle, they need cultivation world opinion to stay unfavorable toward the hard faction's position. The tribunal record helps. But the documentation project, a publicly accessible record of the harm done to unusual constitutions by institutional suppression, would be more concrete. You want the Azure Cloud sect to support the documentation project's publication. If you're willing. She thought about it for a moment. We'll support it. Not as an institutional endorsement, as a co-archivist credit. Elder Rong's name on the document means something in academic cultivation circles. That's exactly what I need, Wei Liang said. He went home 3 days later with 3 travel cases of archive copies, Elder Rong's extensive notes, and the agreement for Azure Cloud support of the documentation project. Chapter 37. The betrayal. He found out about it on a Wednesday morning, in the kind of ordinary moment that significant revelations prefer. He was reviewing the intake records for the spring's visitors. Commander Fun had established the intake process, and it was working well, and Wei Liang reviewed the records weekly as a baseline when he found the discrepancy. One of the cultivation consultants he had been working with for the past 2 months was a man named Practitioner Deng, Foundation 3rd Layer, with a constitution variant that affected his breakthrough thresholds, genuinely present in a way that Wei Liang had assessed and confirmed. He had been coming weekly for technique instruction. The instruction had been producing results. Wei Liang had found him a thoughtful and attentive student. The intake record showed that Deng had registered through the Provincial Cultivator Registry, as expected. What Wei Liang had not checked, because it had not occurred to him to check, was Deng's registration history before the current entry. He checked it now, because the record review had flagged an anomaly in the address field. Practitioner Deng's provincial registration showed one previous address, the Celestial Jade Sect's administrative campus in Stonehaven. He sat with this for a moment. Foundation 3rd Layer. Genuine Constitution variant. He was certain of this. The variant was real, the symptoms were real, the improvement over 2 months was real. The cultivation work was authentic, which meant the person Deng presented as was, at minimum, partly true. But the Celestial Jade Sect connection in the registration history was not the kind of thing that appeared by coincidence. He went to Fun. Deng, he said. Fun pulled up the intake file. He read the registration history. His expression performed no visible change, which was how Wei Liang knew the commander had also found the discrepancy and had been deciding whether to raise it. You already saw this, Wei Liang said. Yesterday, Fun said. I was going to bring it to you today. What do you think? He could be a genuine student who has a previous administrative connection to the sect's campus, Fan said. Many cultivators have sect-adjacent histories. The connection doesn't necessarily mean current active relationship. No, Wei Liang agreed. But it means I should look more carefully. He went to Deng's next session. He conducted the session as normally as possible. Technique work, circulation review, advancement assessment. Deng was, as always, attentive and precise. The constitution work was real. Wei Liang assessed it honestly and found genuine progress. And then, during the cultivation exercise where Deng's chi field was at its most open, the specific window of a breakthrough preparation exercise when the practitioner's attention is entirely inward, Wei Liang extended the softest possible thread of his sensing ability and read the structure of Deng's cultivation base at a depth he had not bothered with before. The constitution variant was real, and underneath it, in the specific layer that sat between the active cultivation base and the deeper chi, was a formation mark, small, layered in, designed to be invisible to casual examination. The kind of thing a spirit-severing level formation specialist would install during a session conducted under the cover of a healing procedure. An observation formation. Not aggressive, not dangerous, just watchful. It had been recording everything Deng experienced and transmitting the record in regular intervals. Wei Liang completed the session without any change in his presentation. After Deng left, he sat in the consultation room for a long time. The formation mark had been there from before Deng's first visit, which meant it had been installed by someone who knew Deng would be coming before Deng applied. The formation's architecture matched the Celestial Jade sect's standard installation technique. He recognized the node structure from his 6 years of work on his own sealing curse. Deng was a genuine student. He was also, without necessarily knowing it himself, carrying a sect formation. He called Fan. He may not know, Wei Liang said, when he had explained. Fan processed this. Or he may be a willing plant who doesn't know the formation is detectable. Both possible. Wei Liang thought about it. I'm not going to remove the formation without Deng's knowledge. That would harm him without his consent. Then you tell him. Yes. And if he's a willing plant? Then I'll know that too, from how he responds to being told. He told Deng at the next session, directly, without preface, showing him the formation architecture through a carefully calibrated chi demonstration that let the man see what was in his own cultivation base. The shock on Deng's face went through 3 distinct phases in about 30 seconds. Disbelief, horror, and then a specific, distressed quality that Wei Liang read as genuine discovery. Deng had not known. He had been to a Celestial Jade sect administrative healer 6 months ago for a technique injury. The healer had installed the formation during the treatment session without disclosure. Deng had been carrying it ever since. I'm sorry, Deng said. The words came out roughly. I didn't. I know, Wei Liang said. I believe you. I can leave. You can leave if you want to. Or you can stay, and I can help you remove it properly. He paused. The formation's data has been transmitting to the sect. Removing it will end the transmission. The sect will know the surveillance has been cut off. What does that mean for you? It means they know the direct surveillance approach has failed, Wei Liang said. Which is information I'd prefer they had sooner rather than later, because the next approach they develop will be calibrated to my awareness of this one. He paused. Better to advance the timeline than to maintain a known compromise. Deng looked at him. You're choosing to cut the surveillance even though it tells them something. I'm choosing to remove a formation that's inside a person without that person's consent, Wei Liang said. The other considerations are secondary. He removed the formation carefully over the course of an hour. It came apart in his hands with the now familiar sensation of dismantling something another cultivator had built, each node releasing in sequence, the structure dissolving cleanly. Deng left that day and did not return. He sent a letter a week later. A simple acknowledgement and a quiet expression of thanks that did not require much response. Wei Liang filed it. Chapter 38. Zhao Yun's breakthrough summer came, and with it the particular productive heat that Zhao Yun had been waiting for. She had been at stage 6 for 3 months, and the stage 7 threshold had been visible for 6 weeks. Visible to Wei Liang's sensing, he meant, as a structural readiness in her chi network that simply needed the right moment of accumulated pressure to tip into the next configuration. He had told her this, and she had received it with the characteristic impatience of someone who was ready but not in control of the timing. The breakthrough happened during a morning practice session in the 2nd week of midsummer. He was watching from the courtyard's edge. He watched her morning sessions now as a matter of routine, not to supervise, but because the observation was useful for both of them. He could catch technical errors that she couldn't feel from inside, and she could ask questions that the session raised without waiting. She was in the 3rd repetition of the advanced form, the one that incorporated stage 6 expanded chi range, when he felt the threshold arrive. The accumulation had reached saturation. The network was about to reorganize. She felt it at the same moment. The characteristic pause in the form's flow as the internal pressure registered. There it is, she said. Don't force it, he said. Breathe through the phase shift. Let the network find the new pattern. She breathed. The form's motion stilled into a standing position, hands slightly raised, the specific stillness of a cultivator holding completely steady while something significant happened inside. The stage 7 breakthrough was not, on the outside, dramatic. A cultivator who knew what they were looking at would have seen the brief expansion and recontraction of the chi field, the new density settling in, the quality of the cultivation base shifting in the way that quality always shifts at a new stage. Not more of the same, but differently organized. A cultivator who didn't know what they were looking at might not have noticed anything. Wei Liang, who definitely knew what he was looking at, stood at the courtyard's edge and felt the breakthrough complete with the clean completeness of something done correctly. She exhaled, opened her eyes. Stage 7, she said. Stage 7, he confirmed. She looked at the form's final position for a moment, then back at him. The stage 7 chi field was perceptibly different, more present, more organized, the character of someone whose cultivation had moved into the range where it could begin to influence the environment around it in subtle ways. He felt the edge of her cultivation base from across the courtyard and thought about how far she had come. Stage 4, when he stopped pretending. Stage 7, in less than 2 years. Not the acceleration of someone with exceptional resources or institutional backing. The acceleration of someone with a correctly understood method. You should rest today, he said. I want to practice the new form. Tomorrow, he said. Today the breakthrough needs to settle. He paused. I said the same thing at stage 6. And I waited, she said. And the waiting was correct. She looked at him for a moment with the expression that he now read fluently. The one that was composed of equal parts fondness and exasperation, which was, he had come to understand, her most honest register with him. Fine, she said. I'll rest. A pause. Will you sit with me in the garden? While it settles? Yes, he said. They sat in the summer garden, in the shade of the wall where the late-blooming jasmine was at its peak, and the morning moved around them with its ordinary sounds and warmth, and the stage 7 chi circulated through her system, finding its new patterns, and he sat beside her and felt the specific, unambiguous satisfaction of watching someone discover what they are. Chapter 39. Lord Kai's shadow. The first indication of Lord Kai came not from the territorial south where his dominion lay, but from a direction Wei Liang had not anticipated, from the merchants. They came to Stonehaven's market in the last weeks of summer, the traders from the southern provinces, and their accounts filtered through to Thornwall via the quarterly exchange routes in the form of quiet talk that the estate's kitchen staff picked up at the village market and brought back in fragments that Madame Zhao assembled into a coherent picture the way she assembled most things, with patient, methodical attention over the course of a week. Lord Kai Shuitian had been, for 15 years, the dominant cultivator lord in the southern region. Nascent soul third stage, with a personal army of 3 cultivators and the military force of a minor territorial lord. He had expanded his territorial claims 3 times in 15 years, each expansion conducted under the cover of administrative dispute resolutions that were, on examination, thinly veiled conquest. The Celestial Jade sect's expansion into the outer territories had historically served as a counterbalance to Lord Kai's southern movement. The sect's presence in the middle territories kept Kai's expansion from moving north. The tribunal and its aftermath had, apparently, damaged the sect's standing in the outer territories enough that Lord Kai was reconsidering the calculus. He's testing the border, was how Madame Zhao put it, setting down the assembled account at the kitchen table. These 3 land surveys that the southern farmers are reporting, those are assessment trips. Wei Liang looked at the assembled information. When did the surveys start? Within 2 months of the tribunal record becoming public, Madame Zhao said. He connected the Celestial Jade sect's weakened position to an opportunity. He's a lord who has built his position on reading opportunities, she said. He's very good at it. Wei Liang thought about the geography. Thornwall Estate sat in the middle of the outer territories, not directly in Kai's current sphere, but squarely in the path of northward expansion. Its economic position, the chi vein on the eastern hillside, the spirit herb production, made it a useful acquisition point for a territorial power. He'll want the estate, Madame Zhao said, with the equanimity of someone stating an unpleasant fact. He'll want the region, Wei Liang said. The estate is a staging point. He paused. His nascent soul third stage against my current level. Is it a fight you can win? Fan asked from across the table. Probably yes, Wei Liang said. Kai is a conventionally trained cultivator at an established level. He's not going to have surprises for me. I'll absorb his techniques inside the first 10 minutes, and the fight will go in my favor. He paused. The issue isn't the fight. The issue is that he'll bring more than just himself. 3 nascent soul cultivators, Fan said. At minimum. Plus whatever military formation he uses. Wei Liang looked at the map that Madame Zhao had laid out. The outer territories, the main roads, the estate's position relative to the southern border. He's going to move in the fall, when the summer trade routes close and the provincial administration's attention is on winter preparation. 3 months, Zhao Yun said. She had been listening from the kitchen entrance. About that, Wei Liang agreed. Then we have 3 months to prepare, she said. He looked at her. Stage 7. Against nascent soul cultivators, Stage 7 was not the decisive factor it would need to be. But against the military formations that accompanied a territorial lord's advance, cultivators at Stage 7 could do meaningful work. We have 3 months, he agreed. What do we need? He thought about it. More information about Kai's current cultivation roster. Alliance contacts in the region who would have standing reasons to resist his expansion. And preparation of the estate's defenses, not cultivator-level defenses, but practical ones. He looked at Fan. What can we build in 3 months that makes an assault costly enough to be unattractive? Fan set down his cup. His expression had the particular quality of a professional being asked to do the work he was genuinely best at. I'll need 3 more train guards, he said. And the specifications for a formation perimeter, if you'll provide them. I'll provide them, Wei Liang said. Then we have 3 months, Fan said. Let's not waste the first day. Chapter 40. The edge of arcs in the 3 months of preparation moved with the specific rhythm of productive work, Fan organizing the estate's practical defenses, Wei Liang developing the formation perimeter and deepening the Azure Cloud Archive research, Zhao Yun training toward the Stage 8 threshold that was now visible on the horizon. In the last week of summer, Wei Liang received a letter from Elder Shu. It was brief. The inner hall vote on rescinding the tribunal record had been defeated again, this time by 7-7, a tie that, under the inner hall's rules, meant the motion failed. But 3 moderate elders had announced their retirement effective in the spring, and the hard factions candidates for the replacement seats were, Elder Shu wrote, currently expected to win. The letter's last line, the window you have is approximately 8 months. Wei Liang read it 3 times. Then he went to find Zhao Yun. She was in the back courtyard, practicing, not the advanced form but something new, something she had been developing on her own and hadn't shown him yet. He watched from the entrance while she worked through it. And what he saw was something that used the Stage 7 chi range in ways that were, technically, not what any of the frameworks he had taught her specified. She had invented something. It was raw, unrefined, with the characteristic roughness of a form that has come from intuition rather than systematic development. But the bones of it were good, better than good. There was a sequence in the 3rd section that he would need to think about carefully before he could articulate why it worked as well as it seemed to. She stopped when she felt him watching. Don't do that, she said. Evaluate it. I'm not evaluating, he said. I'm trying to understand what you did in the 3rd section. She considered this. The chi return, she said. Instead of absorbing the rebound into the lower dantian, I'm bouncing it through the lateral meridians. I see that. I'm trying to understand why it's efficient. Because the lateral meridians are underutilized at Stage 7, she said. They have capacity. The standard forms don't use them because they weren't designed for Stage 7's expanded range. But they're there. He held this for a moment. Then, that's new. I know, she said. Is it correct? I don't know yet, he said honestly. I need to map it formally. But the instinct seems sound. She looked at him with the expression that was, by now, the most familiar thing in his daily life. I want to show you the rest of it, she said. Show me, he said. She moved through the form from the beginning, and he watched it all the way through. And by the end, he had 3 questions and a genuine, unguarded interest in the answers. And she answered them with the focused precision that was her specific gift, not raw power but accuracy, the ability to find the exact right thing. He thought, the documentation project needs to include this. Not just unusual constitutions, also the things that standard frameworks miss. He thought, there is a great deal of work left to do. He thought, I have the time to do it. And from the south, across 300 miles of autumn-turning countryside, Lord Kai Shuetian was beginning to move his pieces into position, and the next wave was rising. And Wei Liang of Thornwall felt it coming the way he had always felt things coming. Not with fear, not with impatience, but with the steady, deep-rooted readiness of someone who has spent 10 years learning the difference between what can wait and what cannot. What could not wait was here. He turned to Zhao Yun. Again, he said. From the beginning. She began. The autumn wind moved through the courtyard, and the maple tree that had marked all his counted days reached its arms toward the pale sky. and the estate breathed around them, and the world continued its vast and complicated movement. And Wei Liang, who had once been a servant who swept courtyards, stood in the last days of summer in a place that was unmistakably his own, watching the person he had chosen, learning from her as she had learned from him, ready for what was coming with the complete, unhurried readiness of 10 years made whole. He watched the form for its full duration, Zhao Yun moving through the sequence with the smooth, integrated precision of someone who had spent 2 years building every technical foundation correctly and was now past the point where technique was something she thought about, and into the territory where technique was simply what her body did when she reached for it. The difference between a cultivator who has learned something and a cultivator who has become it was exactly this: the absence of visible effort that was not, in fact, the absence of power but the complete integration of power into the ordinary movement of existing. She had become it. When she finished the form and stood in its concluding position, weight centered, hands open at her sides, breath even, she looked at him with the quiet directness that was her most consistent expression and said, "You're thinking about the 8 months." "Yes," he said. "Lord Kai first," she said. "Lord Kai first," he agreed. "And after Kai." "After Kai, the inner hall election and whatever the hard faction has arranged." He paused. "One problem at a time." "You're very good at one problem at a time." "I've had practice," he said. She came to stand beside him at the courtyard's edge, both of them looking out at the estate. The maple, the flagstones, the gate, the clean stone of the walls, the ordinary and specific shape of a place that had become, over 10 years of watching and protecting and being protected, something that belonged to both of them in the way that the best places belong to people, not through ownership but through presence. "Wei Liang," she said. "Yes. We're going to be fine," she said. Not as reassurance. As assessment. The confident, specific assessment of someone who had evaluated the situation and was reporting her findings. He looked at her. "Yes," he said. "We are." Outside the estate walls, the autumn world was moving toward what came next. Inside, the evening was warm and the dinner bell would ring soon, and the people he had spent 10 years protecting without their knowledge were living their ordinary lives in the specific, unremarkable way that ordinary lives are lived when someone with a quiet, patient power has made it possible for ordinary life to continue undisturbed. Lord Kai was coming. The inner hall was calculating. Wei Liang was ready. He had been ready for a long time. The form began again in the fading evening light, and the courtyard received it with the patient, attentive quality of a space that had seen 10 years of practice and knew the difference between motion and purpose. And tonight the motion and the purpose were the same thing, and the autumn held its breath around them, and the next chapter was already underway even before it had properly begun. Chapter 41. The Lord's Advance. Lord Kai Xuetian arrived in the outer territories 6 weeks earlier than Wei Liang had projected. He came not with a formal declaration of territorial claim. That would come later, once the ground was prepared, but with the instrument that minor lords had perfected over generations, the grievance proxy. A village farmer in the southern end of Thornwall's region had allegedly violated a water rights agreement with the Kai territory estate. The grievance was genuine enough in its details to be credible and thin enough in its substance to be transparently pretextual to anyone looking carefully. Lord Kai was not expecting anyone looking carefully. Wei Liang heard about the grievance proxy from Commander Fun, who had developed a network of contacts in the regional villages that would have impressed his old militia commanders. 3 hours after the initial report, Wei Liang had a full assessment. Kai's advance party was 14 cultivators, chi condensation through foundation, plus a retinue of 40 administrative staff and household guard. The Lord himself was not present. He was sending an administrator named Prefect Tung to conduct the investigation, which would result in a finding that justified further Kai territory involvement in the region. "He's establishing a precedent," Zhao Yun said at the map table where Wei Liang, Fun, and Madame Zhao had assembled. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "A documented grievance, a formal investigation, a finding that creates a territorial interest claim. It's the same mechanism he's used on 3 previous territorial expansions. And Thornwall is in the affected region. How?" Madame Zhao asked. "We're north of the village in question," Fun said. "Technically outside the water rights dispute. But if the investigation is extended to cover the regional water table as a systemic issue, then every estate in the region becomes subject to Kai's administrative review," Wei Liang finished. "Including the eastern hillside and its chi vein." Madame Zhao looked at the map with the expression of someone who has seen this kind of mechanism before. "How do we respond?" "We document," Wei Liang said. "Immediately and thoroughly. The provincial administration's review framework covers territorial claims made through proxy grievances. There's a precedent from 12 years ago that established the standard." He paused. We need to have our documentation in before Prefect Tung's investigation produces a finding. If we're on record first, any extension of the investigation to cover Thornwall requires dealing with the prior documentation. And if Kai decides documentation isn't the obstacle he was planning for? Fan asked. Wei Liang looked at the map. Then we deal with the obstacle he brings. Prefect Tung was an efficient and unpleasant man who had spent 20 years as Lord Kai's regional administrator and had, in that time, developed a polished expertise in the specific art of conducting investigations whose outcomes he had already determined. He arrived in the outer territories with his 14 cultivators and his 40 staff and began his investigation with the smooth confidence of someone who had done this before. He encountered the documentation on his third day. The Thornwall Estate's formal submission to the Provincial Administration's Review Office arrived at the Regional Inspector's Bureau 2 days before Tung's investigation was scheduled to reach its preliminary finding phase. The submission cited the 12-year precedent, documented Thornwall's historical relationship with the water table in question, and this was Madame Zhao's addition, and Wei Liang had found it brilliant, included signed statements from 6 neighboring estate owners who had all, at her quiet instigation over the previous 2 weeks, submitted parallel documentation about their own properties. Tung's investigation could not produce a regional finding without addressing the collective documentation. Addressing the collective documentation required his investigation to expand, which required Lord Kai's authorization, which required Lord Kai to make a formal commitment to territorial involvement that was not, apparently, what he wanted on the record at this stage. The investigation stalled. It did not end. Tung simply stopped producing preliminary findings and began requesting additional documentation from the regional parties, a bureaucratic move that was essentially the administrative equivalent of treading water. It bought time rather than resolving anything. 2 months, Wei Liang estimated. Maybe 3. He'll wait for the winter administration cycle when the provincial office has less capacity to review submissions. Then we use the 2 months, Zhao Yun said. They used the 2 months. Wei Liang spent them doing 3 things: advancing, preparing the estate's formation perimeter, and sending a very carefully worded letter to Lord Kai directly. The letter was not aggressive. It was not conciliatory. It was precise. It acknowledged that water rights questions were legitimate matters for administrative review. It noted that the Thornwall Estate had submitted complete documentation and welcomed any additional review that adhered to the provincial standard. It observed, in a single sentence, that the estate's current cultivator profile was a matter of public record following the recent tribunal. It did not make any threats. It did not need to. Wei Liang had learned, over 10 years of silence and then months of careful conversation, that the most effective communication often operated entirely through what was implied. The letter implied, clearly, that Lord Kai should research what a heaven-devouring nascent soul cultivator's involvement in a territorial dispute would mean before deciding how to proceed with one. Lord Kai, whatever else he was not unintelligent. The investigation was paused for 63 days. Then Lord Kai himself arrived. Chapter 42. Kai Shuetian. He came without the administrative apparatus. Just himself, 3 nascent soul companions, and a retinue of personal guard, riding north along the provincial road with the self-possessed unhurry of someone who had decided that seeing the situation directly was more efficient than managing it remotely. Wei Liang met him outside the estate gate. Lord Kai was 53, thick through the shoulders, with the specific physical density of a nascent soul cultivator whose body had been reinforced through decades of military-grade practice. His cultivation base sat at nascent soul 3rd stage and had the organized, layered quality of someone who had built each stage on complete mastery of the one before. No shortcuts, no flaws that Wei Liang could find. A real cultivator, not a political appointment. His 3 companions, 2 at nascent soul 1st stage, 1 at nascent soul 2nd. All of them carrying the cultivation signatures of experienced combatants. Wei Liang felt the 4 nascent soul presences and compared them, automatically, to his own. He was at late nascent soul 2nd stage now, deep into its final quarter, feeling the spirit-severing threshold in the middle distance. Against 4 nascent soul cultivators simultaneously, at his current level, the honest assessment was possible, difficult, costly. Against Kai alone, favorable. He held all of this in mind and held out a hand in greeting. Lord Kai, he said. Kai took the hand with the firm grip of someone who uses handshakes as information gathering. Wei Liang. He studied him the way Wei Liang had been studied before, the specific, professional assessment of one serious cultivator evaluating another. You're younger than I expected. I'm 27, Wei Liang said. Late nascent soul at 27, Kai said. He was not performing surprise. He was simply noting a data point. That's unusual. My constitution accelerates accumulation, Wei Liang said. I don't advance fast in the standard sense. I simply run continuously. Kai digested this. Will you offer hospitality? Of course, Wei Liang said. He stepped back from the gate. Madame Zhao has arranged refreshment in the main hall. Lord Kai rode his horse through the gate with the ease of someone who had ridden through many gates and found none of them particularly meaningful except his passage. His 3 companions remained outside, which Wei Liang read as a deliberate calculation. Inside the estate alone, Kai was dependent on his own ability. He was either confident in that ability or making a point about the conversation's intended character. Madame Zhao received him in the main hall with the specific dignity of an elderly woman who has been managing territorial politics in one form or another for 50 years and is not going to be outmaneuvered by a person who is, however powerful, essentially engaged in the same thing she has been engaged in for decades. The tea was good. The refreshment was thoughtful without being elaborate. Lord Kai sat across from Madame Zhao and across from Wei Liang, and looked at both of them with the assessing attention of someone trying to read which of them was the effective authority of this household. He resolved the question correctly. It was both of them, in different registers, and adjusted accordingly. The water rights investigation, he said, has produced less progress than I expected. The documentation was thorough, Madame Zhao said pleasantly. It was thorough, he agreed. Your submission cited a precedent from 12 years ago that my administrative team had not flagged. A pause. I've revised their flagging procedures. I appreciate that, she said. He looked at Wei Liang. Your letter suggested you were aware of the investigation's actual purpose. I was aware of it, Wei Liang said. Then you know what I want. The eastern hillside, Wei Liang said. The Qi vein, and a regional foothold that the water rights dispute would have provided. Kai nodded. No pretense. Yes. You can't have any of those things, Wei Liang said, with the same pleasant directness he had developed through months of institutional negotiations. What I can offer you is something potentially more useful. Kai looked at him. I'm listening. The celestial jade sect's position in the outer territories has been weakened by the tribunal and its aftermath, Wei Liang said. The hard faction's internal failure to reverse the tribunal record has damaged their authority. In the next 6 to 8 months, there's going to be a significant shift in how the sect manages the outer territories, either a reduction of their presence or an escalation to recover credibility. He paused. If they escalate, the outer territories will be destabilized. That destabilization is not in your interest, because unstable territories generate refugee movement and resource disruption that affects the stable territories on their borders. Lord Kai was watching him with the focused attention of someone who had shifted from negotiating to listening. If you're in a formal territorial dispute with Thornwall when the sect escalates, Wei Liang continued, you'll be fighting on 2 fronts simultaneously with uncertain outcomes on both. If you're not in a formal dispute, he paused, you have 1 less front. And the eastern hillside is worth less than a stable northwestern border, Wei Liang said. Run the numbers. Kai was quiet for a moment. Then, you're asking me to abandon a legitimate territorial claim. I'm asking you to decide whether the claim is worth what it will cost in the current environment, Wei Liang said. That's a different calculation. The hall was quiet. Madame Zhao was holding her teacup and watching Lord Kai with the expression of someone who had been waiting for this particular conversation for about 63 days. What guarantee do I have, Kai said, that your assessment of the sect's trajectory is accurate? Elder Shu's letters, Wei Liang said. He produced them, 3 of them, sealed copies with the elder's personal mark, covering the inner hall's internal deliberations over the past 6 months. I have Elder Shu's permission to share these with parties who have a direct interest in the outer territory's stability. He believes, and I believe, that the hard faction's timeline creates a regional problem that goes beyond my personal interests. Kai looked at the letters. He took them, read them. He read them carefully, taking his time, which Wei Liang respected. When he finished, he set them down on the table. The hard faction's window, he said. 6 to 8 months. Then either accommodation or escalation. Yes. And you're telling me this because you want an agreement before the escalation. I'm telling you this because you're an intelligent man who makes decisions on accurate information, Wei Liang said. You can make this decision with accurate information or without it. I prefer you make it with it. Another pause. Lord Kai looked at Wei Liang with the particular expression of someone who has been outmaneuvered in a way they can appreciate. The water rights investigation is withdrawn, Kai said. The regional claim is suspended. He paused. If the sect escalates and creates the destabilization you're describing, I expect a direct communication from you before you respond to it. You'll have it, Wei Liang said. And if the escalation comes to your doorstep specifically, then I'll handle my doorstep, Wei Liang said. What I'm asking is that you don't complicate the regional picture while I'm doing it. Lord Kai picked up his teacup, which he had not touched until this moment, and drank from it with the air of someone acknowledging a negotiation's conclusion. Done, he said. Chapter 43. After Lord Kai left that afternoon, he rode back through the gate with his 3 nascent soul companions, and Wei Liang watched him go from the same position at the gate where he had watched Ren Hao go, Elder Shu go, the Iron Scale Compact go, the position of someone accustomed to watching threats exit the estate. Commander Fin appeared at his shoulder. He left cleanly. He came to assess, and he assessed accurately, Wei Liang said. Kai is a pragmatist. He'll honor the suspension as long as the calculus supports it. And when it doesn't, we'll have a different kind of conversation. He turned from the gate. How's the formation perimeter? 70% complete, Fin said. The northwest section is the last major installation. I need your notation for the anchor nodes. I'll do them tonight. He looked at the estate's walls, the clean stone, the familiar gate, the maple now in full autumn color. Fun. Yes. Well done. The documentation submission, the network, the preparation. All of it. Fin looked at him with the expression he had developed over the past year. The expression of someone who had revised his understanding of what working for this household meant and found the revision satisfactory. I'm doing my job, he said. You're doing considerably more than the job I hired you for, Wei Liang said. You didn't hire me. The estate hired me 8 years ago. A pause. But I take the point. He went to deal with the perimeter nodes. Wei Liang went inside. Zhao Yun was in the kitchen with Madame Zhao, and from the corridor, he could hear the particular register of a grandmother and granddaughter conversation. Not arguing exactly, more the specific back and forth of 2 people who know each other too well to be formal, but too well to be entirely casual. He paused outside the kitchen. He was impressive, Zhao Yun's voice. Not in the obvious way, in the way you can see someone is thinking. He has been thinking since he was 18, Madame Zhao said. I'm not surprised it shows. You knew the whole time. I suspected the whole time. There's a difference. A pause. Pour that into the second bowl. Wei Liang went to his room to write the perimeter notation. He sat at the small desk and began the technical work. The formation node architecture, the anchor specifications, the suppression array adjustments that would bring the estate's outer perimeter to a level of defensive sophistication that would be noticeable to any cultivator approaching with hostile intent. The work was precise and took several hours. He did it with the same quiet, methodical completeness he brought to everything. When he finished, it was late. The estate was asleep. He sat at the desk for a moment after setting down the brush, looking at the notation. Then he looked at the room, the small, neat space he had inhabited for 10 years in its servant version, which had gradually acquired the character of his actual life as the years passed and the pretense receded. The room had books now, Azure Cloud Archive copies, cultivation texts that Elder Rong had sent, Lian Fei's correspondence, a stack of constitution documentation that was in active draft. It had his notes on Zhao Yun's form innovations. It had a map of the outer territories with current political annotation. It looked like the room of a person rather than the room of a concealment. He went to bed. In the morning, Zhao Yun was in the courtyard again. She had been awake before him, which was unusual. She was a morning person, but not an early morning person. She was in the form, but not her usual form. She was in something faster, shorter, more compact. He came to the courtyard entrance and watched. It was a combat form, not the flowing development practice she had been building. This was shorter and harder, designed for rapid deployment against a specific opponent type. She had, apparently, been developing this simultaneously and had not mentioned it. He watched it all the way through. When she stopped, she turned to him. Before you say anything, I started developing this 3 weeks ago. I know combat forms at stage 7R. Where did you get the base framework? He asked. She paused. From watching your hollow form. The parts you showed me when we were working on the phase shift. He held this for a moment. The hollow form's application to Qi condensation range opponents, adapted through stage 7's lateral meridian innovations, with the combat compactness of someone who had been thinking about how to fight someone much more powerful than herself, and working backward from the result she needed rather than forward from the technique she knew. The second sequence, he said. The elbow drop after the meridian flush, that's unnecessary. The flush already destabilizes. The drop adds force you don't need and costs half a second. She looked at him. Half a second matters. At stage 7 against nascent soul, every quarter second matters. He came into the courtyard. Show me again. She showed him. They worked on it for 2 hours. He was honest about its quality, genuinely impressive in several places. With 2 sequences he could not have designed himself that worked better than what he had used in his own development. He told her so. She received the assessment with the same directness she brought to everything, neither dismissing it nor inflating it. By the end of 2 hours, the form was cleaner. How far are you from stage 8? He asked. She felt inward for a moment. Weeks, she said. Less than a month. Good. You'll need stage 8 before the hard faction moves. I know, she said. She looked at him. You'll need spirit severing. He was quiet for a moment. He felt the spirit severing threshold. Closer now, the quality of the nascent soul condensation reaching a density that was almost sufficient. 2 months, maybe 3. The timeline is tight, she said. The timeline is what it is, he said. We work with what we have. She nodded. Then, quietly, what happens after spirit severing? He thought about it. Spirit severing was the 6th realm. Above it, void return. Above that, Dao integration. The final stage, the one the historical text described as the threshold of genuine transcendence. He had no idea what the cultivation world would look like from void return. He had very little reliable information about what Dao integration was, in practice. One stage at a time, he said. She looked at him with the expression that was half exasperation and half something considerably warmer. You give that answer for everything. It keeps working, he said. She picked up the practice tools. Come inside. Your breakfast is getting cold. He looked at the courtyard, the maple's autumn leaves on the flagstones, the familiar dimensions of a space that had contained 10 years of his hidden life and was now containing something that required no hiding. He went inside. Chapter 44. The spy returns 3 weeks after Lord Kai's departure. The unidentified observer who had visited the estate 4 months earlier came back. Wei Liang knew it before Commander Fan reported it. He felt the cultivation signature the moment it came within the formation perimeter's sensing range, and he recognized it with the same certainty of recall that his heaven-devouring meridians provided. Foundation's second layer, well-prepared behavior, the specific chi profile that he had noted and never fully resolved. He was in the estate's front courtyard when the gate bell rang. Fan appeared at the guard post entrance with a contained expression that communicated, "This is the one." Wei Liang went to the gate himself. The man standing outside was perhaps 35, with a plain traveling face and the careful neutrality of bearing that he had noted before. Not the neutrality of absence, but the neutrality of training. He was dressed in traveling clothes that were exactly what a traveling cultivator would wear. His cultivation base showed foundation second layer clearly. Practitioner, Wei Liang said. You visited before. The man held the directness without flinching. 6 months ago, for a constitution assessment. Yes. Wei Liang looked at him with his full attention. Who sent you? A pause. Then, initially, the Celestial Jade Sect's hard faction. The constitution issue was genuine. I wasn't fabricated as a case. But I was asked to report on the estate's arrangements and your current level. And this visit. My own initiative. He met Wei Liang's eyes. I need to tell you something. Wei Liang considered this for a moment. Then he opened the gate. Come in. The man came in. His name was Practitioner Wei Bao, no relation, a common name in the eastern provinces. He had been a Celestial Jade Outer disciple 20 years ago, had left the sect under circumstances he described briefly as disagreement about methods, and had maintained loose connections with the sect's administrative network while building an independent practice. The hard faction had approached him through those connections and offered payment for the assessment visit. He had taken the contract. He was not proud of it. He was here because something had changed. The hard faction's timeline, Wei Bao said. It's been moved up. They're not waiting for the spring election. Wei Liang was still. There's a new plan, Wei Bao said. Not through the inner hall. A direct action, outside the institutional framework. They've engaged 3 spirit-severing cultivators. Not Iron Scale, not any regular mercenary organization. Independent contractors with no traceable connection to the sect. He paused. They're going to come here. To the estate. Within 3 weeks. Why are you telling me this? Wei Bao was quiet for a moment. The constitution work you did with me 6 months ago, he said finally. My threshold issue. You gave me a practice framework that I'd been trying to find for 15 years. He paused. I can't pretend that isn't worth anything. Wei Liang looked at him. And, Wei Bao said, I know what the hard faction does to cultivators with unusual constitutions. I was in the sect long enough to know the history. He paused. What they want to do to you is what they've done to others, and what they'll keep doing if the tribunal record doesn't hold. Wei Liang said nothing for a moment. Then, 3 spirit-severing cultivators. What stages? 2 at first stage. 1 at second. And they're coming here. Within 3 weeks, Wei Bao confirmed. They're already traveling. Wei Liang nodded slowly. Thank you, he said. I mean that. I know, Wei Bao said. That's why I came. Chapter 45. Preparation. The 3 weeks were not enough. That was the honest assessment. Wei Liang was at late nascent soul. Deeply late. The spirit severing threshold close enough that he could feel its specific quality, The way you feel a room's warmth before you open the door. But he had not crossed it. Nascent soul against spirit severing was a meaningful gap, even with his constitution's absorption advantage. Against one spirit severing cultivator, he believed he could win. Against three, with the two at first stage and one at second, the honest answer was that the fight would be long, costly, and dependent on his absorption working efficiently under combat stress against three opponents simultaneously, which was a variable he had never tested at scale. He told Zhao Yun and from the full situation. Zhao Yun was at stage 8 by the third day after Wei Bao's warning. The threshold had been imminent, and the specific focus that a concrete threat provided had, apparently, provided the final pressure to tip it. She stood in the morning courtyard feeling the new qi range settle, and looked at Wei Liang with the expression of someone who had just been handed a tool they had needed and was already thinking about how to use it. Stage 8, he said. Stage 8, she confirmed. What does that give us? Against foundation cultivators, decisive advantage. Against qi condensation, overwhelming advantage. Against nascent soul, he paused. You cannot fight nascent soul cultivators directly at stage 8, but you can disrupt their formations, interfere with technique preparation, and protect the non-cultivator members of the household if the fight spreads. I'll take it, she said. Fun had the estate's guard at 7 people by the second week. He had recruited 2 additional men from the regional militia, both with solid tactical training and the temperament for organized action. The formation perimeter was complete. The estate's defensive array was as good as it could be made. Wei Liang sent letters to Elder Kuo and Elder Shu. Both responded within days. Kuo's letter was brief and committed. Azure Cloud assets would be repositioned toward the outer territories within a week. She could not promise arrival before the 3-week window, but would try. Shu's letter was different, more personal, more complicated. He could not move openly, but he had spoken to 2 other moderate elders who were not planning to resign, and they were aware of the hard faction's violation of the tribunal framework. If the direct action occurred, there would be an institutional response from within the sect itself. The walls were being built around the hard faction even as it moved. Wei Liang saw this with the patient attention he had always applied to systems under pressure. The hard faction was operating in a narrowing corridor. Every action they took without institutional cover was another constraint on their future options. They were committed now, which meant they would come regardless of how the environment had changed since they planned it. They would come. He worked on the spirit-severing threshold every night. He could feel the condensation process advancing. The nascent soul's distributed presence throughout his meridians was reaching the compression point where the next transformation would begin. Spirit-severing was named for what it felt like. The severing of the soul from the body's limitations, the first genuine transcendence of the flesh-bound cultivation path. He understood, in those late-night sessions, why the historical text described it as the first moment when a cultivator truly became something different. He worked and waited and felt the weeks pass. On the 18th day of the 3-week window, the formation perimeter triggered. 3 cultivation presences, spirit-severing realm, moving toward the estate from 3 different approach vectors simultaneously. Wei Liang stood up from the kitchen table where he had been reading and said, calmly, to the room, "They're here." Chapter 46. 3 at once. The tactical situation was as he had projected. The 3 spirit-severing cultivators had positioned themselves at the estate's 3 primary approach angles, north, southeast, and southwest, and were moving in concert, which meant they were coordinated and had planned for simultaneous engagement. The formation perimeter's detection arrays were singing in his awareness with the specific character of 3 distinct technique profiles. He went to the outer courtyard. Zhao Yun was already there. She had felt the formation trigger through the estate's qi network. Commander Fan had the guard assembled at the wall perimeter. Madame Zhao had taken the non-cultivator staff to the main building's inner rooms, which was where the defensive array had the highest density. 3 separate approaches, Wei Liang said to Zhao Yun and Fan. They want to prevent me from focusing on one at a time. He looked at the estate's walls, calculating angles. Fan, the guard holds the main building perimeter. Nothing gets inside. He looked at Zhao Yun. The southeast approach. There's a cultivator at nascent soul level. I need to know which one before I can commit. Wait. He extended his sensing fully. 2 of the 3 were spirit-severing first stage. 1 was spirit-severing second. The second stage cultivator was approaching from the north, which was the main gate. The southeast approach is spirit-severing first stage, he told Zhao Yun. You cannot fight them directly. What I need from you is interference. Disrupt their technique preparation, force them to react rather than act, by time. Stage 8 Qi at combat intensity will register as meaningful interference even against spirit severing. Don't engage in exchange, disrupt, and move. I understand, she said. Stay in motion. Spirit-severing cultivators can lock a position in one technique cycle. Don't give them a target to lock. I understand, she said again, with the specific emphasis of someone who has absorbed the technical information and is ready to move. He looked at her for one moment. Then he went to the north gate. The spirit-severing second-stage cultivator came over the wall. He came over it not through the gate, but directly over the perimeter. A spirit-severing technique that compressed the space between 2 points, the technique variant that the texts called gate step. The space folded and he was 15 feet from Wei Liang in the outer courtyard, which told Wei Liang that the man had the formation perimeter's anchor points memorized, which meant the intelligence operation had been thorough. The man was about 60. His cultivation base had the particular character of a combat specialist. Everything organized for damage rather than utility, the single-purpose cultivation of someone who had decided very early what they were for. He was carrying a soul-severing formation artifact that Wei Liang recognized from the Azure Cloud archive materials, a weapon designed specifically to target nascent soul-range cultivation bases. Wei Liang, the man said. He had no preamble. You have a name, Wei Liang said. For this purpose, no, the man said. He launched his first technique without additional conversation, which Wei Liang appreciated for its efficiency. The technique was the mountain pressure formation, a classic spirit-severing offensive, which distributed high-density qi across a wide field and made evasion impossible while concentrating maximum force at the target's cultivation base. It was designed to simply overwhelm a lower-realm cultivator through volume. Wei Liang opened his hands and let it come. The heaven-devouring meridians absorbed the outer edges of the formation first, the distributed qi field pulling into the shadow vein with the characteristic silent hunger of his constitution. The concentrated core hit his nascent soul defense, and he took the impact with both feet planted, qi flooding through his meridian network to absorb the blow, the technique's force converting in real time from damage to fuel. He staggered back one step. The man's eyes narrowed. Interesting, the man said. He had not expected the mountain pressure formation to be absorbed. He had expected a standard defensive response. Your technique is well-structured, Wei Liang said. He was absorbing and integrating even as he spoke. The qi distribution in the outer field is efficient. I'm keeping it. He released what he had absorbed, not in a mirror formation, but through the hollow form's 17th position, which used absorbed qi as a resonance burst rather than a directed attack. It hit the man's cultivation field and disrupted the preparation cycle for his second technique. They fought for 11 minutes. It was the hardest fight Wei Liang had experienced. The spirit-severing second stage was genuinely operating at a level above him, and without the absorption advantage, the fight would have ended in 3 minutes. With the absorption, each technique the man used became fuel, and the fuel accumulated, and the fight's balance slowly, inexorably shifted. At 11 minutes, Wei Liang could feel the spirit-severing threshold in a way he had never felt it before. The pressure of the fight, the volume of absorbed spirit-severing technique. The condensation process, which had been approaching for weeks, found the final conditions it needed, not in the controlled environment of the wine cellar, not in a meditation session, but here, in the middle of a combat, the way all transformations that have been building long enough eventually arrive, in the moment when they are most needed. The nascent soul compressed and severed. Chapter 47. Spirit severing. It was not a conscious choice. He had not planned it for this moment. He simply felt the threshold arrive with the inevitability of something that had been building for months, and then it was there, and he was on the other side of it. The world changed. Not in the dramatic sense. No light pillar, no earth shaking. But the qualitative shift was the most significant he had experienced in 10 years, larger than core formation, larger than nascent soul. Spirit severing was named correctly. The soul's connection to the body's material limits severed, and what remained was a cultivator whose qi was no longer fully bounded by flesh. He felt the two spirit-severing first-stage cultivators at the estate's other angles as if he were standing next to them. He felt Zhao Yun's stage 8 qi engaging one of them in the rapid, mobile disruption he had instructed, correctly executed. He felt the formation perimeter's every anchor node as an extension of his own awareness. And he felt the second-stage cultivator in front of him recalibrate, visibly, in real time. The man had felt it too. Spirit severing, the man said. There was something in his voice that was not quite the professional neutrality of before. Transitional, Wei Liang said honestly. The early stages. He paused. But yes, that changes the contract's execution parameters significantly, the man said. Wei Liang looked at him with the full spirit-severing perceptual range. The first time he had looked at anything with this range. The man's cultivation base was visible to him in extraordinary detail. The specific architecture of spirit-severing second stage, the technique library, the formation artifact's connection to the soul-severing protocol. He reached out. He did not attack. He absorbed. The soul-severing formation artifact was a sophisticated piece of work, but it was a formation, and formations had the property that Wei Liang had always exploited. They were made, and made things could be read. He read the artifact's structure at spirit-severing range in about 15 seconds, and then, with the precision of someone who had spent 6 years dismantling Elder Shu's curse from the inside, he unmade its activation sequence. The artifact went quiet. The man looked at his own hand. "Return the contract," Wei Liang said. "Go home." He paused. "I absorbed enough of your technique in the last 11 minutes to understand your cultivation base reasonably well. I'd estimate you're at late second stage, approaching third. The path you're on, working as an independent contractor for institutional factions that have decided extralegal action is acceptable, is going to eventually produce a contract where you meet someone who doesn't give you the option I'm giving you now." The man was still. "You're giving me an option," he said. "I'm giving you a choice," Wei Liang said. "There's a difference." The man looked at him for a long moment. The spirit-severing chi field was settling around Wei Liang in its new, broader configuration, and at this range the man could feel it with complete clarity. "The other two," the man said. "I'll address them," Wei Liang said. "After you leave." Another pause. Then the man did the gate step again, this time away from the estate, and was gone. Wei Liang turned southeast. Chapter 48. Zhao Yun holds the line. He reached the southeast angle of the estate to find Zhao Yun still moving. She had been doing exactly what he had asked. Disruption, not engagement. Mobile interference that prevented the spirit-severing first-stage cultivator from completing any technique preparation. She was fast. She had been fast since Stage 5, and Stage 8 with the lateral meridian innovation had given her a mobility that was, he was now seeing in real time, startlingly effective against a heavier, more powerful opponent who was used to fighting people who tried to meet force with force. She was not meeting force with force. She was meeting force with air. The first-stage cultivator, a woman, perhaps 50, with the compact power of someone who had been in combat cultivation her whole career, was frustrated in a way that was visible in her chi field. She had tried 5 techniques, and each one had been disrupted mid-formation by a Stage 8 cultivator who refused to stay still long enough to be targeted. Wei Liang arrived at the angle and felt the spirit-severing range give him the full picture. "Zhao Yun," he said, quietly, carrying on chi. She felt it, looked at him from across the engagement space. He was, in his spirit-severing field, immediately visible to her at the new range. Her eyes widened very slightly. She felt what he had become. He inclined his head toward the southwest angle where the third cultivator was. She understood. She disengaged from the southeast immediately. A clean withdrawal, not a retreat. The move of someone who had achieved what they needed to and was done. The first stage woman turned toward Wei Liang. He absorbed her initial technique before she completed it. The heaven-devouring meridians at spirit-severing range were qualitatively different from what they had been at nascent soul, the absorption radius larger, the integration faster. The technique simply disappeared from her formation cycle. She stopped. "You're spirit-severing," she said. "Recently," he said. "The contract specified nascent soul second stage," she said. It was not a complaint. It was a professional assessment of a discrepancy. "I advanced during the engagement with your colleague," he said. The threshold was close. Combat stress provided the final pressure. She looked at him for a moment. "The other contracts I've held, in situations like this situation is not like other situations," he said. "The people who contracted this action have been violating a formal tribunal record. If you stay, you're part of that violation. If you leave, you're a contractor who withdrew from a misrepresented contract, which is standard professional conduct." She was quiet. "I'm going to be handling spirit-severing range threats for the foreseeable future," Wei Liang said. "The people who can manage those at professional quality are a finite community. I'd rather that community know that when they work for the hard faction against this estate, they're working for a losing cause." He paused. Word travels. She did the mathematics of this clearly, in about 10 seconds. Then she nodded once and stepped back. "Professional advice," she said. "The third member of our team is at spirit-severing first stage, but his constitution has a stability issue in the upper meridians. The third technique in his standard sequence cracks the stability. You'll want to absorb that third technique before he has a chance to reset." Wei Liang looked at her. "You're helping me," he said. "I'm withdrawing from a misrepresented contract," she said. She left. He went to the southwest angle. Chapter 49. The last contractor, the third contractor was, as the woman had said, a spirit-severing first-stage cultivator with an upper meridian stability issue. Wei Liang felt at the moment he was within sensing range. a specific crack in the foundation that the man had been compensating for, probably for years, with a combination of technique, adjustment, and suppression cultivation. The man felt Wei Liang approaching and stopped. He turned. "Your spirit severing," he said. "The others are gone," Wei Liang said. The man looked at him for a long moment. His upper meridian instability pulsed once in Wei Liang's sensing, the characteristic pressure of someone whose foundation has a fault they manage rather than repair. "The contract," the man said, "was misrepresented by its principles," Wei Liang said. "Your assessment of my level was accurate for the information they gave you. The information was wrong." The man processed this. "The principles, the Celestial Jade Sect's hard faction," Wei Liang said. 3 spirit-severing contractors against a nascent soul second-stage cultivator made sense as a contract. Against spirit-severing. He let the man complete the sentence. "Reckless," the man said quietly. "Reckless," Wei Liang agreed. "Because they're operating in a narrowing corridor. They've lost the institutional route. They've lost the mercenary route. They've lost the indirect surveillance route. This is the desperation action. Which means if it fails. Which means when it fails," Wei Liang said, "there's no next move. The hard faction's position in the inner hall will become untenable once this is documented. Elder Shu already has contacts watching for exactly this kind of violation." The man looked at the estate walls, at the formation perimeter that was, at spirit-severing range, now singing with its full depth of sophistication. He looked at Wei Liang. "Your stability issue," Wei Liang said. He felt the man's attention sharpen. "The upper meridians. The third sequence in your standard technique set cracks the foundation, yes?" The man was very still. "The instability started when you made the push from early to mid-first stage without fully completing the mid-stage consolidation," Wei Liang said. He was reading the cultivation base's architecture the way he read everything. Not aggressively, just accurately. "The compensation technique you're using is intelligent, but it's managing the fault rather than addressing it." "There's no way to address." "There is," Wei Liang said. "It requires a sustained practice adjustment over 8 to 12 months. Not dramatic. A modification to the 4th and 5th standard positions that reduces the pressure on the upper meridian junction." He paused. "I can write it out for you if you want." The man stared at him. "You're offering to help me," he said. "I'm offering accurate information about your constitution to someone who needs it," Wei Liang said. "That's what I do." He looked at the man steadily. "Leave the contract. The principals are in the last days of their current approach. Being on their side when it fails is not a professional recommendation." A long silence. The man nodded once. "If the practice adjustment is genuine," he started. "I'll send it to a contact address you specify," Wei Liang said. "You can verify it against the formal cultivation literature. The mechanism is in the texts, it's just not assembled in a way that applies to your specific constitution." The man gave him a contact address, a message broker in the provincial capital. Then he left. Wei Liang stood at the southwest corner of the estate's walls in the late afternoon light and breathed. All 3 contractors were gone. The estate was intact. The hard faction's action had failed. He felt the spirit-severing chi field settle around him with the specific, distributed quality of something newly established. The first full day of his life at this realm, and it had been, all things considered, instructive. He turned and walked back through the estate to the outer courtyard. Chapter 50. Aftermath and understanding. Zhao Yun found him in the garden. She came with the direct, certain movement of someone who knew exactly where to look and had not wasted time looking elsewhere. She stopped a few feet from him and looked at him with the full, unguarded assessment she usually reserved for cultivation work. "Spirit-severing," she said. "Yes," he said. "In the middle of the fight. The threshold was close. The combat stress provided the final accumulation pressure." She was quiet for a moment. The garden was late afternoon, gold and still. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Yes." He considered whether that was true in all its dimensions. "The transition was faster than I expected." "Spirit-severing is." He paused, looking for accurate language. "The perceptual range is significantly wider. I'm still adjusting to it." She looked at him with the careful attention of someone who is listening not just to the words. "What does it feel like?" He thought about it. "Like the walls of a room you've been in for a long time have suddenly expanded," he said. "The same room, but larger, and everything in it is more itself." She held this. "Then, is that good?" "Yes," he said. It was genuinely good. It was, in fact, more than he had expected. The spirit-severing realm felt less like an advancement and more like a clarification, as if everything he had been building toward had always been pointing here, and he simply hadn't known the precise shape of the destination until he arrived. "The contractors," she said. "All 3 left." "Yes." "You talked 2 of them out of it and absorbed the other one's weapons system." "More or less." She was quiet for a moment. You didn't have to do that. At spirit severing, you could have. Yes, he said. I could have. He looked at the garden. They were people doing a job with inaccurate information. The principals who gave them the inaccurate information are the actual problem. He paused. And I try to solve the actual problem when possible. She was quiet. One of them helped me, he said. Told me about the third contractor's vulnerability. He paused. People are complicated. That's worth accounting for. She looked at him for a long time. Wei Liang, she said. Yes. I held the line, she said. At the southeast angle. The disruption held for 11 minutes. I know, he said. I felt it. It was exactly right. She looked at him with the specific expression that was neither pride nor satisfaction, but the particular quality of someone who has been accurate in a situation that mattered and knows it. Thank you, he said. She looked away, at the garden, at the autumn afternoon. What happens now? With the Heart faction? Elder Shu will have this documented within a week, Wei Liang said. 3 spirit-severing contractors approaching a cultivator's residence constitute an unauthorized direct action against a tribunal-protected party. The moderate faction will have a censure motion ready. The Heart faction's 2 leading figures will face formal review. He paused. The spring election's calculus changes when the Heart faction is under review. Is it over? The immediate crisis is over, he said. There will be more complications. There always are. He paused. But the Heart faction's core strategy has failed. They needed to eliminate me or substantially damage my position before the documentation project was complete and before the Azure Cloud Alliance was established. They didn't. The window has closed. She was quiet for a long moment. Then we have time, she said. We have time, he agreed. She looked at him. Good, she said. The garden held them in its late afternoon stillness, and the spirit-severing chi settled into its new configuration around them. And somewhere in the inner hall 300 miles away the Heart faction was discovering that they had made their final move, and it had not been enough, and the world, which had spent years being large and threatening, and moving toward this household with its various forms of consequence, was adjusting its understanding of what it was actually dealing with. Wei Liang had spent 10 years being underestimated. He thought he was done with that particular arrangement. The maple tree's autumn leaves lifted in a small wind and settled on the garden stones in the pattern they always settled. The same tree, the same stones, the same courtyard that had heard 10 years of early mornings and quiet work and secret, patient accumulation. He stood in it and breathed, and the spirit-severing realm breathed with him, and the world continued. Lord Kai had been managed. The Heart faction's action had failed. The documentation project was underway. But something in the Far East, something older than sects and tribunals, something that the Azure Cloud Archive's deepest section had referenced in passing in a way that Wei Liang had been pulling on like a thread ever since, was beginning to stir. He would need to understand it before it arrived. He always did his best work with time to prepare. He went inside to write the practice adjustment for the contractor's upper meridian stability issue, and then he went to read the archive materials again, more carefully, with spirit-severing eyes. The thread was worth following. It led somewhere he had not expected. It led somewhere that would require everything he had become and more. He read until midnight. He read until he understood what he was looking at. Then he sat very still for a long time, feeling the spirit-severing field around him and the enormous, accumulated presence of everything he had built, and he thought, I am not surprised. He had always known that the world's largest problems would eventually require the world's most unusual solutions. He had been making himself into one for a long time. The archive material remained open on the desk before him, its ancient ink describing things that no cultivator in the last 300 years had encountered and survived, and Wei Liang read it with the complete, focused attention of someone who had 10 years of patience in reserve and intended to use every last day of it. Outside, the autumn night was cold and clear, and the stars were the stars of a world that had no idea what was coming. And in a cellar somewhere in the world's deep infrastructure, something that had been sealed for 800 years was beginning, very slowly, to wake. Chapter 51. The archive's deep section Elder Rong had marked 3 pages in the Azure Cloud's historical archive with a small notation that said, related to your research, significance unclear. Wei Liang had set those 3 pages aside when he received them, because at the time the immediate crisis had not allowed sustained attention to anything without concrete urgency. He returned to them now, in the quiet days after the contractor's departure, and understood within the first hour of careful reading why Elder Rong had not felt confident categorizing their significance. The pages were from a survey of cultivation anomalies conducted 800 years ago by a scholar named Practitioner Luo Bei, who had spent 40 years documenting unusual events in the cultivation world, and whose work had been largely forgotten because its conclusions were considered either speculative or uncomfortable by the institutions that would have needed to act on them. Luo Bei had documented 3 instances of what he called the qi resonance phenomenon, occasions in which unusual constitution cultivators had spontaneously entered a state of deep resonance with a specific location's qi foundation, reporting contact with what they described as an intelligence embedded in the world's qi structure itself. All 3 instances had been classified by the institutions involved as cultivation hallucinations caused by the stress of unusual constitution management. Luo Bei had not agreed. His analysis, running to 60 careful pages that the archive had preserved primarily because he had been an institutional donor rather than because anyone had read them, proposed that the world's qi foundation was not a passive medium but an active one, that it had, embedded within its deepest structure, the remnant of what had been a conscious entity of extraordinary cultivation, that this entity had been present since before recorded cultivation history, that it had been, at some point in the deep past, deliberately sealed within the world's own qi foundation by a group of cultivators whose cultivation level was, by any current standard, beyond comprehension. He called this entity the Hollow Emperor. The name was familiar. Wei Liang sat with the papers for a long time. He thought about the sealing curse that Elder Shu had installed, a masterwork binding, as he had always considered it, of a quality that suggested its creator understood binding at the level of genuine mastery. He thought about the specific architecture of that curse, which he had spent 6 years dismantling and therefore knew in extraordinary detail. He thought about the node structure, the activation mechanism, the way it had been keyed not just to his chi flow but to his heartbeat, to his existence as a living cultivator. A cultivator bound to something that could use that binding as a conduit. He pulled out the notes he had taken while dismantling the curse, the chalk notations he had transferred to his journal before cleaning the wine cellar walls. He read them against the archive pages. He found the match on the 4th hour of looking. The sealing curse's deepest architecture, below the institutional binding that Elder Shu had installed, below the practical locks on his cultivation base, there was a stratum that had not been Shu's work. It had been there before Shu added his layers. Wei Liang had assumed it was residual formation work from the inner council chamber, background qi structure from the room itself. It was not. It matched Luo Bei's description of the Hollow Emperor's binding architecture precisely. Wei Liang set down the journal and looked at the ceiling. The Celestial Jade sect had not feared him because of institutional precedent or abstract danger. They had feared him because someone in the sect's inner knowledge base, Elder Shu's teacher, probably, or the teacher above that, had known that heaven-devouring meridians were specifically reactive to the Hollow Emperor's binding architecture, and had understood that a fully developed heaven-devouring cultivator near the seal's world-level manifestation would either free the entity or become its conduit. What Elder Shu had done, he had genuinely believed was necessary. The fear had been real. The response had been wrong, catastrophically, personally wrong, but not manufactured. Wei Liang sat with this for a long time. Then he went to write a letter to Elder Rong. Elder Rong's response arrived in 4 days, which was remarkably fast for a scholar who normally took 2 weeks to respond to correspondence. The letter was 40 pages long. Wei Liang read it in the garden over the course of a full day, making notes, consulting the archive copies, checking Rong's citations against the original materials. Zhao Yin sat with him for part of it, reading the sections he handed her, asking the questions that revealed what she had understood and what she needed explained. By the end of the day, the picture was clear. Rong had been sitting on relevant information without recognizing it as relevant. He had the complete archive materials from Luo Bei's survey, which the Azure Cloud had acquired through a bequest from Luo Bei's estate 200 years ago and had never fully indexed. He had 3 additional primary sources from different periods that all referenced the same phenomenon. A sleeping intelligence in the world's deep qi foundation, periodic manifestations of resonance events in unusual constitution cultivators, a pattern of institutional suppression that tracked exactly with the periods when the manifestations were strongest. The Hollow Emperor's seal was fracturing. Not catastrophically, not yet. But the archive materials described a historical cycle where the seal weakened at specific intervals, drove a surge in unusual constitution births because the entity's influence on the world's qi produced cultivation variants in newly born cultivators, and was then either reinforced by a group of dedicated cultivators or allowed to weaken further until it failed. The last reinforcement had been 300 years ago. The current weakening had been ongoing for about 60 years. Wei Liang had been born into the beginning of a surge cycle and had possessed, at birth, not just the heaven-devouring meridians of an unusual constitution, but the specific heaven-devouring meridians that the Hollow Emperor's architects had been most afraid of, the ones that could absorb the seal's technique architecture and potentially either reinforce it or dismantle it, depending on the cultivator's development and intention. Elder Shu had not invented the fear. He had inherited it. And now Wei Liang, at spirit-severing first stage, was the most fully developed heaven-devouring cultivator in recorded history. The seal's fracturing was visible to him through the documentation because he now knew what to look for. And the fracturing was accelerating. How long? Zhao Yan asked. Wei Liang did the calculation from the materials. If the current rate continues, 18 months. Maybe 2 years. After that, the Hollow Emperor begins to manifest through the Qi Foundation in ways that will be catastrophic for every cultivator on the continent. He paused. The manifestations affect cultivation directly: Qi corruption, technique destabilization, random cultivation regression. 300 years ago, the regions closest to the seal's surface lost 50% of their cultivators in 1 decade. She was quiet. And you're the one who can do something about it, she said. I'm the one whose constitution is specifically relevant to the seal's architecture, he said. Whether that means I can reinforce it or must do something else, I don't fully know yet. He paused. Rome thinks I may be able to interact with the seal directly. My heaven-devouring meridians absorbed and integrated the binding architecture that Elder Shu used, which was derived from the original seal's technique. I may carry a working template of the seal's construction in my own meridian network. She held his gaze. You might be able to repair it. Repair it, reinforce it, or understand it well enough to determine what actually needs to be done, he said. I need more information, and I need to get to the seal's physical location. Where is it? He looked at the archive maps. Below the Shattered Reach, he said. An ancient ruin complex in the eastern continent's interior. 3 months' travel from here. She was quiet for a moment. Not yet, he said. I need to be at a higher realm first. Spirit's severing first stage against whatever guards a seal that imprisoned a sovereign entity is insufficient. How much time do you have? 18 months, he said. Probably. Then you have time to prepare properly. Yes, he said. He looked at her. This is the kind of problem that requires everything I've built. The documentation project, the unusual constitution understanding, the Azure Cloud Alliance, the tribunal record. All of it matters, because the Hollow Emperor's influence is why unusual constitutions have been suppressed for 300 years. Understanding the constitutions and stabilizing the political environment is the preparatory work for addressing the source. She was quiet for a long moment. Then, you've been doing the right preparation without knowing it was preparation. Most good preparation is like that, he said. She reached across the garden bench and put her hand over his. He turned his hand over and held hers, and they sat in the autumn garden while the weight of 18 months settled around them, and the world continued its enormous motion, and somewhere in the east the ancient seal breathed its slow, fracturing breath. Chapter 52. The inner hall responds. 2 weeks after the contractor's departure, Elder Shu's promised institutional response arrived. It was formal and complete. A censure motion against the hard faction's 2 leading figures, Elders Ku and Mao, for violating the tribunal framework through unauthorized cultivation action. The motion was supported by 9 votes, a larger margin than Wei Liang had expected. The reason for the wider margin arrived in the same messenger packet. Elder Kwa had sent a communication to the inner hall on behalf of the Azure Cloud sect, officially noting that the hard faction's action had occurred and that the Azure Cloud sect considered it a violation of the cultivation world's interinstitutional stability frameworks. The Azure Cloud's institutional weight behind the censure had moved 2 elders who had been wavering. Wei Liang read both documents at the kitchen table with Madame Zhao and sent a brief response to both Elder Shu and Elder Kwa. To Shu, thank you. The censure is the correct institutional response. I expect the hard faction's 2 leading figures to accept formal review or resign. Either outcome stabilizes the moderate faction's position in the spring elections. To Kwa, the Azure Cloud sect's intervention was decisive. I appreciate it. I need to speak with you and Elder Rong about the archive materials as soon as you can arrange a meeting. He sealed the letters and gave them to the messenger. Commander Fin came to him that afternoon. The regional picture, he said. Lord Kai has filed a formal withdrawal of his territorial investigation. Prefect Tung has returned south. The villages are stable. Good, Wei Liang said. The estate's formation perimeter is fully active, Fin continued. The 7-person guard is in place, and the additional 2 men have been formally registered with the provincial militia as estate security. He paused. We're in the most defensively stable position we've been since I stopped pretending, Wei Liang said. Fin was quiet for a moment. I was going to say since I arrived. But yes. He paused. What's next? Wei Liang told him about the Hollow Emperor. He told him the full picture, The archive materials, Rong's analysis, the seal, the timeline, what Wei Liang's constitution meant in relation to all of it. He told him as clearly and completely as he told Zhao Yun, because Fun had earned that completeness, and because preparation required honest information. Fun listened without interrupting. When Wei Liang finished, the commander sat with it for a moment. 18 months, he said. Approximately. And the journey to the Shattered Reach. 3 months travel. But not yet. I need more realm advancement first. Wei Liang paused. The preparation for the journey is what the next year is. I'm telling you now so you can build the estate's capacity to function without me for the 6 to 9 months when I'm traveling. Fun was quiet. Without you, the estate needs to be able to function independently, Wei Liang said. Not indefinitely, but for the duration. Which means the formation perimeter needs to be self-sustaining at its current level. The guard needs to be capable of managing anything up to nascent soul without cultivator support. And there needs to be a protocol for the consultation work to continue in my absence. Zhao Yun, Fun said. Zhao Yun will manage the consultation work, Wei Liang said. She's at stage 8 and her understanding of unusual constitutions is close to mine at this point. The Azure Cloud Alliance means she'll have institutional backing. Fun looked at him. You've been planning this. Not in the sense of having decided it consciously, Wei Liang said. In the sense that the preparation I've been doing has always been oriented toward this. The documentation project creates a framework that can operate without me. The Azure Cloud Alliance provides institutional cover. Zhao Yun's advancement gives her the cultivation authority to manage the consultation work. He paused. I didn't know exactly what I was preparing for, but I was always preparing. Fun was quiet for a moment. And Madame Zhao? I'll tell her tonight, Wei Liang said. Madame Zhao's response, when he told her that evening, was exactly what he had expected and in every way unremarkable in its equanimity. The world has a very large problem, she said. Yes. And you're the person whose constitution is most directly relevant to addressing it. Yes. She folded her hands. Then you address it. It means leaving the estate for an extended period. I've been managing this estate without you for 61 years, she said. I started 61 years before you arrived. I can manage again. She looked at him. My granddaughter will be here. She will. And she'll manage the consultation work. She will. Madame Zhao was quiet for a moment. Then, how dangerous is it? He thought about this honestly. Very, he said. I don't know what the Hollow Emperor actually is in practice. Only what the archive describes, which is 800-year-old documentation of a sealed entity whose power predates recorded cultivation history. The seal's architecture is something I may be able to interact with, but there are variables I can't resolve without being there. But you believe you can do it. He paused. I believe I'm the only person who can do it. Whether I'm sufficient is the question I won't be able to answer until the moment. He met her eyes. I intend to be sufficient. She looked at him for a long moment with the specific, deep attention of someone who has spent 71 years learning to see people clearly. Yes, she said. You do. She unfolded her hands and picked up her teacup. Then we have 18 months. Let's use them well. Chapter 53. What advancement requires the preparation began. Wei Liang's primary task in the 14 months between the contractor's departure and the planned departure for the Shattered Reach was advancement. Spirit severing first stage to third stage, at minimum. Ideally fourth. The seal's architecture, as Rong's analysis described it, had been designed to interact with cultivators operating in the spirit severing to void return range. At first stage, he would be at the architecture's lower boundary. At third or fourth stage, he would have genuine room to work. The advancement rate at spirit severing was slower than at nascent soul, because the realm's expansion was not primarily accumulation but refinement. The shadow vein continued its constant ambient absorption, but the conversion of absorbed technique into spirit severing advancement required a qualitative process. Not just more chi, but the right kind, at the right depth, integrated in the right way. He found 2 sources of accelerated advancement material. First, the Azure Cloud Archive. Elder Rong, once briefed on the Hollow Emperor situation, became the most productive collaborator Wei Liang had encountered since the tribunal. The archive's deep section contained technique documentation from the historical reinforcement groups, 300-year-old records of cultivators at void return and Dao integration ranges who had left formal accounts of their work. Wei Liang could not practice these techniques directly, but he could absorb them as conceptual frameworks, integrating the principles through the heaven-devouring meridians in a way that accelerated the refinement process. Second, a source he had not anticipated. Lian Fei arrived in the estate's 3rd month of preparation with a specific offer. She was at Foundation's 2nd layer by then. Her advancement had been, as he had estimated, both rapid and structurally sound. She came to the estate with her own archive research, conducted through the provincial library's deepest collections over the 3 months since Wei Liang had sent her the Hollow Emperor materials in a careful, abridged summary. Reverse refinement meridians, she said, at the kitchen table across from him, operate by perfecting what already exists. The chi I generate doesn't add, it improves. She looked at him steadily. If the heaven-devouring meridians can absorb technique and retain it permanently, and the reverse refinement meridians can improve what exists, they're complementary, Wei Liang said. He had seen where this was going. If I practice my constitution specifically in resonance with your constitution, she said, I refine what you've already absorbed, not adding new material, improving the integration quality of what you've accumulated. She paused. I've been testing the theory on technique structures I've borrowed from other cultivators with their consent. It works. The improvement is significant and permanent. Wei Liang looked at her for a long moment. You came here to offer to help me advance. I came here because I think the Hollow Emperor problem is a problem for everyone, and what you've done for me is worth something, and if there's a way to return it, she stopped. Also because the research is genuinely interesting and I want to be part of it. He thought about it. The complementary dynamic she was describing was, in principle, exactly consistent with how heaven-devouring and reverse refinement constitutions would theoretically interact. And the advancement acceleration it could provide was not trivial. Your foundation won't be damaged by this? He asked. No. The refinement work goes outward from my constitution. I'm improving your existing material, not sharing my own. He looked at her with the full attention he gave to all unusual constitution cases. What she was proposing was elegant and genuine and would, if it worked as she described, meaningfully help. And she was offering it with the specific, clear quality of someone who had made a careful decision and was presenting it honestly. Yes, he said. They began working together the following morning. Chapter 54. The elder who came to help 6 months into the preparation period. Elder Shu came to Thornwall Estate. He came alone, which Wei Liang had noticed was how the elder always came when the visit was personal rather than institutional. He arrived on a morning in early spring, riding the same road that Ren Hao had ridden 2 years earlier, and Wei Liang met him at the gate. They stood for a moment looking at each other. You know about the Hollow Emperor, Wei Liang said. I've known about the Hollow Emperor for 40 years, Shu said. It's the actual reason the inner hall feared your constitution, not the institutional threat. The deeper thing. He paused. I should have told you that, at the tribunal. I didn't, because I wasn't sure how much you knew and I wasn't sure you'd believe me. Come in, Wei Liang said. We have a great deal to discuss. They spent 3 days discussing it. Elder Shu was, Wei Liang discovered over those 3 days, one of perhaps 12 people alive who had direct access to the sect's internal documentation about the Hollow Emperor. Documentation that went significantly deeper than Luo Bei's archive materials and included, crucially, the architectural specifications for the original seal's construction. It had been passed down through the inner hall's most senior lineage for 300 years, updated each generation, maintained with the specific, anxious care of people who understood exactly what they were sitting on. The specifications were extraordinary. Wei Liang read them and felt the heaven-devouring meridians respond, not to a technique being absorbed, but to a framework being recognized. The seal's construction used a specific method that he had, in 3 years of working on his own sealing curse, essentially reverse-engineered. The architecture was familiar, not identical, but structurally cognate, the way a dialect is cognate with a language. You know how it works? Shu said, watching him. I know the bones of it, Wei Liang said. I've been living with a version of it for 10 years. He looked up from the specifications. The reinforcement process. The historical group used 24 cultivators at void return range to reinforce the seal 300 years ago. Is that the minimum? It was what was available at the time, Shu said. The actual minimum is not known. What I can do, Wei Liang said slowly, is interact with the seal's architecture in a way that those cultivators couldn't. Because I've absorbed seal construction technique through my constitution, my access to the seal's deep structure is qualitatively different from a standard void return cultivator's access. He paused. I may not need 24 void return cultivators. I may need one cultivator who can interface with the seal at the technique level rather than the chi level. Shu looked at him. One cultivator. Possibly. The theory is untested. He paused. But the seal's construction used the same technique class as my own sealing curse. I spent 6 years inside a version of this architecture. That's not preparation that 24 void return cultivators could replicate. Shu was quiet for a long time. If you fail, the elder said finally. If I fail, the seal continues to fracture at its current rate, and the Hollow Emperor manifests in 12 to 18 months from now, Wei Liang said. Which is what happens if no one attempts anything. He paused. The expected value of attempting is positive regardless of my success probability. Shu looked at him. That's a very cold way to frame it. It's an accurate way, Wei Liang said. I'm not minimizing the personal stakes. I'm clarifying why the attempt is obligatory regardless of them. Elder Shu sat with this. I'll come with you, he said. I can't interface with the seal the way you can. But I know the original construction team's documented techniques, and I'm at spirit-severing 5th stage. If something goes wrong, another spirit-severing cultivator on-site gives you options. Wei Liang looked at him across the table. 10 years ago in the inner council chamber, this man had held him to the floor and supervised the installation of a sealing curse. Now he was offering to travel to the world's deep architecture and assist in the most significant cultivation operation in 300 years. People changed. Or rather, they revealed what they had always had in them when the situation finally required it. Yes, Wei Liang said. Come with us. Chapter 55. The documentation project completes 8 months into the preparation period. Wei Liang and Elder Rong completed the first volume of the Unusual Constitution Documentation Project. It was titled, With Elder Rong's Characteristic Precision, a Practitioner's Compendium of Cultivation Constitution Variants, Historical Record, Technical Analysis, and Practice Frameworks. 230 pages. 37 constitution types documented. 42 individual case studies. Technical frameworks for each type that described accurate practice rather than correction. The Azure Cloud sect published it under the joint authorship of Wei Liang and Elder Rong, with a preface by Elder Kuo that placed it in the context of the institutional history of constitution suppression. Wei Liang held the first printed copy in the estate's garden and read the first 10 pages. Then he set it down and sat with it for a while. Zhao Yun read it cover to cover in 2 days and came to him with annotations. 15 passages she had marked as places where the descriptions could be more specific, 2 techniques that needed better diagrammatic representation, and 1 theoretical section that she disagreed with on precise grounds she articulated clearly. He agreed with all 15 clarification suggestions and incorporated them. The theoretical disagreement he thought about for 2 days before deciding she was right. The second edition incorporated her corrections. The documentation project had been built to outlast his absence. Zhao Yun was now the primary ongoing contributor, with Lian Fei as her research partner. Elder Rong held the archival foundation. The Azure Cloud sect provided institutional credibility. The project had a structure that did not depend on Wei Liang being present. He looked at this structure and thought, this is what good preparation looks like. Not just capability, but capacity that continues when the capable person is not available. He went to tell Zhao Yun that the structure was solid. She was in the back courtyard. She was at stage 8, had been at stage 8 for months, and the form she was practicing was the one she had invented, refined now through 8 months of continued development into something that was genuinely remarkable. He watched it and saw, in the specific perception of spirit-severing range, how it worked in a way that his previous perceptual limitations had not fully revealed. It worked because it operated in the space between technique and intention, in the gap where standard cultivation forms left cultivators exposed. It was not a combat form in the conventional sense. It was a form that made the practitioner present in that gap, the space between attacks, the moment of technique transition, and therefore effectively invisible to conventional assessment. It was, he thought, probably the most original cultivation development he had encountered in 2 years of intensive consultation work. He told her so. She received this without false modesty and without inflation. It still has problems in the 4th section, she said. Show me, he said. They worked on it. Later, in the kitchen, he told her the documentation project structure was solid. She looked at him. You're telling me I'm ready to manage it alone. I'm telling you it doesn't require my presence, he said. Whether you're ready to manage it alone is something you decided about 8 months ago. She looked at him for a long moment with the direct, clear attention that had always been her most defining quality. When do you leave? 6 months, he said. If the advancement continues at the current rate. He paused. Lian Fei's refinement work has accelerated the rate significantly. I'm ahead of the original estimate. And Elder Shu? He'll meet us at the provincial capital and we'll travel east together. She was quiet. 6 months, she said. 6 months, he agreed. She nodded. Then, I want to spend the 6 months well. Yes, he said. Not only on cultivation and preparation. He looked at her. No, he agreed. Not only on those things. The kitchen was warm around them, and the estate beyond its windows was alive with its ordinary life. And 6 months was both a very short time and enough time, and they both knew it, and neither of them pretended otherwise. Chapter 56. Renhao's gift in the 9th month of preparation. Renhao sent a package. It arrived via formal messenger, a celestial jade sect delivery, official markings, but the package itself was hand-sealed with Rin Hao's personal chop rather than the sect's institutional one. Inside, a jade tablet and a letter. The letter said, "The Inner Hall's archives contain one original survey from the early period of the Hollow Emperor's sealing. It was conducted by the reinforcement group before they undertook the reinforcement. It describes the seal's external structure as it appeared from the surface. I have had a copy made. This is it." The tablet's inscribed content was exactly what the letter promised. A first-person survey of the Hollow Emperor's seal from the perspective of a void-returned cultivator who had stood at its surface 300 years ago. Wei Liang read it 3 times. It filled in specific gaps that Elder Shu's architectural specifications had left open, particularly regarding the seal's outer interface, the layer that a reinforcing cultivator would need to interact with first. The survey described that interface in the specific technical language of someone who had been there and was being as accurate as possible. He sent a letter back to Ren Hao. "Thank you. This is the final piece I needed to plan the approach." The response came within days. "The account shows that your account was accurate at the tribunal. I am filing the addendum with the provincial record." Wei Liang set down the letter and thought about who Ren Hao had been 2 years ago, the proud, certain disciple who had arrived at Thornwall with a calculation already completed. And who he was now. People were not fixed points. They moved, given the right conditions. He was glad he had not made the alternative choice on the day in the courtyard. Chapter 57. 6 months gone. The 6 months passed. They passed the way the 10 years had passed, not in dramatic events, but in the accumulated ordinary of a life. Morning practices and kitchen dinners, and consultation sessions and documents completed and formation arrays adjusted, and 2 more of the Azure Cloud's unusual constitution cases resolved, and 1 new unusual constitution discovered and documented. A 19-year-old boy from the eastern provinces with a constitution that Wei Liang had never seen described anywhere in any text, which was itself remarkable given the breadth of what he had now read. He spent 3 days with the boy, working out the constitutional framework from first principles, building a practice structure that was entirely new. The boy left with something that would serve him for decades. Wei Liang sent a full case study to Elder Roan that week. There were also 2 evenings when Wei Liang and Zhao Yun went to the village together for the winter market and walked through the stalls like people who were allowed to have an evening at a winter market. One afternoon when he and Madame Zhao sat in her study and she told him, in careful detail, the history of the estate and the Zhao family and the specific way the property had come to be what it was, which was a story she had not told anyone in decades. One morning when he and old brother Pang sat in the stable for an hour, both doing nothing in particular, and the silence between them was the comfortable kind that comes from everything having been said and requiring no elaboration. And throughout all of it, Zhao Yun. He would not try to describe these 6 months, because they did not condense well into description. They were the texture of daily life shared between 2 people who had decided, without ceremony, that this was the life they were building, and who built it with the same care and attention they brought to everything else. He advanced to spirit-severing 3rd stage in the 5th month, to the boundary of 4th stage in the 6th. When the day of departure arrived, he stood at the estate's gate in the early morning with his travel pack, the same kind of pack he had carried to the tribunal, now containing different and more substantial preparation, and Zhao Yun stood with him. "Come back," she said. "Yes," he said. She held his gaze. "Not just yes," she said. "Promise it." He looked at her for a long moment. He thought about the Hollow Emperor and the seal and the shattered reach and everything he did not know about what he was going to encounter. He thought about the world's tendency to surprise even the most carefully prepared people. "I promise," he said, "on the understanding that I'll do everything in my considerable power to make it true." "That's a very qualified promise," she said. "It's the honest version," he said. She looked at him. Then she stepped forward and kissed him, not gently, not tentatively, but with the specific, direct quality of someone who had decided and was acting on the decision. And he held her with both arms, and the morning was cold around them, and the maple tree's winter branches were overhead, and the estate breathed around them with the breath of a living place. She stepped back. "Go," she said. "The world has a problem." He turned to go. Commander Fin was at the gate. "The road is clear," Fin said. "Elder Shu's party is at the provincial capital's staging point." A pause. "Come back in one piece." "I'll do my best," Wei Liang said. He walked through the gate. Old brother Pang, from the kitchen doorway, called, "There's a good soup when you return." Madame Zhao stood on the main house steps and watched him go without expression, which was how she watched all things that mattered. He turned at the road's first bend and looked back at the gate. It was closed. The estate was behind it, intact, capable, full of people doing their work and living their lives and managing the complicated world with the patient competence that had been their nature all along. He He turned back to the road. 300 miles to the provincial capital. Then east, to the Shattered Reach, to the Seal, to the Hollow Emperor, to whatever came next. He was spirit-severing third stage approaching fourth. He carried the heaven-devouring meridians and the shadow vein, and 10 years of accumulated technique, and 6 years of seal architecture internalized from his own dismantled curse, and the complete documentation of the historical reinforcement group's approach, and Elder Shu's spirit-severing fifth stage alongside him. He had spent 12 years, in total, preparing. He was ready. The road went east, and Wei Liang walked it with the same even, unhurried pace he had developed over a decade of early mornings. And the world's largest remaining problem waited 300 miles further, and the morning was clear, and the path ahead was finally exactly what it had always been building toward. Chapter 58. The road east. Elder Shu met him at the provincial capital with 2 junior disciples who served as logistics support, carrying supplies, managing route planning, handling the practical infrastructure of a long journey so that the 2 spirit-severing cultivators could conserve their focus for what lay ahead. They traveled east. The landscape shifted through the middle territories, the familiar farmland of the outer regions giving way first to the denser forests of the mid-continent, then to the mountain ranges that marked the boundary between the western cultivated world and the eastern wilderness. The eastern continent's interior was not uninhabited, but it was not organized the way the western regions were. No major sects, no provincial administration, no fixed cultivator infrastructure. It was the territory of wanderers, independent practitioners, and the ruins of whatever civilization had existed in the deep past before the current cultivation era. Wei Liang spent the travel time doing 2 things. First, advancing. The journey produced a constant stream of ambient technique from the landscape itself. The eastern wilderness contained qi in a purity and density that the outer territories, filtered through centuries of cultivation activity, had diluted. The heaven-devouring meridians absorbed it with a steady eagerness, and Lian Fei's refinement work continued at a distance through the correspondence protocols they had established. She sent detailed refinement sessions via MessageBird. He implemented them. She received his records and adjusted the next session. It was, for both of them, a new frontier in understanding their constitution's interaction. Second, reading. The Shattered Reach ruins had been surveyed twice in recorded history. Both surveys had produced incomplete documentation that agreed on the central architecture, a complex of underground formations built around a central void, the void being the chamber where the Hollow Emperor's physical form, if it had a physical form, was contained within the seal's binding. The surveys disagreed on everything else: the formation's current state, the seal's surface accessibility, the nature of the entity's manifestations through the fractured seal layers. He was going in with incomplete information, which was uncomfortable. He had been going into most situations in his life with incomplete information and had developed a methodology for it. Identify the minimum viable understanding needed to take the first step, update the understanding based on what the first step revealed, and repeat. It was a methodology that rewarded patience and penalized rigidity. He was patient. He was not rigid. You're thinking about the approach, Shu said, on the second week of travel. I'm thinking about what I don't know, Wei Liang said. Which is most of it? Most of it, he agreed. The seal's external interface, from Ruin House survey tablet. I know what that looked like 300 years ago. I don't know its current state. The fracturing has been ongoing for 60 years. The outer interface may be substantially different from the survey's description. It may be entirely breached, Shu said. If it's entirely breached, we're already in the post-failure scenario, Wei Liang said. The manifestation events would be visible from the surrounding territory. And they're not. Wei Liang confirmed. The fracturing is in the inner structure. The outer interface is probably still intact, or mostly intact. That's the working assumption. Shu was quiet. And when we reach it, I interact with the outer interface using the seal's own architectural language, Wei Liang said. I can speak that language because I've absorbed a version of it. The interaction should allow me to read the current state of the inner structure. What's fractured, what's intact, what needs attention. He paused. After that, I work with what I find. That's a very open-ended plan. It's the correct level of specificity for the information available, Wei Liang said. Planning in more detail with less information than I need creates false confidence that gets people killed. Shu was quiet. I'm not trying to make this seem simpler than it is, Wei Liang said. I know the risk. I know the uncertainty. I'm the one with the most relevant preparation for this, and the preparation is insufficient. He paused. But it's the preparation that exists, and the timeline doesn't allow for building more before the seal fails on its own. So we go, Shu said. We go, Wei Liang agreed. The road continued east. Chapter 59. The shattered reach announced itself 3 days before they arrived. It began as a quality of the qi, a deepening of the ambient density that Wei Liang's shadow vein registered as not just abundance but intent, as if the qi in this region had been organized long ago and retained the memory of that organization even 800 years after its architects had finished. The heaven-devouring meridians pulsed with the specific recognition response he had last felt when he held Elder Shu seal architecture in his hands and recognized its construction. He was already absorbing, passively, the residue of technique at a scale that made the 10 years of wine cellar accumulation look preliminary. "You feel it," Shu said. "Yes," Wei Liang said. He breathed carefully. "The seal is everywhere out here. Not the seal itself. The qi that the seal has organized over 800 years of maintaining its containment. This whole region is saturated with it. Is that helpful?" "Very," Wei Liang said. "I've been absorbing the seal's construction language from archive documents and my own sealing curse. This is the actual source material." He did not sleep the last 3 nights of travel. He did not need to. The spirit-severing realm had altered his body's resource requirements significantly, and the abundant qi was maintaining his system effortlessly. He spent the nights in deep integration work, absorbing the regional qi and using Lien Fei's refinement protocol to improve what he absorbed. By the 3rd morning, he was at spirit-severing 4th stage. He felt it settle and said nothing about it to anyone. The shattered reach ruins appeared at midday of the 3rd day, not as a dramatic sight, but as a depression in the landscape, a circular valley perhaps 3 miles across where the ground was scored with ancient formation channels that had been partially exposed by centuries of erosion. At the valley's center, a structure of black stone rose 40 feet, the above-ground remnant of whatever had once stood here, most of it underground. He stood at the valley's rim. The seal was below him. He could feel it with spirit-severing 4th stage perception in a way that made all his previous understanding look like reading about color before seeing it. The enormous, ancient, exhausted architecture of something that had been maintained for 800 years without its original architects, and was, now, beginning to fail. And within the seal, at its center, at the depth of the underground chamber, something that breathed. Slowly, deliberately, aware. Wei Liang breathed. "It knows we're here," he said. Shu came to stand beside him. "Yes," the elder said quietly. "I can feel it. It's been waiting," Wei Liang said, "for a specific kind of cultivator to arrive." He paused. "It's been waiting for someone with heaven-devouring meridians." Shu was very still. "Whether it's waiting for someone to reinforce the seal," Wei Liang said, "or someone it can use as a conduit, that's what I'm going to find out." He picked up his pack. "Stay here. I'll signal when I'm inside." He went down into the valley. Chapter 60. The threshold. The black stone structure's entrance was at ground level, a passage that had been sealed 300 years ago by the reinforcement group and had remained sealed, according to Ren House survey tablet, in exactly the same state since. The seal worked. It had been doing exactly what it was designed to do. Wei Liang pressed both palms against the door. The heaven-devouring meridians responded immediately, not with absorption but with recognition, the same recognition he had felt at the valley's rim, amplified by direct contact into something that was almost conversation. The door's formation architecture was speaking the language of his own meridians. He answered it. He spoke in the only language the seal knew, the technique language of its own construction, transmitted through the contact of his palms, and the specific circulation pattern he had been building and refining for 8 months in preparation for this exact moment. He told the seal, in its own language, "I am not a threat. I am not a conduit. I am here to understand." The door opened. Not mechanically. It dissolved the formation lock at the command sequence he had correctly identified and gave him access to the structure below. He went down. The passage descended for 30 feet, then opened into a chamber that the survey tablet had described accurately in one way and completely wrong in another. The chamber's dimensions were as described, roughly circular, 200 feet in diameter, with formation channels covering every surface. But the channels were not, as the survey had described, uniformly intact. 63% of the formation channels were fractured, more than he had projected from the external manifestation data. He stood in the chamber and absorbed the architectural reality of what he was seeing, the heaven-devouring meridians mapping the damage faster than any deliberate technique could have, the spirit-severing 4th stage perception giving him the full depth of the fracture patterns. He understood, within 20 minutes of standing in the chamber, the complete current state of the seal. It was failing, not imminently. 8 months, he revised, before the outer interface fractured. Maybe 9. But his previous estimate of 18 months had been based on external data. The internal reality was accelerated. He sent a chi message to Elder Shu at the valley rim. Internal assessment underway. Seal is in worse condition than projected. I need time to evaluate. Do not enter the chamber until I signal. Shu acknowledged. Wei Liang turned to the chamber's center. And the Hollow Emperor spoke. Not in sound. In chi. A communication that arrived directly through the seal's architecture and through Wei Liang's meridians that were tuned to that architecture, bypassing the ears entirely and arriving in the precise location of understanding. It said, with the patient quality of something that had been waiting for 800 years and was in no hurry. You came. Wei Liang said, aloud, because speaking aloud helped him think. I came. And something enormous and ancient and not entirely asleep attended to him with the full weight of its very long patience. And the chamber held them both, and the seal's fractured channels breathed their slow, failing breath around them. And the conversation that would determine the world's next 800 years began. The Hollow Emperor's communication did not have words in the conventional sense. It had meaning, directly transmitted, bypassing the medium of language. Wei Liang received it as one receives something complex and large. Partially at first, the edges before the center, the character before the content. The character was old, patient, not malevolent in the way the archive materials had suggested. The archive had described the entity as a danger, a power that would corrupt the world's chi structure if released, a consciousness that had consumed multiple lesser cultivators who had come near its seal in the deep past. All of this had been the institutional framing, which Wei Liang had learned, over 2 years of institutional navigation, to read with a specific critical distance. The content was, I was imprisoned for something I did not do, by people who feared what I was before I had acted on it. And in 800 years of imprisonment, I have had a great deal of time to think about the difference between guilt and fear. Wei Liang stood in the chamber and let this arrive in full. He thought about his own 17 years. About the inner council chamber. About Elder Shu's tears. Tell me, he said. The Hollow Emperor told him. It took, he could not say how long. Because time in the chamber had a different character, the way time always has a different character when the thing you're attending to is genuinely large. He listened to the history of an ancient sovereign who had possessed, 800 years ago, a cultivation level that had no current analog, something that the historical text would later classify as Dao integration third stage, though the emperor himself had not thought in those terms. He had been, in his own understanding, simply a cultivator who had reached the far end of what cultivation could do, and who had looked, from that far end, at the structure of the world and seen that the world's chi foundation was failing. Not in the way it was failing now. In a deeper, more fundamental way. A structural decay in the world's basic ability to support cultivation at all. A process that the emperor had estimated would take 300 years, but that, left unaddressed, would eventually produce a world where cultivation was impossible. He had solved it. The solution had required him to enter the world's chi foundation directly, to become, in some sense, part of it, to bind his own cultivation base to the world structure in a way that stabilized the decay. He had done this voluntarily, with the understanding that the integration would be permanent and that he would, from the inside of the world structure, maintain the stability he had established. The people who had sealed him had not understood what he had done. They had felt his presence within the world's chi structure and interpreted it as invasion rather than repair. They had assembled the most powerful cultivation coalition of their era and installed the seal that Wei Liang now stood inside. The seal had cut the emperor off from the world's structure without understanding that the structure required his stabilizing presence. The decay he had stopped had resumed. Slowly at first, the buffer he had built before the sealing bought centuries of additional stability. But it had resumed, and now, 800 years later, it was close to the original critical threshold. The fracturing of the seal was not the emperor trying to escape. It was the world's own chi structure pushing against the obstruction, trying to repair itself by restoring the connection that the seal had severed. Wei Liang stood in the chamber and let this settle. He thought about 12 people at Thornwall Estate who had built their lives in the ambient safety of a world that functioned. About Zhao Yun training in the back courtyard in the morning light. About the documentation project and the unusual constitutions and the careful, patient work of helping people understand what they actually were. He thought about Elder Shu's tears. He thought about what people feared and what they damaged in the process of the fearing. I need to verify this, he said. Not as a challenge, as a statement of what he needed to do. I need to read the world's chi structure directly and verify the decay. A pause. Then the Hollow Emperor communicated something that he received as, yes. I expected this. Here is how. It was a technique. The most complex thing Wei Liang had ever been offered. A method of extending his spirit-severing perception down into the world's foundational chi structure and reading the state of the decay directly. It was delivered through the seal's architecture, which was the communication medium available, and it required the heaven-devouring meridians to receive it in a way that a standard cultivator's constitution could not have managed. He absorbed it, integrated it, breathed. Then he extended his perception downward, into the world's foundations, with the technique the Emperor had provided. He was in the deep structure for 2 hours, reading. When he came back, he sat down on the chamber floor. The decay was real, not the Emperor's word about it. The actual decay, visible and measurable at the Qi foundation level, following exactly the trajectory the Emperor had described. Without intervention, the world's Qi structure would reach critical threshold in approximately 200 years. Not catastrophic from a human timeline perspective, but at that point the cultivation environment would begin to deteriorate, slowly and then faster, and the world that Thornwall Estate and the Azure Cloud sect and the provincial administrations and all the ordinary people living ordinary lives depended on would become something different. Wei Liang sat with this. Then he sent another Qi message to Elder Shu. Come down. He spent the time waiting for Shu to descend, doing something he had not expected to be doing. He talked to the Hollow Emperor. Not about the seal, not about technical matters. About the 800 years. What the Emperor communicated, over the next hour, was not self-pity and not rage. It was something more unexpected, a sustained, patient engagement with the experience of being misunderstood, of being imprisoned for a generosity that was read as threat, of watching, from within the seal, the slow accumulation of damage done by the fear that had sealed him. Wei Liang listened. He thought, he is the oldest and largest version of something I have spent the last 2 years helping other people with. He thought, the documentation project is not the end of this work. It is the beginning of it. Elder Shu arrived. Wei Liang looked at him. The seal needs to be opened, he said. Not destroyed, opened. The Emperor was not a threat. He was a stabilizing presence, and the seal cut him off from the structure he was maintaining. He paused. The decay the archive documented as the seal's fracturing is actually the world's structure trying to repair itself. Shu looked at him with the specific expression of someone whose foundational assumptions about a situation are being revised in real time. You're certain? The elder said. I read the decay directly, Wei Liang said. The technique the Emperor provided. I verified it against the physical evidence in the Qi structure. He paused. I'm certain. Shu was quiet for a long time. He looked at the chamber's formation channels, the fractured ones, the still intact ones, the central void where the Emperor's consciousness was centered within the seal. He looked with spirit-severing fifth-stage perception and was there long enough that Wei Liang understood he was doing his own assessment. When Shu came back, his face had changed. I can feel the decay, the elder said. Yes, Wei Liang said. It's consistent with what you said. Yes. Shu looked at him. What does opening the seal require? My constitution, Wei Liang said. The heaven-devouring meridians absorbed the seal's architecture over the last months of preparation. I carry a working template of the seal's construction in my meridian network. The opening process is the inverse of what the original group did. Instead of building the seal, I'm returning the original integration. He paused. It's technically the reverse of what was done to me. I was sealed from my own nature. I've spent 12 years unsealing. Now I do the same for something older. Shu was quiet. The risk, the elder said. The risk is that I don't correctly understand the process and the opening fails or becomes uncontrolled. Wei Liang paused. Your presence here matters because if the process becomes uncontrolled, spirit-severing fifth stage can contain the resulting Qi disruption long enough for me to recover and reset. He looked at Shu. You're the failsafe. Shu absorbed this. I didn't come as a failsafe, he said. No, Wei Liang said. You came because it was the right thing to do. He paused. The fact that it's also the most useful role you can fill here is a coincidence that the cultivation world would call fate, and I call good preparation. Shu looked at him for a moment. Then he sat down on the chamber floor. All right, the elder said. Tell me what I need to know. Wei Liang told him everything he needed to know. They prepared for the opening. And in the chamber above them and the world around them, and the 300 miles of autumn countryside to Thornwall Estate, and the kitchen where Madame Zhao was managing the household, and the back courtyard where Zhao Yun was practicing the form she had invented, the world breathed its slow breath and waited for the thing that would, 800 years late, finally be set right. The seal's fractured channels pulsed. The deep decay continued its slow progress. Wei Liang breathed. He thought about patience. He had learned, over 12 years, that patience was not the absence of urgency. It was the sustained presence of purpose. It was knowing what you were for and doing it with complete attention for as long as it needed to be done. He had been patient for his own life. Now he was being patient for the world's. He was, it turned out, ready for the scale. He put his hands on the seal. The heaven-devouring meridians reached outward into the architecture of 800 years, and the conversation became an action, and the action became the first step in the longest and most necessary cultivation work Wei Liang had ever undertaken. Below him, and within him, and all around him, the world's deep structure held its breath. And Wei Liang, who had once been a servant who swept courtyards, pressed his hands against the oldest wound in the world and began to heal it. The first stage of the opening process was reading. He had absorbed the seal's architecture, the construction language, the node structure, the specific chi flow patterns that held the binding in place. But reading it as a conceptual framework, absorbed through the shadow vein over months of preparation, was qualitatively different from reading it through direct contact at the source. The difference was the difference between reading a map and standing in the territory the map described. He stood in the territory. The seal had 32 primary binding nodes, which he had known from the documentation. What the documentation had not conveyed, could not have conveyed, was the depth of each node. The historical reinforcement group had worked from outside the seal, operating at the surface level, adding their own binding architecture on top of the original. Wei Liang was inside the seal, working at the foundation level, and the original construction was visible to him in a way it had not been visible to anyone in 800 years. He worked through the first node carefully, not dissolving it. The seal's nodes were not meant to be dissolved. They were meant to be reconfigured. The difference between a prison and a connection was not the architecture, it was the direction of the chi flow. The original group had installed the seal with chi flowing inward, containing, compressing, preventing the emperor's cultivation from touching the world structure. The correction was to reverse that flow direction without disrupting the architecture's stability. Wei Liang had dismantled his own sealing curse node by node over 6 years. This was the reverse, not dismantling but reconfiguring, not removing the architecture but transforming its function. The first node took 2 hours. When it completed, he felt it. A small but distinct shift in the chamber's chi character, the seal's communication channel with the world's foundation reopening at one specific point. And through that point, a thread of the emperor's cultivation reaching outward, tentatively, into the world structure it had been severed from for 8 centuries. It found what it remembered. It connected. The decay, at that one point, stopped. Wei Liang straightened and breathed. "One," he said quietly. Elder Shu, maintaining his spirit-severing field as the failsafe, said nothing. He was watching with spirit-severing fifth-stage perception, following the process with the attentive silence of someone who was present and useful and understood that being present and useful was what was required. "How many?" Shu asked. At dawn, he could feel it above him. In the world's chi structure, the morning's chi shift, he had completed 7 of the 32 primary nodes and removed 17 of what turned out to be 96 secondary binding layers. It was slower than the first node had suggested. The secondary network was more extensive than the documentation had implied, and some of its layers had calcified in ways that required careful approach to avoid damaging the primary architecture beneath. But it was working. He could feel the hollow emperor's cultivation reaching outward through each reconfigured node, the tentative, careful extension of something that had been contracted for 800 years, touching the world structure at each newly opened point and finding the connection it remembered. The decay was stopping, point by point. Elder Shu brought him food at noon. He ate without stopping work, the heaven-devouring meridians continuing the absorption and reconfiguration work while the rest of him performed the basic physical maintenance of continuing to exist. "The chi character in the chamber is changing," Shu said. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "The seal is transitioning from containment to connection. The chamber will eventually not feel like a chamber at all. It's the interface point, the location where the world's foundation layer is accessible from the surface. Once the reconfiguration is complete, it'll be a site of stable high-density chi rather than a containment structure." "Will it be dangerous?" "The completed version will be the most stable high-chi site on the continent," Wei Liang said. "The opposite of dangerous." He worked through another secondary binding layer. "The intermediate stages have some volatility. That's what your failsafe role is for." Shu accepted this with the composure that spirit-severing fifth stage generally provided. "I'll hold the field," he said. On the second day, Wei Liang reached the seal's central structure, the deepest layer, the one that had directly severed the hollow emperor's consciousness from the world's foundation. This was the primary lock of the original seal, the architectural heart of the binding. He looked at it with spirit-severing fourth-stage perception. He understood it completely. He put both hands on it, and he felt, very clearly, that the reconfiguration of this node was beyond what spirit-severing fourth stage could accomplish alone. The architecture was deep enough that the technique required for reconfiguration operated at a level that began at spirit-severing fifth stage and, if the historical documentation was correct, was most reliably done at void return. He was at fourth stage. He had been advancing throughout the preparation and the journey. He was at the deep end of fourth stage now, approaching fifth, weeks away under normal advancement conditions. But weeks was not what he had. He breathed. He thought about 12 years of preparation, about the accumulated technique in the shadow vein, about Lien Fei's refinement work, which had improved the quality of that accumulation in ways he was only now understanding the full depth of, about the world's foundational qi, which had been absorbing into his system since he entered the Shattered Reach Valley, and which had been, he now realized, specifically the kind of qi that the original seal's construction had used, the deep, foundational, architect-level qi of someone who operated at the boundary of Dao integration. He had been absorbing it for 3 days. He had not checked his current advancement level since entering the chamber. He checked. Spirit-severing fifth stage. He had crossed it sometime in the last 12 hours without noticing, which was, he reflected, entirely consistent with his constitution's advancement mechanism, continuous accumulation, without dramatic threshold events, until the level simply was what it was. He pressed his hands against the central node. He reconfigured it. It took 3 more hours. The most precise, the most demanding, the most technically sophisticated 3 hours of cultivation work he had ever performed. But the architecture was familiar, and the technique was now at the correct level, and the 12 years of preparation did not fail when it was needed. The central node opened. The seal's final containment dissolved. The Hollow Emperor's consciousness, freed from the last constraint, extended fully into the world's qi foundation, not as an invasion, not as a conquest, but as a return, as the restoration of a connection that had existed for 1,000 years before the seal and was now restored for whatever came after. The chamber's qi character changed completely. The fractured formation channels stabilized. Not all of them. Some had deteriorated too far in the 800 years of fracturing, and those would need to be rebuilt over time. But the act of fracturing stopped. The decay stopped. The world's qi structure, at the foundational level, found its missing piece. Wei Liang stood in the center of the chamber with his hands open at his sides. He breathed. Elder Shu came to stand beside him. The elder's expression was one Wei Liang had never seen on him. Not the careful, measured effect of an institutional cultivator, not the complex weight of someone managing a long regret. Something simpler. Something that might, in an old cultivator's limited vocabulary for the genuinely surprising, be called wonder. It's done, Wei Liang said. It's done, Shu agreed. They stood in the chamber that had ceased to be a prison and was now something else. A connection point, a threshold, the deepest accessible layer of the world's structural architecture, and the world breathed around them with the steady, stable breath of something restored. The Hollow Emperor communicated one more time, through the seal's architecture and through Wei Liang's meridians. Thank you. Wei Liang thought about the communication for a moment. Then he said, aloud, into the chamber, you were imprisoned for something you didn't do. You spent 800 years inside a seal because someone feared what you might do before you had done it. I know what that's like. He paused. I'm glad it's over. A long pause. Then the Emperor's communication arrived, with the specific quality of something that had waited 800 years to say it. So am I. Wei Liang walked out of the chamber. The afternoon light of the Shattered Reach Valley hit him, and he stood in it with his eyes closed for a moment, feeling the world's qi character, the ambient density, the particular taste of a qi structure that had just been stabilized at the foundational level after 8 centuries of managed decay. It was different. Not dramatically. Not yet. The world would not feel the difference at the surface level for months, perhaps years, as the stabilization worked its way upward through the qi structure's layers. But at spirit-severing fifth stage, he could feel it clearly. The decay had stopped. The world's foundation was intact. Elder Shu came out behind him and stood in the afternoon light. What comes next? The elder asked. Wei Liang looked at the valley, at the ancient formation channels, at the 300-mile road back to Thornwall. Home, he said. The road was waiting. He had promised Zhao Yun he would come back. He was going to keep that promise. They began packing that evening, the 2 junior disciples assembling their gear with the efficient speed of people who had been waiting and were glad to be moving again. Elder Shu sat with Wei Liang by a small fire at the valley's rim, and they were mostly quiet, because everything that needed saying had been said in the chamber, and what was left was the particular silence of 2 people who had arrived at something together and were simply sitting with its weight before the long road home. The Shattered Reach Valley was different at night now. The qi character that had, for centuries, carried the particular edged quality of a place where something was contained, now carried something else. A warmth, almost. The warmth of a connection restored, of a structure functioning as it was meant to function. Wei Liang felt it and thought, this is what things are like when they are allowed to be what they are. He thought about a servant's broom in a courtyard, about a wine cellar in winter, about a woman who trained every morning without exception and had invented a form that he could not have invented himself, about a matriarch who handed soup to strangers and attached no conditions, about an old man with white hair who had been kind and complicated and who was, at this moment, probably asleep in the servants' quarters at Thornwall Estate, 300 miles west and a world away. He thought, I will go home and I will tell them what happened, and then I will go back to the work. And the work will be different than before because the world is different than before, but the essential character of it will be the same, attending carefully to what is, and helping what needs helping, and refusing to become smaller than what I am. He fed a piece of wood to the fire and watched it catch. Tomorrow, the road west. Tonight, the stars over the shattered Reach Valley, and the world breathing its newly stable breath below them, and the enormous, ordinary satisfaction of something long overdue being finally finished. Wei Liang looked at the stars and the valley and the darkness and felt, with the full spirit-severing fifth-stage perception that was now his natural mode of existing. The world's foundational qi spreading its stable warmth through every corner of the continent he had grown up in and the one he had never visited and the seas between them and all the living things that cultivated or didn't and depended on the world's deep structure continuing to hold. It was holding. It would hold. He breathed, and the fire crackled, and the stars were very clear in the absence of anything obstructing them. Chapter 61. The return of the seal breaker the world knew before he got home. Not through any dramatic announcement. There had been no pillar of light, no continental qi wave, no visible manifestation that the average person would have registered as significant. But cultivators at spirit-severing realm and above, on the morning after Wei Liang reconfigured the seal, woke to find the world's ambient qi changed. Subtly changed, undramatically changed, but changed in the specific way that a person who has spent years in a familiar room can detect that the air pressure has shifted, not dramatic, but unmistakable. The Azure Cloud Sect's senior cultivators registered it within 24 hours and sent a message bird to Elder Kwa, who was traveling. She sent a message bird to Wei Liang, which caught up to him on the third day of the return journey, and which he read with a certain amusement. The message said, something happened at the world's qi foundation level. Rong and I have been arguing about it for 2 hours. Did you do something? He wrote back, yes. I'll explain when I'm home. He sent the bird west and continued walking. The return journey took 12 days. It should have taken 15, but they moved faster, and Wei Liang did not entirely understand why until Shu pointed out that the ambient qi on the eastern road was denser and more supportive than it had been on the way out. The world's foundational connection restoring had already begun to propagate upward through the qi structure, slowly, but measurably. On the 8th day, they passed through a village where a local cultivator, a middle-aged woman at qi condensation stage 6, stopped them on the road and asked, with the confused directness of someone experiencing something unfamiliar and wanting an explanation, whether anyone had felt the change in the morning qi 2 days ago. Yes, Wei Liang said. What happened? He considered how to explain this to a qi condensation stage 6 practitioner. He considered for about 3 seconds and then said, the world's foundation was repaired. You'll feel the ambient quality improving over the next several months. She stared at him. Better for cultivation? She asked. Better for everyone, he said. She thought about this. Then, good, she said, with the particular decisiveness of someone who has received a satisfying answer and is returning to her day. They continued walking. She believed you immediately, Shu said. I told her the truth concisely, Wei Liang said. People generally believe the truth when it's concise. Thornwall Estate appeared on the 12th day of the return, in the late afternoon of a cool autumn day that was the same season as when he had left, which meant he had been gone roughly 7 months. The maple tree was in full autumn color, brilliant red and gold, more vivid than he remembered, though he was aware that spirit-severing fifth-stage perception might simply be rendering things more themselves than nascent soul perception had. The gate was closed. He rang the bell. Zhao Yan opened it herself. She had been, apparently, expecting him for approximately 3 days. The message bird from the road had arrived ahead of him, and the expression on her face when the gate swung open was not the expression of someone who was surprised. It was the expression of someone who has been doing the difficult work of certainty for 3 days and has arrived at the moment where the certainty resolves. Spirit-severing fifth stage, she said, before he said anything. She was reading his cultivation base at stage 8 range, and the distinction, at her current level, was clearly visible. Fifth stage, he confirmed. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she stepped back from the gate and let him through. "Come inside," she said. "Dinner is ready, and my grandmother is going to have questions." He came inside. Madame Zhao's questions, delivered over dinner, were as precise and complete as he had expected, and he answered them as honestly and thoroughly as he had planned. And by the end of the evening, the full account was on record in the way that Madame Zhao's accounts were always on record, in her memory, which was, as far as Wei Liang could tell, perfectly structured and permanent. "The world's foundation," she said at the end. "Repaired," he said. "And the emperor?" "Connected again, operating as he always was intended to operate, as a stabilizing presence within the foundation, not a consciousness separate from it. He's present in the way that a long-held note is present in a room. You can feel it in the ambient qi if you know what to look for." Madame Zhao was quiet for a moment. "Should we be concerned about that presence?" "No," Wei Liang said. "He was maintaining the world structure before he was sealed, and he's maintaining it again now. The concern was always the seal failing, not the seal being correctly resolved." He paused. "He's not a threat. He was never a threat. He was a misunderstood solution to a problem the world had." She held this with the quiet thoughtfulness of someone who found a large idea interesting rather than overwhelming. "There is a symmetry," she said. "Yes," Wei Liang said. She looked at him across the table. "You've been doing this work for 12 years, she said. "You, specifically, are the reason the world's foundation is currently intact." "I'm the reason the last step was taken," he said. "The 12 years of preparation happened here, at this estate, because you kept it stable. The documentation project is the reason unusual constitutions are being helped rather than suppressed. The Azure Cloud Alliance is why the institutional environment was right for the tribunal to produce a real outcome." He paused. "It's a long chain. I'm one link. A rather important link," she said. "Yes," he agreed. He kept his voice even, because Madame Zhao had taught him, over 12 years, that accepting accurate assessments without inflation or deflection was the honest response. "An important link." She nodded once. "Good," she said, in the tone that meant, "That's settled then." Chapter 62. The world adjusts. The world's response to the foundation repair was, over the following months, gradual and unmistakable. Cultivators at every realm level began to notice the ambient qi improvement. A subtle increase in density, a qualitative enhancement in the clarity of qi circulation that manifested as slightly faster advancement, slightly cleaner technique execution, a marginal improvement in healing rates. The effect was small enough that most people attributed it to seasonal variation or local qi fluctuations. Cultivators at spirit severing and above understood something had changed at the structural level. Elder Kwa arrived at Thornwall Estate 3 weeks after Wei Liang's return, with Elder Rome, and they spent 2 days going through everything: the archive analysis, the chamber work, the seal reconfiguration, the Hollow Emperor's history. Rome took notes with the specific focus of a scholar encountering the single, most important primary source encounter of his long career. Kwa listened with the combined strategic and human attention of someone who is simultaneously updating her institutional plans and feeling the full weight of the story. "The Azure Cloud Sect's archive needs to be updated," Rome said, at the end of the second day. "Substantially," Wei Liang agreed. "And the documentation project, the Unusual Constitution Compendium. The second volume should address the historical pattern of suppression in the context of the Hollow Emperor's influence on unusual constitution births." He was already drafting the outline in his head. Wei Liang could tell from the particular quality of his attention. The constitution's surge cycles, the suppression patterns, the connection to the seal's weakening. "It needs to be documented," Wei Liang said. "Accurately and completely. We'll need access to the inner hall's internal records," Kwa said. "The ones Elder Shu has access to." "He's already offered," Wei Liang said. "The Heart faction's position in the inner hall is essentially collapsed after the censure. Shu has more latitude than he's had in 20 years. Kwa looked at him. "What do you need from the Azure Cloud sect going forward?" He had been thinking about this during the return journey. 3 things, he said. Continued institutional support for the documentation project, the 2nd and 3rd volumes, the translation efforts, distribution to smaller sect libraries. 2nd, a formal recognition in the Azure Cloud's cultivation charter that unusual constitutions are not pathologies but variants, and that suppression practices are prohibited under the charter. He paused. 3rd, Elder Kwa, are you aware of any other sites comparable to the Shattered Reach? Other locations where historical events created concentrations of the world's foundational qi? She looked at him. "There are references in the archive to 3 other possible sites," she said. "None of them verified. I'd like to investigate them," he said. "When I have time." The Shattered Reach site's reconfiguration created a model that may apply to other structural locations. He paused. The world's foundation has been repaired at one critical point. I'd like to understand whether there are others. Ko was quiet for a moment. You're proposing a long-term research program. I'm proposing doing the work that needs to be done, he said. She looked at him and then looked at Zhao Yun, who had been listening from her position at the table's end. The look between them was the look of two people recognizing something about a third person that person himself probably wouldn't articulate. The Azure Cloud Sec's institutional support is available, Ko said, for all three things. 2 months after his return, Wei Liang received a visitor he had not expected. He was in the estate's consultation room, the room they had established for the Constitution work, with its annotated diagrams and correspondence files and growing library of Constitution documentation. When Commander Fin came to the door with an expression that was operating in its careful neutral register. Someone at the gate, Fin said. I don't recognize the cultivation base. Void Return. Wei Liang looked up. Void Return was above Spirit Severing. He was at 5th stage Spirit Severing now. Not Void Return himself. Not yet. But the gap between Spirit Severing 5th stage and Void Return was smaller than it had been. And a Void Return cultivator was not the overwhelming presence it would have been 2 years ago. Alone? He asked. Alone, Fin said. Wei Liang went to the gate. The person standing outside was a woman of perhaps 80. Not old in the way of someone declining, but old in the way of someone who had been at their current level long enough that age had simply stopped mattering in the conventional sense. Void Return cultivators who had held the realm for decades developed a specific quality, a presence that was lighter rather than heavier, as if the cultivation had reduced the attachment to physical form while enhancing the fundamental clarity. She was wearing plain gray clothes with no sect markings. Wei Liang, she said. I don't know your name, he said. Practitioner Sun Mei, she said. I've been watching the Cultivation World's events for the last 2 years with significant interest. She paused. I've been watching the world's foundational qi with equal interest. He opened the gate. She came in. They sat in the garden, the same garden that had hosted most of the significant conversations of the last 2 years. And she looked at the estate with the specific appreciation of someone who understood what a place like this actually was. You repaired the foundation, she said. Yes, he said. I felt it happen, she said. From 900 miles away. She looked at him. There are 7 of us at Void Return Realm on this continent. We all felt it. We've been discussing it since. A pause. 3 of us had some knowledge of the Hollow Emperor's history. The other 4 didn't. The 3 who knew have been. She paused, looking for the right word. Relieved is not quite the right word. Grateful. Grateful that someone did it. Wei Liang looked at her. You knew about the Emperor. My teacher's teacher was part of the original reinforcement group, she said. The knowledge was passed down. I've been watching the seal's condition for 40 years. She paused. I didn't know what to do about it. I knew the problem's scale. I didn't have the specific capability your constitution provides. She met his eyes. I've been waiting for someone who could do what needed to be done. Did you send Lian Fei to me? He asked. A pause. Then no. That was her own initiative. But when I heard about her constitution and your work with her, I understood why the reverse refinement meridians had appeared. The same constitution surge that produced heaven-devouring meridians in you produced reverse refinement meridians in her. And the refinement work she could provide was specifically what your constitution needed at the advancement stage where the seal work was possible. She paused. The world makes the tools it needs when it needs them. Wei Liang sat with this. You could have contacted me directly, he said. 2 years ago, when the tribunal was happening. You didn't need guidance, she said. You needed to find your own path to the problem. If I had told you about the Emperor before you had the framework to understand it, the information would have been noise, not signal. She paused. I was watching. When you reached the point where the information was useful, you were already finding it. He looked at her. What do you want from this visit? Nothing specific, she said. I wanted to meet you. I wanted to offer the 7 Void Return cultivators availability, for consultation, for support, for whatever the next phase of this work requires. She paused. And I wanted to tell you that what you've done in the last 12 years and in the last 12 months is what this cultivation world has needed for a very long time. Not the seal work specifically, the whole of it, the documented constitutions, the tribunal record, the unusual constitution practitioners who are now practicing correctly rather than fighting themselves. She paused. That work will persist. The foundation is more stable now because of all of it, not just the chamber. Wei Liang looked at the garden. Thank you, he said. He meant it fully. She nodded once, in a way that he recognized as the gesture of someone receiving acknowledgement they did not need, but were glad to give. Chapter 63. The Hard Faction's last move. 7 months after Wei Liang's return from the Shattered Reach, the Hard Faction made its final move. not against Wei Liang directly. They had, apparently, learned from the contractor's failure that direct action against him was no longer a viable approach. Instead, they moved against the documentation project. The second volume of the Unusual Constitution Compendium had been in final preparation for 2 months. Elder Rome was completing the historical analysis. The Azure Cloud sect had confirmed publication support. The distribution network to sect libraries across the continent was established. When the second volume was published, the historical pattern of constitution suppression, including the specific Celestial Jade sect actions against cultivators with seal-relevant constitutions, would be on the permanent institutional record in a form that the Hard faction could not rescind without triggering a continent-wide review. They attempted to suppress the second volume before publication. The attempt took the form of a formal complaint filed with the cultivation world's interinstitutional oversight body, a committee that existed to manage disputes between major sections. The complaint alleged that the compendium's contents were inaccurate and constituted defamation of the Celestial Jade sect's institutional reputation. Wei Liang read the complaint, and then went to find Zhao Yun, who was in the middle of a consultation session and who paused when she saw his expression. "What is it?" she asked. He handed her the complaint. She read it. The expression on her face progressed through several recognizable stages: assessment, exasperation, and then the specific, focused quality of someone who has identified a problem and is already solving it. "They filed with the Oversight Committee," she said. "They filed with the Oversight Committee," he agreed. "Who has Elder Kwa as its current rotating chair?" she said. He had noticed this too. "The Oversight Committee meets in 30 days, Zhao Yun said. "The complaint requires a formal response within 14. "Yes," he said. "I'll draft the response," she said, with the complete, unambiguous certainty of someone who had been preparing for exactly this kind of institutional engagement for 2 years and was ready for it. He looked at her. "You don't need me to draft it," she said. "I know the compendium better than anyone except Rome. I know the institutional framework from the tribunal experience. And I have a working relationship with Elder Kwa that will allow for accurate communication of the response's character before the formal submission." "Yes," he said. "Good." She turned back to her consultation session. "I'll have a draft to you in 3 days." The draft arrived in 2 days and was better than what he would have written. He made 3 suggestions. She incorporated 2 and explained why the third would weaken rather than strengthen the argument, and he agreed with her analysis. The formal response was filed on day 12. The Oversight Committee convened on day 30. Elder Kwa, as chair, facilitated a proceeding that was characterized by the specific procedural rigor that Oversight Committees applied when the complaint in question had been filed in bad faith, and every party involved understood this. The complaint was dismissed on grounds of insufficient evidence and defamatory intent, with a formal notation in the committee's record that the filing had been frivolous and that the complainants were subject to the standard sanction for frivolous filings. The 2 leading members of the Hard faction were identified as the complainants of record. Their position in the inner hall became functionally untenable within the week. By the end of the month, both had announced retirement. The spring election, when it arrived, was contested between moderate faction candidates and a new reform caucus that was advocating for systematic revision of the sect's constitution policies in light of the compendium's first and second volumes. The Hard faction ran no candidates. Wei Liang received a letter from Elder Shu about this, which he read at the kitchen table and sat down with a sense of something completing that had been in motion for 2 years. "The inner hall elections," he said to Zhao Yun, who was across the table with her own correspondence. "I heard," she said. "The Reform Caucus is expected to win 6 seats. 7, according to Shu," Wei Liang said. She looked up. 7 out of 14. "A tie-breaking majority with the moderates," he said. "They don't need to win outright. They need to be able to block." She held this. "Then it's stable." "For now," he said. "Institutions are not permanent. But the direction has shifted, and the shift has an institutional record behind it that makes reversal difficult." He paused. "The compendium is in every major sect library on the continent. The tribunal record is in the Provincial Archive and the National Archive and the Azure Clouds Archive and the Oversight Committee's record. The historical suppression pattern is documented." He paused. "These things can be contradicted. They cannot be uncreated." She looked at him across the table. "We did that," she said. "We did that," he agreed. She was quiet for a moment. "Then, the 3rd volume." "The 3rd volume," he confirmed. "The connection between the seal's history and the constitution suppression pattern. Rome thinks 2 years. I'll contribute the section on contemporary constitution practices," she said. "I know," he said. She looked at him with the expression that had been, over the 12 months since his return from the Shattered Reach, simply the way she looked at him. The accumulated weight of 2 years of shared work and 8 years before that of coexistence, and 10 years before that of her watching a man she didn't fully understand sweep the courtyard every morning. All of it present in a look that didn't require annotation. Wei Liang, she said. Yes. My grandmother wants to know if you've considered your position in the household formally. He looked at her. Your position, she said again, with the careful lack of inflection that meant this was not a casual question. He thought about this. He thought about 10 years of sweeping, about 12 years of preparation, about 5 months of returning to a gate that Zhao Yun had opened herself, about what position in a household actually meant when the household was this one and the person asking was this person. I would like to hold a position in this household formally, he said, with the same precision he applied to cultivation work, because the precision was not insufficiency of feeling but accuracy of expression, and he had decided a long time ago that accuracy was the highest form of respect. She held his gaze. Good, she said. I'll speak to your grandmother this evening, he said. She already knows what you're going to say, Zhao Yun said. She decided about you the first winter. I know, he said. She handed me soup. Zhao Yun's expression arrived at the specific, settled quality that he had been watching develop over 2 years. The one that was not the almost smile, but the actual smile, the complete and unguarded one that she kept for things genuinely worth smiling at. Yes, she said. She did. Chapter 64. The Void Return Threshold. He crossed into Void Return in the early spring of the year after his return. It happened, as his previous advances had happened, in the quiet accumulation of practice rather than in a dramatic threshold event. He had been at the late end of spirit-severing 5th stage for 3 months, feeling the Void Return threshold with the specific clarity of someone very close to something. And then one morning in the back courtyard, during the meditation session he maintained as a daily practice, the Void Return transition completed. He sat with it for a long time before moving. Void Return was the 7th realm. The cultivation text described it as the threshold of genuine transcendence, the point where the cultivator's existence ceased to be primarily physical and became primarily spiritual, the flesh continuing to function but no longer the primary seat of the cultivation base. He had been told, by Sun Mei and by Elder Rung's archival research, that the Void Return experience was qualitatively distinct from everything before it. They were correct. The world at Void Return was not the same world he had inhabited at Spirit Severing. Not because the world had changed. The maple tree was still the maple tree, the courtyard was still the courtyard, the morning light was coming in at the same angle it always came in at. But his perception of it had changed in the specific, permanent way that each realm changed the perception. Not more information, exactly, but more depth. The world at this level was visible all the way down. He could feel the world's foundational chi, the deep structure he had repaired at the shattered reach, the way you feel your own heartbeat. Not as something external, not as something he had to reach for, as something present and constant and part of the background of existing. And through that structure, very faintly but unmistakably, the Hollow Emperor's presence. Not communicating, not intervening, simply there, the way a deep note is there in a room, felt rather than heard. He sat with this for a long time. Then he went inside to tell Zhao Yun. She was in the kitchen. She felt him before he came through the door. Stage 8 perception, reading the Void Return field with the appropriate sense of encountering something significantly larger than spirit severing. She looked up. Void Return, she said. This morning, he confirmed. She held her cup and looked at him with the full attention she gave to things that mattered. How does it feel? He thought about how to describe it accurately, which was always the challenge with realm changes because the description required using the vocabulary of the previous perspective to describe the current one. Like being the room rather than being in the room, he said. She held this for a moment. Then, that sounds disorienting. It was for about 20 minutes, he said. Then it felt like the most natural thing in the world. She looked at him. I'm at stage 8, she said. The foundation breakthrough is several months, he said. You're close. I know I'm close, she said, with the specific quality of someone who is aware of their position precisely and finds the awareness motivating rather than frustrating. I'm just noting that the gap has not changed direction. No, he agreed. It hasn't. He paused. It doesn't need to. She looked at him. The work I do doesn't require a partner at the same realm level, he said. It requires a partner who is accurate and patient and capable and understands the work. He paused. The realm differential is irrelevant to any of those things. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I'm going to break through to foundation this year. I know, he said. And after that, the advancement continues at whatever rate the cultivation supports, he said. That's how it works. She looked at him with the expression that had graduated, over the years since his return, from the almost smile to something fully itself. You're very annoying, she said. About the things you're right about. I know, he said. She stood up and kissed him and went back to her tea. And he sat across from her, and the morning continued around them, ordinary and warm and entirely sufficient. Chapter 65. High Oracle. Then the warning came from Sun Mei. It arrived via message bird 6 weeks after Wei Liang's void return breakthrough, addressed in the economical notation of someone transmitting urgent information in the least possible space. The message said, High Oracle Ven has become active. You need to know who she is. Wei Liang sent back. Tell me. The answer, when it came the next morning, was 12 pages. High Oracle Ven was the title of the cultivation world's historical oversight position, a role that had not been formally occupied in 300 years because the person who held it last had died, without naming a successor, and the institutional framework for naming a new one had been quietly allowed to lapse. The role's formal authority was enormous, greater than any individual sect's authority, derived from the original compact that had established the cultivation world's interinstitutional framework 800 years ago. The compact had been signed by the same group that sealed the Hollow Emperor. The Oracle's role, per the original compact, was specifically to monitor the Hollow Emperor's seal and intervene, if necessary, to prevent a catastrophic failure. 300 years ago, when the seal had last been reinforced, the Oracle of that era had sanctioned and coordinated the reinforcement group. Her death had left the role vacant. The institutional framework had lapsed. The seal had been left to degrade without the oversight it was designed to have. Ven had, Sun Mei's intelligence indicated, spent the last 40 years quietly rebuilding the institutional framework for the Oracle role from historical records, cultivating a following of loyalists who believed the role needed to be restored, and positioning herself as its natural claimant. She was at Void Return second stage. She had significant resources and significant political connections across multiple major sections. And she had, apparently, become aware of Wei Liang's Shattered Reach work. Her interpretation of that work was not favorable. The Oracle's role, as she understood it from the 300-year-old compact, gave the Oracle ultimate authority over the seal and its management. Wei Liang had intervened in the seal without Oracle sanction, and had done so in a way that effectively resolved the situation the Oracle's role existed to manage, which removed the institutional justification for the Oracle's restoration. Ven did not accept the removal. Her position, as articulated in a formal statement she had apparently sent to every major sect's leadership in the past week, was that Wei Liang's action had been unauthorized, that its long-term effects on the world's chi structure were unknown and potentially dangerous, and that the Oracle's authority must be restored to provide appropriate oversight of the restored seal. Wei Liang read the 12 pages twice. Then he went to find Zhao Yun and Commander Fun. Chapter 66. Assessing the Oracle. She's not wrong about the compact, Wei Liang said at the kitchen table, with Zhao Yun, Fun, and Madame Zhao present. The Oracle role exists. The authority framework is historically real. If Ven had occupied the role before the Shattered Reach work, she would have had legitimate standing to sanction or withhold sanction from my intervention. But the role was vacant, Zhao Yun said. The role was vacant, he agreed. Which means the sanction question is genuinely ambiguous. Not as a legal matter. The provincial frameworks that govern cultivation world conduct don't recognize the compact's Oracle provision as currently operative, because the role has been unoccupied for 300 years. But as an institutional authority matter, there's a reasonable argument. What does she actually want? Fan asked. Wei Liang thought about this carefully. Control, he said. Not of the estate, not of me specifically. Control of the narrative around the seal's repair. If she can establish that my action was unauthorized, and that her Oracle restoration is necessary for ongoing oversight, she becomes the institutional authority on the world's foundational chi. He paused. Which is, if you think about it, the single largest concentration of cultivation world authority that has existed in 300 years. Madame Zhao, who had been listening with her hands folded, said, Is the seal's repair actually ongoing? Does it require oversight? Yes, Wei Liang said. The reconfiguration I performed is stable, but the secondary binding layers that the historical group installed, the ones I removed, had been doing work that the primary architecture now needs to absorb directly. That absorption process will take decades. In the first 10 years, periodic assessment and minor adjustment may be necessary. And who does that assessment? Currently me, he said. I'm the only cultivator alive who can interact with the seal's architecture directly. The Oracle role's historical function would have been to coordinate and sanction that work, which requires either someone with my specific constitution or someone who can work with someone who has it. He paused. Ven cannot interact with the seal directly. She needs me. So she wants your cooperation under her authority, Zhao Yun said. That's the most charitable interpretation, he said. There are less charitable ones. The less charitable interpretation was that Vin intended the Oracle restoration to give her authority over the seal's ongoing management that would allow her to control access to the world's foundational chi, which, at void return range, would translate to an enormous and largely unchecked concentration of cultivation influence. The Hollow Emperor's connection to the Foundation had been restored. The Foundation's enhanced chi density was already propagating through the world's cultivation environment. The entity that controlled the interface to that chi source would have power that the 300-year-old compact had designed the Oracle role to hold. It was, Wei Liang thought, the old problem wearing new clothes. Fear of what something could do, weaponized into institutional control. He had been patient for 12 years with that problem. He was not inclined to be patient with it now. What are our options? Zhao Yun asked. Address it directly, he said. The Oracle Compact's authority framework is real but dormant. Ven is claiming it. The question is whether the cultivation world's current institutional bodies recognize the claim. He paused. The provincial administrations don't. The Azure Cloud sect has not responded to her statement. The Celestial Jade sect's current leadership, post-reform caucus, is unlikely to support a claim that extends institutional authority over the sect's own archives and policies. He paused. Sun Mei and the other Void Return cultivators are the key. Their recognition or non-recognition of the Oracle claim is the most significant variable. Sun Mei, Fan asked. She warned me about Ven, Wei Liang said. Which means she's either neutral and providing information or she's already opposed to Ven's claim. He reached for the message bird case. I'm going to ask her directly. Chapter 67. The 7 Void Return. Sun Mei's response came in 3 days. It was short. The 7 of us have been discussing this since Ven published her statement. 4 of us oppose recognition of her Oracle claim. 2 are uncertain. 1 supports it. Wei Liang wrote back. The one who supports it, who? Sun Mei, a practitioner named Void Sage Lin, who was Ven's teacher's student and has personal loyalty to the Oracle framework. So, 4 opposed, 2 uncertain, 1 supportive. If Wei Liang could bring the 2 uncertain ones to the opposed column, the 7 Void Return cultivators would present a unified position against Ven's claim that would effectively settle the institutional question. He sent message birds to the 2 uncertain ones, practitioners he did not know personally, but whose cultivation histories Elder Rong's archive work had documented. He wrote them the same letter, direct, complete, accurate. The seal's actual history, the Hollow Emperor's actual nature, the compact's actual intent versus what Ven was claiming. He included, in both letters, the specific passage from the compact's original text, which Elder Rong had located and translated from the 300-year-old seal group archives, that described the Oracle's role as a stewardship function rather than an ownership function. The Oracle coordinated and supported the seal's management. The Oracle did not control it. The responses arrived over the following week. Both of the uncertain Void Return cultivators came to the opposed column. 6-1. Ven, apparently, felt this shift because she escalated. Her escalation came in the form of an application to the world's single body that could, theoretically, adjudicate Oracle Compact questions. The Ancient Sect's Assembly, a body that met once per decade and whose authority over interinstitutional matters was generally recognized by everyone except the sects that found its rulings inconvenient. The Assembly's next scheduled meeting was 4 months away. Wei Liang read the application and felt the familiar rhythm of institutional contest. Claim, counterclaim, formal proceeding, resolution. He had been through this before. He was better prepared for it now than he had been at 25. Standing on the Celestial Jade sect's tribunal floor with Madame Zhao's letter in his hand. For months, Zhao Yun said. For months, he agreed. Will the Assembly recognize the Oracle claim? He thought about it. The Assembly is constituted by representatives from 16 cultivation institutions, including the Celestial Jade and Azure Cloud sects. The Azure Cloud is opposed to the claim. The Celestial Jade's current leadership is unlikely to support it. The provincial administrations hold 7 seats in the Assembly, and none of them want a Void Return cultivator claiming authority over the world's foundational chi in their territorial frameworks. He paused. Ven has 1 Assembly vote in her column. She needs 9 to establish recognition. She has 4 months to get 8 more. Yes, he said, which is why this is not resolved. He thought about the 4 months, about what Ven had access to and what she could offer to Assembly representatives to secure their votes. He thought about the Oracle Compact's text and the specific, careful ambiguity in its language about the Oracle's relationship to the seal's management. He thought about what he could offer, not in a transactional sense, in the sense of making it clear to every Assembly member what the actual situation was and what the actual stakes were. He had done this before, at the tribunal, with Madame Zhao's provincial charter. He had done it at the Oversight Committee, with Zhao Yun's response brief. He had done it in every significant institutional contest of the last 2 years. He was good at making the actual situation clear. "I'll need to attend the assembly," he said. "Obviously," Zhao Yun said. "And I'll need to have conversations with several assembly representatives in advance." "Obviously," she said again. "What can I do?" He looked at her across the table. "The documentation project's 3rd volume. If it can be completed and distributed before the assembly meets, it provides the historical context that will make the Oracle claims relationship to the seal suppression pattern visible to everyone in the room." She was already writing something. "I'll talk to Rome tomorrow," she said. 3 months is possible if we're focused." "Be focused," he said. "I am always focused," she said, with the tone of someone who found the suggestion mildly offensive. "I know," he said. "That was a request for priority, not a reminder about your nature." She looked at him, then back at her notes. 3 months, she said. "I'll have it done." Chapter 68. The Ancient Sects Assembly. The assembly was held at a neutral site in the central continent, a mountain complex that was technically the territory of no major sect and had been used for interinstitutional meetings for 200 years. Wei Liang traveled there with Zhao Yun, Elder Shu, and Elder Qua. Elder Shu was representing the Celestial Jade sect's moderate leadership. Qua was representing the Azure Cloud sect. The 3rd volume of the Unusual Constitution Compendium had been completed and distributed to every major sect library 3 weeks before the assembly convened, which was close enough to the meeting that the information was fresh and not yet subject to the institutional forgetting that settled over things once they had been on the shelf for a while. Ven arrived at the assembly with Void Sage Lin and a formal support block of 5 assembly member representatives. She had spent 4 months securing votes. She had been thorough. Wei Liang attended the assembly's first day with the specific, attentive patience that he had developed over 2 years of institutional contest. He was not there to argue. He was there to listen to what arguments Ven was making and assess which of the assembly members who were currently in her support column were there from genuine belief versus institutional obligation. He identified 3 from institutional obligation within the first 2 hours. That evening, he had quiet conversations with 2 of them, not making arguments, making the actual situation clear. The Oracle claims relationship to the seal suppression history was in the compendium, which both of them had received and read, but reading something and having its implications explicitly traced is different from reading it. He traced the implications accurately, without embellishment. Both representatives expressed that they would be reconsidering their positions. On the 2nd day, Ven made her formal presentation. It was, Wei Liang acknowledged, good. She was an excellent institutional advocate, organized, clear, with a thorough command of the Compact's historical authority framework. She made the case for Oracle restoration with the kind of precision that required either extensive research or deep personal investment. It had both. Wei Liang's response presentation was on the afternoon of the 2nd day. He stood before the 16 assembly representatives, some familiar from the cultivation world's recent institutional history, some unknown, and said, "The Oracle role, as described in the Compact, was a stewardship function. The Compact's text specifies coordination and support, not ownership or control. High Oracle Ven's proposed restoration interprets the role as controlling authority over the world's foundational chi access. That interpretation is inconsistent with the Compact's original language, which I will now read in full." He read it in full. He then explained the difference between the historical role and Ven's proposed implementation, using specific textual examples from both the Compact and from Ven's formal application. He did not attack Ven's motives. He addressed only the specific claim being made and its consistency with the historical authority it cited. He sat down. The assembly deliberated for 2 days. When the vote was announced, the result was 11 opposed to Ven's recognition claim, 5 in favor. The Oracle restoration was not recognized in Ven's proposed form. The resolution did note, with the careful compromise character of assembly resolutions, that the Oracle Compact's coordination function remained relevant to the seal's ongoing management and that a formal advisory body, not an oracle, but an advisory council of available void return cultivators, was established to support that function. The advisory council's chair would be determined by the participating cultivators themselves. Sun Mei sent Wei Liang a message that evening. "We'd like you to chair it." He thought about this for a moment. Then he wrote back, "I'll serve on it. I won't chair it. The point is that it's a council, not a single authority." Sun Mei's response arrived quickly. "That's the right answer. Chair it." He wrote back, "No, but I'll do the work." A pause. Then, "Fine. We'll designate you as the council's primary technical consultant with Sun Mei as chair." He accepted this. Ven, When the final structure was announced, attended the closing session of the assembly with the contained, precise expression of someone who had not gotten what she wanted and was deciding how to respond to that. She looked at Wei Liang across the assembly hall, and he met her gaze with the straightforward steadiness he had developed over years of looking at people who had made a decision about what he was before they knew him. She looked away first. Not a defeat. A recalibration. He expected she would continue to be a complicated presence in the cultivation world's institutional landscape for years to come. That was fine. Complicated presences were part of how institutions developed. The important thing was that the specific concentration of unchecked authority she had been reaching for had been stopped. The assembly adjourned. Wei Liang went home to Thornwall Estate. Chapter 69. What comes after power? The spring that followed the assembly was the quietest Wei Liang had experienced since the year before Ren Hao's arrival. The cultivation world was adjusting to its new landscape. The Foundation's improved qi quality continuing to propagate through the environment. The documentation project's second and third volumes circulating through sect libraries. The Inner Hall's Reform Caucus beginning its systematic revision of constitution policies. The Advisory Council meeting quarterly and conducting its monitoring work with the methodical efficiency of people who had been told to do a specific job and were doing it. Wei Liang came back to Thornwall and did what he had always done, attended to the work. The consultation sessions continued. 3 new unusual constitutions arrived at the estate over the spring months. A young man from the Northern Territories with a meridian configuration that had been misread as a disease. A middle-aged woman whose cultivation had plateaued for 6 years because the standard advancement methods were the wrong direction for her specific qi structure. And, unexpectedly, a 60-year-old sect elder who had spent 40 years managing a constitution anomaly he had never disclosed to anyone and who arrived at the estate gate on a quiet morning with the specific bearing of someone who had finally decided that the management was more costly than the disclosure. Wei Liang spent 2 days with the elder. The anomaly was real, manageable with a practice adjustment, and had been causing the elder a specific and chronic cultivation fatigue that he had attributed to age for decades. The elder sat across from Wei Liang in the consultation room at the end of the second day and said, 40 years. I spent 40 years managing this. I know, Wei Liang said. Because I was afraid the sect would. I know, Wei Liang said. The elder was quiet for a moment. The documentation project, he said. The compendium. I read the first volume after the tribunal. I thought, he stopped. I thought it didn't apply to me. It applies to everyone, Wei Liang said. That's the point. The elder went back to his sect with the practice adjustment and a full case study filed in the documentation project's records, with his permission. He sent a letter 6 weeks later. I'm advancing again. 6 years. Wei Liang filed the letter and continued working. In the evenings, he was at Thornwall. The estate had grown. Not dramatically, not beyond its essential character, but with the specific organic expansion of a place that has become known as a safe and useful location. There were 3 additional resident practitioners now, besides Wei Liang, cultivators with unusual constitutions who had come for consultation and decided to stay for the depth of available mentorship. Commander Fan had expanded the guard to 10 people and had developed a genuine pride in its effectiveness that Wei Liang found both appropriate and slightly amusing. Old Brother Pang had retired from kitchen duties to a supervisory role that he performed with the dignified authority of someone who had earned a specific kind of seniority and intended to use it. Madame Zhao managed all of it with the same patient competence she had brought to 71 years of estate management. And she had developed the specific quality of someone who was watching a thing they built become more than they had initially designed it to be and finding this deeply satisfying rather than disorienting. Zhao Yun had broken through to Foundation First Layer in the summer, ahead of Wei Liang's estimate. Her cultivation had accelerated after the assembly trip in the way that significant experiences sometimes accelerated cultivation, and Foundation First Layer had arrived on a morning in early autumn that Wei Liang had been present for, standing at the back courtyard's edge with the morning light on both of them and the specific, unmistakable quality of a stage transition completing. She had looked at him afterward with the expression that was becoming the face he most associated with the whole of his life at Thornwall. Not the almost smile, or the complete smile, but a particular directness that encompassed everything she was, the full weight of her capability, and her humor, and her care, and her absolute refusal to be anything other than exactly herself. Foundation first, she said. Foundation first, he agreed. The gap has narrowed, she said. The gap is not the point, he said. I know, she said. I'm going to keep narrowing it anyway. I know, he said. I look forward to it. She looked at him. The morning held them in its specific, unrepeatable quality, and the estate breathed around them, and the world's foundational qi was stable beneath everything. and the work was ongoing and sufficient and entirely worth doing. Wei Liang, she said. Yes. I want to ask you something directly. Yes, he said. In the spring, she said. Formally. He looked at her. He thought about Madame Zhao handing soup to a stranger without conditions. He thought about 12 years, which was both a long time and exactly the right amount of time. Yes, he said, with the same precision he had always applied to the things that mattered most. Not minimally, not performatively, but completely. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she turned and walked back toward the main house. Tell my grandmother this evening, she called over her shoulder. She'll want time to prepare. He stood in the courtyard. The maple's autumn leaves fell in the morning light, brilliant against the gray stone, and the world was stable, and the work was ongoing, and the estate breathed its ordinary breath, and Wei Liang of Thornwall, who had once been a servant who swept courtyards, stood in the center of his actual life and breathed with it. And somewhere at the world's deep foundation, an ancient presence maintained the structure of the world with the patient, continuous care of something that had always been exactly what it was, not threatening, not diminished, not imprisoned, simply itself, doing the work it had always been doing, restored at last to its proper relationship with the world it had spent 1,000 years protecting. Wei Liang went inside. There was soup, and it was getting cold. Chapter 70. The tide that never stops. 3 months before the formal spring ceremony, Wei Liang went alone to the shattered reach. Not for emergency repair work. The seal's ongoing management had been stable since the reconfiguration, and the quarterly advisory council monitoring confirmed that each time. He went because he needed to understand something, and the only place to understand it was at the source. He descended into the chamber alone, in the winter dark, and sat in the center of the formation channels. He pressed his palms against the stone floor and reached downward, with void return range perception, into the world's foundation. The Hollow Emperor was there, present in the way that the deep note is present, the constant undertone of the world's structural maintenance. Not asleep, not awake in any human sense. Present. Wei Liang held the connection for a long time. Then he asked, in the communication language the seal's architecture provided, was it worth it? The 800 years? The answer came not in the rapid, direct communication of their first conversation, but slowly, with the quality of something that has been considering the question for a long time and has arrived at an answer that requires precision. It arrived as, every sealed thing that is correctly unsealed was worth sealing. Every imprisoned thing that is freed correctly proves the prison was the error, not the thing. I existed. I was stopped. I was restored. The existence is what matters. The rest is duration. Wei Liang sat with this. He thought about 10 years of sweeping courtyards, 12 years of preparation, the wine cellar's chalk walls, the people who had not known what was living among them and had treated him with ordinary human decency regardless. He thought about how the thing that had been done to him, wrongly, had been the mechanism of his becoming exactly what he needed to become to do the thing that needed to be done. He thought about duration. I understand, he said. He sat in the chamber for another hour, simply present. Then he climbed out into the winter night. The road home was 300 miles. He walked it at an unhurried pace, under winter stars, through the same countryside he had walked twice before, and thought about the spring, and about Zhao Yun, and about the estate waiting at the end of the road. He was void return realm. He was 29 years old. He had the entire cultivation world ahead of him. Dao integration visible in the far distance. The work of the documentation project ongoing. The advisory council's monitoring work continuing. The unusual constitutions continuing to arrive at the estate's gate. He had a great deal of road left. He walked it. And at the road's western end, 300 miles away in the autumn-cold courtyard of a minor estate on the outer borders of the provincial territories, Commander Fun was doing his evening rounds. Old Brother Pang was asleep in the servants' quarters. Madame Zhao was in her study with the estate's accounts, and Zhao Yun was in the back courtyard in the winter dark, practicing the form she had invented, the lateral meridian sequence clicking into its refined configuration with the smooth completeness of something that had become fully itself. She was training. Of course she was. She had been training every morning without exception for the entire 12 years he had known her, through cold and heat and crisis and triumph. And she was training now, and she would be training when he returned, and the form had grown into something that the cultivation world would eventually recognize as a genuine technical innovation, though she would not describe it that way. She would describe it as what her body did when she reached for the work. Wei Liang walked. The stars were clear. The world was stable. The road was long and worth walking. He walked it. Chapter 71. Voices from far. He arrived back at Thornwall Estate on the 8th day of the return journey. The gate was open when he turned the road's last corner. Zhao Yun had felt his approach through the formation perimeter at the range that void return perception produced, which was substantial, and she had apparently decided to meet him at the gate rather than wait inside. She was standing at the gate's edge with her arms crossed against the winter cold, wearing the deep blue coat she favored and the expression of someone who had been patient for 8 days and was prepared to be patient for however long was additionally required, but would like it on record that she had been patient. "You walked," she said. "The road was interesting," he said. She looked at him. "Was the visit productive?" "Yes." He paused. "I asked the emperor whether 800 years was worth it." "What did he say?" He repeated the answer, the duration framing, the existence matching above the rest. She was quiet for a moment. "That's a very ancient way to look at things." "He is very ancient," Wei Liang said. "What did you make of it?" He thought about the question. "I made of it that being sealed, being stopped, being imprisoned, is not the definition of what you are. It's a thing that happened. The thing you are persists through it and comes out on the other side the same thing, or more itself." He paused. "That's been true for me. It's been true for every unusual constitution I've worked with. It seems to have been true for the emperor on a scale that makes my 10 years look trivial." She looked at him for a long moment. 10 years is not trivial," she said. "No," he agreed. "But they were 10 years spent becoming more myself. Not less." She held his gaze. "Come inside," she said. "It's cold, and there's something I want to show you." He came inside. What she wanted to show him was a letter from the cultivation world's southernmost territory, from a practitioner he had never heard of. It had arrived 2 days ago, addressed to the Thornwall Estate's Wei Liang, which was how most letters arrived now. He read it. The practitioner's name was Wei Shan, no relation, from a village called Copper Ridge that sat at the southern edge of the cultivation world's organized territory. She was at Qi condensation stage 3 and had been at stage 3 for 6 years. Her letter described a constitution anomaly that she had been told by every healer she had seen was simply a cultivation defect, an irregular Qi cycling that produced advancement blocks at every stage boundary. She had heard about the documentation project and had read the first volume's 6th case study, which described a different constitution that used cycling irregularity as its natural mechanism rather than as a defect. She asked whether her case might be similar. She asked whether she could send records. Wei Liang set down the letter. "She's been stuck for 6 years, Zhao Yun said. "Treating something as a defect that is probably a feature. Send her a reply today," Wei Liang said. "Ask for the records. If she's within traveling distance for the consultation circuit." He was already thinking about the spring circuit, the 5-province loop that Zhao Yun had established to see unusual constitution cases without requiring everyone to come to Thornwall. "We'll add her to the spring stops." "Already drafted the reply," Zhao Yun said. He looked at her. "I was going to ask you to review it when you returned," she said. "But I already knew what it would say." "You know what I would say?" he agreed. "I've been paying attention," she said. He looked at her in the kitchen light. This woman who had moved from stage 4 to foundation first in 2.5 years, who had invented a cultivation form from intuition and refined it into genuine innovation, who managed the documentation project and the consultation circuit and the estate's cultivator community with the same precise attention she had always applied to everything. He thought, she is extraordinary in a way that has nothing to do with her cultivation level and everything to do with how she uses what she has. He thought this was not a new thought. He had thought it, in various forms, since approximately the 3rd year of watching her train. "The draft is fine," he said, without reading it. "Send it." She sent it. The spring ceremony was held in the estate's garden on a clear morning in the 4th month. It was not elaborate. Madame Zhao had been clear about this. She had managed events at this estate for 50 years, and she understood that ceremonies were not improved by additional complication. The substance mattered. The form served the substance. The form was Wei Liang and Zhao Yun in the garden, before the people who made up the life that the ceremony was acknowledging. Madame Zhao, Commander Fun, old Brother Pang and the kitchen staff and the guards who were, by now, much more than a guard contingent. The 3 resident, unusual constitution practitioners. Lian Fei, who had arrived 2 days before and brought Yun Shan and Yun Lu with her, the Resonance Constitution siblings now at Foundation 3rd layer, making the trip from their home sect as a matter of course. Elder Shu sent flowers. Elder Kwa sent a formal message of congratulations. Sun Mei sent a single line. "The world is well. May you be so." Wei Liang stood in the garden with Zhao Yun in the morning light, and they said what needed to be said, and what needed to be said was simple, that they had chosen each other with clear eyes and intended to continue choosing each other with clear eyes, and that the choosing was complete in itself and required nothing additional. Madame Zhao watched with the expression of someone who had decided about something a long time ago and was now observing the completion of a process she had known the outcome of from approximately the beginning. Old Brother Pang wept, which surprised no one. He had been weeping at significant household events for 35 years and would likely continue to do so indefinitely. The morning was good. The garden was good. The ceremony was exactly the right length. At the end, Madame Zhao brought out the soup. There was always soup. Chapter 72. The Oracle Negotiation. Ven came to Thornwall Estate in midsummer. She came without announcement. A deliberate choice, Wei Liang suspected, calculated to reduce the formal preparation that advance notice would allow. She arrived at the gate on a morning when he was in the consultation room with a new case, and Zhao Yun was on the spring circuit's last stop, still 3 days away. Commander Fan registered the cultivation base at the gate and came to the consultation room with the expression of careful neutrality he used when the situation required information without interpretation. Void returned second stage at the gate, he said, traveling alone. She gave her name as Venerable. Wei Liang excused himself from the consultation session and went to the gate. Ven was a tall woman who appeared, at first assessment, to be in her 50s, which meant she was probably closer to 120, given the way void return cultivation affected apparent aging. She carried herself with the specific bearing of someone who had occupied institutional authority for most of their life and had internalized its posture. Not arrogant in the simple sense. Something more complex. The posture of someone who genuinely believes that authority is the right framework for organizing the cultivation world's management and who has never fully considered alternatives. She looked at him with the same assessment he had been subjected to at every significant encounter in the past 2 years. He let her assess. Wei Liang, she said. Ven, he said. He did not give her the oracle title. Not from hostility, from accuracy. The assembly had not recognized the restoration. She noted the omission. Her expression did not change, but the notation was visible. I came to speak with you directly, she said. Not through institutional channels. Come in, he said. They sat in the garden, not the consultation room. The garden was where significant conversations happened at Thornwall, and he was not inclined to change the geography for this one. She looked at the estate with the assessment of someone reading a place for what it says about the person who inhabits it. Whatever she found, she filed without comment. The assembly's decision, she said, was appropriate, given the evidence presented, Wei Liang said. The Oracle Compact. The Oracle Compact describes a coordination and support function, he said, not an ownership function. That distinction was clear in the text, and the assembly recognized it. She was quiet for a moment. You misunderstand my interest, she said. He waited. I have spent 40 years preparing for the Oracle restoration, she said. The seal's degradation was visible to me at void return range for 3 decades. I knew what was coming. I knew that the Oracle role was what was needed. She paused. What I did not know was that someone with your constitution existed. He held this. The Oracle Compact's coordination function, she said, requires a heaven-devouring cultivator to be functional. The original Oracle role was designed to work with a specific type of cultivation base. The archives describe it in the Historical Reinforcement Group's notes. The Oracle coordinated. The Constitution Bearer acted. She met his eyes. The compact is incomplete without both. He looked at her. This was different from what she had presented to the assembly. The assembly presentation had been about authority. This was about function. You're saying you want to work with me, he said. I'm saying the role was designed to work with someone like you, and I trained for the coordinating half of it, and the system functions better with both halves than with one. She paused. The assembly's decision was to not recognize an autonomous Oracle authority. It was not a decision that the compact's coordination function is unnecessary. Wei Liang sat with this for a long time. He thought about it honestly, which was the only way he thought about anything. The functional argument she was making was not wrong. The advisory council's monitoring work would benefit from coordinated support, and Ven's 40 years of preparation had given her genuine expertise in the compact's historical framework. The question was not whether her expertise was real. The question was whether she could operate in a coordination capacity without attempting to re-establish the authority capacity the assembly had declined to recognize. The advisory council, he said, needs a permanent administrative coordinator. Someone who manages communication between the council members, maintains the monitoring schedules, coordinates with sect representatives on constitution policy matters. He paused. That function is currently done by Sun Mei's assistants, who are foundation-level practitioners without void return range. He paused again. A void return cultivator in that role would be significantly more effective. Ven looked at him. The role is not the Oracle, he said. It has no institutional authority. Its function is coordination and communication. Its reporting relationship is to the full advisory council. I understand, she said. And the authority question, is not what I'm pursuing in this conversation, she said. There was something in her voice that was not defeat and not concession, but the quality of someone who had arrived at a clearer view of what was actually being offered. Wei Liang thought about this for another moment. Then, I'll propose it to the council at the next quarterly meeting. If they agree, the offer is yours. She looked at him. That's not, she paused. Started again. Thank you, she said. He nodded. They sat in the garden for a while longer, and the conversation moved into less freighted territory. The Foundation's ongoing stability, the documentation project's third volume, the Spring Circuit's Constitution case findings. She was knowledgeable and precise, and, divorced from the institutional contest, genuinely interesting to talk to. By the time she left, he had a clearer sense of her. A cultivator who had spent 40 years building toward a goal that had been taken from her not by malice, but by the world's inconvenient tendency to have already solved its own problems by the time the prepared solution arrived. Not comfortable with this. Not ready to let it go entirely, but capable of adjusting. He thought, the cultivation world will have a great many cultivators like her in the years ahead. People who prepared for a specific role and found the role occupied differently than they planned. People who will need to decide whether their preparation has other applications. He thought, that's the next problem. He went back to the consultation room. Chapter 73, Foundation's second Zhao Yun broke through to Foundation's second layer on the day she returned from the Spring Circuit. She arrived at the estate's gate in the late afternoon, travel-dusty and focused, and Wei Liang met her there because he had felt the cultivation change approaching for 2 days, the specific accumulation pressure that preceded a stage breakthrough, visible to void return range perception from across the distance she had been traveling. She stopped at the gate. It's happening, she said. I know, he said. Now. Soon, he said. Within the hour. She looked at him with the expression of someone who has been traveling for 3 weeks and would have preferred to handle this after a wash and a meal, but is prepared to handle it on the road if required. Where? She asked. The courtyard, he said. It's the best space. They went to the back courtyard. He stood at the edge while she went to the center and took the meditative stance that had become her natural position for stage transitions. Open hands, weight centered, breath even. He watched. The Foundation's second breakthrough took 11 minutes. He counted, not from impatience, but from the cultivator's habit of noting significant events' character for future reference. 11 minutes was fast. The stage transition had been accumulating cleanly, and the new configuration settled without resistance. When it completed, she opened her eyes. Foundation second, she said. Foundation second, he confirmed. She looked at her own hands for a moment. The stage breakthrough habit of feeling for the difference, the new chi density, the altered circulation. Then she looked up at him. How do I feel to you? She asked. He extended his void return perception and read her cultivation base with full attention. Foundation second with a specific chi character that I want to note. The lateral meridian innovation from your form has integrated itself into the stage structure. The new circulation uses those pathways as primary rather than secondary. He paused. That's not standard Foundation second architecture. Is it better or worse? It's yours, he said, which means it's optimized for your specific constitution and practice history. That's always better than the standard. She considered this. Will the fourth volume address that? He thought about the documentation project's ongoing development. The third volume was complete and in circulation. The fourth, Zhao Yun had been developing its outline for 3 months, and its scope was larger than the previous 3 combined. The fourth volume's current outline includes a section on stage structure variations in practitioners with innovative techniques, he said. Yes. Good, she said. She came to stand beside him at the courtyard's edge. The formation perimeter's chi fields spread around them, the estate's ambient character warm and specific in the way of a place that had been carefully cultivated for a long time. The Spring Circuit, she said. Tell me. She told him about the 38 cases she had seen across 5 provinces, the 12 that required ongoing correspondence support, the 4 that needed in-person follow-up, and the 2 that were urgent enough to require him to travel. She told him in the precise, organized way that was her characteristic mode, not a summary but a complete account, delivered efficiently. He took notes and asked 6 questions and adjusted the follow-up schedule. When she finished, she said, I need to eat something. Yes, he said. And then sleep. Yes. And then tomorrow you can tell me about the third volume's circulation response. It's been well received, he said. I know it has, she said. I've been reading the letters while I was traveling, but I want to hear your analysis. She looked at him. You always see things in the response that I miss. He looked at her. You always see things in the cases that I miss, he said. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she turned toward the main house. Soup is probably available, she said. He followed her. The cultivation world continued its motion. The Inner Hall Reform Caucus passed the first constitutional revision in the Celestial Jade Sect's 400-year history, a formal prohibition on involuntary constitution modification or suppression, with enforcement mechanisms and a registry of affected cases going back 50 years. The registry included Wei Liang's case. The formal prohibition included a citation to the tribunal records acknowledged sealing as the precedent. Elder Shu sent a brief note. It passed. I thought you would want to know. Wei Liang wrote back. Thank you for making it possible. I know what it cost. Shu's response. Less than you might think. Things look different from here than they did from the wrong side of a decision. The documentation project's 4th volume was taking shape. Zhao Yun was writing 3 of its 7 sections herself and coordinating the other 4 with a network of contributors that now included practitioners from 12 sects and 4 independent cultivation communities. Lian Fei was writing the section on reverse refinement constitutions, which was the most technically precise piece Wei Liang had read on any unusual constitution, including the ones he had written himself. The unusual constitution consultation work expanded. Zhao Yun's spring circuit became a standard annual event. The estate itself had formalized its standing as a consultation center, not a sect, nothing institutional, simply a place that did a specific kind of work and was known for doing it well. Ven took the advisory council coordination role. She performed it, to Wei Liang's genuine surprise, with complete professional competence and no additional authority seeking. The 40 years of preparation, redirected, turned out to produce an excellent coordinator. The council's operational effectiveness improved within 2 months of her taking the role. People, Wei Liang reflected, are consistently more complicated and more adaptable than either the best or worst case for them suggests. The world was stable. The work was ongoing. The estate was full. Chapter 74, the second site 11 months after the assembly, Elder Rong verified the second foundational site. It was in the northern continent's interior, a location that the archive's 3 unverified references had all mentioned, with enough geographic consistency to triangulate a specific region even though none of the references had precise coordinates. Rong had worked with a cartographer and 3 historical geography scholars for 6 months to produce a specific location. The verification came from a void return cultivator in the Northern Territory who had felt the foundational chi character at the location and confirmed that it matched the description Rong had sent. The site was not failing. This was the important initial determination. It did not have an active seal in the way the Shattered Reach had. It had a different character, a concentration of foundational chi that had been organized, possibly by the same ancient group that had sealed the Hollow Emperor, but not for containment. For something else. Wei Liang read Rong's report and sat with it for a day before responding. The second site was a project for later. Perhaps 2 years, perhaps 3, depending on what the ongoing monitoring found. The Shattered Reach site stabilization was still in its early decades, and the Advisory Council's quarterly monitoring was finding subtle secondary adjustments that needed attention, small corrections to the secondary binding network's reconfiguration, nothing requiring his direct intervention, but requiring oversight. The second site was not urgent, but it was important. The cultivation world's foundational architecture was more extensive than any single site. Understanding it fully, mapping it, documenting it, ensuring its stability, was the work of decades, possibly centuries. Wei Liang was 31 years old. He was at Void Return first stage. He had spent 10 years counting days as a servant. He had then spent 2 years counting days as a person newly revealed. And now he was in the third mode, which was not counting days at all, but simply living them, each one containing its specific work and its specific worth without requiring the frame of either concealment or revelation. This mode was, he had decided, definitively the best one. Zhao Yun appeared in the garden entrance. The cold message, she said. From the council. Ven wants to know if you can review the quarterly monitoring report before the meeting. Yes, he said. She also says the northern site contact is requesting a visit. Not this season, he said. Spring at earliest. Zhao Yun came into the garden and sat beside him on the bench. She looked at the garden's winter state, the bare jasmine, the frost on the stone paths, the maple's reaching branches. She looked at the cold tea in his hand. You've been sitting here for 2 hours, she said. The thinking was productive, he said. What were you thinking about? The second site. The work ahead. How long things take. He paused. How much of what I built in the wine cellar was preparation for things I didn't know I was preparing for? She held this. The reverse refinement chapter, she said, apparently making a connection that he followed after a moment. Lian Fei's constitution appeared in the same surge cycle as mine, he said. The world made the tools it needed when it needed them, Sun Mei said. I've been thinking about what the next cycle produces. He paused. The second sight may require a different constitution type than mine, or a complementary one, or something we haven't encountered yet. We have time, she said. We have time, he agreed. She looked at him with the direct attention that had never, in all the years he had known her, diminished. Wei Liang. Yes. I want to hear about the Hollow Emperor again. The part about what he said, duration versus existence. He told her again. She listened the way she listened to cultivation work. Not casually, but completely, absorbing each element with the specific attention of someone who was building something from what they heard. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. He was imprisoned because someone feared what he might do, she said. Yes. You were sealed because someone feared what you might do. Yes. And in both cases, the fear was not entirely without basis. Your constitution does absorb techniques. His presence does influence the world structure. But the response was disproportionate, and the actual outcome of the feared thing was not harmful. Yes, he said. That's a precise summary. The documentation project, she said. The unusual constitutions. The same pattern at a smaller scale. Yes, he said. She looked at the garden for a long time. I want to write a 5th volume, she said. After the 4th. Not about constitutions specifically. About the pattern. Why institutions fear unusual capacity, and what they lose when they suppress it. He looked at her. That's a larger project than the compendium, he said. I know, she said. I have time. He looked at her for a long moment. Write it, he said. She nodded once, with the decisive finality of someone who has stated a plan and considers it as good as begun. They sat in the winter garden. The tea was very cold. It was fine. Chapter 75. Void Return. He crossed into Void Return second stage on a morning 2 years after the ceremony, while he was doing the quarterly monitoring assessment of the Shattered Reach seal. He was in the chamber, alone. The advisory council's monitoring visits were now his alone when they required seal architecture interaction, with council members present at the valley's rim for emergency support. He was in the middle of the tertiary binding networks assessment when the advancement completed. Void Return second stage. The world, at second stage, was different from first stage in the way that each Void Return stage was different from the previous. Not in the basic nature of the perception, which remained the specific quality of being the room rather than in the room, but in the depth at which that perception operated. Second stage could see further into the world's structural layers, could interact with foundational chi at a greater depth, could engage with the seal's architecture at a level that had been at the edge of first stage's capacity. He completed the monitoring assessment with the new perceptual range and found something he had been watching for 6 months, a specific node in the tertiary binding network that was showing stress indicators consistent with incomplete integration from the original reconfiguration. At first stage, he had been able to see the stress, but not the precise character of its cause. At second stage, the cause was clear. He addressed it, which took 4 hours. It was the kind of work that could have gone unaddressed for perhaps 5 more years before becoming significant, but addressing it now was significantly simpler than waiting. He sent a chi signal to Elder Shu's student who was monitoring at the valley rim, extended stay in the chamber. Monitoring found a secondary issue. Addressing now. The acknowledgement came back promptly. He worked. When he emerged from the chamber that evening, Elder Shu's student looked at him with the specific quality of someone who has felt a cultivation-based change through sensing and is trying to decide how to ask about it. Void Return second stage, Wei Liang said, preemptively. The student nodded with the careful composure of someone who had been part of this work long enough to find large events within the comprehensible range. Issue addressed? The student asked. Addressed, Wei Liang confirmed. The next monitoring assessment can be in 6 months rather than 3. I'll notify the council. They made camp at the valley rim. Wei Liang wrote a full technical account of the secondary issue and its resolution for the council's records. He wrote a shorter note to Zhao Yun, advanced again. Second stage. Home in 12 days. She wrote back in 3 days, which was the message bird turnaround time. Good. The 4th volume's final section is complete. Also, there's a new case that arrived yesterday from the southern reaches. Constitution type we haven't documented. Saving it for you. He smiled at this. The specific, genuine smile that had become easier to produce over the years as the need to manage what his face showed had dissolved with the pretense. He wrote back, thank you for saving it. She wrote back, obviously. I wasn't going to figure it out without you. He considered this, knowing it was not accurate. She had figured out 4 of the last 6 cases without him, and had arrived at analyses that he subsequently confirmed, and wrote back, that's not true, and you know it. Her response arrived the next day, I know, but I like having you to think out loud at. He held the letter for a moment in the morning light of the Shattered Reach Valley and felt the specific, unmistakable quality of a life being lived well. He went home. Chapter 76. What Lian Fei brought. She arrived at Thornwall in the autumn of the year after the ceremony, not for consultation, but for something else. She had been corresponding with Zhao Yun for 3 months about a pattern she had found in the documentation project's historical case records, a pattern across the unusual constitution cases that none of them had noticed because no one had been looking at all the volumes simultaneously. Lian Fei had read the 3rd volume when it was published, and then read all 3 together and found something. She explained it at the kitchen table, with Wei Liang and Zhao Yun both present. The Hollow Emperor's surges, she said. The periods of elevated, unusual constitution births. They don't only produce cultivation variant constitutions. They produce relational constitutions, pairs or groups of constitutions that are functionally complementary. She spread her notes across the table. Heaven devouring and reverse refinement. That's us. That's the obvious pair. But look at the historical record. She pointed to 3 separate case studies across the 3 volumes. These 3 constitutions appeared within 12 years of each other in the same regional surge. No one documented the relationship because they didn't live near each other. But the descriptions make clear that they form a functional triad. Wei Liang leaned over the notes. She was right. He could see it immediately, not because he had been thinking about it, but because once she pointed at it, the pattern was unmistakable in the data. The surge produces not just individual unusual constitutions, he said, but sets. Constitutions that work together. Yes, Lian Fei said. And the current surge, she paused. How many unusual constitutions have you documented in the current period? He thought about it. 47 in the compendium's 4 volumes, plus the ongoing casework. Call it 60. Of those 60, how many have you assessed for constitutional complementarity? He looked at her. None, he said. I've assessed 12, she said. Based on the case records, without meeting the people, just from the descriptions of their constitution mechanics. She put 3 sheets of notes in front of him. These 4 form a functional group. These 2, she indicated another pair, are complementary the way we are. And this one, a single case, I can't place yet, but it feels like it belongs to a group whose other members haven't been documented. Wei Liang read through the notes with the focused attention that this kind of discovery demanded. Zhao Yun was doing the same, and when they finished, they both looked at Lian Fei. The 4th volume, Zhao Yun said, needs a section on constitutional complementarity, Lian Fei agreed. She had already started drafting it. They spent 3 days working through the implications. By the end, the 4th volume had a new section that was, Wei Liang thought, the most theoretically significant thing in any of the 4 volumes. The proposal that unusual constitutions were not individual anomalies but elements of a systemic response, that the Hollow Emperor's influence on the world's qi produced not just individual variants, but relational networks of variants that, when properly understood and connected, could address challenges that no single unusual constitution could manage. The documentation project had, apparently, only just begun to understand what it was documenting. This is going to change how we approach the spring circuit, Zhao Yun said. We need to be actively connecting the relational pairs and groups, Wei Liang said. Not just documenting individuals. Which means the circuit needs to include facilitated meetings, she said. Not just individual consultations. Lian Fei was already making notes. Wei Liang looked at the table covered in documentation and thought. The wine cellar walls, covered in chalk formations, each one a fragment of a pattern he was assembling without knowing the full shape. And here again, fragments assembling into pattern. The pattern larger than any one element. He was 32. He had, if cultivation at void return range affected his lifespan the way the historical texts suggested, several centuries of working life ahead. The pattern had room to grow. The 5th volume's subject matter just expanded, Zhao Yun said to no one in particular. So did the 6th, Wei Liang said. She looked at him. You're planning a 6th volume, she said. I'm noting that the subject has a 6th volume in it, he said. Different thing. She looked at him with the expression that had, over 3 years, become the most specific thing he knew about happiness. The 6th volume's mine, she said. You can have the 7th. I'll take the 7th, he said. Lian Fei looked between them. Are you planning a comprehensive catalog of human cultivation knowledge? No, Zhao Yun said. Yes, Wei Liang said simultaneously. They looked at each other. We're planning to document what needs to be documented, Zhao Yun said, with the diplomatic precision of someone managing a disagreement before it starts. The volumes will be as many as the subject requires. That's what I said, Wei Liang said. That is what you said, she agreed, with the tone of someone who finds this slightly annoying and entirely acceptable. Chapter 77. The Inner Hall's new face Elder Shu retired in the spring of the year Zhao Yun broke through to Foundation's 2nd layer. His retirement announcement was sent to Wei Liang via personal letter before it was announced officially. a courtesy that Wei Liang received as the acknowledgement it was. They had a relationship that merited personal notice before institutional announcement, which was something neither of them would have predicted 10 years ago. The letter said, "I am leaving the inner hall. The Reform Caucus has sufficient stability to manage without me, and I find I have work I've been postponing that I'd like to do while I still have the energy to do it well. I intend to spend the next several years in the archives. The Azure Cloud's invitation to review the complete historical record of the heaven-devouring research is one I've been declining for 2 years and should stop declining." He also wrote, "I owe you an honest account of everything I know about the original sealing procedure and the institutional knowledge that informed it. Not for any specific use, simply because the record should exist. I'll write it when I'm settled." Wei Liang wrote back, "Thank you for telling me first. The archive work sounds right for this stage. The account, take your time. The record will be better for the care you take with it." He sent the letter and thought about Elder Shu for a while. The man had done a terrible thing with genuine conviction that it was necessary. He had spent a decade reckoning with it. He had moved through the reckoning into something that, while it could not undo the original damage, had contributed meaningfully to the downstream repair. He was choosing, in retirement, to do the archival work that would ensure the historical record was honest. Wei Liang thought, this is what repair actually looks like. Not dramatic reversal. The slow, accumulated work of moving in the right direction from wherever you are. He went to sweep the courtyard. He did not need to. The estate had staff now, including 2 junior cultivators who handled maintenance as part of their residency arrangement. But he swept the courtyard when he wanted to think, which was habit so deep it had become something he simply did the way he breathed. Commander Fan was crossing the courtyard on his morning rounds when he found Wei Liang with the broom. The commander stopped. "You're sweeping the courtyard," he said. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "The courtyard has staff." "I know." Fan looked at him for a moment. "The broom is the same one," he said. "I notice things." "You do," Wei Liang agreed. Fan stood for a moment in the morning light. "Elder Shu's retirement," he said. He had seen the letter. Wei Liang had told him, because Fan's institutional awareness required the information. "Yes. It changes the inner hall's profile. The Reform Caucus is stable," Wei Liang said. "The next elder up is someone I've met twice. She's thoughtful and has read the first 3 volumes of the compendium and cited them in 2 internal policy memos. The Constitution prohibition is in good hands." Fan processed this. "You know the personnel 3 levels deep into every cultivation institution we work with," he said. 2 levels, usually," Wei Liang said. 3 for the ones closest to our work." Fan looked at him with the expression that he had developed over 3 years of observing Wei Liang's institutional knowledge accumulate. "Do you ever stop working?" Wei Liang swept a section he had already swept. "This is not working," he said. "This is thinking." "You're thinking with a broom," Fan said. "The broom is helpful," Wei Liang said. Fan looked at the broom for a moment. Then he shook his head in the way of someone accepting a characteristic he will never fully understand and resuming his rounds. Wei Liang swept. The courtyard was clean. He swept it anyway. Chapter 78. The deep work 2.5 years after the Void Return's second stage advancement. Wei Liang began to feel the third stage building. He was 34. He had been at Void Return for several years. The advancement rate at Void Return was slower than any previous realm, not because the mechanism was different, but because the qualitative depth required at each stage was more substantial. The shadow vein continued its constant accumulation, the heaven-devouring meridians continued their absorption, and Lian Fei's refinement work continued via their established protocol. But the conversion rate was slower, and each advancement required more than the one before. He could feel the third stage threshold at a distance that was measurable in months rather than years. The work he was doing at Void Return range was different from the work he had done at lower realms. It was not consultation, primarily. The consultation circuit was Zhao Yun's domain now. With him as the senior technical resource she called on for specific cases. It was not institutional navigation. The institutional landscape had stabilized to the point where management was primarily Vin's advisory coordination and the Azure Cloud Alliance's ongoing support. The deep work was the SEAL monitoring and, increasingly, the theoretical development that the monitoring work produced. He was building a framework for understanding the world's foundational architecture, not just the specific site at the Shattered Reach, but the broader system of which that site was one element. The second northern site. The 3 additional locations that the Azure Cloud Archive had referenced, and that he was systematically investigating through combination of Void Return perception and historical record analysis. The patterns in the world's chi structure that suggested the ancient architects had been more systematic than even Elder Rong's initial analysis had indicated. He wrote prolifically. Some of it made its way into the documentation project's ongoing volumes. Most of it existed in working journals, dense technical notation that occupied a growing collection of volumes on his study shelves, replacing the chalk walls of the wine cellar with something more organized and more permanent. Zhao Yun read everything he wrote. Not always immediately. She had her own significant work, and the fourth volume was in its final stages and consuming her substantial attention. But she read it, and her annotations in the margins of the working journals were, increasingly, the most useful feedback he received from anyone. She had a specific capacity that he had been documenting internally for 3 years without having articulated it. She could read a dense technical framework and identify the one place where the logic had a gap that he, being inside the framework, had stopped seeing. Not always. Not every framework. But consistently enough that he had begun, quietly, to build the gaps into things rather than finding them accidentally. He told her this one evening. She looked at him with the specific expression of someone receiving a compliment they find both accurate and somewhat embarrassing. You deliberately built gaps for me to find? Not exactly, he said. I build complete frameworks, and then I read them again imagining you reading them, and I find the gap that you would find, and I address it. But sometimes I miss one. He paused. Those are the ones I look forward to. She held this for a moment. That's either deeply efficient or slightly unhinged, she said. Possibly both, he agreed. She looked at him with the full-faced look that had become the most consistent thing in his daily life. The one that encompassed everything she was and made no attempt to be smaller. Wei Liang, she said. Yes. I've been working on the 5th volume's first draft, she said. The patterns of institutional suppression and what they cost. I need you to read the 3rd chapter. Now. In the morning, she said. The 3rd chapter has a gap. He looked at her. You built it in deliberately, he said. Obviously, she said. I wanted to see if you'd catch it or if I'd have to tell you. He laughed. It was the genuine laugh, the brief and real one, the kind that arrived without announcement. I'll read it in the morning, he said. Thank you, she said. They went to sleep, and the estate breathed around them, and the working journals sat on the shelf with their dense notation, and somewhere in the world's deep foundation the hollow emperor maintained the structure of the world with the patient, continuous presence of something that had learned, over 8 centuries, that existence was enough, and the cultivation world above it was doing its complicated, contradictory, occasionally wonderful work. Chapter 79. The 3rd stage. He crossed into void returned 3rd stage on the morning of his 35th birthday. He had not planned this. The timing was the timing. The advancement was the advancement. But there was something he found appropriate about the coincidence, in the specific way that he had stopped fighting the cultivation world's tendency to arrange symbolism without permission. Zhao Yun was in the courtyard when it happened. She felt it. At Foundation 2nd layer, she could read void return changes clearly, and came to where he was standing in the back garden with a cup of tea that had, as usual, gone cold while he was thinking. She handed him a new cup, warm. 3rd stage, she said. 3rd stage, he confirmed. Your birthday, she said. I know, he said. She looked at him with the morning light on her face. Foundation 2nd layer, which she had been working toward Foundation 3rd for 8 months, the specific cultivation pressure of someone in the latter quarter of a stage building toward the threshold. Beautiful in the way that people are beautiful when they are exactly themselves and not trying to be otherwise. What does 3rd stage feel like? She asked. He thought about it. Like the world has depth all the way down, he said. Not just the foundation, the entire structure, every layer, visible simultaneously. He paused. He looked for the word. Comprehensive, he said. Everything at once without any of it being less clear. That sounds, she paused. Overwhelming at first, he said. For about 10 minutes. Then it settled into the most natural thing possible. She nodded. This was how each of his realm descriptions had gone. Overwhelming briefly, then natural. She was building a mental model of what the higher realms felt like, which he found both touching and entirely consistent with who she was. The 3rd chapter of the 5th volume, he said. I know you found the gap, she said. You had the expression you get when you've found something interesting. The gap is in the 6th paragraph, he said. The logic moves from the institutional fear to the suppression outcome without addressing the intermediate mechanism. The mechanism is the key. Fear produces a specific institutional response pattern that I think you've seen but haven't named. She was already thinking. The legitimacy cascade, she said. When one suppression legitimizes a second, which legitimizes a third. Yes, he said. That's the mechanism. Name it in the 6th paragraph, and the chapter works. She nodded, already making notes in the small book she carried everywhere. He drank the tea. The morning was clear and cool, and the garden was the garden, and the estate was the estate, and everything that had built toward this specific morning had arrived at it cleanly. Commander Fan appeared in the garden entrance with the morning security report, which he had been delivering to Wei Liang at the same hour for 3 years. He stopped when he felt the cultivation change. Looked at Wei Liang. "Third stage," Wei Liang said. Fa nodded. Delivered the security report without comment, which was its own kind of acknowledgement. Old brother Pang, when he found out at breakfast, predictably wept. This was also its own kind of acknowledgement. The world's cultivation environment, 2 years after the foundational stabilization, had changed in ways that were now clearly visible to practitioners at every level. The ambient qi quality improvement had been gradual, too gradual for most cultivators to register it over the span of months. But over 2 years, the accumulation was measurable. Advancement rates at every stage boundary were slightly higher than historical averages. Healing techniques were marginally more efficient. The particular class of cultivation complications that historically arose from qi environment instability, the breakthrough failures, the qi deviation events, the cultivation sickness patterns, was lower. Not dramatically lower. Not visibly enough that the average cultivator would make the connection. But the data was in the cultivation world's records, and Elder Rong's analytical team had been tracking it, and the trend line was clear. The world was in better health than it had been in 60 years. Wei Liang read the analysis and thought about the 800 years. About the decay that had been ongoing, invisibly, for all that time. About the generations of cultivators who had trained and practiced and built in an environment that was, at the structural level, subtly compromised and had never known it. He thought about all the unusual constitutions that had been suppressed in that period, and the cultivation world those constitutions would have produced if they had been allowed to develop, and the generations of knowledge that had been lost. He thought, the work is not just repair. It's the recovery of something that was lost without anyone noticing the loss. He wrote this down in the current working journal. It became the premise of a 7th volume that would take a decade to complete. That was fine. He had time. Chapter 80. The tide continues 3 months after the 3rd stage advancement. Wei Liang received a letter from Ren Hao. It was the first personal letter from the disciple in 2 years. They had corresponded intermittently since the tribunal, but mostly on institutional matters. This one was different. It said, "I've been made Inner Hall Elder. 3rd rank. The Reform Caucus's candidate for the vacancy left by Elder Shu. And then, I wanted to tell you directly. The person who made this possible, in a long and indirect way, is you. I'm aware of that. I find it strange to be grateful for the experience that started in your courtyard 5 years ago, but I am." Wei Liang read the letter twice. He thought about the disciple who had arrived at Thornwall's gate 5 years ago with assessment instruments and the specific arrogance of someone who had never been told no with enough force to update his assumptions about himself. He thought about the young man who had stood in the courtyard after his confrontation with Wei Liang and made the bow of genuine acknowledgement. He thought about the testimony at the tribunal, accurately filed. About the historical archive tablet sent from the Inner Hall's collection. He wrote back, "Congratulations. The Inner Hall has gotten something it needed. Use the position well." And then, because it was accurate, "I'm grateful too. For the tribunal, and after." He sealed the letter and sent it. Zhao Yun was watching him from across the study, where she had been working on the 5th volume's middle chapters. "Ren Hao," she asked. "He's been made an elder," Wei Liang said. She held this for a moment. "He's 31, she said. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "He's grown up considerably since he arrived at our gate." "People do," she said. "When the circumstances are right." He looked at her. "You created the circumstances," she said. "For him. Sending him away with his dignity intact, asking for accurate testimony, not using the leverage you had." She went back to her writing. "The consequences are in the record." He thought about this. It was accurate in the way that many of Zhao Yun's observations about his work were accurate. She had a specific capacity to see the downstream effects of decisions that he made in immediate context, to trace the consequences forward in time and show him the shape of what the decision had actually been. He had, over 3 years, stopped trying to tell her that he hadn't thought about the downstream effects. He had thought about the downstream effects. He always thought about downstream effects. He simply didn't announce this, because announcing it created an inflated impression. "The downstream effects were not certain," he said. "No," she agreed. "They never are. That's not the point." He looked at her. "The point is that you acted with care," she said. "The care produced consequences. Some of them were good." She made a small editing notation on the page in front of her. "That's how the world works when people pay attention." He sat with this for a moment. "You're writing the 5th volume about that," he said. "I'm writing the 5th volume about the opposite of that," she said. "What happens when institutions don't pay attention? When fear produces suppression and suppression produces loss." She paused. "But the opposite has to be clear for the negative case to land." "What's the opposite's name?" he asked. She considered this. "Care," she said. "In the technical sense. Not sentiment. The specific act of paying attention to what something is before deciding what to do with it. Care as a cultivation concept, he said. Care as the cultivation concept, she said. The one that underlies all the others. She made another notation. Your constitution is the most extreme example. The institutions that failed to care about what it was destroyed it, or tried to. You cared about what it was. You built with it. The world was repaired. He was quiet for a long moment. Write it clearly, he said. I intend to, she said. Outside, the autumn afternoon was bright and specific, and the estate moved around its particular life, and the cultivation world continued its enormous motion. And Wei Liang of Thornwall sat in his study with the person he had chosen and thought about care as a technical concept, and found that the framework she was building was the most important thing he had read in years. And from the east, through the world's deep structure, the Hollow Emperor maintained his patient, continuous presence, and the world held. And in the north, the second sight waited. And in the spring, the consultation circuit would go out again. And the documentation project was in its 4th volume and heading toward a 5th and a 6th. And the work was ongoing, and the world was worth working for, and Wei Liang was ready for every day that came. He always had been. He always would be. Later that evening, after Zhao Yun had finished the middle chapters and the autumn dark had settled over the estate and the consultation sessions for the day were complete, they went to the back courtyard. It was a habit they had maintained since before the ceremony. The evening hour in the courtyard when they were both present, sometimes practicing, sometimes sitting, sometimes simply standing in the space that had held 10 years of her morning training and 12 years of his secret accumulation. She worked through the form she had invented. He watched, which was also something he had done every time she practiced, and which still, after 3 years, produced the specific quality of attention he had given it from the first morning he watched the full form through to its conclusion and understood what she had built. She finished the final sequence and stood in the concluding position. He was quiet. You're doing the evaluating expression, she said. The second sequence is lateral return, he said. You changed something. Yesterday, she said. I took 2 movements out of it. It's faster, he said. It's cleaner, she corrected. Faster is the side effect. He held this. Then, show me the change separately. I want to map it against the 3rd volume's lateral meridian documentation. The change is in the 4th volume's notation already, she said. He looked at her. I was going to tell you tonight, she said. You invented a cultivation innovation and put it directly into the documentation volume. I document things as they happen, she said. That's the correct approach. He looked at her for a moment. Then, yes, he agreed. That is the correct approach. She looked at him with the expression that was her most complete expression, the one that had no category in any cultivation text description of human states, the one that was specific to this courtyard and this relationship and this exact version of the life they had built. The 4th volume is submitted to print tomorrow, she said. I know, he said. And then the 5th volume begins. And then the 5th volume, he agreed. And the consultation circuit in spring. And the circuit, he said. And the northern site, eventually. Eventually, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I keep thinking about what the Hollow Emperor said. Duration versus existence. The existence is what matters. Yes, he said. I think the existence he was describing, she said slowly, isn't just surviving. It's being fully what you are. For the whole duration. Not managing it or containing it, fully being it. He thought about this. Yes, he said. That's what he meant. That's what the documentation project is about, she said. In the end, making space for things to be fully what they are. He looked at her. Yes, he said. That's exactly what it's about. She nodded. She looked at the courtyard's familiar dimensions, the stone walls, the maple's bare autumn branches, the gate at the far end, the specific shape of a place that had been exactly itself for 12 years under his watch and many years before that. This place is fully what it is, she said. It is, he agreed. And so are you, she said. He held her gaze. And so are you, he said. The evening held them in the courtyard, and the stars were appearing above the maple's branches, and the world's deep foundation maintained its stable warmth beneath everything. And Wei Liang and Zhao Yun stood in the space that had been the center of his life for 12 years and would be the center of it for as long as they were here, and neither of them moved for a while, because there was nowhere to go and nothing to be other than exactly what they were. And that was entirely sufficient. In the morning, they would work. Tonight, the courtyard was enough. And the Dao continued, beneath and through and in everything, patient and enormous, and the world held. The morning, when it came, brought the usual rounds. Wei Liang woke before the estate's household, not because the cultivation realm required less sleep, though it did, but because the habit was so deeply embedded that his body had simply decided that this was when morning began. He lay still for a moment in the early dark, feeling the estate's ambient chi with the full void return third-stage perception that was, now, simply how he experienced everything. 12 people had become 36 over 3 years. The estate's household had expanded in the way that living things expand when they are in a good environment. Not artificially, not by plan, but by the natural accumulation of people who found the place and stayed. 3 resident practitioners with unusual constitutions. 2 of Fun's guard recruits who had discovered cultivation capacity they had not known they had and were learning to develop it under Zhao Yun's patient instruction. Lian Fei, who had no specific residence here, but whose work kept her present for weeks at a time. A young scholar from Elder Rong's academic network who was compiling the 4th volume's index. The estate was not a sect. It was something that had no established name in the cultivation world's institutional vocabulary, which was appropriate, because it was not the kind of thing the cultivation world's institutional vocabulary had been built to describe. It was a place where people were seen accurately. That was all. That was enough. That was, it turned out, a significant thing to be. He rose and went to the courtyard. The broom was where it had always been. Hung inside the stable door, the same one that Commander Fun had observed was the original, worn down to a fraction of its starting density, but maintained out of the specific sentiment that cultivators did not generally admit to experiencing and experience constantly. He took it down. He swept the courtyard. The maple's autumn leaves came down as he swept, and he swept them too, the falling and the clearing happening simultaneously the way they always did in this season. The tree dropping and the ground receiving, and the broom moving it all to the side where the kitchen girls would gather it for composting. Zhao Yun appeared in the main house's doorway. She was wearing the deep blue coat. She had her practice tools. She was going to the back courtyard for her morning form. She stopped when she saw him sweeping. "The broom again," she said. "The broom again," he confirmed. She looked at him for a moment. The full, warm, specific look. "Any particular reason?" "I was thinking," he said. "About what?" "About the 5th volume's premise," he said. "About care as a technical cultivation concept. About how the most significant things I've done in the last 5 years have all been applications of the same fundamental operation. Seeing something accurately and responding to what it actually is." She came down the steps. "That's the opening paragraph," she said. "I've been trying to write the opening paragraph for 3 weeks. "I know," he said. He had read the 7 draft versions. "You kept writing it as an argument. It works better as an observation." She looked at him. An observation. An observation that the cultivation world has, throughout its history, consistently responded to unusual phenomena by deciding in advance what they are, before examining them, before knowing them. He paused his sweeping. The opening paragraph is just that observation. Everything that follows is evidence. She was still. "Say it again," she said. "Slower." He said it again, slower. She wrote it down in the small book she carried everywhere. Then she went to the back courtyard to practice. He finished sweeping the leaves. The morning opened around the estate. The kitchen sounds, the guard rotation, the resident practitioners beginning their day with the varied routines that they had, each of them, developed in the particular way that unusual constitution practitioners develop practices, individually, carefully, with attention to what their specific natures required. Wei Liang hung the broom back on its hook and went inside. There was soup. There was always soup. He sat at the kitchen table and read the day's correspondence and thought about the work ahead with the specific, quiet readiness of someone who knows what they are for and has found a life in which being what you are is fully possible. Outside, Zhao Yun's form moved through its sequences in the back courtyard, the lateral meridian innovation clicking into its perfect expression, the form that was entirely itself because the person practicing it was entirely herself. The maple continued to drop its leaves. The world's foundation continued its stable maintenance. The documentation project was in its 4th volume and heading toward its 5th. The consultation circuit was planned for spring. The northern site was waiting. The working journals were filling their shelves. And Wei Liang, who had once been a servant who swept courtyards, was exactly what he had always been building toward being. Not the end of a long preparation, but the ongoing, unremarkable, extraordinary fact of a person living fully in their actual life, doing the work they were made for, surrounded by the people worth surrounding yourself with, in a place that had been, and would continue to be, exactly what it was. That was the whole of it. It was enough. It was more than enough. A letter arrived that afternoon from the northern contact who had verified the 2nd foundational site. She described, in careful technical detail, a specific phenomenon she had been observing for 3 weeks. The foundational chi at the northern site was showing organization patterns that matched, at a structural level, the shattered reach site's pre-reconfiguration state. Not the chaos of fracturing, something more like the dormancy of something that had been organized long ago and retained the organization's memory. She asked, "Is this what it looked like before you began the work there?" Wei Liang read the letter and felt the familiar sensation of a pattern assembling, fragments in relation, individually comprehensible, together pointing towards something larger. He wrote back a detailed technical response that took 2 hours and involved consultation with 4 of his working journals. When he finished, he set down the brush and looked at the letter. The second site was not in crisis. Nothing was imminent. The Northern Contact's observation was early-stage data that would require months of additional monitoring before he could form a confident assessment of what the site represented and what, if anything, needed to be done. But it was significant. He wanted to tell Zhao Yun. She was finishing the 5th volume's opening paragraph. The observation framing he had given her that morning now worked into the precise, unadorned language that was her characteristic mode when she was writing something she had thought about carefully enough to get right. She looked up when he came in. He showed her the letter. She read it. Then she looked at him with the assessment expression. "The world's foundational architecture is more extensive than one site," she said. "Yes," he said. "And the work is therefore more extensive than one repair." "Yes." She held this for a moment. How long? He thought about it honestly. Decades at minimum. Possibly much longer. The historical architects built something systematic. Understanding the full system, mapping it, verifying each site, determining what each requires. That's generational work. She was quiet. "We have time," he said. She looked at him with the expression that was now so familiar, he could feel its warmth from across the room. "We always have time," she said. "That's never really been the constraint." "No," he agreed. "The constraint has always been understanding what the work actually is. And now you understand." "Now I understand the next piece of it," he said. She returned to the opening paragraph. He went to the working journal that was currently most active and began a new section. Northern Site. Preliminary analysis. The autumn afternoon moved around them, warm and specific, and the estate breathed its ordinary life. And the work continued in the particular way that good work continues. Not with urgency, not with drama, but with the deep, patient accumulation of attention and care applied to the things that matter. Outside, the maple was still shedding its leaves. The broom was on its hook. The world was holding. Wei Liang wrote. The Dao continued. The evening arrived as evenings did, softly and without announcement. The light changing from the amber of late afternoon to the particular blue of autumn dusk, and the estate's various residents making their way toward the communal dinner that had become, over 2 years, as much a part of the estate's character as the morning practice sessions. 36 people at the long table that Fun had commissioned when the original table became genuinely insufficient. A practical man's practical response to a household that had outgrown its furniture. The dinner was loud and specific and full of the exact kind of conversation that happens when a group of people who have chosen the same work eat together regularly. Technical discussion mixed with ordinary news, the kind of mixing that happens when work is not separate from life, but part of the same fabric. Wei Liang sat at one end of the table. Zhao Yun sat at the other. Madame Zhao sat in the middle with the expression of someone who finds a full table deeply satisfying. Old Brother Peng supervised the kitchen staff from his retirement perch at the kitchen doorway. Commander Fin sat with the guards, whose table manners had improved significantly in the 3 years since he had made table manners a component of professional development. Lian Fei was describing the latest case from her northern correspondence, a young practitioner with a constitution variant that the compendium's 4th volume addressed, but only partially, a new subtype. The table was engaged. 3 people were taking notes. Yun Shan, one of the resonance constitution siblings, asked a question that reframed the entire case and produced a moment of silence followed by animated agreement. Wei Liang listened and thought, this is what the documentation project is, in its actual form, not the volumes on the shelf. This conversation, this specific exchange of accurate attention between people who understand that the thing in front of them is worth understanding correctly. This was care as a technical concept. He looked at Zhao Yun across the long table and found her already looking at him. The specific glance of someone who has had the same thought at the same moment and is noting the coincidence without needing to announce it. He held the look for a moment. Then the conversation around them moved into its next phase, and the dinner continued, and the autumn evening held the estate in its particular warmth, and the world outside the walls went on with its enormous motion, indifferent and continuing, as worlds do. And the work was here, and the people were here, and Wei Liang of Thornwall was here, exactly where he had chosen to be, doing the work he was made to do, with the people worth doing it with. Not hiding, not pretending, simply being, fully and without remainder, exactly what he was. Chapter 81. The northern site. Wei Liang arrived at the northern site in the early spring of his 36th year. It was not like the Shattered Reach. The Shattered Reach had announced itself 3 days out, in the quality of the qi, in the unmistakable density of organized foundational energy reaching toward the surface. The northern site was quieter, not dormant exactly, but subtle. The way a conversation conducted below normal volume is still a conversation. The site itself was a high plateau in the central mountain range, above the tree line, swept clean by wind that had been cleaning the stone for 1,000 years. At its center, a formation circle carved directly into the bedrock, not installed by human hands, or not primarily, but grown into the stone the way crystals grow, the formation channels following the stone's own crystalline structure rather than overriding it. He stood at the plateau's edge, an extended void returned third-stage perception downward. What he found was organized, deliberately organized. Not a seal, no containment architecture, no binding nodes, nothing that spoke of imprisonment. What spoke instead was the specific character of a storage system, an enormous, patient accumulation of foundational qi that had been organized here over centuries and maintained by the slow, continuous tendency of the world's own structure to fill organized spaces with the material they were organized to hold. The architects had built a reserve. He sat down on the cold stone and let this settle. The Shattered Reach had been the repair site, the place where the Hollow Emperor's connection to the foundational structure had been severed and needed to be restored. The northern site was something else, a reserve of foundational qi that had been organized before the sealing, probably as insurance, a backup against the possibility that the repair work would need additional resource at some future time. He communicated this to the northern contact, a spirit-severing third-stage practitioner named Elder Y, who had been monitoring the site for 3 months, and who came to the plateau the morning after Wei Liang arrived with the focused attention of someone who had been sitting on important information and was glad to have an expert look at it. A reserve, Elder Y said, when Wei Liang finished his assessment. A resource, Wei Liang corrected. Not just a reserve. The organization pattern suggests it was meant to be accessible for specific uses, not just held indefinitely. He looked at the formation circle. The channels here are output channels, not storage channels. Whatever the architects stored here was designed to be drawn on. For what? I don't know yet, he said honestly. He spent 4 days at the plateau, reading the site's architecture with the full void returned third-stage perception, taking notes, consulting the working journals he had brought, cross-referencing against everything Elder Rong's archive had produced about the ancient architect's methodology. By the 4th day, he had a partial answer. The reserve was designed to support the Shattered Reach's foundational connection during periods of strain, when the world's surface-level cultivation activity produced stresses that propagated downward into the foundational layer. The reserve could release controlled amounts of organized qi to buffer the stress. It was, in the system's thinking that the ancient architects had apparently operated with, a stabilizing counterbalance. It had not been needed since the Hollow Emperor's restoration. The foundational connection was stable, and stable connections were self-sustaining. But the reserve existed, and understanding it was part of understanding the full system. He sent a detailed report to the advisory council. Vin's response arrived in 5 days. This changes our monitoring framework substantially. The reserve site needs to be included in the quarterly assessment rotation. Can you develop the monitoring protocol before the summer meeting? He wrote back, yes. I'll have it ready by the 4th month. He went home via the direct route, a mountain pass that was faster by 3 days than the lowland road, but required a full day of altitude and cold. He walked it with the unhurried ease of a void-returned third-stage cultivator to whom altitude and cold were simply environmental data rather than obstacles. He thought about the architecture. The ancient group had built not just a seal and not just a connection point. They had built a system, with redundancy, with counterbalance, with the specific engineering of people who understood that single-point solutions were fragile and that what endured was what had been thought through to its complete expression. He thought about the documentation project. He had built the compendium as a complete body of work, not just a record, but a living framework that could be extended, corrected, expanded by anyone who came after him. He had built the consultation circuit as a self-sustaining operation that did not depend on his personal presence. He had built the Azure Cloud Alliance as an institutional relationship rather than a personal one, so that it would continue regardless of who held the specific positions currently occupied by Qua and Rome. He had been, without knowing it was what he was doing, building a system. The ancient architects would have recognized the approach. He smiled at this, alone on the mountain pass in the spring cold, and continued walking. Zhao Yun was in the back courtyard when he arrived home. She had broken through to foundation 3rd layer while he was away. He had felled it from the northern road on the 2nd day of the return journey, the characteristic cultivation expansion visible through the formation perimeter's connection even at that distance. He came through the gate and she was standing at the courtyard center with the specific, settled quality of a cultivator in the first days of a new stage, present with the new capacity, feeling its edges, learning its particular character. Foundation third, he said. Foundation third, she confirmed. You felt it from the road. Second day of the return, he said. The formation perimeter's reach is substantial. I know, she said. I felt you arriving for 3 hours before you got here. He came into the courtyard. She looked at him with the assessment that had become, over 4 years, his most reliable mirror. She saw things in him that he could not see directly. The northern site, she said. A reserve system. Counterbalance to the shattered reach. The ancient architects built redundancy. He paused. It changes the advisory council's monitoring scope. The fifth volume, she said. The fifth volume may need to address the architectural principles the ancient group used, he said. The documentation project and the foundational work are more connected than I understood when we started. She held this. Then, that's the sixth volume. He looked at her. The fifth volume is about care as a technical concept, she said. The sixth is about systems. How the cultivation world's future depends on building the same kind of redundancy the ancient architects built, not just in the foundational work, but in the institutional frameworks, the knowledge transmission, the unusual constitution network. She paused. You've been building that for 4 years without calling it what it is. He was quiet. Systems, he said. Systems, she confirmed. The documentation project is a system. The consultation circuit is a system. The advisory council is a system. She looked at him. You built them the same way the ancient group built the reserve site, with redundancy, with counterbalance, with the specific engineering of someone who understood that what endures is what's been thought through completely. He held this for a long time. The sixth volume's yours, he said finally. I know, she said. I've been outlining it for a month. He looked at her. You've been outlining it for a month, he said. I was waiting for you to provide the primary example, she said. The northern site. He was quiet for another moment. Then, Zhao Yuan. Yes. How long have you known what I was building? She considered this with the specific honesty she brought to precise questions. I think I've known the shape of it since the tribunal, she said. I understood the individual pieces earlier than that. The whole, she paused. The whole became clear to me about a year ago, when the consultation circuit was in its second year, and I started looking at it from the outside. A year ago, he said. I didn't tell you because you were still in the process of building it, she said. Telling you what you were building while you were building it would have introduced conscious intent into something that was working precisely because it was coming from accumulated instinct. She paused. I waited until the building was complete enough to name. He looked at her for a long moment. You're extraordinary, he said. I know, she said, with the tone that was simultaneously unembellished confidence and genuine modesty, the combination that was specific to her. So are you. She turned toward the main house. Come inside. The soup is warm. Chapter 82. Vin's question in the summer of Wei Liang's 37th year. Vin asked him a question that he realized in retrospect, expecting for 3 years. She asked it at the quarterly advisory council meeting, after the formal business was concluded and the other members had departed. She waited with the deliberate patience of someone who had timed this and had no intention of asking it in front of witnesses. What comes after? She said. He looked at her across the meeting chambers table, a room in the Azure Cloud Sex facility that had become the council's standard meeting space. After what? After void return, she said. Dao integration. You're advancing continuously. The rate at void return is slower than the earlier realms, but it's still continuous. You'll reach Dao integration. Eventually, he said. There are no recorded cases in this era of Dao integration on this continent, she said. The last documented case was the ancient architects themselves. She paused. The Hollow Emperor was the last living Dao integration practitioner. He held this. I'm aware, he said. What does it mean? She asked. If you reach Dao integration, for the foundational work, for the cultivation world, for everything you've built. He had been thinking about this. He had been thinking about it since he first felt the world's foundation at shattered reach and understood, in the back of his mind, that a void return cultivator who could interact with the foundational architecture at technique level was, in terms of the system the ancient architects had built, occupying a specific functional position. The ancient architects were Dao integration practitioners, he said. They built the foundational system. The system was designed to be maintained by cultivators at void return range with access to the heaven-devouring constitution as the technical interface. He paused. I'm at void return third stage. The system is running at specification. If I reach Dao integration, he stopped. If you reach Dao integration, Ven said, you're operating at the same level as the architects, which means you're not just maintaining what they built. You understand the full logic of why they built it. Yes, he said. And then, he was quiet for a long time. I don't know, he said honestly. The Hollow Emperor was Dao integration third stage. He understood the full system and decided the world's decay was a problem worth solving and integrated himself with the solution. That was his choice, made from full understanding. What would your choice be? He thought about Thornwall Estate, about the Courtyard, about Zhao Yun in the morning light, about the table with 36 people at dinner, about the documentation project and the consultation circuit and the spring visits to Copper Ridge and all the other places the circuit reached. I don't know yet, he said. I know that whatever I choose it from full understanding of what it means. The Hollow Emperor didn't choose poorly. He chose with complete clarity about the cost and found the choice acceptable. He paused. I would want to make whatever choice I make with that same clarity. Then looked at him. And in the meantime? In the meantime, third stage, he said. The work at hand. The Northern Sites Reserve Protocol. The documentation project's 5th and 6th volumes. The consultation circuit's spring schedule. He paused. One stage at a time. She looked at him with an expression that was, after 3 years of working together, the expression he knew as her most honest. The one that was neither the institutional bearing nor the adaptation to the Assembly's decision, but simply her looking at a situation with the full attention she had trained over a lifetime. You know, she said, that I spent 40 years preparing for a role that you occupied before I got there. Yes, he said, and I've spent 3 years managing the cognitive dissonance of that. Yes, he said, I'm not managing it anymore, she said. She paused. I'm past it. The work I'm doing is genuinely useful, and I find I care about it independently of the original role I was building toward. She looked at the table. I wanted to tell you that, because you gave me the coordination role when you didn't have to, and the work has been worth it. Wei Liang looked at her. Thank you, he said. For the first year, she said, I was performing gratitude. For the last 2 years, I've meant it. I know, he said. She looked at him. When did you know? About 14 months ago, he said. The monitoring report for the Northern Contact. You wrote the summary with a specific technical precision that isn't present in work done for strategic reasons. He paused. It's present in work done for its own sake. She was quiet for a long moment. You notice everything, she said. I pay attention to what matters, he said. Chapter 83. The 5th volume publishes the 5th volume of the Unusual Constitution Compendium was published in the autumn of Wei Liang's 37th year, under Zhao Yun's primary authorship. It was titled, in the clean, unambiguous style that had become the project's characteristic mode, The Cost of Fear, Institutional Suppression of Unusual Cultivation Capacity and the Knowledge Lost to It. The volume was 280 pages. It documented, with historical specificity, the pattern of constitution suppression across 600 years of cultivation world records. It named the mechanism, the legitimacy cascade, borrowed from Zhao Yun's study of Wei Liang's observation about how one suppression authorizes the next, and traced its operation through 47 specific historical cases. It quantified, as best as the historical record allowed, what had been lost, the techniques not developed, the knowledge not transmitted, the problems not solved, the constitutions not understood. The last chapter addressed the Hollow Emperor directly, not as a warning or a threat, as a case study. An entity whose unusual nature had been feared, suppressed, imprisoned, whose imprisonment had damaged the world's foundation for 800 years, whose restoration had been accomplished by a cultivator with an unusual constitution who had himself been suppressed and had survived and recovered. The chapter's final paragraph was 37 words. The cultivation world cannot afford to fear what it does not understand. The cost of that fear has always been paid by the suppressed. The debt it creates is paid by everyone, eventually. The account is now clear. Wei Liang read the final paragraph in the kitchen on the morning Zhao Yun showed him the completed manuscript. He read it twice. He looked up. She was watching him with the expression that had graduated, over 4 years, into the most clear-eyed and complete expression he knew. It's the right ending, he said. I know, she said. The cultivation world will object to parts of it. I know, she said. That's fine. The institutional response will be complicated, she said. Yes. I have 17 responses ready for the 17 categories of objection I project receiving. She pulled out a sheaf of notes. Fan helped me organize them. He looked at the sheaf of notes. Then at Zhao Yun. Then at the kitchen, where the morning light was coming through the east window at the angle that he had watched for 15 years, 17, if you counted from before the pretending stopped, and which was still, every morning, exactly the same and always worth watching. I love you, he said. She looked at him. I know, she said. I love you too. She put the sheaf of notes away. Now help me review the 17th category. It's the one about the Hollow Emperor section, and I think the argument needs tightening. He moved his chair over. They worked. The 5th volume was published 3 months later. The response from the cultivation world was, as projected, complicated. Some sects welcomed it. Some objected strenuously. Most of the objections were of the 17 categories Zhao Yun had anticipated, and she responded to each with the 17 prepared answers plus contextual adaptation. And by the end of the first month, the volume was in active circulation, and the institutional response had settled into the pattern that significant truths eventually settle into. Argued about vigorously by those with reasons to argue. Accepted quietly by everyone else. Ren Hao, now an Inner Hall elder, formally incorporated the 5th volume's historical case studies into the Celestial Jade Sect's Constitution Policy Review. His memo to the Inner Hall cited the volume 11 times. Elder Shu, who had retired to the Azure Clouds archive facility, sent a letter. I've been reading this for 3 days. I keep finding things I should have known and didn't. It's an uncomfortable reading experience in the best possible way. Wei Liang wrote back. That was the intention. Chapter 84. What Madame Zhao said. Madame Zhao turned 74 the year the 5th volume was published. She was, by any honest assessment, exactly the same person she had been at 71. The same competence, the same patient management of everything the estate required, the same serenity in the face of the world's various complications. The only visible change was that she had accepted that the estate's household management could be shared, and had distributed several functions to the practitioners who had been resident long enough to be trusted with them, not because she was unable to manage them, but because she had, with typical Zhao precision, recognized that building the estate's capacity for its future required not having everything depend on her. He found her in her study one afternoon, the same study where she had given him Madame Zhao's provincial charter letter 7 years ago. She looked up when he came in. You look like you have a question, she said. He came in and sat in the chair across from her desk. I wanted to tell you something, he said. Tell me. He thought about how to say it accurately. I've been thinking about the ancient architects, he said, about what they understood when they built the foundational system. They built with the specific engineering of people who knew that what they built needed to outlast them, that it would be maintained and extended by people they would never meet, in circumstances they could not predict. He paused. They built for the long term. She looked at him with the full attention that was one of the things that had made his 17 years of knowing her so valuable. You're telling me that's what you're doing, she said. I'm telling you that's what you did first, he said. When you built this estate. When you handed a stranger soup. When you let someone who you suspected was more than he seemed live here for 10 years without demanding an explanation. He paused. You built something that outlasts any single person's choices. That's the architecture the ancient group understood. You understood it too. She was quiet for a long time. 74 years, she said. I've been building this estate for 50 of them. I know, he said. My husband started it, she said. He had the idea that a good place was a place that served its people rather than requiring its people to serve it. That's what I've been trying to build. You built it, Wei Liang said. The rest of us are living in it. She looked at him. Thank you, she said. It came out simply, without the formal register of institutional acknowledgement. The 2 words of someone who has received something they didn't ask for and found it accurate. Thank you, he said. They sat in the study for a while, the afternoon light coming through the windows, the estate breathing its ordinary breath around them. She said, You and Yun. Yes. You're happy. Yes, he said. It was a simple word that contained everything accurate about the question. Good, she said. That was what I hoped for. He looked at her. When I hired you, she said. He was quiet. You arrived in this courtyard, she said, looking like someone who had been made small and had not yet decided what to do about it. I had a feeling about you. She paused. I don't always act on feelings. But I had a bowl of soup. It seemed low risk. He looked at the woman who had spent 50 years building a place where people were treated as what they were and no less, who had handed a destroyed 17-year-old soup and asked no questions, who had housed and fed and observed and waited with the patience of someone who understood that trust was built by consistency rather than demonstration. The world is very lucky, he said, that you had soup. She looked at him with the expression he had seen exactly twice before, the expression that was, beneath all the competence and serenity, simply warmth. Yes, she said. It was. Chapter 85. The journey inward in the winter of Wei Liang's 38th year. The Shattered Reach Seal began its first decade review. He had known this was coming. The 10-year mark was the first significant checkpoint in the reconfiguration's long-term stability, the point at which the secondary binding network's post-reconfiguration integration would be either complete or would show structural stress that required attention. He had been monitoring for it since month 9. He went alone. Not because the advisory council wasn't available, not because Elder Shu's student and the other trained monitoring team couldn't be there. He went alone because the specific work the 10-year review required was work only he could do. An assessment of the full internal architecture at Void Return 3rd Stage range, the kind of deep reading that would take 2 days in the chamber and required the total focus that company, even well-intentioned and helpful company, divided. He arrived at the Shattered Reach Valley in the winter evening. It was different in winter, the valley stripped of its autumn warmth. The stone formations starkly geometric against the gray sky, the chi character specific and clean in the cold air. He descended into the chamber. It was different from the first time. Everything was different from the first time. He was different. The seal was different. The world was different. The chamber that had felt, at first entry, like a space charged with the tension of something very old and very constrained now felt like what it actually was, an interface point. A threshold. The location where the world's interior was accessible from its surface. The Hollow Emperor's presence was here, as always, the deep note, the constant undertone. Not waiting, not watching. Simply present, in the way that foundational things are present. Wei Liang pressed his palms to the floor. He extended his perception downward, through the seal's architecture, through the secondary binding layers, through the primary construction, into the world's foundational structure itself. The 10-year review took 30 hours. He did not sleep. He ate when the hunger became an active distraction rather than a background note. He worked through the full secondary binding network. All 96 layers of the Historical Reinforcement Group's additions, each one checked against the integration status that the 10-year mark should have reached. He found complete integration in 89. Partial in 6. One that had stalled. The stalled integration was interesting rather than alarming. Interesting because the stall was in a layer that corresponded to the specific seal construction method that Elder Shu had used in his own installation of Wei Liang's personal sealing curse. The method had been common enough in the historical period that 4 of the 96 layers used it, and the other 3 had integrated cleanly. The 4th had stalled at the 7th node. He worked on it with the specific, unhurried attention of someone who knows the architecture from the inside. The 7th node was keyed to a chi frequency that the current world's ambient environment no longer produced at the same level as 800 years ago. The world had changed in the interval, and the node's calibration needed adjustment. It was, as these things went, a simple correction. For hours of careful work. Then the node released, the integration completed, and the stalled layer caught up to the others. He breathed. 89 complete, 6 finishing, 1 completed. The 10-year review was satisfactory. He sent a chi signal to the monitoring team at the valley rim. Review complete. All integration satisfactory, with 1 minor adjustment made. Full report to follow. He sat in the chamber for a while after completing the formal assessment. The Hollow Emperor's presence was, at Void Return 3rd Stage, more clearly legible to him than it had been at 1st Stage. Not more communicative. The Emperor's presence was not a conversation. It was a state of being, the way a river's presence is not a conversation, but is still unmistakably there. What was more legible at 3rd Stage was the specific character of that presence, the depth of it, the quality, the particular way that an entity that had chosen to integrate itself with the world structure in service of the world's stability was distinct from an entity that had been forced into the same configuration. The Emperor had chosen this. 800 years ago, he had looked at the world's decay and made a choice and paid for it, and was still paying for it, and still choosing it, because the world was worth maintaining and the choice remained valid. Wei Liang sat with this. He thought about the Dao integration threshold, which he had been aware of for 2 years now as a feature of his cultivation's long-term trajectory. He thought about what choice he would make, from full understanding, when the threshold arrived. He didn't know yet. He knew this. Whatever the choice was, it would be his. Not fear's choice, not the sect's choice, not the world's choice on his behalf. His. That was enough to know for now. He climbed out of the chamber into the winter evening. The stars were out. The valley was still. He looked at the sky for a while. Then he went to write the full report. Chapter 86. Foundation 3rd. Zhao Yun reached Foundation 3rd layer in the spring of the year after the 10-year review. He was in the back courtyard when it happened. They were working through the 6th volume's architectural analysis section, sitting on the bench with drafts spread across the stone, when she stopped speaking mid-sentence. He waited. Now, she said. Now, he agreed. He set down the draft pages. She put them down too and stood and went to the center of the courtyard and took the stance. He stepped back to the edge, giving her the space. Foundation 3rd. It was a significant milestone, the final stage of Foundation Realm, the one that opened directly onto core formation, the realm where 12 years ago this story had begun. Not her story. His. Her story had begun here, in this courtyard, training before dawn with the specific determination of someone who had decided the world was going to be difficult, and she was going to be more difficult than the world. The breakthrough took 18 minutes. When it settled, she stood in the concluding stance and felt the new configuration for a long moment. Then she opened her eyes. Foundation third, she said. Foundation third, he confirmed. She looked at him across the courtyard. The morning light was on her face, the same light, the same courtyard, the same angle that had illuminated 12 years of watching her practice. Core formation next, she said. Core formation next, he agreed. At this rate, she calculated. 3 years. Maybe 4. Probably 3, he said. Your advancement rate is accelerating. Because of the lateral meridian integration, she said. Yes. She looked at him with the expression that was entirely herself, the complete, unguarded one. I'm going to catch up to you eventually, she said. You're going to surpass me eventually, he said honestly. She looked at him. At Foundation Third, you've already done things technically that no one at this realm level has done before, he said. The form you invented. The innovation that integrated into the stage structure. The constitutional complementarity analysis. He paused. You're not following my path. You're making your own. She was quiet for a moment. Wei Liang, she said. Yes. I want to tell you something. Tell me. I've been training every morning for 15 years, she said. And I intend to train every morning for the next several hundred, if the cultivation path allows it. She paused. I train because I care about what I am and what I can become. I started training because the world was difficult and I intended to be more difficult. But somewhere along the way, I think around the time you stopped pretending, the reason changed. He waited. I train because it's worth being fully what I am, she said. The world does not require me to train. The estate does not require it. You do not require it. I require it. Because it's mine. She looked at him. That's what you modeled. Being fully what you are as the fundamental act. He was quiet for a long time. You modeled it first, he said. Every morning, before I was watching. She held his gaze. We modeled it for each other, she said. Yes, he agreed. We did. The morning held them in the courtyard, and Foundation Third's new chi circulated through her system, finding its patterns, and everything that had been built was present in the light around them, and the world was stable, and the work was ongoing, and the people worth protecting were here, and the people worth being were here, and the Dao moved through all of it the way it always had, patient, enormous, entirely indifferent to being named, and entirely satisfied to be lived. Chapter 87. The world notices. In the years following the 5th volume's publication, the cultivation world began, slowly and in the inconsistent way of large systems incorporating new information, to change. Wei Liang watched it change from Thornwall Estate with the specific, attentive patience of someone who had spent 12 years watching the same courtyard and had learned that patient observation was the most reliable way to understand what was actually happening versus what seemed to be happening. What was actually happening? The documentation project's 5 volumes had become the most widely read cultivation reference work outside the standard technique texts in the generation since publication. Sect libraries reported the compendium borrowed more frequently than any equivalent document. The Constitution policy revisions modeled on the Celestial Jade Sect's Reform Caucus changes were, by the end of Wei Liang's 39th year, in progress at 11 major sections. The consultation circuit had expanded beyond Zhao Yun's capacity to manage alone. Lian Fei had taken on the Northern Circuit, Yun Shan and Yun Lu had developed a regional circuit in the Central Territories, and 2 other unusual constitution practitioners from the estate's resident community had developed their own regional specializations. The unusual constitution network that Zhao Yun had identified, the relational pairs and triads, the constitutional complementarity, was the most significant development. Practitioners who had been working in isolation for decades were being connected with their constitutional counterparts, and the results were consistently remarkable. Advancement, acceleration, technique, innovation. The specific creative problem-solving that happened when complementary constitutions worked together on shared challenges. Lian Fei and Wei Liang's collaborative dynamic, which had been the original case study, had been replicated in 17 documented pairings. Each one had produced work that neither practitioner had been capable of independently. The cultivation world was, in aggregate and slowly, beginning to understand what it had been suppressing. The 6th volume, which Zhao Yun had completed in Wei Liang's 40th year, addressed this directly. Its title was Systems of Knowledge: How the Cultivation World Can Build What Endures. It drew on everything: the foundational work, the documentation project, the consultation network, the constitutional complementarity research, the ancient architect's systemic approach, and built from all of it a framework for how cultivation institutions could organize themselves to produce knowledge that was as robust as the foundational architecture the ancient group had built, redundant, counterbalanced, designed to extend beyond any individual's lifespan or any generations. Understanding. The sixth volume was the most debated piece Wei Liang had read since the fifth. It asked institutions to do something genuinely difficult, to organize themselves for the benefit of people they would never meet, on timescales longer than any individual's career. This was uncomfortable in precisely the ways that the legitimate discomfort of genuine challenge is uncomfortable. It was also, as Elder Rome wrote in his endorsement, the most important cultivation world document since the original Oracle Compact. Ren Hao incorporated it into the Inner Hall strategic planning framework. He sent a letter. The seventh volume needs to address Dao integration. There's no useful documentation on what it means in practice, and you're the most qualified person to write it. Wei Liang wrote back, I'll write the seventh volume when I have direct experience. Not before. Ren Hao's response, fair. How long? Wei Liang thought about Void Return third stage, about the Dao integration threshold that was visible in the far distance, years away, possibly decades. He thought about the ancient architects who had operated at Dao integration and what they had understood from that position. He wrote back, ask me in 15 years. Chapter 88. What Dao integration is not the question came from an unexpected source. A young cultivator, 18 years old, Qi condensation stage 3, from a minor mountain sect that had corresponded with the documentation project for 2 years, sent a letter asking, with the earnest directness of someone who had not yet learned to hedge their questions, what is Dao integration? I've read everything in the compendium and nothing describes it clearly. Everyone treats it as a mystery. Why? Wei Liang read the letter and thought about how to respond honestly to a Qi condensation stage 3 practitioner. He wrote back, Dao integration is treated as a mystery because the people who have experienced it have generally not written about it in terms that the people who haven't experienced it can use. This is partly because the experience may be genuinely difficult to describe in terms available to those at lower realms, and partly because there has been a long tradition of treating high-realm experiences as exclusively the domain of the cultivators who have them. What I can tell you from Void Return range perception, Dao integration is not the end of cultivation. It's the point at which cultivation ceases to be a practice and becomes a state of being. The difference is significant. A practice is something you do. A state of being is something you are. What Dao integration is not. It is not transcendence in the sense of leaving the world behind. The Hollow Emperor did not leave the world behind. He became more present in it. It is not the end of mortality in the simple sense. Cultivation extends lifespan at every realm, but Dao integration does not make one immortal in the storybook sense. It is not the end of choice. The Hollow Emperor chose. The ancient architects chose. Choice remains fundamental. What Dao integration is, as best I can describe it from outside it, the complete integration of the cultivator with the Dao they have been approaching. Not the adoption of a Dao. Not the achievement of a Dao. The actual integration, where the cultivator and the Dao are no longer distinct from each other. I cannot tell you what that is like because I have not experienced it. I can tell you that every realm I've crossed has been a more complete version of what I already was, rather than the addition of something new. If the pattern holds, Dao integration will be the most complete version of what I already am. Whether that is valuable depends entirely on what you are and how fully you are it. Be fully what you are. That is the preparation for every realm, and it will be the preparation for that one. The letter was sent. He did not hear back for 3 months. Then, I've been thinking about what you wrote. The preparation is being fully what I am. I've been trying to be what my sect wants me to be, which is useful but not the same thing. Starting over with the correct orientation. Thank you. He filed the letter. He thought about being 17 and being told what he was by the people who feared what he might become. He thought about sweeping the courtyard for 10 years and building, in the dark, the most complete version of what he was. He thought, the preparation was always the same. It just took me a while to understand it. He went to the courtyard. The broom was on its hook. He did not take it down. He went to find Zhao Yun. Chapter 89. The northern visit produces something in Wei Liang's 41st year. The northern site produced a surprise. He had been making annual visits. The reserve protocol was established. Ven's coordination system was managing the monitoring effectively, and the visits had settled into the comfortable rhythm of work that was important, but no longer urgently uncertain. He went. He assessed. He found either the expected stability or small adjustments. He made adjustments if needed. He went home. This visit was different. The reserve site's qi, which had been stable since the first assessment, had shifted. Not destabilized. Not fractured or failing. shifted in the specific character of something that has received a signal and is responding. He extended his perception and found the reserve was activating. Not fully, not all at once, but the output channels, the ones he had identified in the first assessment as designed for use rather than just storage, were beginning to release small, controlled amounts of organized foundational qi. The release was targeted, not diffusing generally but directed, with the specific architecture of something being sent somewhere. He traced the direction. It was moving toward the shattered reach. He took out his journal and wrote for 2 hours before he stopped and thought about what he was seeing. The reserve was supplementing the foundational connection. The world's surface-level cultivation activity had been, over the 40-plus years since the Hollow Emperor's restoration, increasing. More practitioners, more techniques, more cultivation intensity in every region. The increased activity was propagating stresses downward into the foundational layer. Not catastrophic stresses, not threatening stresses. The normal operational load of a world in which cultivation was broadly practiced. The load was within the foundational connection's capacity. But the reserve had been designed to provide buffer precisely when the load approached the threshold, not to wait for crisis, but to provide smooth, automatic supplementation before any single stress event could accumulate into a threshold event. The ancient architects had built an automatic buffer. He had not recognized it as automatic in the first assessment because it had not been active then. The threshold had not been reached. But now, 11 years after the restoration, the surface-level activity had reached the level that triggered the buffer. It was working exactly as designed. He sat on the cold northern plateau and looked at the formation circle and felt something that was not exactly pride. He had not built this. The ancient architects had built this. But was the cultivation equivalent of standing in a beautifully designed building and recognizing the intelligence of its construction with the deep appreciation of someone who understands what made it possible? He wrote a full report. He wrote it in the working journal first, in the dense technical notation of someone processing primary data. Then he wrote a second version, cleaner, for the advisory council. Then a third version, for Elder Rong's archive. The third version had a section he had not planned to include when he started writing. It described the automatic buffer as a model for cultivation world institution design. The same system's principle Zhao Yun had been developing in the 6th volume, demonstrated an architecture that was 800 years old. He sent the third version to Zhao Yun with a note. I think I've been working on the 7th volume after all. She responded, obviously. You've been working on it for 3 years. You just weren't calling it that. He smiled at this, on the northern plateau in the winter cold. He wrote, Chapter 90, The Hollow Emperor Speaks Again. In his 42nd year, the Hollow Emperor communicated with him directly for the second time. He was in the Shattered Reach chamber for the annual assessment, near the end of the standard protocol. He had been in the chamber for 6 hours and was preparing to complete the external perimeter check when the communication arrived. Not in words, as before. The communication medium was the seal's architecture, which was the only channel available. But the communication was more complex than the first exchange, more layered, more like a long document than a simple statement. He received it over 2 hours, absorbing each element with full attention. The Hollow Emperor was communicating about the future. Specifically, the automatic buffer system's activation had provided the Emperor with information about the world's surface-level cultivation intensity that he had not had direct access to from within the Foundation. The buffer's operation was, functionally, a communication channel from the surface to the Foundation. The reserve sending organized qi down was the surface sending a message about its current state. And the Emperor, who had been maintaining the world's foundation without direct surface contact for centuries, had found the information relevant. What was relevant? The world's cultivation intensity was increasing at a rate that would, within approximately 200 years, exceed the foundational architecture's current capacity, not catastrophically, not all at once, but in the way that a river's flow eventually exceeds a channel's design capacity and begins to find its own paths. The ancient architects had not designed for the world's current level of cultivation activity. They had designed for the level that existed 800 years ago and had built in the buffer reserve as a margin. The margin was being used earlier than projected, which indicated the activity level had exceeded the design baseline. The Emperor was not communicating alarm. He was communicating information. And then, with the patience of something that had been considering this for decades, I think the design needs to be extended. I can do part of it from within the Foundation. The rest requires someone at the surface who understands the architecture. Wei Liang sat in the chamber and breathed. Then he communicated back, in the architectural language of the seal. Tell me what you need. The Hollow Emperor told him. It was not a simple request. It was not urgent, which was why it had been held until Wei Liang was at a realm level where the communication could be fully received. It was the beginning of a project that would take, by the emperor's estimate, 15 to 20 years of sustained collaboration. The extension of the foundational architecture to accommodate the world's current and projected cultivation activity, with the same redundancy and counterbalance the ancient architects had built into the original system. Wei Liang was 42. He was at Void Return third stage. In 15 to 20 years, he thought, he would be approaching Dao integration. He thought about what the emperor had said 8 years ago about existence versus duration. He thought about the ancient architects, building a system designed to outlast them by centuries. He thought about Zhao Yun, at Foundation third layer, whose cultivation path was her own and would carry her where it carried her, and who had built a body of work that the cultivation world would be extending for generations. He thought about the estate, the table with 36 people, the maple tree. He communicated, "I'll start the work when I understand the full architecture. Send me what you have." The emperor sent it. Wei Liang was in the chamber for another 6 hours, absorbing the architectural documentation that the emperor had been preparing to transmit since the buffer system's activation. By the time he came out, the winter evening had become winter night, and the stars over the shattered Reach Valley were the same stars that had been above him the first night he spent here, 8 years ago. He looked at them for a while. Then he wrote to Zhao Yun, "Something important. I'll explain when I'm home." She wrote back, "I know. The buffer activated 3 days ago. Elder Y and Vin have both sent queries. I've told them you're aware and they should wait for your report." He smiled. He always smiled at evidence that she had already handled things. He went to sleep under the winter stars and dreamed about architectural frameworks in the specific, productive way that the mind in high-realm cultivation handled complex new information. Not anxiety, not urgency, simply the systematic processing of something large and important that needed to be understood. In the morning, he wrote the summary. In the afternoon, he started the journey home. The world needed extending. He was prepared. Chapter 91. The Reckoning in Wei Liang's 43rd year. A delegation from 3 major sects arrived at Thornwall Estate with a formal request. They came with appropriate advance notice, 3 weeks, with full documentation of their purpose and personnel, and Wei Liang received them in the estate's consultation hall, which had been expanded twice since the original room and was now a proper meeting space with formation arrays for chi-sensitive discussions. The 3 sects were the Azure Cloud, Elder Qua, the Celestial Jade, Ren Hao, and a northern sect called the Silver Peak Academy that had been one of the most active institutional adopters of the documentation project's policy frameworks. Their request: Wei Liang to serve as the cultivation world's formal advisor on foundational architecture, a new institutional role with defined scope and responsibilities, created by interinstitutional agreement, with a small annual stipend and the formal authority to request documentation and monitoring support from any participating institution. He looked at the formal proposal document. The role's scope was precisely and carefully defined. Advisory on foundational architecture specifically, with no authority over institutional practices or cultivation policy. The documentation and monitoring support provisions were technical and specific. The stipend was modest. It was, in short, a well-designed institutional role that did the functional thing the cultivation world needed done without creating the kind of authority concentration that the Oracle Compact's misinterpretation had produced. Ben's hand, he thought. The coordination work over the previous 6 years had clearly shaped how these 3 institutions thought about role design. He read the document twice. "I have 3 questions," he said. He asked them. The 3 questions were technical, about the monitoring support provisions, about the communication protocols, about the scope of the foundational architecture advisory versus the advisory council's existing role. The delegation answered all 3 correctly and precisely. They had done the work. "I'll accept," he said. "You didn't deliberate longer," Ren Hao said. He had been watching Wei Liang's face with the attention of someone who had known him for 15 years and had learned to read the specific expressions. "The role is correctly designed," Wei Liang said. "When something is correctly designed, the deliberation has already been done by the design." The answer is yes. Ren Hao looked at him with the expression of someone who has heard this reasoning before and finds it both exasperating and admirable. "I'll note for the institutional record that the advisor accepted immediately." "Note that the design was good," Wei Liang said. Qua, who had been watching this exchange with her characteristic combination of strategic assessment and genuine warmth, said, "We'll have the formal documents sent within 2 weeks." The delegation stayed for dinner. 39 people at the table that evening, with the 3 delegation members added to the usual community. The conversation was, as always, the specific kind that happened when a group of people who had chosen the same work ate together, technical and personal simultaneously, the mixture that happened when work was not separate from life. Zhao Yun sat at her end of the table and watched with the expression of someone who had built much of the framework that had made this dinner possible and was entirely satisfied to be watching its expression. Wei Liang caught her eye across the table. She raised her cup slightly. He raised his. The world continued. Chapter 92. The Dao approaches. Wei Liang crossed into void returned fourth stage on a morning in his 45th year, during a meditation session in the back courtyard. He had felt the third to fourth threshold building for 8 months. He had been cultivating with the deliberate steadiness that had characterized his entire advancement, not forcing, not rushing, simply present with the process and trusting the process. The shadow vein accumulated. Lian Fei's refinement work continued. She was at nascent soul third stage now, her own advancement having been dramatically accelerated by their collaborative practice. The heaven-devouring meridians absorbed and integrated. Fourth stage arrived with the characteristic quiet of an advancement that had been built correctly. Not a dramatic transition, but a completion, the specific sensation of something settling into its final configuration. He breathed. The world at void returned fourth stage was. He found himself without adequate language. He sat with the inadequacy for a while. This was new. Every previous realm had been describable, at least approximately, in terms available from the previous realm. Fourth stage had, for the first time, produced a perceptual experience for which the lower realm vocabulary was genuinely insufficient. He tried. The world at fourth stage was not visible all the way down, the way third stage had been. It was visible all the way through. Not depth. The concept of depth was insufficient. The world was present in every direction simultaneously, not as a series of layers to be read in sequence, but as a single thing seen at once. He sat with this for a long time. When Zhao Yun came out for her morning practice, she stopped at the courtyard's edge and read his cultivation base at foundation third layer range. She looked at him. Fourth stage, she said. Yes, he said. You're trying to describe it, she said. The vocabulary isn't adequate, he said. She sat beside him. Tell me what's inadequate about it. He tried to describe what the vocabulary was missing. She listened with the complete, reconstructive attention that she brought to all cultivation work. Not passive reception, but active building, incorporating each element into her own framework as she heard it. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. The 7th volume, she said. Yes, he said. The 7th volume needs to address this. You said 15 years, she said. My timeline was conservative, he said. She looked at him. The Dao integration threshold, she said. How far? He felt inward for a moment with fourth stage perception, the most accurate self-assessment he had ever been able to make, because the realm's comprehensiveness extended to self-knowledge as much as world knowledge. Years, he said. Not decades. She held this. Then we use the years, she said. Yes, he said. We do. She looked at him for a long moment with the expression that was entirely itself. Then she stood up and went to the center of the courtyard and began her morning form. He watched. The form was, at foundation third layer, something that the cultivation world had begun to discuss as a genuine technical contribution, not because it was widely practiced, but because its documentation in the 4th volume's technical appendix had been studied intensively by practitioners working at the junction of qi condensation and foundation. It solved a specific problem that the standard forms left unsolved. It was elegant. It was hers. He watched it all the way through. When she finished, she turned to him. The 7th volume, she said. I'll write the first 3 chapters. You write the section on what void return reveals about the lower realms. We collaborate on the central technical analysis. Yes, he said. Timeline. 5 years, he said. 3, she said. He looked at her. The cultivation world needs it sooner rather than later, she said. The 5th and 6th volumes have created demand for technical follow-through. 3 years, he said. She nodded. We start Monday. She went inside. He sat in the courtyard for a while longer, feeling the 4th stage world in its simultaneous, comprehensive presence. The maple tree was in spring bud. The gate was closed. The estate breathed around him. Monday was 2 days away. He thought about all the work there was to do, and the years he had to do it, and the person he was doing it with, and the people who were doing it alongside them, and the world that would receive it and argue with it and incorporate it and be changed by it, slowly, in the specific, complicated way that the world changed when it was given accurate information and time to use it. He was 45. He had, he thought, at least 200 years of working life ahead, possibly more, if the pattern of cultivation's effect on lifespan held at the Dao integration range. It was more than enough time. It was, he thought, exactly right. He went inside. Monday was coming. There was work to do. Chapter 93, the 7th volume, begins Monday, came with rain. Zhao Yun had already claimed the study's east desk by the time Wei Liang arrived. The lamp lit, 3 blank volumes stacked, her brush already moving through the preliminary notation system she had developed for the 5th volume and refined through the 6th. "You're late," she said without looking up. "It is," he checked, 40 minutes past sunrise. "You're late," she said. He sat at the west desk. The space between them held the specific quality of shared work. Not silence, but the active presence of two people thinking, which was something other than silence. He opened the first of his blank volumes and began the outline he had been composing in his mind since the Courtyard conversation. The section on what Void Return reveals about the lower realms was technically the most demanding thing he had attempted to write, because the challenge was not simply describing Void Return's perceptions, but finding a vocabulary that made those perceptions intelligible to practitioners who had not experienced them, while being precise enough to be technically useful to practitioners who might be approaching the threshold. The estate had settled into its current form, a place that housed 22 practitioners at any given time, in various stages of cultivation and various phases of research. The kitchen ran on a rotation that Lian Fei had organized with the same systematic attention she brought to the constitutional catalog. The library, originally 3 shelves of borrowed and purchased texts, now occupied an entire wing and contained documentation that no other institution had. Zhao Yun had designed most of this. Not conspicuously, not in the way that would have made it obviously her project, but through the specific kind of organizational thinking that understood what a space needed to do and how to arrange it so that it did that thing without requiring constant management. The Eastern Wing's layout was her solution to a problem she had identified in Year 7. That practitioners who were working on complementary problems had no natural reason to encounter each other's work unless intentional structure was built to make it happen. She had built the structure. The encounters happened. The work cross-pollinated. Wei Liang had, over 30 years, developed a particular appreciation for how much of the estate's function was invisible, the 10,000 small decisions that had shaped how people moved through it, worked in it, encountered each other in it, that had been made before the situation that required them arose. He had tried, once, to tell her this. She had said, "It's just organizing. You're making it sound more significant than it is." "It is more significant than you're describing," he said. "Write it in the 7th volume," she said. "Then other people can decide." He wrote it in the 7th volume. He wrote, "The central difficulty in describing Void Return 4th stage perception is that it requires describing simultaneity to a mind accustomed to sequence." He stopped. Zhao Yun, without looking up. "What did you just write? How did you know I stopped? Your brush sounds different when you're thinking versus writing. What did you write?" He read it back to her. She was quiet for a moment. "That's the first sentence." "Yes. Don't change it." He didn't change it. Outside, the rain continued. The estate's sounds adjusted. The sound of water on roof tiles, the particular quality of wet spring light, the smell of rain on earth coming through the partially open window. Lian Fei appeared at the study door at mid-morning with tea and the specific expression of someone who had been told not to interrupt and was finding creative interpretations of interrupt. "Set it down," Zhao Yun said without looking up. Lian Fei set down the tea tray with the care of someone practicing silent movement at nascent soul range and withdrew. They worked through the morning. At midday, Zhao Yun stopped and read back her first 3 chapters: preliminary framework, positional analysis, technical groundwork for what the central analysis would require. She read them aloud in the way she used to test her own work, not for performance, but for the specific kind of error detection that hearing exposed. Wei Liang listened. The chapters were, characteristically, precise, tight logical structure, no wasted sentences, a way of building toward necessary conclusions that left no room for the reader to disagree without engaging the actual argument. She had the gift of making complexity feel inevitable. "Problems," she said. Chapter 2, Paragraph 4, he said. "The framing suggests that foundation stage comprehension is a complete form rather than an incomplete one. The 7th volume's argument requires the inverse." She reread it silently. "Yes." She struck through 3 sentences and wrote replacements. He turned back to his own work. The afternoon continued. By the time the rain stopped, in the middle of the 4th hour after midday, they had each produced roughly 1,200 words of usable draft material. Not much in absolute terms, but both of them had learned, through the 5 previous volumes, that a slow, correct first draft was worth more than a fast draft that required reconstruction. "Stopping point," Zhao Yun said. "Yes," he said. They put down their brushes. She looked at the stacked pages between them. 1,200 each. 2,400 total. "Approximately," he said. She did the calculation. "At this rate, 5 years, not 3. Or we accelerate on days when we're not also managing the estate," he said. "There are days when we're not also managing the estate." He considered this. They exist theoretically. She made a sound that might. in someone less precise, have been a laugh. She stood and stretched, the specific movement of someone who had been seated and still for too many hours, and moved to the window to look at the rain-cleared courtyard. Void return reveals that lower realms are not incomplete, she said. That's the argument. That lower realms are complete forms at their own scale, he said. The error in conventional cultivation theory is treating each realm as a deficient version of the next one rather than a distinct mode of being. This is the error that produces the contempt problem at the upper realms, the sense that advanced practitioners are superior to lesser ones rather than simply different. The foundation stage practitioner has full access to foundation stage reality. Qi condensation has full access to Qi condensation reality. These are not inadequate. They are what they are. She was quiet. That is, she said carefully, a significant revision of how cultivation philosophy has been written for 800 years. Yes, he said. You understand the response from the theological traditionalists. I understand it, he said. I'm not persuaded by it. She turned from the window. No, neither am I. She looked at him directly. Write it clearly. I intend to. Not diplomatically, she said. Clearly. There's a difference, he said. Write it as though there isn't, she said. That's what the 6th volume did and why it's being read. He held this. All right, he said. She went to get dinner started. He sat alone in the study for a few minutes in the rain-cleared evening light, feeling the 4th stage world in its comprehensive simultaneity, and thought about how to say, clearly and exactly, what it meant that no realm was less than whole. The rain had left the courtyard dark and the grass bright, the particular color of wet green in evening light. The maple tree stood with its leaves heavy with water, each one more vivid than it would have been in dry conditions, the way difficult circumstances sometimes made things more visible rather than less. He had a memory of standing in the Thornwall Estate's servant yard in the rain, at 14 years old, with bruised ribs from Renhao's most recent bout of instructive violence, and thinking that there was something happening in his meridians that he couldn't explain and that the healer had said didn't exist. He had not, then, had adequate vocabulary for what the heaven-devouring meridians were doing. He had not, then, had adequate vocabulary for almost anything he was experiencing. The specific isolation of being unable to name what was happening, unable to share it, unable to verify it against any external source, simply holding it alone for years. The 7th volume's argument that no realm was less than whole included, implicitly, the argument that no practitioner was less than whole, that the person working in silence, without confirmation, without adequate vocabulary, was not deficient, but was simply working in conditions that the standard frameworks had not been designed for. He thought about what it would have meant to have had the 4th volume's catalog of unusual constitutions when he was 14. He thought about Shunro walking 40 days. He picked up his brush. He wrote, Chapter 94, Toward Dao Integration. The shift in Wei Liang's approach to cultivation, in the years after 4th stage breakthrough, was something that he only recognized in retrospect. At earlier stages, cultivation had required active management, tracking the shadow veins accumulation, directing the heaven-devouring meridians absorption cycles, consciously building toward the next threshold. There was work to it, deliberate practice, attention deployed in specific directions. After 4th stage, the process changed character. He still practiced. He still engaged in the deliberate refinement sessions with Lian Fei. He still absorbed from the small and large interactions with practitioners who came through the estate. But the active management quality had given way to something better described as presence. His cultivation base, at Void Return 4th stage, had developed sufficient self-organization that the deliberate deployment of attention was less important than simply being present for what happened. The heaven-devouring meridians absorbed when there was something to absorb. The shadow vein refined when the conditions for refinement arose. The hollow form, now containing, by Lian Fei's most recent count, 107 integrated techniques, evolved through use rather than being pushed. What remained for him to do, actively, was to understand. Void Return's perceptual gift was comprehensiveness, the world seen simultaneously rather than sequentially. The transition to Dao integration, as he understood it from the theoretical literature and from the Hollow Emperor's second communication, required something further. Not just perceiving the world as a simultaneous whole, but finding his own position within that whole and recognizing what, precisely, the position meant. This was, it turned out, a question as much philosophical as technical. He wrote in the 7th volume's 4th chapter. The cultivation path is sometimes described as a series of power levels, each greater than the last. This description is not wrong, but is incomplete. A more accurate description is that the cultivation path is a series of relationships between the practitioner and reality, each relationship fuller, each one revealing aspects of reality that the previous relationship could not perceive. The question of Dao integration is the question of what relationship is most complete. Zhao Yun read this draft over his shoulder one evening and said, "You're describing enlightenment." "I'm describing a technical threshold," he said. "You're describing enlightenment and calling it a technical threshold. The distinction matters." Why? He thought. Because enlightenment, in the traditional framing, is separate from practice, an arrival, an end state. What I'm describing is a deepening of practice rather than its conclusion. The Dao integration practitioner doesn't stop cultivating. They cultivate differently. She was quiet for a long moment. "You've experienced things at fourth stage that support this." "Yes," he said. "Then write that," she said. "Not just the theoretical position. The actual experiential evidence. The section will be stronger." He rewrote the chapter. She was right. It was stronger. In his 46th year, he received word that Elder Fun had retired from the provincial administration. The message came from Tao 1 at Azure Cloud, forwarded through the usual channels. Brief, informational, no commentary attached. Elder Fun had served 30 years in administrative work and was withdrawing to independent cultivation. His retirement was acknowledged by the provincial assembly with the standard honors. Wei Liang read the message twice. He had last seen Fun at the assembly proceedings in his 30th year, when Fun's vote had been measured and ambiguous, supporting the outcome the reformers needed but declining to be identified with the reform faction. The man had spent decades navigating the space between power and principle, choosing, always, the path that cost least. There was no judgment in that observation. Wei Liang had spent his first 22 years doing much the same thing, for different reasons. He wrote back to Tao 1, acknowledged. "Please convey that I wish him a productive, independent practice." He sent the message. Then he returned to the 7th volume. The volume was, by his count, approximately 60% complete. The first 3 chapters, Zhao Yun's framework, were done and had been revised twice. The section on void returns revelations about lower realms was in 3rd draft and approaching final shape. The constitutional analysis chapters were drafted but required the kind of detailed revision that only happened when a draft had been set aside for a month and returned to with fresh eyes. He had set them aside. He returned to them. The constitutional analysis chapters argued that unusual constitutions were not anomalies within the cultivation system, but rather expressions of cultivation's full range, that the system's standard pathways represented the most common configurations of human spiritual potential, not the only configurations. The unusual constitution practitioner was not failing to follow the standard path, but following a different path that the standard frameworks were inadequate to describe. This was, in practical terms, the argument behind the documentation project's existence. But the project had operated for 2 decades before the 7th volume articulated the argument explicitly. He had been building the case without stating it. Now he was stating it. He wrote for 2 hours. When he stopped, the 4th constitutional analysis chapter was in final draft shape, and the 5th was 40% complete. Outside, the estate had moved through its evening. Dinner, the after-dinner sessions, the gradual quieting of 20 practitioners settling into night. He went to find Zhao Yun. She was in the library, cross-referencing the 5th volume's appendix against the new constitutional cases that had accumulated since its publication. "The 4th chapter is done," he said. She didn't look up. "5th, 40%. "Tomorrow," she said. "Tomorrow," he agreed. He sat down across the library table from her and found the section she was working on and read it in parallel with her. The specific companionable silence of 2 people working adjacent to each other's work. Chapter 95. A practitioner arrives in the late spring of his 47th year. A practitioner arrived at the estate gate who was not part of the usual stream of visitors. Her name was Shunro. She was 23, Qi condensation 7th stage, and she had walked 40 days from the southern province to reach the estate. Wei Liang received her in the side hall. While Zhao Yun finished the session, she was running with 3 advanced students in the back courtyard. "You're Wei Liang," Shunro said, looking at him with the direct assessment of someone who had formed expectations over a long journey and was now comparing them to reality. "I am," he said. "You're smaller than I expected," she said. "Most people say that," he said. She sat down, not invited but not wrong to do so, in the register of someone who had walked 40 days. She set her pack down with the careful movement of someone whose possessions were few and mattered. "I read the 4th volume," she said. "The section on unusual constitutions." "Which section specifically?" "The one about integrated cultivation. The idea that constitutional differences produce complementary rather than hierarchical practitioners." She looked at him steadily. "I have a constitution. No one has been able to tell me what it does. Most teachers I've found have told me to ignore it. Describe it, he said. She described what she experienced, a secondary accumulation point in the chest meridian that absorbed ambient emotional resonance from other practitioners. Not intentionally, not controllably, simply continuously. The absorption had been accelerating as her cultivation deepened. At Qi condensation's 7th stage, it was constant background noise that made sustained meditation difficult. Wei Liang listened. When she finished, he said, "How long have you had this?" "Since I began cultivating," she said. 8 years. "Have you read the Documentation Project's constitutional catalog? The appendix in the 5th volume?" She looked at him. "What catalog?" "We've documented 47 unusual constitutions across the past 12 years," he said. "One of them, the Resonance Capture Constitution, matches your description closely. The practitioner with that constitution is a nascent soul 2nd stage. He solved the focus problem with a specific meditation structure." He paused. "You walked 40 days and didn't know the catalog existed." "No one told me," she said. He felt the specific weight of that. The way information traveled unevenly. The way the Documentation Project's reach was still incomplete even after 12 years of work. "I'll have someone bring you the 5th volume," he said. "Read the appendix tonight. Tomorrow, if you're willing, I'd like you to meet Lian Fei. She coordinates the constitutional documentation work." "You have a practitioner who does that full-time?" Shinro said. "We have several," he said. She looked at him with an expression he recognized. Not exactly disbelief, but the specific quality of someone whose internal model of what was possible was being revised faster than it could update. "All right," she said. Lian Fei arrived at the door with the expression of someone who had been listening from the hallway and had timed her appearance to the precise moment it became useful. She was nascent soul 3rd stage now. Wei Liang's cultivation partnership had accelerated her by a factor that the Documentation Project had noted and studied, and she carried herself with the settled authority of someone who had found the work she was made for. "I heard," she said. "Resonance capture or an adjacent variant. Come with me." She looked at Shinro. "Eat first if you haven't. The kitchen is through the 2nd door on the left. Then find me in the library." Shinro picked up her pack. She looked at Wei Liang once more, the expression still recalibrating. "The 4th volume said this kind of systematic work existed," she said. "I didn't know if it was real." "It's real," he said. She went to find the kitchen. Zhao Yun came in from the back courtyard as Shinro disappeared through the 2nd door, with the particular quiet she had after a session that had gone well. "Resonance capture?" she said. "Probable," he said. "Lian Fei will have her sorted in 3 days," she said. She looked at the doorway through which the young woman had vanished. "She walked 40 days. "Yes," he said. "And still didn't know about the catalog." "No," he said. She absorbed this. "The 7th volume needs a chapter on distribution," she said. "Not just the technical content, but how to ensure that people who need it can find it." "That's not our usual scope," he said. "It should be," she said. He looked at her. "You're right," he said. She went to change out of her practice clothes. He picked up his brush and added a note to the 7th volume's table of contents. Chapter, TBD. On reaching practitioners who cannot find the work, he stared at the note. Then he added, "Asterisk, this is not supplementary. This is the chapter the entire volume has been building toward." Asterisk, he set down his brush. The Documentation Project had distributed 6 volumes through the provincial academies, through Azure Cloud and Celestial Jade's public libraries, through the network of independent cultivators that had built up over 2 decades of the estate's existence. The volumes existed. The work was real. But Shinro had walked 40 days without knowing. The information had been available. It had not been findable. There was a difference that mattered in practical terms to every practitioner who had a condition the standard frameworks couldn't describe and who did not happen to be in a position to walk 40 days to ask someone. He thought about this for a while. Then he went to find Lian Fei. She was in the library, as she usually was after the evening session, updating the constitutional catalog with the day's new observations on 3 active cases. "The distribution problem," he said. She looked up. "Shinro." "Yes." She set down her brush. "I've been thinking about this since she arrived." She paused. "The volumes are in the academic libraries. But the academic libraries serve academic practitioners. The practitioners who most need the constitutional catalog are usually not in academic cultivation programs. They've been directed away from standard pathways precisely because their constitutions don't fit the standard frameworks. So the catalog reaches the people who least need it and misses the people who most need it," he said. "Approximately," she said. "There are exceptions. But as a general pattern, yes." He thought. "What would a different distribution system look like?" he said. She had been thinking about it. She told him. They talked for 2 hours. By the end of the conversation, they had the outline of an approach, a network of practitioners across the 4 provinces who would each hold a copy of the catalog and a list of practitioners in their region who might need it, updated annually, circulated through channels that reached independent and itinerant cultivators rather than only institutional ones. It was, she said, going to take 3 years to build. Then we start building it, he said. She picked up her brush. He went to tell Zhao Yun about the distribution chapter. She listened. Then she said, add a practical appendix to the 7th volume. Not just the argument, but the system. The volume isn't an operational manual, he said. It should be, she said. What's the point of arguing that the information should reach people if you don't also tell them how to build the system that gets it there? He held this for a moment. You're right, he said. I know, she said. Chapter 96, The Documentation Project. Completion in his 48th year, Wei Liang and Zhao Yun published the 6th volume of the Documentation Project. The 6th volume was, by most measures, the most technically ambitious of the series, a systematic analysis of the relationship between unusual constitutions and breakthrough mechanics, drawing on 47 documented cases, 18 years of cultivation partnership observations, and the theoretical framework that had been built across the preceding volumes. It was also, by most measures, the most controversial. The theological traditionalists had anticipated the direction of the argument after the 4th and 5th volumes. They had prepared responses. 3 of those responses appeared within 3 months of the 6th volume's distribution. Careful, detailed critiques that engaged seriously with the work and objected to its philosophical implications. Wei Liang read all 3 carefully. Then he wrote a response to each, addressed to the authors directly, sent through formal channels. Not defensive, not dismissive, but exact. Where the critiques identified genuine gaps in the argument, he acknowledged them and indicated how the 7th volume would address them. Where the critiques rested on theoretical assumptions he considered mistaken, he said so and explained why. Zhao Yun reviewed the responses before he sent them. You're being generous, she said. I'm being accurate, he said. The 3rd response calls the 6th volume's central argument a categorical error with significant potential for harm to cultivation culture. I understand the objection, he said. I don't agree with it. But the person who wrote it is working from a coherent theoretical position that has hundreds of years of tradition behind it. The position is wrong, but the tradition is not contemptible. She looked at him. You sound like the 6th volume, she said. The 6th volume is trying to sound like what I actually think, he said. She was quiet for a moment. All right, she said. Send them. He sent them. The responses prompted further exchange. The exchange, over the following years, became something that looked less like a controversy and more like a conversation. The specific kind of conversation that happened when 2 genuine intellectual positions engaged with each other's actual arguments rather than their simplified versions. It was, Wei Liang thought, how the work was supposed to function. Shenrou remained at the estate. This was not what anyone had planned. She had arrived intending to solve her constitution problem and leave. The resonance capture constitution, once identified and documented, had turned out to be more complex than the precedent case. Her variant included a suppression mechanism that the earlier case's practitioner lacked, which created a different optimization problem. Lian Fei had not released her until it was solved. By the time it was solved, Shenrou had been at the estate for 4 months, had advanced to Qi condensation 8th stage, had developed a working relationship with 3 other practitioners in residence, and had begun contributing to the constitutional documentation work. She's staying, Lian Fei told Wei Liang, with the tone of someone reporting a fact rather than requesting permission. Is she a good fit? He said. She's exceptional, Lian Fei said. The resonance capture constitution, once she has voluntary control over it, will allow her to model other practitioners' cultivation states with unprecedented accuracy. For the documentation work, that's, she paused, finding the word. Significant, he said. Very, she said. Shenrou became the 20th long-term resident of the estate. The estate, which had been built for a household of 12, had expanded gradually over the years. First the eastern wing, then the northern annex, then the practice courtyard expansion that Zhao Yun had directed with the precision of someone who had been thinking about the architectural requirements of serious cultivation work for most of her adult life. It looked, from the road, like what it was, a place where serious work was being done. Chapter 97. What the world remembered in his 50th year, Wei Liang received an unusual visitor. The man's name was Bao Chenxi. He was 64 years old, nascent soul 1st stage, not a particularly advanced cultivation level for a man of his age, and he introduced himself as a historian who had spent 30 years writing the official record of the Thornwall Tribunal and its aftermath. Wei Liang received him in the main hall with Zhao Yun present. Bao Chenxi sat down, arranged his materials with the careful ordering of a man who had interviewed many subjects and developed a methodology for it, and said, "I'd like to know what you remember about the night before the tribunal." Wei Liang looked at him. "Which aspect specifically?" he said. "You spent 16 hours alone in a room in the Stonehaven Inn before the tribunal opened," Bao Chenxi said. "No visitors. No messages sent. What were you doing?" Wei Liang considered. The night before the Stonehaven tribunal was a memory he rarely examined directly. He had been 28 years old, Foundation first layer, technically not strong enough to defeat any of the tribunal panel in direct cultivation contest. The estate's future had depended on argument rather than force. He had spent the night reviewing the provincial charter, the precedent cases, and every possible challenge to his legal argument. And he had also spent several hours simply sitting with the knowledge that the outcome was uncertain. "I was preparing the legal argument," he said, "and also learning to remain calm while being uncertain about an important outcome." Bao Chenxi wrote this. "The historian's record focuses primarily on the legal argument," Bao Chenxi said. "The charter citation, the 3 precedent cases, the evidence of systematic interference. But the tribunal panel's notes, which were unsealed 5 years ago, describe you as remarkably composed throughout. Elder Shu's private notes say, and I'll read it directly. He did not look like a man defending his home. He looked like a man who had decided something and was carrying out the decision. Do you understand what he meant?" Wei Liang looked at the wall for a moment. "I think so," he said. "There is a quality of mind that comes when the decision has been made, and what remains is only execution. I had decided, the night before, that I would do everything the law allowed, completely, and without holding anything back. Whatever happened after that was not in my control. The decision, to use everything available, that was in my control, and I had made it." "The pretending to be weak framing," Bao Chenxi said carefully. "The popular narrative of your early cultivation history is that you concealed your true strength for years. Is that accurate?" Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. "It's a simplification," he said. "I worked in a condition where revealing my actual progress would have had immediate consequences that I was not in a position to survive. The concealment was a practical response to conditions I hadn't chosen. It wasn't a strategic plan. It was staying alive." Zhao Yun, who had been listening without speaking, said, "Tell him about the meridian diagnosis." Wei Liang looked at her. "The historian should understand the medical context," she said. He told Bao Chenxi about the original misdiagnosis, heaven-devouring meridians called blocked meridians, the decade of working within the constraints of that misdiagnosis, the eventual self-diagnosis that had required teaching himself sufficient cultivation theory to recognize what the traveling healer had missed. Bao Chenxi wrote steadily throughout. When Wei Liang finished, the historian set down his brush and looked at him. "So the 10 years of pretending to be weak was actually 10 years of genuinely being unable to demonstrate your strength," Bao Chenxi said. "The concealment was imposed by circumstance, not chosen. The popular narrative inverts the causation," Wei Liang said. "I didn't appear weak in order to later appear strong. I appeared weak because I had no other available option, and I survived in that condition until I had enough information to change it. And then I used everything I had." Bao Chenxi closed his notes. "The record should reflect this more accurately," he said. "The popular version makes you sound calculating. The actual version is," he paused, "more ordinary," Wei Liang said. "More human," Bao Chenxi said. Wei Liang considered this. "I prefer that," he said. Bao Chenxi left the following morning with 40 pages of notes and a promise to send the relevant sections of his official record for review before publication. Wei Liang had agreed to review them, not to shape the narrative, but to correct factual errors. The distinction mattered. After he left, Zhao Yun said, "The popular narrative will persist regardless of what the official record says." "I know," he said. "You're comfortable with that." He thought about it. "The popular narrative says that someone who was dismissed and overlooked used concealed strength to overcome those who underestimated him. That's not quite what happened. But the underlying shape, that the dismissed person had something that the dismissers failed to see, and that what they dismissed them for turned out to be what saved them. That part isn't wrong." "It makes you sound like a person who planned everything," she said. "I was a person who survived until planning became possible," he said. "That's different. But it's not entirely incompatible with the popular version. The outcome was the same." She was quiet for a moment. "The people at Thornwall Estate," she said. "The ones who are still living. Do you know where they are?" He did. He had tracked them over the years, not closely, not with any intention of intervention, but with the background awareness of someone who had spent a decade in a community and could not entirely stop caring about its fate. Ren Hao was at a minor sect in the eastern province. He had not advanced beyond core formation first stage. His cultivation had apparently stalled in his 30s, which was not uncommon for practitioners who had relied on social dominance rather than genuine technical work during their formative years. Old Brother Pang, who had been the kitchen steward and who had reported Wei Liang's activities to the estate's management for most of Wei Liang's decade of service, had died 12 years ago. He had been elderly at the time of the tribunal. Wei Liang had learned of his death from an incidental mention in a letter from a practitioner who had passed through the area. He had sat with the news for a while. He had not felt the things he had expected to feel. The others, the servants, the lower-tier cultivators, the people who had simply lived at the estate as they had lived, neither actively cruel nor actively kind, he had lost track of. They had scattered as people scattered after the dissolution of a community. Some had gone to other estates. Some had left cultivation work entirely. Old Pang is dead, he told Zhao Yun. Ren Hao is at a minor sect, stalled at core formation. How do you feel about that? She said. He thought. Ren Hao being stalled doesn't satisfy me the way I might have expected it to, at 17. I think I don't actually need his life to have gone badly. I needed mine to go well. That's a healthy resolution, she said. It took about 30 years, he said. They usually do, she said. Chapter 98. Lian Fei's threshold in the spring of his 52nd year. Lian Fei reached nascent soul peak stage, the threshold before foundation crossing. She came to him in the study the morning after the advancement, still carrying the particular quality that accompanied a major breakthrough. The world reconfigured slightly, every sensory input adjusted to the new baseline. I wanted to tell you first, she said. You've come a long way, he said. She had been at the estate for 22 years. She had arrived as a stranger, referred by a passing cultivator who had heard the estate took in unusual cases. She had been chi condensation 5th stage and frightened, not of anything external but of the constitution she carried, the resonance web, which she had spent her life treating as a liability. She was now nascent soul peak stage, the coordinator of the largest constitutional documentation project in the cultivation world's recorded history, and the person Zhao Yun called when she needed something organized with precision. The documentation project, she said. When I cross foundation, the resonance web will expand. I don't know yet what it will do at foundation range. We'll document it, he said. She looked at him. You'll be my case study. The catalog needs an entry for resonance web at foundation breakthrough, he said. You're in the best position to observe and record. You always do this, she said. Do what? Turn the concerning thing into the work, she said. It makes it easier. He thought about this. It was done to me, once, he said, by a person who believed that understanding a thing was better than fearing it. She knew the story. Everyone at the estate knew at least the outline of the history, but she had not heard him describe it that way before. Zhao Yun, she said. She told me to write everything down, he said. The first time I tried to describe what I was experiencing and couldn't find the words. She said, write what you can, then find the words for the rest. The act of trying to describe it is already the work of understanding. Lian Fei was quiet. I'll start the pre-breakthrough documentation today, she said. Good, he said. She stood up, then stopped. Thank you, she said. For the estate. For all of this. He looked at her. You built most of what this became. You made it possible to build, she said. She left. He sat alone in the study for a while, hearing the estate around him. The students in the east courtyard. Zhao Yun's voice in the distance conducting a session. The sound of the kitchen preparing the morning meal for 20 practitioners. He thought about the traveling healer who had given him his wrong diagnosis. He had never found her. Had looked, twice, in an indirect way, because the anger he had felt at 17 had faded into something more complex by the time he had the resources to look. If she had given him the correct diagnosis, he would have known, at 12, that he had heaven-devouring meridians. He would have been sent immediately to one of the major sections. He would have been trained by people who understood, at least partially, what he had. He would not have had 10 years at Thornwall Estate. He would not have had the reason to learn the provincial charter and the precedent cases. He would not have had the specific quality of mind that came from working in silence for a decade with no one watching. He would not, most likely, have ended up here. The causation was not simple. He picked up his brush and returned to the 7th volume. In the weeks after Lian Fei's announcement, the pre-breakthrough documentation began in earnest. She was meticulous, more meticulous than any previous case subject had been, because she was both documenting herself and had the benefit of 22 years of observing others go through what she was now experiencing. She wrote daily entries tracking the resonance web's behavior as nascent soul peak stage built toward foundation threshold. She tracked the specific changes in how the Constitution's ambient absorption function was evolving, the way it was beginning to process not just emotional resonance from other practitioners, but something deeper, structural, a quality of intent or orientation that she did not yet have vocabulary for. This is the breakthrough's preparation, Wei Liang told her, after reading one of the mid-sequence entries. I know, she said. The Constitution is reorganizing around the threshold the way the shadow vein reorganized around each of your stage advances. You've read the shadow vein documentation. I've read everything, she said. This was, he knew, true. Lin Fei had, over 22 years, read everything the documentation project had produced and most of what they had gathered. She had an understanding of the cultivation system's breadth that exceeded his own in certain specific respects. She had seen more cases, read more primary sources, maintained more ongoing practitioner relationships. The things she didn't know, she knew she didn't know. The things she did know, she knew precisely. When the breakthrough comes, she said, I won't be able to document it in real time. I'll need someone else to observe. Zhao Yun, he said immediately. I hope so, she said. She'll understand what she's seeing. Zhao Yun, when asked, said, I've been waiting for this case since the second volume. She paused. Tell her I'll need access to full sensory observation. She shouldn't try to manage what I perceive. Lin Fei, told this, said, Of course. The breakthrough came on a morning 6 weeks later, quiet and complete, the resonance web expanding from its nascent soul configuration into something that neither Lin Fei nor Zhao Yun had a full precedent for, because there was no full precedent, this being the first documented resonance web foundation breakthrough in the project's history. Zhao Yun observed for 4 hours. Her notes filled 43 pages. Lin Fei, after the breakthrough was complete and the initial adjustment period had passed, read the notes and said, This is going to require a supplementary volume. Probably, Zhao Yun said. After the 7th, Wei Liang said. After the 7th, they agreed. Chapter 99. The threshold in the early summer of his 54th year. Wei Liang felt the Dao integration threshold. Not the approach. He had been aware of approaching it for years. The way the fourth stage world's comprehensiveness was building toward a quality he couldn't yet name. Not the theoretical anticipation, the readings in the documentation project's most advanced sections, the conversations with the Hollow Emperor's recorded presence in the foundation stones. The threshold itself. It arrived during a morning cultivation session in the back courtyard, in the specific, unremarkable way that the most significant things in his cultivation life had arrived, not with announcement, but with presence. He was there. And then the threshold was there too. Not crossed, he had not crossed it, but present, available, the quality of the next thing fully perceptible in a way it had not been before. He sat with it. The threshold was, he would write this later, in the 7th volume's penultimate chapter, not a barrier. It had the quality of a door that stood open, the room beyond it visible, the only requirement being the act of walking through. The act of walking through required, he understood, a clarity of position that he was close to but had not yet fully achieved. The question of Dao integration was the question of what he was, precisely, in relation to the whole he could now perceive. Not what he had done, not what he had built, not the estate, the documentation project, the 7 volumes, the 20 residents, the hundreds of practitioners reached by the work. Those were real and mattered, and he did not discount them. But they were the expression of something. The question was the thing being expressed. He held the threshold present and felt into it. Zhao Yun found him there an hour later. She stood at the courtyard's edge and read his cultivation base, and was quiet for a long moment. You're at the threshold, she said. Yes, he said. She came and sat beside him. Not the cultivation partnership form, simply beside him, the way she had been sitting beside him for decades. What do you need? She said. He thought. I need to finish the 7th volume, he said. The final chapter. The one on what the lower realms teach about Dao integration. I thought you were writing that as theoretical work, she said. I need to write it from direct observation, he said. And then I think I'll be ready. She was quiet for a moment. How long? She said. Months, he said. Not years. She nodded. She did not say anything further about it. She had never been the kind of person who said more than was needed. After 30 years, this was simply one of the things he knew about her, the way he knew that the maple tree leafed first in the left corner and last in the right. All right, she said. Write it. She went back inside. He sat at the threshold for a while longer, feeling the open door and the room beyond it, and the particular quality of a life that had reached a point from which the next threshold was clearly visible. He was 54. In the 4 months since completing the 7th volume's final chapter, the chapter on what the lower realms teach about Dao integration, which had turned out to be the chapter that explained, without intending to, the entire arc of his cultivation from qi condensation first stage to void return fourth. He had received more responses from practitioners across the 4 provinces than any previous volume had generated in its first 4 months. The responses came from everywhere. They came from foundation practitioners at minor sects who had never heard from the documentation project before, from nascent soul cultivators at the academies who had read the previous 6 volumes and found this one the most demanding, from a single core formation elder at Celestial Jade who wrote 3 words. Asterisk finally. Thank you. Asterisk. And from Bao Chenxi, who had finished his official historical record and attached the Wei Liang section for review. He had reviewed it. The section was, with the corrections he had requested, incorporated, accurate, not complete. No account of anyone's life was complete, but accurate in the facts it stated and honest about the interpretive limits of historical reconstruction. He had written back, asterisk, this is good work. The footnote about the meridian misdiagnosis is the most important part. Asterisk, Bao Chenxi had written back, I know. He had also, in those 4 months, received a letter from a practitioner he had not heard from in decades. The letter was from Tao 1 at Azure Cloud. Not the usual intelligence network communication, but a personal letter, written in Tao 1's own hand, which was small and precise and hadn't changed in 30 years. The letter said, asterisk, Elder Kwa asked me to tell you that the 7th volume is, in his words, the most significant cultivation text published in the last 100 years. He is planning to write a 40-page commentary. He expects you to respond to all 40 pages. He is looking forward to it. Asterisk, Wei Liang had shown the letter to Zhao Yun. She had said, 40 pages. He's enthusiastic, Wei Liang said. He's retired and has nothing to do but think about cultivation theory, she said. He's thorough, Wei Liang said. Write back and tell him we look forward to the commentary, she said. He wrote back. He had been a servant in a house that no longer existed, in a body that had been misread by every healer who examined it, in a world that had not known him at all. He had spent 10 years invisible, and 10 years becoming visible, and 30 years building the specific thing that had needed to be built. He had a wife who argued with his drafts and was always right about chapter structure, and had a cultivation form that solved a problem the standard forms left unsolved, and had sat beside him on a rainy morning when he was 26 years old and told him to write what he could and find the words for the rest. He had a protege who had arrived frightened and was now peak nascent soul and would cross foundation in the year ahead and document what happened. He had 20 practitioners who had come from places where their constitutions were liabilities and who were now building things he could not have predicted. He had 7 volumes. Nearly. He picked up his brush. He wrote the final chapter. Chapter 100. The Dao Is Crossed It was a morning in late autumn, 3 months after Wei Liang completed the 7th volume's final chapter. The volume had been distributed. The response had begun. Letters arriving from the northern provinces, from the southern academies, from Azure Cloud Sect where Elder Kwa had read the chapter on lower realm completeness and written back a 17-page commentary that was the most rigorous engagement the documentation project had received in 20 years. Zhao Yun had read it first, as she read everything first now. He agrees with you, she said. He argues with every 3rd sentence, Wei Liang said. He agrees with you, she said. He's just constitutionally incapable of doing so, without also noting where the argument could be stronger. Wei Liang had written back. The exchange was ongoing. On the morning of the autumn crossing, he woke before Zhao Yun and went to the back courtyard in the pre-dawn dark. The estate was quiet. 20 practitioners asleep in the wings and annexes, and the rooms that had been added as the community grew. Lian Fei had crossed Foundation 2nd layer 3 months ago. Her resonance web at Foundation stage had expanded exactly as she'd feared and exactly as the documentation project had predicted, and she had adapted with the speed of someone who had been preparing for adaptation all her adult life. The constitutional case entry in the catalog was the most detailed ever written, because she had been her own meticulous documenter throughout. Shenro was core formation first. The resonance capture constitution, at core range, produced effects that she and Lian Fei were still in the process of characterizing. The estate was full. The work was ongoing. The 7th volume was in the world. He stood in the pre-dawn courtyard and felt the open door. He breathed. The heaven-devouring meridians, carrying 123 integrated techniques after 54 years, were quiet, not inactive but resting in the specific way of a system that had found its equilibrium. The shadow vein, a decade of silent cultivation refinement and 4 decades of conscious development since, held a quality he had come to call readiness, not stored force to be released, but a potential organized around a center that was entirely itself. The hollow form, 123 techniques, assembled across decades, each one the distillate of an encounter, a conflict, a collaboration, a moment when the world had offered something and he had absorbed it rather than deflected it. Was not, he finally understood, a collection. It was a practice. His practice, built from everything that had happened, shaped by the specific conditions of a life that had been difficult and strange and full of people who had not known what he was. He breathed. The door was present. He stepped through. He stood at the threshold for a long while after that. The autumn morning lightened slowly around him, the pre-dawn darkness becoming the first gray, the gray becoming the early blue that preceded the sun's full rise. A bird he didn't know began calling from the direction of the north wall. The maple tree's remaining leaves made the specific sound of leaves that have almost finished their season, dry at the edges, moving with a lightness that was different from spring or summer movement. He held the door present and understood what he needed to understand. The hollow form, 123 techniques, absorbed over 5 decades from enemies and strangers and teachers and students and allies and practitioners who had never known they were contributing, was not a weapon. He had understood this for years, but had not fully finished understanding it. It was a record. Every absorbed technique carried with it the practitioner who had developed it, their specific insight into the qi, their particular way of perceiving the problem they had been solving. He had been accumulating perspectives, not power. The heaven-devouring meridians had given him the capacity to hold all of those perspectives simultaneously without them collapsing into each other, without any one of them dominating. The shadow vein had given him the stability to work within all of them without losing his own orientation. And his own orientation, the thing at the center of the hollow form that was not any absorbed technique, but was the practitioner who had absorbed them, was the specific person that the specific circumstances of his life had made. A child who had learned that being overlooked was survivable. A young man who had learned that silence could be a form of capacity building rather than defeat. A practitioner who had learned, from a woman who argued with his drafts, that writing what you couldn't yet say was how you found the words. A person who had spent decades building something useful, that reached people who needed it, that would continue after him. He was, precisely and completely, what he was. The door was present. He breathed in. The crossing itself was quiet. The way all his advancements had been quiet, not because they were small, but because they had been built correctly, the foundation solid before the threshold was approached, the transition a completion rather than a beginning. He stood in Dao integration first stage and felt the world. It was not what fourth stage had been, extended. It was different in kind. Fourth stage's gift had been simultaneity, the world visible in all directions at once. Dao integration's gift was something he would spend the next 20 volumes trying to describe and would not fully succeed. The sense that the world was not separate from him, was not something he perceived from the outside, but was something he participated in at every point, everywhere, simultaneously. He was not large. He was not powerful in the simple sense of the word. He was present, fully, completely, without remainder. He could feel the estate in a way that was different from Void Return's deep-reading perception. Void Return had shown him the estate as a place with layers, the surface world, and beneath it the structural qi, the organization of energy through the foundation and the walls and the ground. The specific density patterns that the Northern Sites Reserve formation had been slowly, steadily enriching for the past 20 years. Dao integration showed him the estate as a relationship. Every practitioner asleep in the wings was present to him. Not their cultivation bases, not their power levels, not the technical specifications of their constitutions. Their orientation. The specific way each person was positioned in relation to the work they had come here to do. The particular angle at which each of them was facing their own cultivation, their own practice, their own life. Lien Fei, asleep in the eastern wing, oriented toward understanding, with the specific quality of someone who had spent decades building a systematic comprehension of a domain and now inhabited that comprehension rather than pursuing it. Shinro, in the northern annex, oriented toward becoming, still in the active phase of transformation, the resonance capture constitution in continuous motion, absorbing and integrating, building toward a stage of practice that could not yet be predicted. 20 practitioners, each one a specific orientation, each orientation distinct, none of them reducible to each other, none of them incomplete. He felt Zhao Yun. She was foundation third layer, and at Dao integration perception, what he felt was not a power level or a cultivation stage, but the specific quality of a person who was entirely and precisely herself, who had always been entirely and precisely herself, who had never been otherwise and had no need to be otherwise, whose cultivation at foundation third layer was not less than his at Dao integration first stage, but was foundation third layer fully inhabited and fully expressed. The 7th volume's argument resolved, at Dao integration, from an intellectual position into a direct perception. No realm was less than whole. He stood in the courtyard for a long time. When the light began to change, the specific quality of pre-dawn becoming early dawn, the skies shift from deep to middle dark. He heard the eastern wing's door open, and then quiet footsteps, and then Zhao Yun was at the courtyard's edge. She read his cultivation base. She was foundation third layer, had been for years, her cultivation advancing on its own measured schedule, foundations complete form at its own complete scale. She was exactly what she was, fully, and she had always known it. She looked at him for a long moment. He looked back. "Your Dao integration?" she said. "Yes," he said. She came and stood beside him in the early dawn courtyard, their shoulders not quite touching, looking out at the maple tree that had been bare through the winter and was, in the late autumn, showing the last gold of its leaves. "Are you going to tell me it's impossible to describe?" she said. "Yes," he said. "Try anyway," she said. He tried. She listened with the complete, reconstructive attention she brought to all cultivation work. Not passive reception, but active building, incorporating each element as she heard it. When he finished, she was quiet for a while. "You'll write the 8th volume," she said. "Yes," he said. "This time I'm not giving you a deadline," she said. He looked at her. "I'll give you 5 years," she said. He made a sound that was, after 40 years of trying to maintain precise emotional expression in her presence, something close to a laugh. "4," he said. "For years," she said. "We start next week." He looked at her for a long moment. Zhao Yun at Foundation 3rd layer, in the early dawn light of a late autumn morning, was precisely and entirely herself. The specific quality that Dao integration perception made visible, the sense not of power or level but of orientation, the way she was facing her own practice and her own life. She had always been this. He had known it since she had sat down across from him in a library and told him to describe his symptoms and then said that she could help and then actually helped. He had known it when she had told him to write what he could and find the words for the rest. He had known it across 30 years of working alongside her, building alongside her, arguing with her about chapter structure and cultivation theory and the distribution of documentation and whether breakfast should include a second hot course in winter. He knew it now with the specific completeness of Dao integration's perception, which did not add anything to what he had already known but made the knowing exact in a way that previous realms had not been able to sustain. She was reading his expression. "You're doing the Dao integration thing," she said. "What thing?" "The thing where you perceive something and have to figure out if you already knew it or if it's new." "It's not new," he said. "I already knew it." "Then stop staring at me like I'm something you discovered," she said. He looked away at the maple tree. After a moment, he heard her make the small sound that was, after 4 decades, something close to a laugh. The maple shed a few leaves in the dawn quiet. They stood in the autumn courtyard together, not touching, looking at the tree and the gate and the gradual lightening of the sky above the estate's eastern wall. The morning was taking its time arriving, the way autumn mornings did, slower than summer, more deliberate, the light coming in layers rather than all at once. This had been, Wei Liang thought, one of the underrated pleasures of a long cultivation life, that the seasons had come to feel familiar in the way that only many repetitions produced. He had seen this particular quality of late autumn dawn light in this particular courtyard for 30 years. Each year it was the same, and each year it was different, and he had never stopped finding it worth attention. He was at Dao integration first stage, and the dawn light was worth attention. He thought this was probably the correct relationship between power and perception. Zhao Yun, beside him, was presumably thinking about the 8th volume, or the distribution network, or the supplementary volume that Lin Fei and Zhao Yun had agreed would eventually be necessary, or some other aspect of the work that was ongoing and would remain ongoing. This was also, he thought, correct. The estate breathed around them, the slow breath of 20 sleeping practitioners, the specific quality of a place where serious work was being done and would continue to be done. The estate's morning would begin in an hour. The kitchen would start first. One of the second-year residents on breakfast rotation, a young man from the Western Territories whose flame meridian constitution had brought him to the estate 6 months ago, and who had taken to kitchen work with the same seriousness he brought to cultivation, on the grounds that it was all the same kind of attention. Then the practice courtyards would fill, in the specific sequence that the estate's daily rhythm had developed over 30 years, the earliest risers in the North Court, the second-wave practitioners in the main court, the late risers who worked best in the afternoon, taking their morning session quietly before most of the estate was active. Then breakfast. Then the library. Then the afternoon sessions. Then dinner. Then the particular quality of the evening, when 20 people who had been working in various forms of serious engagement with their own cultivation gathered to eat and talk and argue and explain, and the specific energy of that gathering was the clearest expression of what the estate was trying to be. He thought, this is what I built. Not what he alone had built. What had been built here, by the people who had come and stayed and contributed, shaped by the specific conditions of the place and the specific intentions that had built those conditions. Zhao Yun had designed the architecture. Lin Fei had built the systems. 20-odd practitioners over 30 years had brought their constitutions, and their practices, and their arguments, and their mistakes, and their breakthroughs, and all of it had become what the estate was now. He had made it possible. He had not made it alone. This was, he thought, exactly right. Lian Fei would document the Dao integration crossing in the Constitutional Catalog's Master Index, case number 49, with characteristic thoroughness. Shenro would read the documentation and begin asking questions that would not be fully answered for another decade. Elder Qua at Azure Cloud would receive the 8th volume's first chapter in 4 years and write back a 20-page commentary, and the exchange would continue, as exchanges between serious practitioners who respected each other always did. The world, which had not known Wei Liang for the first 22 years of his life, which had then known him partially and incorrectly, which had then known him more accurately as the work accumulated. The world continued, receiving what was given to it, and slowly, in the specific, complicated way of a world that had many priorities and many histories, changing. Wei Liang stood in the early dawn courtyard of the estate he had built on the foundation of everything that had tried to unmake him, in the company of the person who had taught him to write what he could and find the words for the rest. The maple tree held its last autumn leaves. The gate stood ready for whoever would arrive next. He thought about all the people who would come through it. Practitioners with constitutions that didn't fit any standard framework. Young cultivators who had walked days or weeks because someone told them this place might have answers. Experienced practitioners who had read the 7 volumes and wanted to see the work in person. Scholars who wanted to argue with the documentation project's conclusions. People who simply needed somewhere to practice in a community that took unusual constitutions seriously. He thought about what the 8th volume would say. He did not yet know its argument. The book was not written and would not be written for 4 years, and the argument would be discovered in the writing rather than imported from before. But he felt the shape of it. Something about what Dao integration's perception of interconnection implied for how the cultivation world organized itself, for how practitioners related to each other, for what the entire edifice of sects and academies and provincial governance was actually for. It would be the most politically significant thing they had written. Zhao Yun would want to argue every chapter. He was looking forward to it. There was work to do. He was ready to do it. The gate opened inward, as it always had and always would. And so the Dao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.